Good afternoon, and thanks for being here. It's been a busy time for all of us in this department, a proud one, and a solemn one, too. We have concluded our historic evacuation operation and ended the last mission of the U.S. war in Afghanistan. America's longest war has come to a close. Now, both as secretary and as a veteran of our Afghan war, my thoughts have been with the brave Americans who stood up to serve after al-Qaeda attacked us on September 11, 2001. And my heart is with their families and loved ones, and with our friends and allies, and with our fellow citizens whose lives were lost or changed forever over 20 years of war. We remember 2,461 American service members and personnel who paid the ultimate price in this war, and more than 20,000 wounded Americans, some still carrying the scars that you can't see on the outside. We also remember the thousands of American contractors who lost their lives, and hundreds of our allies and partners from NATO and beyond, and tens of thousands of Afghan soldiers and police officers, and tens of thousands more Afghan civilians. Now, we have just concluded the largest air evacuation of civilians in American history. It was heroic. It was historic. And I hope that all Americans will unite to thank our service members for their courage and their compassion. They were operating in an immensely dangerous and dynamic environment. But our troops were tireless, fearless, and selfless. Our commanders never flinched, and our allies and partners were extraordinary. The United States evacuated some 6,000 American citizens and a total of more than 124,000 civilians. And we did it all in the midst of a pandemic and in the face of grave and growing threats. I am incredibly proud of those who made it happen, and they made it happen with grit and skill and humanity. Our outstanding men and women showed steady judgment under crushing pressure, including some very young service members who summoned up exceptional courage at close quarters. They ran an international airport. They sped up visas. They fed the hungry. They comforted the desperate. And they got plane after plane after plane into the sky. Our forces risked their own lives to save the lives of others. And 13 of our very best paid the ultimate price. And many of them were too young to personally remember the 9/11 attacks. The United States military will always honor their heroism. We mourn with their families, and we owe them support through the days and years ahead. It is noteworthy that on the day of the attack at the airport, our troops and their partners pushed hard and carried on, putting 89 rescue flights in the air in the span of 24 hours and lifting 12,500 souls to freedom. It has been an enormous achievement, not just by the U.S. military, but also by the militaries of our allies and partners, and of course, by our teammates at the State Department. Now, the war is over, and we're entering a new chapter, one in where our diplomats and our interagency partners take the lead. We're part of an urgent team effort to move Afghan evacuees out of temporary housing in intermediate staging bases in the Gulf and in Europe and on to begin new lives. And I'll be traveling to the Gulf next week to thank our partners there who have done so much to help save and shelter Afghan civilians. Now, some of those brave Afghans will be coming to make new lives with their families in America after careful screening and security vetting run by our interagency partners. We're temporarily sheltering some of these evacuees at military facilities here at home. And I'm proud of the way that our military communities have welcomed them. Some of these courageous Afghans fought alongside us. And they and their families have more than earned their places in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And welcoming these Afghans isn't just about what they've done, it's about who we are. Now, as one mission ends, others must go on. And even during our Afghan retrograde, this department was racing to help victims of natural disasters at home and abroad, and we still are. We've been driving to end the pandemic, and we've continued to tackle security challenges from China and Russia, Iran, and North Korea. It's our duty to defend this nation, and we're not going to take our eye off the ball. And that means relentless counterterrorism efforts against any threat to the American people from any place. It means working with our partners to shore up stability in the region around Afghanistan. And it means a new focus to our leadership in this young century. To meet the security challenges from China, to seize new opportunities in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere, and to deepen our ties with old allies and new partners, and to defend our democracy against all enemies. But for today, I want to end with a word to the force and their families. I know that these have been difficult days for many of us, and as we look back as a nation on the war in Afghanistan, I hope that we will all do so with thoughtfulness and respect. I will always be proud of the part that we played in this war. But we shouldn't expect Afghan war veterans to agree any more than any other group of Americans. I've heard strong views from many sides in recent days. And that's vital. That's democracy. That's America. As we always do, this department will look back clearly and professionally and learn every lesson that we can. That's our way. But right now, it's time to thank all those who served in this war, because you are the greatest asset that we have. You. The extraordinary men and women who volunteer to keep us all safe, and your families. So my prayers are with you, and with the Gold Star families who lost loved ones in Afghanistan, and with the warriors who mourn their fallen brothers and sisters, and with those who bear the wounds of war to body and to soul. We will never forget what you did and what you gave. Our country owes you thanks that won't fade and support that won't falter. The war has ended, but our gratitude never will. And finally, just a word about the Navy helicopter mishap overnight off the coast of California. I know the Navy is working diligently at search and rescue operations. And on behalf of the whole department, I want to pass on our thoughts and prayers for the best possible outcome. It's yet another reminder of the dangers our men and women face every day, overseas, at sea, and here at home. Now let me turn it over to the chairman.
Thanks, Secretary, and good afternoon, everyone. 3 weeks ago, the United States military received the mission to conduct a non-combatant evacuation operation from Afghanistan in support of the Department of State. In order to evacuate American citizens, the Department of State designated Afghans with a directed completion date of 31 August. The key military tasks were to secure and defend the international airport in Kabul, evacuate all embassy personnel, evacuate all American citizens that wanted to get out, and evacuate other Afghans as designated by the Department of State, and retrograde all of the U.S. military. In short, the United States military was tasked to conduct two highly complex missions simultaneously: a retrograde while in contact with the enemy, and a NEO in a non-permissive environment. We executed that mission in a highly dynamic, dangerous operating environment from a war-torn country, and it was conducted across 9 countries and 26 intermediate staging bases and temporary safe havens. We deployed between 5,000 and 6,000 military personnel on the ground, some of whom were forward deployed based on our contingency planning. These elements came from the 82nd Airborne Division, Special Forces, the Marine Corps, along with Navy and Air Force personnel. Flying in support were combat aircraft from the Air Force and the Navy, as well as incredible support from the transport aircraft, the pilots and crews of the United States Transportation Command. And afloat, we had an ARG-MU and a carrier strike group. We flew 387 U.S. military C-17 and C-130 sorties, and we enabled 391 non-U.S. military sorties. A total of 778 sorties evacuated a total of 124,334 people, which included almost 6,000 American citizens, third country nationals, and Afghans designated by the Department of State. And we will continue to evacuate American citizens under the leadership of the Department of State, as this mission has now transitioned from a military mission to a diplomatic mission. Evacuees flowed through the intermediate staging base safe havens in Central Command and European Command for onward movement to the United States, a third country, or their home of origin for repatriation. Evacuees complete medical and security screening, vetting, in accordance with the lead federal agency's guidance, the Department of Homeland Security. Currently, there's approximately 20,000 evacuees in 7 staging bases in 5 countries in Central Command. Another 23,000 in 7 staging bases in 4 countries in Europe. And as of this morning, there are approximately 20,000 Afghans who arrived at 8 different military bases in the continental United States. This mission cost 11 Marines, 1 soldier, and 1 Navy corpsman their lives, and 22 others were wounded in action. In addition to over 100 Afghans killed and wounded in a horrific terrorist attack on 26 August at Abbey Gate on the southeast perimeter of the airport. Those soldiers, sailors, and Marines gave their lives so that others may live free. They literally gave their tomorrows for the tomorrows of people they never knew. Those 124,000, they never knew the 13 who died, and they will never know the 22 who were wounded, and the thousands of dead and thousands of wounded who came before them. But they will now live in freedom because of American blood shed on their behalf. Nearly 2 decades have passed since that horrible, dark September day in our nation's history when 2,977 innocent lives were murdered. Since then, the men and women of the United States military and our interagency partners have fought tirelessly to defeat terrorists in Afghanistan and around the world. Both at home and abroad, their talent, their efforts have carried this fight day and night. In Afghanistan, our mission, our military mission, has now come to an end. And we're going to learn from this experience as a military. How we got to this moment in Afghanistan will be analyzed and studied for years to come. And we in the military will approach this with humility, transparency, and candor. There are many tactical, operational, and strategic lessons to be learned. 800,000 of us in uniform served in Afghanistan over the last 20 years. Our nation spent over $1 trillion. And most importantly, 2,461 soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines gave the last full measure of devotion, while 20,691 were wounded, and untold thousands of others suffer with the invisible wounds of war as we close this chapter in our nation's history. And all of those casualties are alongside our allies and partners, and we should never forget that 60,000 Afghan national security forces gave their lives in the conduct of this war. Our counterterrorism efforts in Afghanistan and the region over 20 years has protected the American people from terrorist attack, and the men and women and children who were just evacuated will ultimately be the legacy to prove the value of our sacrifice. For the past 20 years, there's not been a major attack on our homeland. And it is now our mission to ensure that we continue our intelligence efforts, continue our counterterrorism efforts, continue our military efforts to protect the American people for the next 20 years. And we in the American military are committed to do just that. For those of us in uniform who served in Afghanistan, for our families who have suffered and sacrificed along our side, for those who have supported us, these have been incredibly emotional and trying days, and indeed years. We are all conflicted with feelings of pain and anger, sorrow and sadness, combined with pride and resilience. There are no words that I or the Secretary or the President or anyone else will ever do to bring the dead back, but we can always honor them. And one thing I am certain of, for any soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine and their family, your service mattered, and it was not in vain. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have enough time for a few questions, and we'll start with you, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Looking ahead in Afghanistan, question for both of you, please. Given the experience of the past couple of weeks at the Kabul airport, where U.S. commanders were coordinating or at least communicating daily with Taliban commanders, to an effect that General McKenzie himself said was at times very helpful. And also, I know, General Milley, in your case, you last year had face-to-face meetings with Taliban leaders, at least on a couple of occasions. I'm wondering what you think these experiences say about the prospect for a United States relationship with the Taliban, to include the possibility of any kind of coordination in counterterrorism operations against ISIS-K in Afghanistan.
Well, Bob, first of all, let me applaud the initiative of our commanders on the ground who would stop at nothing to accomplish the mission that they were provided of evacuating as many American citizens, third country nationals, and SIV applicants as possible. We were focused on, we were working with the Taliban on a very narrow set of issues. And it was just that, to get as many people out as we possibly could. And so I would not leap to, I would not make any leaps of logic to, a broader, to broader issues. I would just say that, again, I'm immensely proud of what our troops have done to this point, and it's hard to predict where this will go in the future with respect to the Taliban.
And I would just say, Bob, Secretary and I both served in Afghanistan, and many of us did, and you all did too. We don't know what the future of the Taliban is, but I can tell you from personal experience that this is a ruthless group from the past, and whether or not they change remains to be seen. And as far as our dealings with them at that airfield or in the past year or so, in war, you do what you must in order to reduce risk to mission and force, not what you necessarily want to do.
Any possibility of coordination against ISIS-K with them?
It's possible.
Going forward, Bob, I would not want to make any predictions. I would tell you that we're going to do everything that we can to make sure we remain focused on ISIS-K, understand that network, and at the time of our choosing in the future, hold them accountable for what they've done. Let's go to Helene Cooper.
Thank you, sir, for doing this. I have a question for you and then another one for General Milley. Mr. Secretary, perhaps it's possible that there's no exit from Afghanistan that would not have been chaotic, given what we now know, and for all the reasons that the administration has mentioned. But I would like to know now, in hindsight, is there one thing that you wish that you or the Pentagon could have done differently?
Thanks, Helene. I would just tell you that there hasn't been a single operation that I've ever been involved in where we didn't discover that there's something that we could have done better or more efficiently or more effectively. And I'd also say that no operation is ever perfect. I will tell you that we will do what we always do, and that is to look at ourselves and do after-action reviews, and we want to make sure that we learn every lesson that can be learned from this experience. But I want to take the time to do it the right way, and so we'll do that in the days ahead.
Do you think that? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I would just say again, Helene, that I'm enormously proud of our men and women who worked hard to accomplish what they just accomplished, which I think, as I said earlier, is historic and heroic. Go ahead.
I think we should have maybe thrown out the book on the whole SIV. I mean, the previous administration did leave. I understand the Biden did put a lot of hurdles in the way of the SIV program that this administration had to then deal with upon arrival. Do you think at all that because the Pentagon worked so hard with these people for 20 years, these translators and interpreters, that we should have thrown that whole book out?
What I would say, Helene, is that the SIV program is obviously not designed to accommodate what we just did in evacuating, over 100,000 people. And so perhaps this program should be looked at going forward. It is a designed to be a slow process. Secretary Blinken and the State Department worked hard early on to shorten the timeline that it takes to work your way through that process. But again, for the type of operation that we just conducted, I think we need a different type of capability.
General Milley, I wanted to ask you about Sunday's drone strike. Can you take us back to that morning? You have intel that ISIS-K is plotting another attack. The military spots a vehicle that you believe is full of carrying explosives, and we take the car out with a drone strike, and reports now say that we may have, that 10 civilians, as many as 10 civilians may have been killed. Because of the urgent threat environment at the time, do preliminary assessments indicate that we may have rushed, relaxed, or waived altogether some of the normal checks and balances that we do before a strike like that?
A couple of things. One is, as we always do on all of these things, we initiate an investigation. We're reviewing all the video and all that. But having said that, what do we know, what do we don't know, what do we think, sort of thing. At the time, and I think this is still valid, we had very good intelligence that ISIS-K was preparing a specific type vehicle at a specific type location. We monitored that through various means, and all of the engagement criteria were being met. We went through the same level of rigor that we've done for years, and we took a strike. So that we did. Secondly, is we know that there were secondary explosions. Because there were secondary explosions, there's a reasonable conclusion to be made that there was explosives in that vehicle. The third thing is we know from a variety of other means that at least one of those people that were killed was a ISIS facilitator. So were there others killed? Yes, there are others killed. Who they are, we don't know. We'll try to sort through all that. But we believe that the procedures at this point, I don't want to influence the outcome of an investigation, but at this point we think that the procedures were correctly followed and it was a righteous strike.
So we've got time for one more question, and we'll go to Barb for the last question.
Thank you, sir. While your messages today from both of you, your messages of compassion and gratitude are certainly understood, in the last several days, both of you at multiple times have issued these kinds of messages and statements. And what I'm curious about is, what do you see in the country, with troops, with veterans, that makes you feel, it's a rare thing, that makes you feel these messages must continue, and you have put out so many in the last few days? And General Milley, I was very struck you used the words pain and anger, and that you understood that was out there. So as a combat veteran yourself of Afghanistan, can you help people understand that? Where does your pain and anger come from? If you could both answer your views on this.
Yeah, I would start by saying, Barb, that this is the longest war in our history. And so there have been a couple of generations that have participated in this war. And as we've gone about, I've gotten input and reactions that are from all sides of this issue. And as I said in my opening statement, that's to be expected. And of course, I respect that. And I think we have to provide ourselves the time and space to adequately deal with everything that our veterans have been through. And we will work through those issues. And the system will be there to support our veterans as we work through those issues. I just think, again, we need to respect each other's views and be supportive of each other. And one thing I would say, Barb, is that people will process this differently. And for those who think they need help, please seek help. We're there for you. And as I said, you heard me say a number of times before, mental health is health, period. And so this will take time to work for people to work their way through. There are varying opinions on each side of the aisle, and that's to be expected and respected. So.
Can you both assure? There was a question for General.
So, Barbara, you asked me where my pain and anger comes from. I have all those same emotions, and I'm sure the Secretary does, and anyone who served. And I commanded troops, and I wasn't born a four-star general. I have walked the patrols and been blown up and shot at and RPG'd and everything else. My pain and anger comes from the same as the grieving families, the same as those soldiers that are on the ground. Last night I visited the wounded up in Walter Reed. This is tough stuff. War is hard. It's vicious. It's brutal. It's unforgiving. And yes, we all have pain and anger. And when we see what has unfolded over the last 20 years and over the last 20 days, that creates pain and anger. And mine comes from 242 of my soldiers killed in action over 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. So yeah, I have that, but I'm a professional soldier. I'm going to contain my pain and anger and continue to execute my mission.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks. We have to go. We have to go, guys. Thanks, guys.
All right, so that was the update there from the Pentagon. Obviously, at the end there of the Afghanistan war, we heard a lot of emotion there, especially from General Mark Milley there, talking about war is ugly, it is hard, and sometimes these horrible things happen. Talking about the 13 American troops there that were killed in that terror attack, but also talking about the number and thousands of Americans that died over the course here of 20 years of this Afghanistan war that came to a conclusion yesterday. And this is really something that we've been obviously following very, very closely, giving you all the updates and really news conferences that come part of this. So they are still going to be trying to get the 100 or so U.S. citizens that are still in Afghanistan right now. It has gone from a military operation now to a State Department mission there. It's going to be handled in a diplomatic way. That is at least what they are hoping for. And then we also heard from General Mark Milley really breaking it down, leaving the door open that the U.S. could continue to work with the Taliban when it comes to ISIS-K threats and other ISIS terror networks that are in Afghanistan right now. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of those stories right here on Live Now from Fox. But we do have a breaking news alert that we want to get to you right here. And this is regarding a school shooting, a high school in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We have limited information right now, but I want to break down some of the things that we are learning right now. First, let's show you where this is all taking place right now. This is at a high school that is not too far away from Wake Forest University. And so that is not too far away, just about a couple of miles. And this is how the breaking news came down. Let's show you first off from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office as they alerted this on their Facebook and a Twitter account saying Mount Tabor High School is on lockdown. There has been a shooting on school property. We and the WSPD have secured the campus and are doing everything possible to keep students safe. We are actively investigating what happened and will share confirmed information as appropriate. Anyone reporting to campus will be directed to the neighboring Harris Teeter parking lot and as the investigation continues. So what to take away from this messaging here is that it is now they have secured the perimeter there, and so it's not an active shooting anymore there. They don't have an active shooter, but they are investigating what happened here on this campus. We got some other information to pass along to you. Let's take this right here as Mount Tabor High School is on lockdown. This is coming from the police department there. There has been a shooting on school property. We and the WSPD have secured the campus and are doing everything possible to keep students safe. We are actively investigating what happened and will share confirmed information when available. So obviously during this time, it's a very hard situation for police. You got parents that are obviously concerned. You got family and friends that are concerned there as well. They are telling people to stay away from the campus, but obviously that could be a very hard thing to do when you have loved ones that are at that high school. And as soon as we get more information, of course, we will break that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. If we get any more updates, news conferences regarding this shooting, or if just have a better understanding and some new information, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox comes back in just 2 minutes, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue to follow this breaking news story out of a high school in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, a school shooting being reported right there. I want to just give you a little bit more information here that we continue to get right here on Live Now from Fox. This is coming from the city of Winston-Salem, saying that Mount Tabor High School is on lockdown. There has been a shooting on school property. We and the WSPD have secured the campus and are doing everything possible to keep students safe. We are actively investigating what happened and will share confirmed information when available. A local reporter there at the scene spoke with two parents whose daughter is safe, thank goodness. The mom said that she was at work when someone told her about the shooting. First thoughts was that is their daughter safe? And she called the daughter. The daughter said that she was safe and had to stay quiet. Parents said that their daughter has evacuated and the school will be busy busing students to another location. The daughter said everyone was quiet and she isn't scared now. Teachers helped keep the students calm there. So some good news there from that girl, but hoping for better news again for everyone else involved here in this high school shooting. You know, as these things happen, it's a very fluid situation right now, and we're waiting to see if we're going to get any visuals out there, any news conferences. Of course, will happen a little bit later as we let the police do their job, continue to investigate what is happening, and we'll definitely keep an eye on everything that is happening with that, everyone. In the meantime, it looks like we do have in just a little bit a State Department briefing. Could be happening at the top of the hour on Afghanistan, and talking about the new mission now to get people that are still U.S. American citizens out of Afghanistan that want to get out, and we know of at least one that wants to get out. That is a Afghanistan interpreter that knows Joe Biden and wants to get out. So we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And breaking news, everybody. We are now getting visuals here for the first time on this breaking news alert that happening at Winston-Salem, North Carolina. School shooting that was reported there. Obviously, first responders, you're going to get a lot of them. Police, fire, all medical teams on standby right there. As this is still breaking right now at this hour. We can confirm to you, though, the police say that they have secured the campus and are doing everything possible to keep the students safe there as this active investigation happens. Now, obviously, any time that it is confirmed that there's a shooting at a school, whether it be a high school, whether it be a middle school, or unfortunately, we've heard it happening in grade schools across this country, and it really strikes an alarm bell that goes off not only for parents, obviously, that are around this area and have loved ones that go to this school, Mount Tabor High School in Winston-Salem, but also it strikes a nerve with really everyone across the country. We all remember everything that happened associated with Columbine and so many years ago. And we instantly think about those images, and you see these fresh images coming from Winston-Salem right now. But we're hoping for the very best for everyone that was involved in the shooting. Still a lot of questions right now left to be answered. Who was the shooter? Was there multiple shooters? How many people were shot? Are we talking about staff members? Are we talking about students that go to that school? So there are a lot of questions that remain to be answered here, but that is all going to come out in due time. But the best part of this story, if there is a best part, is that it looks like the active threat is over. And you're now getting just shots of parents, loved ones coming to the area, hoping to see if their loved one is okay, trying to get, you see them on the phones right now, trying to get a hold of their son or daughter or loved one. You can see a parent there, maybe a loved one, as they are, it's a tense situation right now, especially if you can't get a hold of your loved one. What makes this, technology at least comes through. High schoolers, most of them at this point, all have some sort of device on them that are able, whether it be a phone, a laptop, a smart device that is able to get in touch with loved ones. When we think back to the times of Columbine, we didn't have cell phones back then, so it was much more of a tense situation back then. We have more first responders now coming to the scene. Fire department there from Winston-Salem continues to roll on as we got police there directing traffic, trying to get them away from the perimeter that is set up at this high school, where this active investigation is going on right now. It is now 1:45 local time there in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, as we continue to bring you this breaking news alert of a high school shooting reported there. Mount Tabor High School is what we are talking about. They are continued to be on lockdown right now as the shooting happened on the school property. The city of Winston-Salem saying we and the WSPD have secured the campus and are doing everything possible to keep students safe. We are actively investigating what happened and will share confirmed information when available. You can still see police continuing to go about the neighborhood right now. If you want to know just where this is at right now, this is near the Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem. Let me just, I can zoom in just a little bit more and you can see where this is all at in relation right now. You got a church there that is across the street and just a neighborhood. It's in the middle of a neighborhood there in Winston-Salem as we are able to pull out just a little bit and just show you more of North Carolina as well in a hole there. But let's go back out to the live images that we have here for you and continue to break down for you. You got state troopers now coming to the scene here with their guns ready just in case. But we want to know a little bit more information as it will all come out a little bit later. But was it one shooter? Was it multiple? And how were they able to get the scene, at least not that it's a active shooting anymore, or a situation, I should say, better right now. What we are going to do is take another quick 2-minute break here. For some of you on Live Now from Fox, stay right here with us as we have more continuing coverage on this breaking news alert coming out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. High school shooting has happened. First responders are at the scene right now. Some of you entering into that 2-minute break, while others, if you're not in the break, we will continue our full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks to all our viewers that continue to watch here with us right now as we have the visuals coming right here. The North Carolina Sheriff's Department confirming the shooting happened at a high school at Mount Tabor in Winston-Salem right now. And we're taking a look here at just the neighborhood right now where they are trying to direct traffic out of there. But family and friends have definitely come near the high school. They want to check on their loved ones and make sure that they are okay. At this point, we don't know just how many people have been shot, but we will continue to bring it to you and all of the latest information as soon as we get it right here on Live Now from Fox. Some other updates right here. The Fox News Channel reporting there at least one person has been shot in this shooting. And we're hoping for the very best for everyone that is involved. Of course, first responders there at the scene, and continuing to break it all down for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers from around the country and around the world that are watching with us right now during this very difficult time there in North Carolina. Looks like we have a local reporter there that is getting ready to do a live shot. We'll go back to that when that reporter starts to speak. But right now, she doesn't know that she's on camera right there. So we'll keep an eye on everything that is happening with this story. Obviously, at least one person has been shot. We don't know the specifics. We don't know what is the status of the shooter. Was it a student? Was it somebody from the neighborhood? So a lot of questions right now left to be answered right now, and we're waiting for police to continue to give us some more updates right here on Live Now from Fox. But this is how it all came out right here. This is from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office putting this out here. Alert saying that the Mount Tabor High School is on lockdown. There has been a shooting on school property. We and the police department have secured the campus and are doing everything possible to keep students safe. We are actively investigating what happened and will share confirmed information as appropriate. Anyone reporting to campus will be directed to the neighboring Harris Teeter parking lot as the investigation does continue. And I want to show you just a little bit here of the shot here from our map right now, just showing you just where this is at in Winston-Salem. Can kind of just show you everything that is happening right there. Looks like we are getting a report there back from the reporter. Let's go to that.
You can see police directing traffic in the area. I also see heavily armed state troopers with long rifles, it seems, long guns walking around here. We did, like you said, just hear from police that one person was hurt after this shooting at Mount Tabor High School. Parents, presumably neighbors in the area, have come out to line the streets, and there's been a lot of back and forth, as you can imagine, because this is a very fluid situation. At one point, parents were told to report at that YMCA, but Megan, like you just said, now they're again being told to report to the Harris Teeter, I believe. So that just speaks to how active of a scene and how fluid of a situation this is. So again, parents, if you have a student that you're trying to get a hold of, trying to pick up, who's at Mount Tabor High School, you should report to the Harris Teeter, not to the Robin Hood YMCA, to be reunited with your child. So just to recap here, still a very developing situation, a very active scene. I've seen several law enforcement agencies on scene here investigating, including the Winston-Salem Police Department, the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, the North Carolina State Police, and at one point I did see a Salisbury police cruiser drive by. It's unclear if they're in the area to respond to this incident. It looks like that officer was being directed by another officer on scene in terms of where to go, but we're still trying to figure out just how many agencies are responding here. So
All right, so that was the update there from the local reporter as we continue to bring you this breaking news alert right now. And let's just show you just once again from the police department. I should also mention, reiterate what that reporter just said. Parents should now report to the Harris Teeter and not the Robin Hood YMCA to be reunited with their children. Again, they should go to the Harris Teeter, not the Robin Hood YMCA, to reunite with their loved ones there. The area around Mount Tabor High School is a no-fly zone. Do not fly drones around the area there that the police and local officials are urging people to do. They have a media staging area set up already, and they are asking people that want to learn a little bit more information to head on over to the WSPD, FCSO, and other social media updates there in Winston-Salem for the very latest there. One student is injured. All other students are safe, being reported right now. Looks like we are getting some more live shots right now from Fox 8 also in North Carolina. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome to all our viewers from around the country and around the world. We are in this breaking news alert here of a school shooting. We're going to take some of the images there from WGPH right now.
Absolutely. I appreciate your time. And so your plan is to stay here until you get a definite pickup place.
Definitely pick up. I'm sweating. I've been running, trying to get down there to the school. Sweat all on my head, looking a mess.
Yeah. Absolutely. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. She's one of a lot of parents that we've seen standing here waiting for their kids. It's a sentiment that everyone is sharing. They want to see their children. They want to hold their children, hug their children. It's difficult, the logistics. There's a lot of people down here trying to figure out what's going on. But I think that she shares the sentiment of every single parent that we've talked to. They just want to hold their kids and they want their kids home safe tonight. Back to you guys.
Madison, you heard right there kind of the anger that every parent would feel when they can't be with their child, and their school system naturally trying to the very best ability to get them out of there safely. You recounted a moment ago about a couple of parents stopping on the corner to pray, and that's another way that people are reacting and coming together and kind of using their faith to lean on, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, there's been a lot of parents that have been coming together. They've been kind of grouping up, talking to one another, sharing information. I mean, when I first arrived and I was trying to figure out what was going on, I was asking these parents what they were hearing from their kids. I said, what's going on? What have you heard? They're saying, well, this other parent is telling me this. So they're definitely all helping each other and they're trying to get each other through this situation. But yes, there was that group of parents that was standing on the corner. They were praying. And I think, you know, when you don't have information, you don't know where to pick up your kids and you don't know what's going on, many people are turning to faith and trying to make sure that they have something that will give them support and give them a little bit of comfort until they can get their arms back around their children. But I mean, there are still a fair amount of people you can see out on the corner. There are some people that have sat down in this driveway right over here. And it seems like these parents are just trying to figure out where their kids are. Their kids have moved locations various times within the school. You just heard from that mom that said her daughter was hiding in a closet. Then she went to the media center. There have been other people that have said their kids were hunkered down in classrooms outside of the football field. and the cafeteria she just mentioned. So everyone's kind of spread out everywhere, and until you can get those kids back on the buses and to the reunification points, I think there's just going to be a lot more questions.
Absolutely. Madison, we'll let you go. I know you're still out there reporting on the scene, gathering information. We appreciate what you brought us so far. Want to bring you up to date. One student we have confirmed injured at Mount Tabor High School in Winston-Salem. Shooting happening, it looks like several hours ago. Parents naturally very concerned about this. The location where parents are being asked to go has changed. It was originally the YMCA, the Robin Hood Road Family Y. Now it seems to be a larger parking lot at the Whitaker Square Shopping Center. That's on the corner of Peace Haven and Robin Hood there in Winston-Salem. That's where parents are now being asked to go. They're going to bus students from Mount Tabor High School down to that location. We understand one student injured. Everybody else on campus is okay, but naturally parents very emotional, wanting to see and hold their child as soon as they can get out there. It's just going to take a while to get that many students out, especially with the congestion around there. And we have seen quite a bit of traffic congestion. Parents going around the area being told to move away, and of course a tremendous law enforcement presence there. Not only Winston-Salem Police, we're seeing Forsyth County Sheriff's Office cars, state troopers, tremendous response there, along with other first responders. So just the big traffic jam to try to get students out of there on those buses is going to be something to achieve there. But again, parents, if you are concerned and you want to pick up your child, the Whitaker Square Shopping Center at the Harris Theater there, it's on the corner of Robin Hood and Peace Haven in Winston-Salem. That's where they're now saying that students are going to be brought once they're safely out of Mount Tabor High School. We're also seeing a search there, apparently for a suspect. We had a report earlier that was from the backside of the school off the athletic fields, and we're seeing around the school a number of different efforts underway to try to look under cars around very carefully, going through the neighborhood. At this point, we do not know if anybody has been arrested, if anybody taken into custody for the shooting there at Mount Tabor High School. So we're still trying to keep you up to date on that. Naturally, other schools around there, Sherwood Forest Elementary on lockdown at this point. Wake Forest University, which is several miles away from there, also on lockdown, simply being done as a precaution. Okay, we're just getting an update on that. Wake Forest no longer on lockdown, so that's at least a change there. We don't know about Sherwood Forest Elementary, but Wake Forest, letting students move about safely there. Mount Tabor, though, naturally still on lockdown. They're trying to get students safely out of there, and we were hearing reports they were in the media center, in a number of public areas. They're all safe, but they want to make sure that everybody's accounted for. The latest that we've heard, one student injured after a shooting there at Mount Tabor High School, and at this point the search is on for whoever's responsible for that. Number of crews here from Fox 8 on the scene. Daniel Pierce there at the staging area for parents, Madison Forsey outside, and if we're going to go back, we can go back. Can we go back to Daniel on the scene? Daniel, let's go back to you. What are you seeing there?
Hey, forgive me, the service is a little spotty out here, as you can imagine, with just all these parents over here at the Harris Theater on Peace Haven that have gathered waiting for their child to leave the school and be able to be picked up. Within the last 2 minutes, a news conference wrapped up between the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Superintendent as well as Forsyth County Sheriff Bobby Kimber. What they have confirmed is a lot of what we know so far. One person was shot inside of a high school or on campus. They were then taken to the hospital. Their condition is unknown as of right now. They've also told us that parents, which have confirmed to us that there have been some rumors of maybe 1 or 2 or 3 people that were also hurt. Sheriff Kimber said that there was only one person that was actually hit by gunfire. The other injuries at the school were simply just students, faculty, as you can imagine, that were just really shaken by this. They are still searching for the suspect. There is no longer a danger on campus. However, police and Forsyth County Sheriff's deputies are going door to door, classroom to classroom to make sure that everything is clear. There are still children inside of the building. They are hunkered down, as we've heard from parents of children hiding out in classrooms or bathrooms or inside other gyms, as you heard earlier. I've been told that in terms of a timeline of getting students out and getting them to where their parents are over here at the Harris Teeter, and also some parents that have lingered over there at the YMCA, I'm told that they hope to start getting kids out within the next hour or so. Again, that is from Sheriff Bobby Kimber, who did not have a lot of information. I did ask him if the weapon has been found, and I was told that as of right now, they're still on scene assessing everything, going classroom to classroom to clear it all out. And again, there is a suspect that they are looking for, and that suspect is no longer on campus.
Daniel, we want to add to what you're saying there. The update that we're getting from Winston-Salem schools, Winston-Salem Forsyth County schools, one person injured, and that student is being treated at an area hospital. They say all other students and staff are safe, and that law enforcement presence actually keeping them safe there. So coming from the schools, we're not hearing about other students or staff being injured. Apparently the one injury and that person being treated at a hospital. But, you know, that things can certainly develop as new details come in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, they did assist some students, faculty that were, again, shaken by this out there. But in terms of people that were hit by actual gunfire, that was only one person. No other injuries from gunfire on scene.
And you said you actually talked with Forsyth County Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough, and you said that he didn't have any information about whether the weapon involved here had been found, correct?
Correct. They're still looking for the suspect that ran off. Don't exactly know specifically where they could be hiding or where they are hiding. I know we had our photojournalist Derek Reed over not too far from the scene where police were looking for that suspect. I asked Bobby Kimber or Sheriff Kimber if there was any other threat on campus, and he said right now there is no other threat that parents need to be concerned about on campus. And again, they should have their kids back in their arms, which is something I know a lot of these parents are going to be really, really thankful for here within the next hour or so.
Okay, we're going to let you go. I know you're still out in the field gathering information. Of course, we're seeing the situation there at. To recap what we know at this point, earlier, it seems like right around lunchtime, one gunshot, it appears, rang out there. A student injured. We understand that student being treated at a hospital. Right now, you're seeing a live picture from Baptist, and that's where they may have been taken there. We're still waiting to confirm that. But one student injured there. No other reports of any other injuries. Natalie Wilson joining me now, and Natalie, you've been in the newsroom getting a lot of details in back there that we may not have out here on the set.
Absolutely. So it's so timely that we're showing this live picture from Wake Forest Baptist Health, Brad, because I did just get off the phone with a spokesperson there who was able to tell me, I asked, are people being treated related to the shooting at Mount Tabor High School? That spokesperson told me yes. I went on to ask about, can you tell me the extent of any injuries? And that person could not tell me, just saying that other information needs to come from law enforcement. But going along what Daniel has said about that one injury being related to gunfire, it is possible that other people could have been taken there. As we know, it was an anxiety-inducing situation, so there could be other people being treated or were brought there for other reasons, but we can at least confirm at least one person from the hospital's perspective was taken there to be treated. I did also ask if I could get an update from a doctor. What is the injury? How serious is the situation? They just said to me they couldn't do that right now, understandably, as things are fluid and they have to take care of matters that are most pressing, which is hopefully giving this person a positive outcome. But now that we have the scene here, we have the scene of the shooting, and then we have the pickup area. So we're following multiple locations related to what unfolded earlier this afternoon.
It seems the toughest logistically at this point is getting those students from the campus over to the parents. Parents are wearing thin on their patience. They want to see their kids. They want to talk to them. But it's very difficult for them to do that when they have so many kids. They've got to get on those buses and go back over there. Daniel Pierce continues to be where the parents are going to be picking up their kids. Daniel, is this where I guess the greatest number of parents are waiting?
Yeah, this right here is where we've seen the most parents come over here to this Harris Teeter, and I can tell you that there's not a parking spot available. And we have a lot of parents who are just either sitting on their cars, sitting in their tailgates, just anxiously waiting for their kids to be able to be bussed over here from the school so they can pick them up. Again, I want to go back to a conversation that I had with Sheriff Bobby Kimber not 10 minutes ago. He gave a little news conference to update us, and what he said is that timeline for when they hope to have students out of the school back here to this Harris Teeter is roughly about an hour. He also did say, and we do know this, that there were some parents over there at the Robin Hood YMCA, and I believe the plan is still to, if parents are over there, students will be going over there as well. But again, as you mentioned, this right here is logistically ever evolving, and that's something that we're going to keep an eye on out here at this Harris Teeter.
Okay, Danny, we're going to come back to you. It looks like Madison Forsey has a parent. Can we bring up Madison's interview to hear what's happening there?
You hear from him. What did he say to you happened?
He's texting just now.
He's texting just now? He's texting right now?
Yes.
Okay. We have a mom here. She's telling us a little bit more about what her son is seeing and hearing inside. She said he is in what building or what room did you say?
Let me see right now.
Okay,
Here
she's
we go.
pulling up the text messages.
They won't let me go. They surrounded the school with choppers.
Yes, and we did see a helicopter go by, but we're not sure if that was related to law enforcement. Okay.
I told them to meet me at Harris Teeter, but that's not right. So he said go home to the house, and I don't need you out here. He's scared for me to be out here.
Well, I will say that I just heard people back at the studio saying that everything is fine in the school. So okay. he is okay. But I mean, tell me about what the emotions that you felt when you heard that something was happening.
I was devastated. I'm still devastated. My husband told me to go and sit down and chill. He don't even know I'm on the news. Oh my God.
Well, we're glad to hear that if your son is inside there that he's okay. Are you going to head down to the reunification point after this?
Yes, I'm waiting. I'm going to my cousin Natasha Houston right now. Her kids is in school.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I will let you go ahead to that reunification point. We're glad that your son is okay. We've been hearing a lot from parents, and that parent that just left us, there's still a considerable amount around here. And now that things are okay inside the school, they say they're worried about what happens tomorrow. They don't know if they're even going to send their kids back. And I mean, this kind of thing, they mentioned, you have a year of COVID, everybody's home. They think kids are amped up, and they think that they're ready and willing to do things that they wouldn't normally do. Now, one parent did tell me that she is worried for her daughter's mental health. She was inside of a closet hiding. A teacher told her to get inside of the closet and hide, and then she moved to the media center, and her daughter was crying. She didn't understand what was going on. And I mean, there are still parents that are grouped up here across the street. It has thinned considerably, but they still want to know what's going on. They're still all around each other. And like that woman just yelled that she wants her child. Now, a lot of the people here have just kind of been confused about what's going on, and they did say that they will eventually head to the reunification point. Now, I will say traffic is flowing a little bit more freely here along Polo Road and Peachtree Road. We have seen some movement and a couple of officers in seemingly plain clothes with pretty large guns. You can see that group of officers that's standing right there at the intersection is also armed as well. But I think it's pretty telling that these parents, I mean, the couple that we've talked to, they are not planning to send their children back to school. And I asked them what it would take, and they said a serious safety overhaul. They want to make sure nobody brings a firearm on campus, even if it's against the rules, that nobody tries to circumvent those rules, and that their kids are going to be okay. They want answers as to why something like this happened, how someone was allowed on campus with a gun, and what can be done to stop it. They said that there have been fights this past week, that their kids have told them about fights. They think that violence is a problem, and they want answers about how the school is going to keep a lid on it.
Very unnerving situation, Madison. But what stood out to that is not only what that parent said, but the fact that her child, who is still in the building, is worried about her. Were you getting a lot of that from parents who have been communicating with their children?
All right, guys, we've been listening again live to some of this coverage as we continue to hear more unfolding out of North Carolina. We are going to go ahead, take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more right here on Live Now from Fox when we return.
Kids are communicating with their parents. Some of them are sending back videos like that woman that we talked to a little bit earlier of exactly what's going down in their classroom. Some are calling them, telling them to come pick them up. Others, like you just heard, are worried about their parents and don't want them in a situation where they could potentially be hurt outside, where we're still trying to get a lot of our questions answered. But one thing is for sure is you can feel that these families want to be back together. These parents are angry. They are ready to see their kids. One even started yelling at one point pretty loudly near us. So, I mean, they just want to be reunified, and they want to make sure that no matter what, that they're going to be able to all go home together tonight.
Madison, we're going to break away from you for just a moment. Obviously, a very active scene there at Mount Tabor High School. We also understand, however, Parkland High School in Winston-Salem is now on lockdown too, obviously being done as a safety precaution. But Parkland High School is on lockdown, even though this shooting apparently happening at Mount Tabor, a number of miles away from there. We had earlier reports that Wake Forest University was on lockdown. Wake Forest is not on lockdown at this point. Wake Forest open and apparently everybody moving around freely. But again, right now we're seeing a live picture from Parkland High School in Winston-Salem. That's on Brewer Road and a number of miles away from there. And it seems like, Natalie, this is just being done just as a safety precaution.
As a precaution, but we did hear about people seeing those choppers around the surrounding area trying to pinpoint where that person that they're looking for could have gone. And so that's going to impact the initial area of where this initially took place. And we're hoping that there will be a resolution as far as that goes fairly soon. But we can tell you the immediate event at Mount Tabor High School, they were saying that that particular scene was clear, but they still have that area blocked off as part of their investigation. And as we get a closer look here at Parkland, you can see that it's much of the same. We have law enforcement there on the scene, probably trying to reassure families who are getting word of this and wanting to make their way there also. But the wider, broader area is really a part of this overall investigation that they're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together and ultimately keep people in surrounding communities safe.
That's right. We're going to go back to a live look from the hospital there. And this is Baptist in Winston-Salem. And this is where, from what we understand, that Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist is where the person injured at Mount Tabor was taken to. No update on their condition or anything like that. We've been trying to get that information, but they have still not released any details on that. But a live look outside the hospital there. Natalie, you said you talked to them there to get a few more details.
I did, but I got to say they're being very tight-lipped. They don't want to get ahead of law enforcement. What they could tell me is when I phrased the question people, they said, yes, we can confirm that. And I said, well, are these people students? And that's where they said, well, we can't go there on that. We were waiting for law enforcement. But it appears that from our reporters on the scene and kind of piecing together the different parts that they can tell us that the student impacted by the gunfire, that is just one student at this particular time. However, that of course could change. We hope it doesn't, but that could change. And we also want to mention that injuries or people being transferred to the hospital doesn't necessarily mean gunfire. Anybody else could be brought there for a different reason.
You might imagine if there were panic, maybe a lot of people running down a hall, that someone could have fallen or injured that way.
Exactly.
So that's absolutely could be the case. I want to go back to Daniel Pierce. He is live at Whitaker Square Shopping Center. Daniel, this is where a lot of parents have been told to gather. And you mentioned a few minutes ago that the parking lot's absolutely jammed there.
Absolutely. It's really hard to find a parking spot. In fact, we got people that have parked on the grass. And I'm going to have my photographer kind of pan so you can see exactly what we are seeing out here. Most of these are parents that are waiting to see their child show back up, being transported from the school by school bus back here to this Harris Teeter parking lot. And a lot of these parents have been out here for a little more than an hour as well. I'm going to bring in a mother who you have a daughter.
I do.
Who is still at the school.
Yes, I do.
What have you been able to hear from her?
My daughter called me and just told me to come and pick her up from school, that there had been a shooting at the school. So I came on Peachtree Road, and I was instructed by a sheriff officer that we needed to come here to pick up our kids. So we have been here hours waiting for our kids.
And what's going through your mind right now as a parent that is sitting
I know that she's safe, but she's just 15 years old, so it's still scary, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just ready to see my child. I just want to make sure that she's fine.
And where was she whenever you got this text message?
She was in the gym. She was in the gym. She's now in the gym locker room with the rest of the children that were headed to gym. So they're just staying there until they're, directed to come out of the school building.
And did she tell you if she heard any sound or commotion outside?
She let me know that she heard the gunshots, and all the other students, her and several other students, were instructed to run. So that's pretty much it.
You as a parent, I know what's going through your mind right now is something you've never had happen before, but I mean, how do you have this conversation with your child whenever you see her again?
I really don't know how I'm going to have this conversation with Nabria at 15. I really don't know. I don't know what to really say, but my prayer, not just for my child, but other children, is to, make sure they're safe. This can happen at any time, at any place. I just want to make sure that all children are safe, including mine.
And let me ask you this. You've been out here. I've seen you talk with some parents. What is the mindset? It kind of explain this atmosphere from a parent's perspective.
We just want to know where our kids are. What's the Salem Police Department doing? What is the Sheriff's Department doing? Has whoever been, arrested? Like, what's going on? That's what we need to know. And as a parent, I just think that for Winston for County school systems, I just feel like they should have called us to let us know immediately what was happening, other than our children calling us. I guess that's just kind of my standpoint on it.
Well, and have you gotten any calls from the Winstons? I know that some people have gotten a call.
The little instant message thing, just letting them know that the school is on lockdown and they're doing all they can to make sure that our kids are safe. That's about it.
Absolutely. And what was your daughter's mindset as she was going to school this morning?
Just like any regular day. She was just going to school. That was it. Like she's been going for the past week and a half now. So this is crazy. It really is.
And I'm going to ask you, if you can, explain what you have been seeing out here for the past hour to 2 hours that you've been sitting waiting for your child.
We've seen the Sheriff Department come and go. Sheriff Kimbrough has been on the scene. We've been told that we're just waiting, for the kids to, exit the building safely. That's really about it. Just chatting with other parents. Other parents want to make sure that your child is safe. I've spoken to another parent, and we've all, our children are safe, but we're just wanting our babies out of the school at this point.
And from the parents that you've talked to and friends that you have, is every parent here have a child
at Mount Tabor?
Okay, so there's no parents out here that are have children from a different area. Well, and I know you have a whole lot that's going through your mind right now.
Right.
Thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's not easy, but I really appreciate you taking the time. And hopefully, again, it's going to be about an hour and a half before they're able to get the kids back out here.
Correct.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
No problem.
And it's that kind of sentiment that we've heard from a number of people that we've spoken out here today, and that is I have been able to speak with my child, but still anxiety and just waiting for their child to be able to be brought from Mount Tabor High School over here to the Harris Teeter parking lot over on Peace Haven Road in Winston-Salem. It is roughly maybe a mile from the actual school, and we do know that some parents have stayed over there at the Robin Hood Road YMCA waiting for their child. But again, parents, you need to be over here at the Harris Teeter parking lot. And this right here is where students are going to be brought once they are able to leave the school. And again, going back to what Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough said not too long ago, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, that students are still inside of the classroom. There were SROs on campus, 2 SROs on campus that were able to respond to this very, very, very quickly. But again, students have been put on lockdown. They are, as you heard, either in gyms and classrooms and closets, just waiting as deputies go room to room, clearing the scene. But again, as we know, Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough has said that the suspect is no longer on campus, that they have ran, and police and sheriff's office are trying to track him down.
Daniel, you heard the emotion in that mom's voice there, and like every other parent, referring to my baby being on campus there, and this is something that a parent's got to, the hurry up and wait thing. They're waiting and have been waiting for an hour or so, and still, it's just text messages instead of that hug around the neck they've been waiting for.
Absolutely. It's those text messages that these parents I've seen a lot of them just scroll through the phones going back to that text message. One mother actually showed me the text message that said, "Shooting inside the school, OMG." That is exactly what the child sent the parent, and that is something that these parents are going back to. I do know that one parent also was able to FaceTime their child that was held up in a classroom. Their child is okay, but again, moments like that are what parents are holding on to until they're able to actually hold their children again once they leave school.
Daniel, we were able to see a clip from another parent where they were actually the armed officers going room by room, and they came into the classroom, and this student was recording video of that. So just a tremendously stressful moment there for students and teachers. But obviously, all the students are safe. And again, one student injured, but as far as the school and law enforcement told us, everybody else is safe.
Absolutely, everybody else is safe. Other than that one person that was transported to the hospital, we do not have an update on their condition. And going back to what you said about a child that was able to record police coming into the room, I was talking with one parent and I asked them, this is something that kids have had to see on the news or even in media play out or even have to read about it online. And I asked, how do you have that conversation with your child after they've witnessed stuff like that play out? And now it's happening right in front of them in their classroom, in their home city. And the parent just told me that's a conversation that they're not really prepared to have, but it's one that they are going to have with their child whenever they get home and they rest later on tonight.
I imagine a lot of parents students don't even go to Mount Tabor are going to be having that conversation tonight. Daniel, thank you very much for the reporting there. I'm going to get back with Natalie Wilson here. Natalie, as we've been listening to this, it's just, it's a moment-to-moment situation there, and obviously all these students are safe. It's the logistics of getting them off that campus and getting them to this point where their parents can pick them up.
That is so important, and like Daniel mentioned, all they have are those text messages, those videos, and we even heard a little bit of frustration in that mom's voice. It's not clear if a formal alert went out about this, but it seems like a lot of the information parents have been following came from their children.
Came directly from the kids
Yes.
who were on campus, and there are a variety of different versions of the story. The one we're telling you is the one that the school has. It's not embellished or anything like that, but a single person injured. And we've heard reports that multiple people may have any other injuries might have been from people trying to hurry to get out of the way.
Absolutely, and I can tell you, being in the newsroom for the earlier part before I got on set, so many parents calling.
Oh, absolutely.
So many saying, I'm on my way, do you know? Yes, we know, we have multiple people there. What do I do? Where do I go? So that same sort of sentiment you're seeing on air, we felt that too. People dropping everything, dropping their lunch break, wherever they were, they went to try to get their children, and they're still waiting.
And even though there's an official pickup point there, again, at the shopping center with the Harris Teeter, where you just saw Daniel there, a lot of parents going closer to the school, trying to we saw a couple, it appeared like they were kind of being escorted back, like they had gone toward the school, law enforcement moving them back and saying this.
All right, guys, we've been listening in again to just some of these different aspects around the school, again, where there was a shooting earlier here today. Again, the police still on the search for that suspect who they believe did run away from school. We've been hearing, though, a lot from these different reporters in the field talking with these parents who have showed up, whether they've been at the locations where they've been directed to reunite with their students, or also we've seen some parents who have been even keeping themselves close to the school. Again, one of the parents was talking with the reporters, saying that her daughter was texting her earlier here today and had said that she was hiding out in a closet. Another student, he had sent his mother a video of SWAT entering his classroom, telling them to stay down before they were evacuating. You can see here, too, a prayer circle, just some parents in the community coming together, taking a few moments to really put some good thoughts through their minds during this intense time. So we'll continue to listen in to all of these reports with our stations that are there in the area with WGPH and more after a quick 2-minute commercial break. So we'll have, again, much more coming up here on Live Now from Fox when we return.
Thanks.
And a sense of comfort, because there is still a lot that's unknown, but we know enough. We know enough to know that it's not a good situation, and it's not a situation that you would want your child, or any child for that matter, in. As we zoom in a little bit closer, there's some traffic passing by, but you can see just a very diverse group there. Appears to be mostly parents based on our coverage a little bit earlier today, and they have since broken. I see some people clapping there, but uplifted by whatever was said in that moment there.
Obviously for each other, but kind of lifting up their students as well. Again, this taking place at Mount Tabor High School. We have a crew also at Parkland High School. We understand that campus also on lockdown. No reports of any gunfire, any shooting there at Parkland, but again, Parkland locked down at this point. Mount Tabor and Winston-Salem still locked down after that shooting earlier. And as we understand, no arrest has been made, a suspect still being looked for at this point. They're probably expanding that perimeter away from the school itself because they've been going through the neighborhood there, but they are still looking for a suspect at this point.
And I understand that we have another crew member, Tess Bargeber, has just shown up. She is at Atrium Health, Wake Forest Baptist. And so, Tess, I know you've been in communication. What are some of the updates you've been receiving?
Well, Natalie, just in the past couple of minutes that I've been standing here, I saw a Winston-Salem Forensic Services vehicle that pulled in here at the hospital. I have asked the spokesperson here at Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist if any part of the hospital is on lockdown at this time. They are still checking, but said that the emergency department is typically put on lockdown in situations like this. All the spokesperson can tell us at this point is that there are people being treated here at the hospital for the shooting, but they were still checking on that exact number and the extent of the injuries. Again, still very limited information. You mentioned Parkland High School. That's about 2.5 miles from where I'm standing now. Mount Tabor High School, about 3.5 miles. We haven't really seen much activity so far in terms of ambulances coming and going from the hospital. But again, that spokesperson still checking on lockdown status here at the emergency department and other areas of the hospital, as it is not that far away from these other scenes that we're monitoring. They're still checking as well on extent of injuries and any other information that we can find out. Again, we did see a Winston-Salem Forensic Services SUV. That's part of the police department. They pulled in here just a couple of minutes ago, so we can assume that this will be part of their investigation, but really very limited details right now in what the hospital can tell us. Natalie?
All right, so once again, we've been getting quite a few different updates, whether it's at the hospital, at the reuniting location for families, and also around the school. And again, police is still searching in the area for that suspected shooter. Of course, it's going to be a news story we're going to stay on top of here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. If we do hear new developments, since we've been kind of in a phase now where there's been a lot of places that have been completely secured by police. They do have a couple of the lockdowns that had been lifted in the area as well. We'll stay on top of it here for our viewers, but I do want to continue to move things along because we do still have other breaking news. This coming from a weather aspect, so we do have quite a few tornado warnings that are popping up across the D.C. area. So we do have the Baltimore, Washington area that are under some warnings, especially when it comes to this severe weather that they're seeing. There's been tornado warnings that have been given out to Baltimore City, also Arnold, Maryland, Lakeshore, Maryland. A lot of them lasting until about 3 p.m. In the afternoon. So that's still another half hour, and that's because this storm, as you can see, it is moving northeast as it continues to make its way up. But those purple boxes that you're seeing surrounding that Baltimore area, that's going to be some of the rotating clouds that our system is keeping an eye on as far as some of those areas that could possibly develop tornadoes. So what we're going to do is continue with this storm coverage with our Fox 5 team out in D.C. because, again, there are quite a few viewers who are impacted by this. We're going to be listening in again with our Fox 5 D.C. team as we hear more about these storm warnings across their area.
Мільйонів вакцин – це все на збереження життя українців, тож це
Also, as I go to warnings, I do see to the south another tornado warning. And again, this is just south of our area, but we've been watching all day. Problems south come north, and this could clip southern St. Mary's County. This is our latest tornado warning. This is for Lancaster, Middlesex, Northumberland, Richmond counties, so south of our area in Virginia, right along the northern neck. But a tornado warning's been issued there. This would be out of National Weather Service Wakefield, so I don't have too much information on it other than that it was issued. But putting radar back on, you'll see the storm. There it is, just to the east of Tappahannock. And that, Sue, could then cross over and maybe clip southern St. Mary's County.
And not to mention more waterspouts potentially across the bay and over to the eastern shore. So that all has to be watched. Caitlin, I think you made the quote board with problems south come north. And that's what we have been seeing for 24 hours.
You watched it all last night in central Virginia. It was amazing. D.C. was under a tornado watch in the middle of the night, Sue. Thankfully, no tornado warnings here. but a nasty storm. It woke me up, assuming it woke you
Yep,
up.
I sure did.
And
I hadn't been asleep very long.
Yeah, and so now we've seen this all day. What's happened in southeastern Virginia has crossed over into southern Maryland, and now you've got storms north of Baltimore. So that's the path, and here's the path of this latest tornado warning storm.
Notably, by the way, Caitlin, everything has been east of 95 today, and that's where the bands with Ida have been. As Caitlin mentioned, the heaviest rain with Ida has been in the northern sections of our viewing area and west. That was well shown by our modeling yesterday and the day before. And these skinny bands that are associated with Ida as it continues to whirl its way up through Pennsylvania. Again, it's just a little north of Hagerstown right now, the remnants. Those bands, they're very narrow, but they have that rotation inside them, and that's where we're getting the tornado warnings. The whole area is still in a watch until 7 o'clock. We have a tornado warning for Baltimore and Hartford until 3 o'clock, and Anne Arundel extended until 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock as well. We have flash flood warnings in effect for Carroll and Frederick. Gwen was reporting up at the Monocacy yesterday. They were very concerned about major flooding there, so be aware if you live in that region. Carroll Creek is a known flood area as well. We have our hands full there. That flash flood warning goes until 5:30.
Yeah, there's also this one, the aerial warning for D.C. that I don't want to leave out. And by the way, heads up for those looking for camera shots, soon you'll be able to get pouring rain in D.C. again. We had a really heavy band come through about an hour ago. It was pouring. There has since been a break, but we've got another one right on its heels. So here we go. We've got a camera already in Fairfax that'll show you. That's coming in just a second.
It's already up.
There it is, Fairfax. So now we're watching this whole line move in from Virginia to the metro. We already have an aerial flood warning for D.C. I suspect we're about to get more warnings or reissuance of some.
Yeah, wow, what an afternoon. I mean, Ida no longer, I don't even know if it's still a depression or if it's considered an extratropical low right now, Caitlin, but even in its weakened state, the damage that this has done from Louisiana through Mississippi, through Tennessee, now into the Mid-Atlantic, into Pennsylvania, and onward into New York City. I know the Nationals game was canceled tonight. Good call there. Caitlin's showing some of the rain rates that we are getting with the storm that is in Fairfax County. We just showed you the camera, the heavy rain around Burke. I'm seeing, I think I'm seeing a little bit of lightning, too, up toward Frederick, but don't change cameras. We know that this is an important view. Caitlin's showing us that this rain is coming down at a rate of 1 to 2 inches per hour. Now, fortunately, these don't tend to last for an hour in one area. They're moving northeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. But can you pick up a ½ inch of rain in that short amount of time? Absolutely. And as we look at our Fairfax camera, the cars that are on the road there, you can see that they are going through water that is ponding very, very quickly and only going to get more intense. So good call to let schools out early to get kids home before the worst of this started moving through the metro area. And again, Caitlin's showing a path with the heaviest rain coming into Alexandria about 2:43, to Washington at 2:45, Berwyn at 3 o'clock, and then over to Lanham and Savage between 3 and 3:17.
Yes, we expect that this pocket of really heavy rain will just exacerbate the flooding issues that we already have in the district and the metro area. So far today, Sue, it's only been rain that's been the problem inside the Beltway. That could change, but you're right. We have mostly just seen the rotating storms to the south and east of 95. But I don't want
that
anyone
doesn't
to,
change.
Yeah, let their guard down because, of course, we continue to follow these tornado warnings, which is the reason that we're still in the air. We came on air about 12:45. We're now going on almost 2 hours of continuous coverage here for these tornado warnings. It's been one after another that we've been tracking through the area, and the reason we stay on is because they are at any time capable of producing a tornado like what we saw in London Town in Anne Arundel County just near Annapolis. So those we're still following that tornado warning, which I'll zoom in on. That cell that looks to be lifting out of Anne Arundel County here, Sue, and then crossing the Chesapeake.
So that probably
that's good news.
Absolutely.
The one for Baltimore was canceled. That's good. This
right.
one is lifting out shortly. So now attention, turns to this one down in southeastern Virginia.
Right. That's considered the northern neck. It could clip St. Mary's County on its current path and certainly head on over to maybe Wicomico not too far from Salisbury. This tornado warning until 3:15 for Lancaster, Middlesex, Northumberland, and Richmond counties. Not Richmond the city, but Richmond County in the northern neck. Again, radar indicated, but definitely some spin down there as well. We hope that as this continues northeast rapidly, that you're paying attention to it in places like St. George Island at 2:47, to Madison at 3:31. Cambridge about 3:41, and Trapp at 3:50. Obviously, we hope mariners know better than to be out. They tend to be pretty good forecasters and pay attention to what's happening on the water, but let's hope that everybody is watching this. Caitlin's got the velocity on there and not seeing the typical signature.
No, looks a little different, but there is still a little bit of velocity that's showing up. So just to circle that so everyone knows, if there's turning winds with height in the storm, that's where it is, where you kind of see those bright colors up against those dark colors. I'm not seeing any communities. This must be more of a rural area down there east of Tappahannock on the northern neck, but that's where it is, that part of the storm, the southern flank of it, if there is any rotation, I believe, within the tornado warning. So trying to get down to street level here to see some communities, but all I can see are streets, Route 3, Route 201. This is not really in our area, but we are watching this to see if the rotation moves into southern St. Mary's County.
Wow.
And yeah, so that's what we've got now.
Hey, Caitlin, can I put in a request?
Yes.
Could we see what's going to happen later this evening with Futurecast? If we are definitely tracking these tornadoes, we're pulling out just a little bit to show you what is happening with radar. When these worst of these skinny bands move on through, Caitlin's got what we have is a future prediction. So we're not off the hook here. It looks like through the 95 corridor until sometime later this evening, maybe 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Showers will linger through 8 o'clock. The tornado watch itself goes until 7, but there's another band. I don't even know what time it is. Is it after 3 o'clock?
It's
only 2:39.
Futurecast looks a little bit behind, but I'm kind of going back and forth so you can see what's moving into the metro right now. That could be our last heavy band, because you see how that's a little bit behind Futurecast, but it's got it up by Baltimore by 5, let's say by 4:30. So I think what's poised to move through could hopefully be the last really heavy band and maybe the last rotating band, because then it looks like we've just got showers.
Yeah, showers will likely continue, but perhaps the worst of this will be over by the time we conclude the evening rush. That's not to take anybody off the hook in terms of being very, very careful today, but just to give you some hope that this is not going to, we don't believe, last all night, and we certainly know that tomorrow's going to be a much more relaxing day, although, as mentioned earlier, flash flooding means that waters, streams, creeks, rivers are going to be at or above their banks for probably another 24 to 48 hours beyond this very heavy rain moving on through. Caitlin's tracking this heaviest rain that, again, this is not a warning. We're not tracking a rotation with this one, but we're tracking some downpours that could easily drop another ½ inch to an inch of rain on saturated ground through Mount Vernon at 2:48, through D.C. at 2:55, to Berwyn, Prince George's County hard hit, to Lanham and Bowie between 3:13 and 3:24. So on top of all the rain you've already had, another huge, big pouring down of water on top of the completely saturated ground.
All right, guys, we've been listening in with our Fox 5 DC team as they continue to cover everyone on this breaking news weather, as they're expecting a few isolated tornadoes. They do have warnings across their area. What we're going to do is take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more as we continue to listen in with Fox 5 DC.
They've had some really heavy stuff come through. And that's what prompted the flash flood warning.
Caitlin, did they cancel oh no, the tornado warning is still up. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning with potential rotation just south and west of Salisbury as well.
Yeah, so that could be a good sign that the direction of these storms is more easterly than northeasterly over to maybe the eastern shore versus up into St. Mary's County. Of course, these are communities under the severe thunderstorm warning, Dorchester, Somerset, Wicomico, that are outside our viewing area, getting closer towards Salisbury. Radar, well, not a tornado warning, but there is the potential for a tornado within, radar indicated. And that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3:30.
That's just projecting probably the same cell that we're watching over the northern neck, moving right across the Potomac and the Bay into those areas, so west over Salisbury. Be prepared prepared for this. You've already got one cell on top of you that's going to drop some really heavy rain, and another one may quickly follow. So Princess Anne to Salisbury between 2:58 and 3:14, to Laurel about 3:33, and to Seaford, that's in Delaware, at 3:39. Wow. Another camera up, Caitlin. Let me check and see if this is Fairfax. Wow, look at the heavy. Oh, my gosh. Looks like they've just started a fire hose and pouring it down on top of Fairfax. We've got a camera up showing the very heavy rain, how much of that water continues to pond as this is pretty much overwhelming some of the sewer systems. They did a good job getting ready for this, trying to clean out some of these sewers and, drains and gutters to make sure that we can get rid of this water in a timely fashion, but it is pouring in Fairfax.
Yeah, coming down at a rate of at 1 to 2 inches per hour. It is just so much rain and coming in so quickly. By the way, Sue, they did cancel the tornado warning for Anne Arundel. I do want to mention that an emergency manager did confirm trees, wires down, damage to buildings throughout Riva, Woodland Beach, and Annapolis. So exactly where we mentioned the observed tornado. Sounds like where Matt Capucci is. So damage, certainly a lot of it indicative of a tornado. And it does sound like we do have Matt Capucci on the phone. He's in Annapolis. Matt, if you can hear me, tell me what you're seeing.
Yeah, so I actually just left Annapolis. There was tree damage all over the place. I pulled up near what looked to be a stadium type thing there. Was looking west, saw the wall slide.
Oh, look at that.
I started driving northwards. Yeah, you can see the video on screen right there, I imagine. Started driving northwards, and very quickly, the funnel touched down, rapidly condensed, tree damage all around, lots of debris in the air, and drivers were unwittingly driving into it. So I tried to pull over, waving at folks, yelling, "Hey, you're driving into a tornado. Don't keep doing that." But that's why it's imperative. Anytime folks are in a tornado warning, they get that alert on their phone, they have to pull off the road because most people have no idea what they're driving into until it's right up on them. And there you can see in my video exactly what I encountered just less than 30 minutes ago. I did see beams in the road in Annapolis. Some structural damage appeared likely, just given the fact that we were seeing home debris and whatnot. Tree debris all over the place. The road was littered with leaves. Just across the Bay Bridge. I'll be heading back over shortly to get some idea of the damage.
Unbelievable, Matthew. Thank you so much. I know you're reporting for At My Radar. Matt, so many people say that they don't know what to do when they're in a car during a tornado warning. And some people, wow, look at the debris flying too. We're still showing your video. And people don't realize that probably the most important thing they can do is get to a sturdy shelter immediately.
Yeah, it's imperative. And I think the biggest thing, even because I was at the station less than an hour and 15 minutes ago, I drove out here as quickly as I could while attaining the speed limit. But a lot of folks were driving the road, had no idea what they were driving into. Even when the tornado warning came on, of course, bumper to bumper traffic given the heavy rainfall. But it's one of those things. People got to get off the highway right away. If they can't get to a site-built location, they want to either park their vehicle, remain put away from trees, or get into a ditch. And you saw this time around, as the tornado crossed right in front of me, people still driving into it. You don't want to do that. You never want to be moving in your car when there's a tornado because even if the winds are, say, only 100, 115, 120 miles an hour, which is enough to damage or destroy residences, that'll take down trees. That'll cause damage all over the place. And it's not just that the wind is blowing, it's what the wind is blowing through the air. And any piece of debris could be potentially deadly, even at 60 miles an hour, never mind 110, 120. Having seen the damage, I'd say at least an EF1 tornado, perhaps an even more significant tornado. And those are no small potatoes there. So it's why people really have to take this seriously. And on days like today, things pulse up, pulse down very quickly, so more of these are possible, especially on the Eastern Shore.
Wow, you and I've talked about this before, Matt. It's so hard to see these tornadoes in our area, and the fact that you got such a bird's eye view on this, really stunning, and it speaks to how dangerous this situation is today. You mentioned that people often don't know what they're driving into. A lot of times it's because they can't see it. It's either rain wrapped or the trees block the view, but boy, if anybody saw that today, their head had to have been spinning, and a lot of people, appears as though they were oblivious to what was happening just down the road from them. Incredible video, and wow, thank you so much. We appreciate your reporting. We appreciate the video and the fact that you were spot on there, and hope you are safe. And are you going to continue chasing this afternoon?
I think for the most part, where I'm chasing will be done. I may head back to Annapolis for some damage stuff. If you guys have a crew out there, I'll meet the crew, but I'll be doing continued stuff in Annapolis.
Hey, Matt, can you just let us know, tell me exactly, we got confirmation around 2:27 p.m. about a tornado observed over Arnold, right near Annapolis in Anne Arundel County, moving north at 30 miles an hour. Where exactly were you? And if you can remember, like, what time when you got this video, did you actually see the funnel clouds yourself? Like, just walk me through what happened for you.
So I pulled to the, it looked like a station, or rather a stadium right at 2:16 p.m. I could see the wall cloud to the west. At 2:22, I was driving north. The tornado was on the ground, passing me and paralleling me. At 2:23, I was in the backside where the leaves were coming down. We call that the rear flank downdraft for folks at home. We had kind of that cool air wrap around behind the tornado. I tried to chase it and continue doing so, but traffic, of course, was rough given the number of people who, well, there was debris in the road and it was just kind of impassable in many places. But that was, let's see, I had got off the highway. I was near, I believe, the Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium and Football Lacrosse Center. So I believe that's where I was when I got that first video looking westwards. I was on, it appears to be Route 70 North, just over the Cowhide branch of that river just off the Chesapeake. And then the tornado moved north towards Epping Forest and eventually Sherwood Forest. So it kind of crossed over, it looks like the Severn River.
All right, guys, we've been listening in with Fox 5 DC. You can see that amazing video footage that's been shared with their station, as well as you can see that funnel cloud and tornado making its way down. And we'll continue to keep our eye on weather here on Live Now from Fox. But it does seem like we do have more movement happening out at our stations who are covering that high school shooting in North Carolina. I want to jump back out to these pictures coming in here to our News Now, or Live Now from Fox desk, where we do have at this time a heavy police presence here near this wooded area. Let's listen in with our station, who's again been keeping us covered on things that have been going on with WGPH. Listen in as we do try to get more information.
Right up along these tree lines, we don't know exactly what was seen. All I know is that parents were saying, get back in your cars, and then we saw a lot of police run out here right behind this Harris Teeter.
Daniel, I'm looking at some things on social media, but I want to be responsible. Don't want to make any assumptions. Did you hear anything? Did they say, do they think someone's back there? Have they given media any sort of concrete idea of what's happening?
They have not. All I can tell you, and I personally did not hear or see anything. The only thing that I heard was parents saying, get back in your cars, and then we saw police with their rifles running back here toward this Whitaker Ridge Drive area, and this is where they have just parked up. I've not seen any commotion of anybody. In fact, it looks as if they just got out of their positions, hiding behind or taking place behind their vehicles. They just stood up. I don't know if that's because they found something or if they're moving to another area.
Okay, and again, this is Whitaker Ridge. It runs behind the Harris Teeter Shopping Center there. This joins there at Peace Haven, where Daniel is. He's on the corner of Peace Haven and Whitaker Ridge. There are a few homes back there, but it's right behind that Harris Teeter is mainly woods. So that could be a factor in what's going down in that area.
All right, guys, so we're listening in here again. We do have a couple different shots showing us some of these areas near the reunification site that parents were told to go and meet their students with. Now, some parents had reported they heard maybe a shot ring out and they started getting back into their cars. You can see that we do have a heavy police presence now here near this wooded area. But I do have to take one last quick 2-minute break as we continue to listen in with our stations who are down there in North Carolina, giving us the latest happening after there was a school shooting this morning.
Woods over here. But again, something that we were watching very, very closely. If you're trying to get down Peace Haven Road, you're not going to be able to. We've got police that have blocked everything off. In fact, there's one lane moving in and out. But if you're trying to get down Whitaker Ridge Drive, you're not getting down there. This right here is going to be blocked off for the foreseeable time. This is where a lot of the focus has now been.
Yeah, and Daniel, just to give a perspective, we're about, I'm doing a rough estimate here, about a mile from Mount Tabor High School to this location.
Yeah, roughly a mile from where Mount Tabor High School is. In fact, again, this right here is where parents have been camping out for the past 2 hours, even longer for some parents, waiting for their kids to be able to be transported from the school. And then back here, I see some police that are moving off that way, but I don't exactly know where it is they're going. And this right here is where a lot of the media is staging to. Everybody kind of keeping our eyes on what's happening here. And we do see some commotion down that way, but I can't tell you if I've seen any canines go down there, only police vehicles out that way.
Okay. All right, well, we'll let you grab some more information there, and we'll check back in with you in just a moment. But again, Daniel was there on the corner of Peace Haven, and the road that runs in behind, kind of a residential street there, runs behind the Harris Teeter Shopping Center. There's a number of businesses in this area. There's a bank there. I think there's a Piedmont Federal Bank there, and there's a dentist office next to that. So you can just imagine all of those businesses and the parents sitting in that parking lot, and all this going down right behind them. This activity was happening. You know, that parking lot was packed with parents waiting for their children, and then for whatever reason, police got some word of something happening. You can see they're pointing there. Again, this is on Whitaker Ridge, which runs parallel behind the shopping center there off of Peace Haven. And you can see, earlier we saw them with guns drawn, but now you see them pointing into that wooded area there. There are a few homes in that immediate area, but it's mostly wooded and businesses.
And it was a frantic scene. We saw them rushing. We saw them crouched down behind the vehicle at one point. Then perhaps some indication came where they got up and went into normal position, but they're still staged there in both areas. And just in earshot, we have parents who are waiting at that side of the Harris Teeter parking lot to be reunited with their children. Daniel Pierce, who was reporting for us, said at some point he didn't hear or see anything, but he did hear parents saying, "Get back in your car." It seemed like something had happened. And that's where we saw that swift law enforcement response and that area into parts there as they continue to keep their eyes sort of fixated toward the woods. We don't know why, but it was something that concerned them, which is why they are still there.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, then this may play into the logistics of getting those kids from Mount Tabor over to that parking lot, because now if they are actively doing something behind the shopping center there where all those parents are currently being told to stay in their car, that may be put on hold. They were told the students would start being transferred about an hour and a half. That may be put on hold now as we're seeing activity happening behind that shopping center, right there where all those parents are sitting. Gosh, right. I just can only imagine what's going through the mind of these parents today. And especially the students and what they've seen and heard. And we saw that one mother who we interviewed. She was on the phone frantically. I'm not sure who she was talking to, but she was getting some information that caused her also to leave the parking lot quickly. Want to bring you up to speed. We do know at this point one student injured. Tess Bargeber has been at Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist to get some updates there. Tess, what's the latest on your end of this investigation that you're hearing?
Well, Natalie, since I checked in with you last, I have seen some people very emotional near the entrance of the hospital. They didn't really want to share any details, but they did say they were here in connection with this shooting. Again, they did not want to say much about what exactly was going on, but certainly emotions would be running high in a situation like this. I can also tell you that I have seen two Winston-Salem police vehicles that are here. One is parked right in front of the entrance to Brenner Children's. The other was a forensic services SUV that had pulled up just a couple of minutes after I arrived here. We don't know exactly how this fits into the investigation, but I can confirm that they are here at this point. And we haven't seen many other ambulances arrive at this time. Not a lot of activity inside the actual hospital area, I should say the area right out front of the entrance. But again, I did see some very emotional folks who were gathered here in the parking lot nearby. They did say they were here in connection with the situation, but did not want to share any details about what was going on, and we certainly want to respect their privacy at this point. But we're going to continue to check in with the hospital spokespeople here. I was asking earlier if any part of the hospital was on lockdown, which can happen in cases where a gunshot victim is brought in. They were not able to confirm that any part of the campus is locked down at this time. We're still working to get details about extent of injuries and all those pieces as well, but we will continue to update you when we learn more.
And Tess, you certainly did the right thing respecting that family's privacy, or I'm assuming who could be family. Did you get a head count of exactly how many people were there who were emotional?
I would say several people, perhaps 3 or 4. Again, we don't know if they were family members. They just said that they were here in connection with this situation. They were upset and didn't want to share any information about this situation. They said that they had just arrived and they were still trying to get their bearings of exactly what was going on here.
Completely understandable. Well, let's hope they get a positive update at some point in the evening. Tess, thank you. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you with anything that you hear on that end. So, yes, that is another part of this investigation, the hospital. And we have been watching that activity. Tess Barger telling us that she saw some people connected to the situation there. Don't know the extent, and of course, we don't want to pry, giving the seriousness and probably the shock of all of this. But it appears they did tell her that they were connected to that shooting at Mount Tabor High School earlier today.
I am getting some text messages from a friend of mine who has a child that goes to Mount Tabor. He's in that parking lot there at Harris Teeter, talking about he is waiting for his son to be transferred over as well, and just talking about, you know, it's just an amazingly tough day for everybody, students and also for the parents. But he also mentioned, for what we just saw go down, he said there was, he thought what he heard was a gunshot come from behind that grocery store, and that's when he saw police take off. And then everyone else being told to get into their car. That's what he's telling me. They're waiting for his son to be brought back over, but that he thought what he heard was a gunshot, and all the officers rushed across the parking lot in behind there at the grocery store, the Harris Teeter there on Peace Haven. The students were supposed to be started to be loading up. We saw just a few moments ago, they have 4 buses ready to start loading those students up to bring them over there to their parents. But again, that may be put on hold as we try and figure out what exactly is happening there around where all those parents are standing by waiting for their kids to come back.
And I was seeing the same thing on social media, that this particular parent has told you directly that there could have been shots fired. Of course, that has not been confirmed, but that's what some parents are saying who were waiting for their children in that Harris Teeter parking lot. Let's go back to Daniel Pierce. I believe he is available to give us another update. Daniel, so I see that you're still at that area where we saw police kind of moving. Any indication, Chad, also hearing some reports of some of the parents saying they thought they heard a shot. Has that come up at all since we last spoke with you?
I mean, that is what I heard as well from parents inside that parking lot. But again, I can say that I personally did not hear any gunshots, but I was also sitting inside of my car trying to get some information back to the newsroom at that time. And that also would explain out of my car. I saw parents telling others to get inside their vehicles. And then I looked down to this end of the Harris Teeter parking lot, and we saw police just jetting down here to the Whitaker Ridge Drive. And I want to show you guys what has happened since I was last on. They have cleared this area for only leaving 2 vehicles behind. Again, this right here, not 5-10 minutes ago, we saw police out here. They had a canine going in and out of these wooded areas, and then also going up back that way. This right here is directly behind the Harris Teeter. I can tell you, I've not seen any other movement, nobody coming out that was not a police officer or a Forsyth County Sheriff deputy leaving this area. And the question now is, okay, where are they going to go next? We do know that they have still part of Peace Haven Road blocked off from parents and down to actually 1 lane right now. And I have not seen any other canines going in and out of this backwooded area. You see here, as you just saw there, 2 units speed back down here on Whitaker Ridge Drive. I'm not exactly able to make out where they are going, and those are the only 2 vehicles that I've seen come down here in the past couple of minutes. I don't know if this one, no, that is a parent driving down this way. Again, and going back to what we spoke about earlier, to where parents heard gunshots and they got inside their car, I mean, you can only imagine what they're thinking. I mean, it's an incredibly tense time for them already, and then to be able to go through something similar to what their children went through, police just running through a parking lot, telling them to get inside their vehicles, parents getting inside their vehicles, taking shelter as, again, this commotion happened out here in relation to the situation, the shooting that happened over out Mount Tabor High School.
Looks like you can see some of the people kind of allowed to go back and forth in that vicinity. Daniel, had you been seeing people in the neighborhood? It looks like I'm seeing some people nearby in that community coming out.
Here, repeat that one more time, Natalie. As you can imagine, the cell service out here is really spotty because parents are texting and trying to get in touch with their kids. So repeat that one more time.
Absolutely, Daniel. It looks like I'm seeing people are starting to be able to make their way back and forth and cross the street. That didn't seem to be the case a little bit earlier.
Yes, we have seen people being able to cross this street, as you saw this one individual is going and passing out water to both law enforcement as well as parents that are waiting. We did see some individuals walk from potentially a neighbor area that way, trying to walk and even go down Whitaker Ridge, but they were stopped and still directed this way. There is a police vehicle still blocking traffic from driving down, and you have an officer out here telling people to stop. I'm not too sure what this is about. As you see here, K9 is outside of a vehicle being transported back to its unit right now.
And again, Daniel, remind people, you're about a mile from Mount Tabor's campus, so the difference here is, about a mile from where that actually all happened earlier today. And this whole vicinity, I understand, they've told people that live in that area not to go to their doors, not to answer their doors, and to stay away from the windows.
Yeah, and I can only imagine, too, what's going through the mind of some of those individuals. As Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough said earlier, they were searching for the suspect in the vicinity of an area where there were homes, and his mindset was, here we have somebody that committed a shooting at a school. Now they're running from police. Police have not been able to catch them. Everybody should be on alert. And that's the message.
All right, guys. So we have been listening in again as our stations down in North Carolina have been doing a great job just keeping us up to date on the latest. Again, we do know at this time one student hurt from this incident. There could be possibly others who were injured, but only one, they do say, with been hurt from a gunshot wound. And again, still trying to learn more information on the extent of that injury. Hospital, of course, isn't permitted to speak too much about that. But this will be some news that we're going to stay on top of for everyone who's here with us on Live Now from Fox. If there are new developments, of course, we can jump back down to North Carolina. But I do want to continue to give us some different news stories and events that are taking place across our country. So while we've been in some of this coverage, we've been also keeping an eye on some of those weather alerts that have been making their way across the D.C. area. But I want to go out to the State Department because they are live with an update. More on Afghanistan is coming from that. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
As you know, the guidance to Americans throughout has been that we were eager to assist them, their spouses, and their minor children. So I'm not sure about this report that you have, but it doesn't track with the way we have been dealing with these cases. As I said, we are working on trying to get that, supporting those partners on the ground who are trying to get that airport open. And we are also looking at land routes. I think on land routes, I don't want to be any more specific because, as you know, it is a long journey with lots of dangers, and we don't want to further endanger folks who might be involved in that.
Under recognition?
On the question of recognition, we have obviously had contacts with the Taliban. We had it during the effort that we were trying to midwife a negotiation. Those conversations have continued intensively to enable the evacuation of that we undertook and to try to get the kinds of guarantees of safe passage, et cetera, and tolerance, and to talk about the standards set in the UN Security Council resolution, to talk about the terrorist threat as well, because the expectation is that they claim to be able to control the security of Afghanistan. We'll see if that is the case. That is a far cry from formal recognition. We will continue to have conversations that serve our interest, as will our allies and partners. But the first thing we want to see is them live up to the obligations that they have under the UN Charter, as well as the public statements that they themselves have made about their expectation for an Afghanistan that respects human rights, respects international law, allows international citizens and Afghans who wish to leave.
Hi, thank you. Has the number of American citizens still on the ground changed? For example, have any of the people who were on the fence about leaving or said they were going to stay changed their mind in the last few days since the U.S. withdrawal was completed? And then realistically, what is the earliest timeline we could see the airport reopen? Do you have firm commitments from anyone to help with the operation of that airport?
So just to say, I don't have information about how the phone tree calls have gone over the last 24 hours. I would say that as a general matter, the messages we get from some of these Americans who have not yet left sometimes vary over the course of time. You know, they have differing situations. They may have elderly relatives who don't want to leave, and therefore their own decisions about leaving are complex, let's put it that way. They may have other reasons that they want to stay. So without giving you specifics, I would say that what's most important is that we remain in constant contact with everybody on our list, because needs are changing, perceptions of interest are changing, as well as availability of how we would work with them. And with regard to the airport, there are a couple of countries with representation in Afghanistan. I think we've talked about Qatar, we've talked about Turkey, who are working with the Taliban to try to get the airport open. They have, I'll let them speak for themselves, they have relatively optimistic projections about when that will happen. But, we need to see it happen, obviously.
Sean. Thanks. Could I follow up a little bit on Humera's question on recognition? What's the message that the United States, if any, is giving to other countries and whether to recognize? As you know, there are reports that the Taliban may announce some sort of government in the coming days. First of all, what are the U.S. expectations for that government, including on inclusivity? And is there a message to other countries on whether not to recognize this government that they announced?
I think I'm not going to go too far down this road, other than to say that we stand by what was in the UN Security Council resolution. Those are the international community's expectations and the UNSC's expectations for a Taliban-led government and the way it will govern and the way it will interact with the international system. I think we need to see them live up to their own commitments and live up to the standards set by the UNSC before we go very far down this road.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Said.
Very quickly, you, the President, Secretary of State, they all keep saying, we expect the Taliban to honor their commitments. What is in their history that actually points to the fact that they will honor these commitments? I mean, that's quite a journey from the time they went in to obliterate them, destroy them, blow them out of existence, to today when you are actually counting on them to honor their commitments.
Well, Saeed, I think you just made our point that we're not going to take them at their word, we're going to take them at their deeds. So they've got a lot to prove based on their old track record, as you know. Now, they also have a lot to gain if they can run Afghanistan far, far differently than they did the last time they were in power. And they have said that they want to be welcomed into the international community. Well, we set that standard in the UNSC resolution on Monday, and it's really now up to them to form a government and manage the country in a manner that lives up to those standards.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Undersecretary. Welcome to the podium. Thank you.
I'm really having a flashback here. It's just,
I know.
Faces are the same.
Welcome back to the briefing room. If I may, if I may ask about SIVs, is the State Department advising Afghanistan SIV applicants to transfer their cases to embassies or consular offices outside of Afghanistan? If so, has the State Department received assurances from the Taliban that they will be provided safe passage and necessary travel documents? The reason I ask is because our sources on the ground who SIV applicants, they receive new advisory telling them to transfer the case to nearby embassy. But the difficulty is they cannot get out of the country because they might need to get the passport from the Taliban to leave the country. So if you would like to.
Okay, well, I don't want to get too much into the complexities of consular work because I will, mess it up. But let me simply say that first, we have a large number of SIV applicants or SIV eligible people who are currently being processed already for entry into the United States, or they have already arrived. If they already had their SIV foil in their passport, then they can come right in. If they were halfway through processing, then that processing has to be continued wherever they are. And they are also on our priority list if they are still in Afghanistan to try to help them to evacuate if they so wish or if they are at risk. Now, some SIVs have found themselves, or SIV eligible folk have found themselves in countries other than where we have our transit centers. And in that case, they can appear at U.S. embassies and consulates and make their claim known, and we can receive them for processing there, if that makes sense.
Would you consider electronic?
I'm sorry?
Would the State Department consider issuing electronic documents to
So
them?
for those folks who are still in Afghanistan, who have a claim to come and who we want to help evacuate, part of this process will be to ensure that they have a document, a travel document from us that the Taliban will recognize, because they have said that they will allow folks who have a legitimate travel document to evacuate. So, as I said, some already have that document, some have an electronic document, some we may need to work on building a named document, and we're looking at all of those things and working on them.
Let's take one final question. Connor?
Just to follow up on some of my colleagues' questions about recognition. I know you said that you'll monitor the Taliban's deeds here, but less than a month ago, Secretary of State Blinken said from that podium that international recognition, along with international aid, the lifting of sanctions, he said none of those are going to be possible if the Taliban seeks to take the country by force. They now have done so, and so why aren't all of those things inherently off of the table? What does it say about America's word here that they aren't?
I didn't say that recognition was on the table, did I? What I said was our relationship with the Taliban will be guided by what they do, not by what they say. Now, that said, there are some urgent questions, like the humanitarian condition of the people of Afghanistan. So we are looking at those kinds of things, how we can continue to provide humanitarian aid without benefiting any government that is formed. Those kinds of things are natural, but we have made no decisions about any of the rest of it, and we certainly won't unless and until we see the kinds of behavior expected in the UN Security Council resolution. Great to be with all of you.
Thank you, Undersecretary.
Okay,
Please come back. Okay. Before we resume taking questions, let me just speak to a couple issues. First, on Ethiopia. Nearly 1 month after USAID Administrator Samantha Power was on the ground there in Ethiopia, she emphasized the dire humanitarian catastrophe that faces over 5.2 million people. The situation on the ground has only gotten worse since then. From the beginning of the crisis in northern Ethiopia, the United States has called for a negotiated ceasefire and unhindered humanitarian access. The truth is that access has been limited to but a trickle by the government of Ethiopia. Warehouses sit empty in Tigray because the government has put a stranglehold around the region. Trucks with life-saving assistance continue to remain idle, as Administrator Power herself lamented a month ago, while desperate Ethiopians slide closer to famine. While we are concerned about any and all reports of humanitarian assistance being diverted from those for whom it is intended, humanitarian assistance must be allowed to reach populations in need by the government of Ethiopia and all parties. That includes the TPLF. These parties must cease the violence that only worsens the current situation. All right, so with that, I believe we have one additional topper. we remain deeply concerned over the continued detention of U.S. citizen Danny Finster, who was working as a journalist in Burma. Yesterday, Danny marked his 100th day in detention. Journalism is not a crime. The detention of Danny Finster and other journalists constitutes an unacceptable attack on freedom of expression in Burma. We continue to press Burma's military regime to release Danny immediately. We will do so until he safely returns home to his family. With that, happy to resume your questions.
Great. Thanks, Dan. I just want to drill down a little bit into this 100 to 200 who remain U.S. citizens. These are passport holders, right? This does not include LPRs?
That is correct.
Well, what's then, you must have some estimate of LPRs who are still there, who want to get out. And if you don't, why not?
Well, Matt, let me first start with this issue of the 100 to 200, and to reiterate a couple pieces that Undersecretary Nuland said. We've been at this point of 100 to 200 over the past couple days. You heard this from Secretary Blinken. You heard this from the president as well. But it is also true that over the past couple days, and in fact overnight, we have been in touch with everyone in that remaining 100 to 200, and we do have a little bit more fidelity on that group that we've been able to garner over the past couple days. We have said that the number is likely closer to 100. Everything we have seen over the course of the past 48 to 72 hours indicates that is in fact the case. The number is likely closer to 100, perhaps considerably closer to 100. Again, this number is dynamic. It will go down, and in fact, we have received confirmation that some of the individuals we initially included in this range of 100 to 200 were in fact never in Afghanistan, or were not in Afghanistan when we were doing that outreach, or have safely returned home in recent hours.
I'm asking about green card holders,
right,
who you also have a responsibility to, along with the SIVs and other SIVs. But now I'm just asking about green card holders. Was there a decision made at some point to forget about those people and only allow U.S. passport holders in and onto into the airport through your checkpoints, not the Taliban checkpoints, but through your checkpoints and onto and onto planes? Because a lot of them feel like they frankly got screwed here and that they were lied to, because they had been told by people on the task force, just what I mentioned to Toria, that we know where you are. We're not going to let you. We're not going to strand you. Don't worry. Stay tight. Hold tight. And now, what do they do? I mean, are you in touch also with the green card holders?
So, Matt,
in the last 24 hours.
So let me start by saying we have a special responsibility to American citizens, and that is spelled out in 22 U.S. Code, Section 4802. It is spelled out in some detail there, the special responsibility we have to U.S. citizens. We also do have a commitment to LPRs, to lawful permanent residents, and we have been in touch with with LPRs. We had good reason at the time to be in Afghanistan as the evacuation operation was underway. So when we first started messaging American citizens, SIVs, other at-risk Afghans, we absolutely did and continue to message lawful permanent residents. So let me just make another point here. We have been consistent in that messaging that we will do during the course of the evacuation, everything in our power and space permitting to bring them to safety on a U.S. military airplane. Now, of course, our commitment has not expired. That commitment endures. And now we remain committed to bringing them out of Afghanistan if they should choose to do so. When it comes to the number, we have gone to some pains to explain how we arrived at the figure of approximately 6,000 when it comes to American citizens. That is a figure where we have the greatest fidelity, again, because our first responsibility and our first commitment in all of this has been to American citizens and American passport holders. The number, when it comes to LPRs, is of course going to be larger. it is going to be and it has been, a more complex endeavor to determine with any specificity what that number may be. We've been able to refine it. We believe that we have effectively been able to message this universe of individuals, but we're just not able at present to give you a firm figure as to how many LPRs may be in Afghanistan who wish to leave. But again, our commitment to them remains. If there is an LPR in Afghanistan who indicated a desire to leave before, or who changes his or her mind in the coming days, weeks, months, or beyond, we will help that person. We will help that person depart Afghanistan.
The family that I'm referring to, and possibly the family that Humera is referring to, I mean, they were told. You guys do know. It defies logic to think that you guys don't have even a rough estimate of the number of LPRs who are out there.
We have endeavored throughout this to provide only numbers in which we have a high degree of confidence. That is why many of you have asked about reports that the number of Americans was much higher than it actually was. There have been a lot of numbers thrown around. We have done everything we can to provide you with information that is both timely, but that is also accurate. And given the complexities involved in boiling down a number like that, not only taking the number of LPRs, but then boiling it down to how many of those LPRs may wish to leave the country, that is something that will take time for us to offer publicly with some degree of precision. Humera.
There is actually a story that's just out there from Politico, citing 3 people familiar with the matter that Ross Wilson, former charge d'affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, recently tested positive for COVID, and that he currently has only very mild cold-like symptoms. Can you confirm, deny, or say anything about this?
I hope you're not surprised to hear me say, we of course are not in a position to speak to anyone's private health records. What I will say is that when our officers come out of Kabul and they spend time in a transit point, they are tested for COVID as a matter of course. And so we are taking all appropriate precautions for individuals who are coming out of Afghanistan. Look, I don't have to tell you that individuals who are being relocated, who recently left Kabul, have been involved in one of the most ambitious, one of the most intense operations this department and this government has ever undertaken. They have been around, I would presume, quite a few people. The social distancing may have been difficult at times, and so that is why we are taking these precautions for anyone who has recently come out of Kabul.
Sure, he's just traveled on a plane, though. So
I can assure you that if we knew someone had tested positive for COVID, we would take appropriate precautions to relocate anyone like that back to the United States.
Okay, I have one more on your favorite, which is numbers. In the briefing earlier today, a senior State Department official basically said a majority of the Afghan SIV applicants were still in Afghanistan. So based on your commitment to get them out, surely you do have an estimate or a number how many people they are. Can you give a rough number? Tens of thousands, thousands, close to 100,000?
So I can give you a little more specificity, but let me just explain why we're not yet in a position to provide a firm number. As we've said, during the evacuation process, our priority was putting as many people on as many planes as quickly as we could. And of course, we brought to the United States, or to third countries, about 124,000 individuals. Of those individuals, most of them have not yet arrived to the United States or to the third countries where they will undergo processing. And so we are not yet in a position to have specificity, because they are not yet, in most cases, in our system to determine how many may have been SIVs, how many may have been are locally employed staff, how many may have fallen into the P1 and P2 category. But in terms of a bit more specificity, DHS is processing individuals back in the United States, as you know, and we do have some preliminary data based on that DHS processing. Since August 17th and through August 31st at midnight Eastern Time, 31,107 people have arrived to the U.S. as part of this operation. So of that subset, which of course is just a small subset of the 124,000, we understand that about 14% are U.S. citizens, or 4,446. About 9% are LPRs, 2,785. And the remaining 77%, 23,876 individuals, are Afghans at risk. And of course, falling into that category are SIVs, other visa holders, P1, P2 referrals, and perhaps others as well. So it is fair to say that the vast majority of individuals who were evacuated as of August 31st fall into the category of Afghans at risk, and many of them will be SIVs. I should also hasten to add that the U.S. citizen figure here, the 14%, that's 4,446. As you know, we ourselves evacuated approximately 5,500 and probably more U.S. citizens. So that's the vast majority of U.S. citizens. So these initial figures probably overcount U.S. citizens, because our first priority, as we've said, as I was telling Matt earlier, was and is to U.S. citizens, to U.S. passport holders. So as additional individuals come to the United States, we expect the proportion of other categories of LPRs and Afghans at risk to rise.
What was the start date for that? You said
August 17th.
17 to 31?
That's right. Sean.
Sure. Can I ask you about the issue of the journalists from Radio Azadi? There's, of course, been a lot of concern about, first of all, their estimates and the numbers issue, their estimates about how many are there. There's estimates of hundreds. Do you believe the United States has done everything that it can to help these people get out if they choose to? And what's the game plan now for helping journalists from Radio Azadi to leave if they so choose?
We will continue to do everything we can. We're not talking about this in the past tense because our efforts have not ended. Our efforts will endure. We have made a commitment to those who have served the U.S. government, to those who have served the U.S. The American people, to, of course, American citizens and lawful permanent residents as well. So you heard from Undersecretary Nuland that we are considering all possible options to facilitate the departure of individuals in these categories from Afghanistan. As a predicate for that, we have worked with the international community, more than half the world's countries, all of the most important stakeholders have signed on to the idea that the Taliban must uphold their commitments of safe passage. That was job one, to underscore that predicate and to make clear to the Taliban that should they not uphold that commitment, the international community would be in a position to hold them accountable to that. Number two is working on these potential routes for departure. And I mean routes literally, and we've talked about overland routes, but also pathways like civilian airports. Well before the last military plane left, we had engaged in diplomacy with countries in the region, to include Qatar, to include Turkey, brought in the private sector as well to do an assessment of the airport, and our goal is to support a safe reopening of this airport just as soon as we can, for two reasons. Number one, to allow the provision of humanitarian supplies to the Afghan people. You need a functioning civilian airport to do that. But number two, of course, is to provide a means by which those to whom we have a special commitment to depart the country. That's what we're working on as quickly as we can. We're working to support the efforts of our partners on the ground, and this is a priority for all of us. Saeed.
I want to change topics, if I may.
Well, let's take a couple more questions on Afghanistan, and then we'll come back. Yes.
Right.
So just to drill down a little bit, I've been speaking with an American citizen today. His parents, sister, and grandmother are stuck in Kabul. They tried to get out of the chaos, they couldn't, and State Department's telling them today that it could be days, and they haven't communicated a plan for them. And so my question is, what assurances, what confidence can you give them? Because it seems to them that you're telling them you don't have a plan. And then in the larger sort of numbers category, since we're doing numbers, have you gotten any American citizen out since the last flight left on August 30th?
So what I will say is that we are exploring all possible options to bring Americans, to bring LPRs, to bring those to whom we have a special commitment out of Afghanistan if they should choose to do so. When we have options for these individuals, and I say when because we have a commitment and we are going to continue to do everything we can to support their desire to leave the country, we will communicate directly to them personalized instructions on what they should do, when they should do it, and how the United States government feels we are best positioned to help them do that. So I can't speak to specific cases, but what I can say broadly is that specific individuals in Afghanistan, to include American citizens and others, who may have recently decided they wish to leave the country or were unable to leave the country during the evacuation, or might decide tomorrow or next month or next year that they wish to leave the country, they will receive specific tailored messages from us as we develop and start to operationalize these plans. Yes?
Did you have a number for, have any Americans gotten out since that last flight?
I don't have data to provide on that front.
Two questions. One, the Taliban had showed interest that the U.S. would continue its diplomatic presence in Kabul. What were the reasons for why you moved your diplomatic presence from Kabul to Doha? Was it because of security reasons, or secondly, you don't recognize Taliban as of now?
It's not an either or. Our first priority is the safety and security of the American people. We've talked about this in different contexts today, but that certainly applies to our diplomats and other professionals who would be serving in any diplomatic mission around the world. And we made the judgment for, I think, reasons that should be understandable to everyone, that it was not appropriate for us to maintain a diplomatic mission in Afghanistan at this time, given the security environment. Now, on top of that, there are other issues of recognition and what our diplomacy towards any future government in Afghanistan might look like. We feel that we are best equipped to approach any future government in Afghanistan from the team we have on the ground that is already operating on the ground in Doha. We are aided in that endeavor by the fact that a number of other countries around the world have offices in Doha where they have engaged with the Taliban previously, where much of this multilateral diplomacy has taken place. So we came to the judgment, as have many other countries, that approach from Doha was the appropriate setting to undertake this. Connor.
One more question on former President Ashraf Ghani. I think you call him a former now. Right. He has said that in his talks with President Biden, last conversation, which was reported today, that there were 10 to 15,000 Pakistani soldiers in the Taliban group who he's using the word invasion of Afghanistan. Do you see the foreign troops within the Taliban, foreign forces within the Taliban, who are now ruling Kabul and Afghanistan?
I'm just not in a position to comment on that, to confirm those reports. If we have anything more, we'll provide it. Yes, Connor.
On the issue of land routes, I know you don't want to give a lot of operational details, but can you just say whether or not that would involve any U.S. government assets helping people get out of the country?
You are right that I do not wish to provide any more details there. Yes.
Just another follow-up.
Yep.
There was a Qatari flight that landed today at Kabul airport. Was the U.S. at all coordinating with the Qataris on that? Have you made any progress in terms of reopening the airport?
So this is something that the Turks, that the Qataris, that together with forces on the ground are working as quickly as they can to reopen the civilian airport. This was an endeavor that we continue to support in every way we can, because we believe it is important for our own interests. Again, that includes the potential to bring additional Americans, LPRs, and others out of Afghanistan if they should choose to do so, but also as a means by which to provide humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. We have coordinated closely with the Qataris, with the Turks. We had worked again, from a pragmatic basis with the Taliban on this question as well. But I'm not in a position to comment on specific flights that may land.
Mullen, who apparently tried to make his way to Afghanistan, contacted the U.S. ambassador in Tajikistan. Can you speak to what contacts he may have had with the State Department and whether or not he successfully got to Afghanistan?
As you know, the State Department does not routinely comment on the travel plans of private American citizens or members of Congress for that matter. But we have made it abundantly clear that travel to Afghanistan is not safe, and it is something that we certainly do not recommend. We have a level 4 travel advisory issued for Afghanistan. We have issued a series of increasingly urgent warnings to the American people and by extension the broader public over the course of months and in fact over the course of 20 years regarding the potential dangers of travel to Afghanistan. When it comes to our missions abroad, every single embassy of ours, and this includes our embassy in Dushanbe, has a foremost responsibility to look after the welfare of American citizens. And our team has been intensely focused on assisting Americans who may have been exiting Afghanistan into Tajikistan in recent weeks. But I will leave it at that. Yes?
A follow-up to the embassies. The Undersecretary was saying you are in contact with countries that have still a presence in Kabul. What do you expect from European countries like the UK or Germany, or what are your expectations in general there? What can they do that you can't?
Well, before we get into the dynamics of what engagement with any future Afghan government might look like, a couple things need to happen. First, there has to be the next Afghan government. And of course, that has not been formally formed just yet. More importantly, the international community needs to get a sense not only for what that government is in name, but what it does in deed. Before we are able to make any judgments about what is in our national interest, what's in our shared national interest for any potential practical engagement or not with any such future government. So what we're doing now, rather than talking about, well, who is going to have a presence on the ground or who is going to engage practically in what way, right now we're establishing a set of shared expectations for any future government in Afghanistan. And you have seen those shared expectations emerge in any number of forms. Undersecretary Nuland mentioned the UN Security Council resolution. We have spoken collectively and singularly as a G7. NATO has spoken to this as well. The Secretary convened a ministerial with some of the region's important stakeholders and some of our closest allies. So there have been any number of opportunities, any number of fora for us to establish this shared set of expectations, this shared set of criteria for what we collectively may or may not do vis-a-vis any future Afghan government.
But I understand that the Undersecretary was referring to the point that you'd still try to get American citizens out of the country.
Right.
So practically, what can countries like UK and Germany do right now to help you there?
Well, we are in this together, and I know that the British government, that the German government, there are other governments who are doing precisely what it is that we are doing. And that is conceiving of plans to help our citizens, to help those who have helped our governments and our peoples over the years to depart Afghanistan should they choose to do so. For obvious reasons, we're not detailing what those plans might entail just yet, but it is something that it is a shared priority across governments. And in every one of those multilateral engagements, there has been a discussion of the priority we attach to helping our citizens depart Afghanistan should they choose to do so. Take a final question maybe on Afghanistan, Jenny.
On the 100 to 200 figure net, is that exclusively based on people who have registered with the State Department? Are you working with any Hill folks or outside groups who are in touch with LPRs and American citizens on the ground? And then I have one more.
So it's an inclusive figure. In the first instance, it was put together based on individuals who had registered with us. And that there were individuals who had registered with us prior to August 14th. And of course, this was a large and expansive number because, again, people register and don't unregister. Sometimes people register who are never in Afghanistan to begin with. So we whittled that universe down, but then we've also issued subsequent messages to Americans that they should follow these steps to ensure that they're in our system. So that is how we arrived at the ultimate figure of some 6,000 and the remaining 100 to 200 that's likely closer to 100. But anytime someone comes to us and says, I know of a U.S. citizen who is here and these are the contact details, those are details that we very much welcome. And so every one of you who raises a case of an American citizen here, it's one thing to raise it here. It's very important that you also ensure that those details are provided to us so that we can ensure that we're doing everything we can as appropriate to help these American citizens.
Where's Special Representative Khalilzad? Is he in Doha? What's his role going forward?
So my understanding is that he has returned from Doha. As you know, we have a team in Doha that is now led by Ian McCary, our former DCM in Kabul, who will continue to lead that office. As is often the case, however, we do have there are some cases in which we have a diplomatic mission, but we have a special envoy or a special representative. So just because we have an office in Doha doesn't necessarily mean that there is not the need for another position associated with it.
Will he still be at the State Department, though? Like, is he going to remain as that special representative?
He's returning here. He's a special representative. Nike.
Thank you.
We haven't announced any changes to titles or personnel.
It's appropriate now to have a special envoy for peace. His Twitter handle is...
Well, Matt, you were using some dated information, my friend. It is the special representative for Afghan reconciliation.
That's too long for... I'm talking about his Twitter handle.
Okay. I don't know what his Twitter plans are. Yes?
Thank you. So, the Taliban in China, during Secretary of State Blinken's conversation with the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi on August 29th and August 16th, did the Secretary ask China not to recognize the Taliban bilaterally? And was there any discussion on Uyghurs who live in Afghanistan? Because there are fears and concerns they may be deported back to China. And if you could entertain preview secretary, where will he be next Saturday, which is the 20th anniversary of September 11?
I fully expect the Secretary will mark the solemn anniversary of the 20th anniversary of September 11th. We'll have more details on that as the date approaches. When it comes to our engagement with the PRC, Afghanistan is an issue that we have discussed at high levels with the PRC for some time now. It was not only in the most recent conversations between the Secretary and Foreign Minister Wang, or prior to that, Director Yang, that this was brought up, but in other senior level engagements, to include Deputy Secretary Sherman's engagements with her counterparts, this was raised as well. I wouldn't want to characterize beyond that the substance of those discussions. I would note, however, that in order for a UN Security Council resolution to emerge from the UN, no country, no permanent member can stand in the way. And in fact, a resolution did emerge from the UN Security Council, and I'll leave it at that. Yes?
Yeah, another China-related question. So today, there's a Chinese order.
Okay, as the State Department now is fielding other questions about other matters around the world there, but we heard a lot about the end there of the Afghanistan war, and really the major takeaway from this, we heard it earlier from the Pentagon, but we heard it again from the State Department, that they will, the U.S. government right now will look at the actions of the Taliban and see where they are at and see if there could be some sort of dialogue that continues between the U.S. and Taliban when it comes to the future in Afghanistan, as well as maybe trying to get these 100 to 200 Americans that are still stranded in that country out of there. We heard that it's going to be diplomatic relations, and that's why they want to try their very best to keep the communication line open at this time with the Taliban. You don't know if that line will continue once the Americans are out of there, but that is the very latest from the State Department, and got that briefing for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, it has been a busy afternoon. Hi, everybody. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue to really navigate all the different feeds that are coming to us right here on Live Now from Fox. In just a moment, we'll take you out to the White House and replay the full White House briefing. It was going on during different breaking news events here, and we want to show that to you because a lot of news was made in this briefing regarding Texas abortions. We had updates there on the latest of Afghanistan, as well as some Biden statements there as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. I do want to now take you out, though. Continuing coverage continues there in North Carolina, Winston-Salem, as a high school shooting investigation does continue. Police still looking for the shooter there. We know at least one person has been injured. Right now, we're going to take you to just some of the coverage from WGPH as they continue their updates. We'll play out a little bit of that and then get you out to the White House. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Obviously very upset. You've heard about all the parents who were upset, and of course we know that loved ones of this victim were also very, very emotional at this time. So we continue to try to get more information here, but of course the hospital doesn't want to step on anybody's toes when it comes to releasing information that should be coming from law enforcement. So we know that there is a balance there of all those different agencies working together, but we will keep trying to get a status report on that victim and see how that student is doing.
Thank you, Tess, for working that angle for us. And she makes a very good point. We have to remember law enforcement, who that alone makes up several different entities, the police department, the sheriff's office, state troopers we saw there. You have the Winston-Salem Forsyth County school system. We were reaching out to them. Then you have the Board of Education also probably going to have some perspective on this, the superintendent. Then you have to think about the hospital angle of that. And so everybody wants to make sure they're on the same page in terms of information. And so that's why even at 3:48 in the afternoon, we still have a lot of questions. What happened? What happened today? We know there was a shooting, but we don't have the details of how it unfolded. So still a lot of pieces to this that need to be put together at this time, but the focus is making sure that student will make a full recovery, making sure these students make a recovery emotionally, as well as these parents. So this doesn't stop with today.
No, it does not. And in talking about getting more information, we understand that there will be a press conference coming up in about 40 minutes with the sheriff, Bobby Kimbrough, and the police chief, Katrina Thompson, as well as the Winston-Salem Guilford County,
All right, so as you heard there from the news anchors, we will be getting an update in about 45 minutes from the police on this situation. We'll keep an eye on that. As soon as we see it, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's continue and bring you just a little bit more details as they continue on right here on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to the White House for that briefing that just wrapped. We'll play it from the beginning.
Good afternoon. Okay, just a couple items for you all at the top. Another update on the hurricane. The continuing focus on the ground is on power restoration, as nearly 1 million customers in Louisiana, more than 40% of the state, remain without power in the middle of a heat advisory. While progress has been made in Mississippi since yesterday, 30,000 customers there still do not have electricity, and power restoration in parts of Louisiana could take weeks as crews assess the full extent of power system damage. To help accelerate these efforts, the president spoke with CEOs of the largest energy companies in the Gulf Coast yesterday and committed the full weight of the federal government to providing resources wherever they are needed. As part of that, the federal government is sharing aerial and satellite imagery to support damage assessment assessments, helping with debris removal and traffic control so restoration workers and equipment can get access to downed wires and poles, and expediting permitting for rerunning of transmission cable across the Mississippi River and for standing up transmission towers. Federal personnel from DOE, the Army Corps of Engineers, and across government are on the ground assisting efforts, along with, as I've noted previously, 25,000 linemen. Lack of power and damage to the healthcare facilities in Louisiana remains a significant problem. We are prioritizing the deployment of generators to locations most in need, and about 1,800 patients as of today have been evacuated from healthcare facilities with the help of additional ambulances that were pre-staged by FEMA. Cell service also remains an issue, as it has been over the course of the last couple of days. And FCC is working directly with wireless carriers and has deployed staff to Louisiana to prioritize recovery efforts. We know this has been incredibly difficult, continues to be for many people who had to evacuate because of the storm, and we continue to encourage individuals from impacted areas in Louisiana to apply for federal assistance. More than 31,000 households in Louisiana have already received a one-time $500 payment to support critical needs as a result of the major disaster declaration the President approved. I'd also note, this just went out, but in case you haven't seen it, on Friday the President will travel to New Orleans, Louisiana to survey storm damage from Hurricane Ida and meet with state and local leaders from impacted communities. We're just finalizing the details of this trip, so as more become available, we'll share them with all of you. Also wanted to note that today, the White House and agencies across the federal government, including HUD, Treasury, and the Federal Housing Finance Authority, are announcing steps that will create, preserve, and sell approximately 100,000 additional affordable homes over the next 3 years, with an emphasis on lower and middle ends of the market. These steps leverage existing authorities and dedicate additional resources to affordable housing. Specifically, they will boost the supply of quality, affordable rental units by increasing the financing available through HUD, TREAT, and FHFA programs for affordable and targeted housing production, including a relaunch of the Federal Financing Bank's risk-sharing program, expanded support for low-income housing tax credit, and increasing access to the Capital Magnet Fund. This will boost the supply of manufactured housing and 2 to 4 unit properties by expanding financing through Freddie Mac, which, along with existing policies, will enable more Americans to purchase homes. Last item, sorry, there's a lot going on today. Today, the White House, Treasury, and Code for America, a civic technology nonprofit, announced the launch of a new mobile-friendly and bilingual child tax credit CTC sign-up tool that is mobile-friendly and available in Spanish to make it even easier for more Americans who do not regularly file taxes to claim their child tax credit. And as you know, this has been an ongoing effort of this White House and the administration to reach every single person we can who's eligible, even if they are non-filers. We will link this new tool through childtaxcredit.gov, while the Code for America tool is an important and necessary resource to help more families this tax season. Treasury remains committed to creating a permanent, fully resourced, multilingual, and mobile-friendly government sign-up tool. That is a process that is underway. That is all I have to highlight for you this morning or this afternoon. Go ahead, kick us off.
Great, thanks, Jen. 2 subjects. First on COVID. In Louisiana, state data suggests that about 10% of hospitalized patients are vaccinated. Is it still accurate to call COVID a pandemic of the unvaccinated? And could that phrase that's been deployed frequently by the White House possibly be counterproductive at this stage to protecting some Americans?
Well, I would say first, we continue to track data closely through the CDC and all of our health and medical experts who do show that across the country, the vast majority of those who are hospitalized, vast majority, are individuals who have not been vaccinated. That has not changed. And any health and medical expert, whether it's Dr. Fauci, Dr. Collins, Dr. Walensky, will tell you that vaccination is very effective in protecting from hospitalization and death and serious illness. That is our objective, is to save more lives. So that hasn't changed our messaging.
Secondly, obviously in Texas with the law with regard to abortion, the president said in a statement he will protect and defend Roe versus Wade. How does the administration plan to do that?
Well, we put out a statement from the president this morning, but let me just reiterate some of the key points, and I will, of course, answer your question. As the president said this morning, its extreme Texas law blatantly violates the constitutional right established under Roe v. Wade and upheld as precedent for nearly half a century. It will significantly impair women's access to the health care they need, particularly for communities of color and individuals with low incomes. It also deputizes private citizens to bring lawsuits against anyone who they believe has helped another person get an abortion, which might even include family members, healthcare workers, front desk staff at a healthcare clinic, or strangers with no connection to the individuals. This further isolates individuals who are facing this tough choice. And I would note, for those of you who didn't see, people who report for these private citizens could get up to $10,000 for reporting somebody who's seeking an abortion. So our focus and the president's focus is to reiterate our deep commitment to the constitutional right, of course, established by Roe v. Wade nearly 5 decades ago, and to continue to call for the codification of Roe, something that the president talked about on the campaign trail, the vice president talked about on the campaign trail, and this highlights even further the need to move forward on that effort.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. One on COVID and Afghanistan, a second one on Afghanistan. Specifically the boosters. President Biden has pledged to follow the science in the fight against COVID, though some experts have expressed some concern. The decision to make boosters widely available this September is a bit premature, and that it was made before health experts were able to fully weigh it. So here's my question. What can you tell people who are concerned that the desire to get ahead of the virus has actually put us out in front of the science instead?
Well, first of all, we always lead with science. And let me just reiterate some things for anyone who's expressing a concern. This was a decision made by and announced by the nation's leading public health officials, everyone from Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the head of the CDC, Dr. Janet Woodcock, acting FDA commissioner, Dr. Francis Collins, NIH director, and Dr. Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. They reviewed mountains and mountains of available data on vaccine effectiveness and made a clinical judgment that boosters would be needed and announced a plan to begin them in September, subject, of course, to the FDA and CDC processes to continue. We also know that there needs to be a plan in place to implement these booster shots around the country. But I will tell you that this was a recommendation made by our nation's leading health experts based on mounds and mounds of data. There will still be a final piece of this process that will be seen through, but our responsibility and our objective is to save more lives, protect more people, and as soon as this data, the science made clear that boosters would help do that, we wanted to put that information out to the public.
The September 20th date, is that firm, that date to roll out boosters, is that a firm date?
Well, it's based on and pending the final, subject to the final FDA and CDC processes, yes.
Okay, and then one on Afghanistan. There's some reporting that we'd like to confirm regarding a call in July, between President Biden and former Afghanistan President Ghani. One, that both leaders appeared completely unaware that the Taliban would take over, and secondly, that they discussed plans to project that Afghan forces were still in control. Is that accurate? Can you tell us a little bit more about that call?
Well, I'm not going to get into private diplomatic conversations or leaked transcripts of phone calls. But what I can reiterate for you is that we have stated many times that no one anticipated, the vast majority, I should say, there may have been individuals and agencies, so I don't want to eliminate that option, but our national security team and no one in Congress, or I would say most people out in the public, anticipated that the Taliban would be able to take over the country as quickly as they did, or that the Afghan National Security Forces would fold as quickly as they did. So even the content of the reporting is consistent with what we've said many times publicly. I'll also note something that the president said in his press conference around the same time of this reported phone call. The Afghan government and leadership has to come together. They clearly have the capacity to sustain the government in place. The question is, will they generate the kind of cohesion to do it? And what the president conveyed publicly and certainly privately as well, repeatedly to Afghan leaders, as did our national security officials, is that it's important that the leaders in Afghanistan do exactly that, lead, and show the country that they are ready to continue to the fight against the Taliban, that they have the will for the Afghan National Security Forces to continue that fight even as our U.S. forces leave.
Did the president at that point in time have some sort of a perception that even the former president of Afghanistan didn't have that confidence in the Afghan forces? Is that why maybe he was pushing Ghani to be more stern and to be more confident?
The president has consistently conveyed, and I just noted an example publicly, that the Afghan leadership at the time needed to do exactly that, lead. They needed to come together in a cohesive manner. They needed to be united. They needed to show the country and the Afghan people they were going to fight and they were going to lead through this transition, even as U.S. forces left. That is entirely consistent with what he has said publicly throughout. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. One on Afghanistan, one on COVID as well. A few colleagues of mine have determined that there's roughly 17,000 Afghan refugees and military installations in 5 states here as of Tuesday, while another 40,000 remain at bases overseas. Curious how many of those Afghan evacuees have other countries committed to resettling, or what is the status of those ongoing conversations? And will the U.S. resettle, or otherwise, will the U.S. resettle all of those 40,000 here in the United States?
Well, not to refute the reporting of your colleagues, but just to note, the Secretary of Defense just confirmed it's about 20,000 who have come into the United States at a briefing earlier this afternoon. There is capacity, and we're working towards capacity at our military bases for up to 50,000. And again, this is not a place where people would live. This is a place where people would go.
Right, so those were just some of the updates there from the White House on a far range of issues. COVID-19, Afghanistan, of course, but we did learn that President Biden will be traveling to Louisiana on Friday to see the Hurricane Ida aftermath for himself, and we'll be bringing that to you right here, of course, on Live Now from Fox on Friday. Let's continue with live coverage that we are getting right now. We are heading out to Louisiana for an update on the flooding concerns there, as well as power outages. We are looking at Jefferson Parish right now in Louisiana.
And I guess it's my own naivety. We've just been so focused on Jefferson Parish. I feel foolish to say it. I had no idea how devastating this storm was to such an incredible amount of communities. I guess I've been so isolated here in my parish that the destruction at the complete area. We were with Parish President of Archie-Chasson. He is driving, on a helicopter. I'm looking at my parish. He's looking at his parish, and I think we were both heartbroken, looking at the utter devastation. We flew over Grand Isle. We flew over Lafitte. It's like you take a little house, you crumple it up, from the helicopter. It looks like matchsticks, like a little pile of matchsticks that you're flying over. For some reason, the cows made it. I'll have to look at that. We have to research. They're grazing in the grass. All the cows made it. So that is definitely on my list to look into. So we were honored to have a great meeting. The governor provided all the state agencies to give us a briefing here in Jefferson Parish on all the things that they're doing. So everybody is working so very hard to put our community back together. We're happy to have received pods today. They're out, so those distributions took place. I wasn't able to get there today, but I know they were giving out food and water and MREs. And again, if you cannot take care of yourself, you go to PARD or you call 349-5360. Again, right now, we're a broken community right now. Today, we're a broken community. It won't always be that way. We don't have electricity. We don't have communication. We don't have gas. Our water and sewer systems are very fragile. So as of today, if you cannot sustain yourself, if you can't take care of yourself, government can help you, but it just can't be within this parish at this moment. Again, that won't always be that way, and then in the next few days we'll receive a lot of additional resources here. So please go to PARD. You will be taken to a shelter in Alexandria, and you will be comfortable. You will have air conditioning, you will have food, you will have water, and you will have the depth of medical services that you need. That is also a very vulnerable system here. So please, My plea to everyone, again, is you can't come back if you're away. I know you want to see your home. I took a lot of footage of Grand Isle. I'm going to get with our public information office to post the video that we have, so maybe you can see an aerial view of your home. So you'll see something. But it's not the time to come back. I promise you, everybody standing with me today here is doing everything they can to make our recovery as quick as possible, but we have to be patient. Today, you still cannot come home. So again, we were able to express our needs to the governor. I know the need today. This will expand as the days go, but today, fuel is our big need. I was called by Second Harvest, who can do a great job, but you know their employees need fuel. I need hospital workers to be able to get to work. We have enough fuel for our first responders and our government workers, but I don't have enough to share with somebody critical like a hospital or Second Harvest Food Bank or other critical needs in this community. And so we wait for that to arrive. We also were able to explain that we needed generators and ambulances. So, and then the needs as we go on will be different as this process goes on. But I was so fortunate to have the state officials and our federal delegation to be able to understand where we are today, and they're doing everything they can. They're all calling back their offices, trying to shake the trees with private companies that they know, and through government departments to get us the assistance. So with that, we're very honored. I know everybody's tired. I know everybody's exhausted, heartbroken. You're away from your families. You're away from your house. But I want you to look around the room and see these people. This is our home that we're fighting for. This is our community that we're fighting to put back together. And I promise you, their resilience and their determination will do well by you. But just please be patient and give us time. The battle is very big for us to fight, but we will fight and we will prevail. Thank you. Governor Edwards.
Madam President, thank you very much. And I want to thank Senator Cassidy and Congressman Scalise and all the people who are here today behind me, and really more than any of us, all the first responders here in Jefferson Parish and across the state of Louisiana who have been working so hard and so well. I do want to announce that I've been informed that the President has accepted my invitation. He will be coming to Louisiana on Friday. I don't know exactly what time or what his itinerary is, but I do appreciate the fact that he's going to come, because there's nothing quite like visiting in person. Much like Cynthia just told you, when you see it for yourself, it is just so much more compelling than when you hear about it or read about it, or maybe even you just see it on TV. Our people have taken a pretty good lick here from Hurricane Ida. But our people are very resilient and strong as well. Having said that, we need all the help that we can get from the federal government, from the nonprofit sector, from the faith community, and certainly from us at the state level and working with our local partners as well. We were able to fly over Grand Isle and Jean Lafitte and much of South Louisiana yesterday. On the way over here today, we flew over a different part of Jefferson Parish. There's significant damage everywhere. We've got a lot of work to do. I do want to start with a couple of pieces of positive news. One of which is, and I am very careful about what I say, but there are certain ways in which we've been very blessed. As I stand before you today, there are 2 confirmed fatalities. And when you think about the sheer magnitude of utter devastation, the fact that that's where we are is miraculous. Now, it's our job to make sure that we don't lose more people unnecessarily because of carbon monoxide poisoning and accidents and so forth, and heat exhaustion. Also, we're blessed because our levees held up. They performed the way that they were supposed to. And that was the Hurricane Risk Reduction System here in the Jefferson and Orleans area, but also other federal and non-federal levees all across southeast Louisiana. That death total would have been much, much higher had that not happened. We've also got a little good news in that the President signed a major federal disaster declaration that I requested, and that means for the first 30 days after landfall, the federal government's cost share will be 100% for Category A, which is debris removal, and Category B, which is emergency protective measures. He also approved individual assistance and public assistance. Now, the public assistance is at 75%. But everybody out there who is a Hurricane Ida survivor needs to apply to FEMA for individual assistance. It doesn't happen automatically. You can apply online at disasterassistance.gov, or you can call 1-800-621-3362. I can tell you that in the last day and a half, they've set records for how many people have applied so quickly, and quite frankly, they've gotten tens of millions of dollars out the door to those families as well. So it's very important that people apply. A little more good news is that there were some areas that actually started to have power restored today, principally in New Orleans with the feed that came in from New Orleans East. Critically important to show some progress there, and I believe that's going to continue to build over the coming days. And it's going to be wonderful when everybody gets their lights back on. We are asking people to try to be patient and understanding, because anytime you have a storm that is this devastating, it will take some time to get all of that infrastructure back up and working. But I believe we're going to see steady progress from this point forward. And I am mindful it's not just a matter of convenience, and it's not just a matter of comfort for air conditioning. It really is about life-saving. We have dozens and dozens of hospitals and nursing homes and other critical facilities right now operating on generator. It is typically only a matter of time before a generator may fail. So we are trying to get backup generators on site that are properly sized to each of those facilities, with the technicians, with all the fuel, trying to move the water where the water needs to be, because you can't run a hospital and so forth without water. A lot of challenges, but we're starting to see the lights come back on in some places. Today, more than 11,000 homes and businesses were restored. Now, we were over 1 million, so I'm very mindful that it's a start, and only a start. In terms of electrical infrastructure, I think you know that we've got transmission lines and distribution lines and substations, and there is tremendous devastation further south in Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. The co-op Sleeka, they're going to have to rebuild their system. They're saying in their 83-year history, they've never been devastated as they were in this storm. But I can tell you, we've got some good news out there too, as I mentioned, with certain hospitals, including in St. Tammany and New Orleans East, being powered back up. I'm going to announce here the Blue Roof program has commenced, and I want to thank the Corps of Engineers. They will oversee that, and they've been tasked by FEMA to run this program. The Operation Blue Roof program is about getting as many houses into livable condition as possible. So if you sustained a roof damage, we really want you to take advantage of this program. The eligible parishes are those that we know sustained hurricane force winds. So it's not every parish that was approved for individual assistance. And I'm going to read the parishes out right now. And I'm going to try to go slowly. Ascension, Jefferson, Lafourche, Livingston, Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Bernard, St. Charles, St. James, St. John the Baptist, St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, Terrebonne Parish, and I think that's it. And this is a service that is free to the homeowners that qualify. After the blue roof is installed, the structure is declared habitable. Now, what that means is, if your roof is gone, but so is the rest of your house, you're not going to qualify, because where they put the roof on, you need to have a habitable house. But if you have any questions about that, you call the number that I'm about to give you. You apply online, and someone will come out. Storm debris also has to be removed from the roof as well. Residents can sign up for the program at blueroof.us. Blueroof.us, and you're going to have to sign a right of entry form that gives the contractor the authority to come onto your property. You can also sign up by calling toll free at 888 Roof Blue, and that's ROOFBLU, 1-888-766-3258. So that's how you register for the Blue Roof program. To share with you all a little experience we had with this program last year in Southwest Louisiana. After Hurricane Laura, the Corps of Engineers ran this program, put up 13,000 or 14,000 blue roofs. I can tell you that when a few weeks later Delta came in, it was very apparent which homeowners had had their roofs repaired under the Blue Roof program because those tarps remained in place, and those that had done it themselves. So I'm encouraging homeowners out there to take advantage of this program. We have seen the difference it can make, and we still have a lot of hurricane season left to go. As of this morning, there were 2,591 people being sheltered in 31 shelters across the state. If you are looking for a shelter, if you have any questions, please text LA Shelter to 898-211 or dial 211. There will be some people who are trying to ride it out, and you're going to find that your home is not functioning well. Maybe it was damaged in addition to not having electricity or water, and at some point you may need a shelter. Please, if you need a shelter, call, and we will make sure that we have a place for you. If you are currently evacuated, please do not come back until you know from your parish emergency operations center that it is the time to do so. Really, we cannot sustain people. Stores aren't open, schools aren't open, pharmacies aren't open. Our hospitals are very challenged. You don't have electricity, you don't have water. So if you come back, a lot of bad things can happen. So please be patient as best you can. I do want to announce that Louisiana has received a hot food waiver from the USDA to allow SNAP recipients to use benefits to purchase hot or prepare foods. That will run through September the 28th. It's only available at retail locations that normally accept the SNAP EBT cards. So you can't go to a restaurant, but if there's a store out there that actually happens to have hot food and they take normally the SNAP cards, the EBT cards, you can use it. If you've got if you want DSNAP updates, you can text DSNAP to 898-211. As I mentioned before, only 2 storm-related deaths thus far. I do expect that number will rise because coroners will attribute deaths to the storm that happen after the storm so long as they're connected in some way. There are currently 212 water outages that are impacting more than 600,000 people. This is what the president was talking about. There are also 95 boil advisories that impact over 400,000 people in Louisiana. Generator safety, please keep your generators 20 feet away from your homes in a well-ventilated area, not in your home, not in a crawl space, not in a garage, not under a window or a vent. And please cool them off for 20 minutes before you refuel them. I can tell you that the Department of Transportation has used their buses to transport more than 1,200 people throughout the event, and they're going to stay on place. They've got more than 200 buses and paratransit vehicles. There remain 73 weather-related closures across the state. So the point here is, while the interstates are open and the major U.S. highways are open, once you get off of those, there are a lot of road closures. Please go to 511la.org before you leave your house to make sure you can get where you're going. Bridge inspections have begun, but understand that there are more than 1,500 bridges just in the North Shore and New Orleans, greater New Orleans areas. They all have to be inspected. The CPRA is conducting dewatering operations in Lafourche, Plaquemines, St. Bernard, St. Charles. They're starting in Jefferson. I think the Corps of Engineers, General Spellman went down today with Chip Klein of the CPRA looking to start dewatering efforts in the Jean Lafitte area. But it's also happening in St. John the Baptist. And if you've seen Laplace, you can just see it from the interstate. You know that the water is a real problem there. They are still doing inspections, the CPRA, on the hurricane risk reduction system and all the other levees to make sure that any damage gets repaired because we are still in hurricane season. I want you to know the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard is activated. 5,659 guardsmen in support of current operations. They actually conducted 17 points of distribution, so this is a distribution of commodities, things like water and tarps and MREs. They did those in Lafourche and Tangipahoa and St. James, Orleans, St. John, St. Charles, Plaquemines, and here in Jefferson Parish today. And there will be more pods open tomorrow than today. All total, and these are just the state agencies, and this is a very small number of the total who've been rescued. But state agencies have rescued a total of 636 people and 73 pets. I want you to know we have 21 search and rescue teams from about 17 different states on hand in Louisiana right now. And I thank all the governors of those other states, because it's not just those rescue teams, it's National Guardsmen. We have state troopers coming in from other states to assist in law enforcement. We have sheriff's deputies coming in from other states. And the truth is, just like we all work so hard together here, that happens all across the country as well. So we appreciate that. To talk about something that is obviously difficult at a time like this, it further complicates all of our efforts. We did start reporting our COVID numbers again today. And since the last time they were reported 4 days ago, there have been 12,380 new cases.
All right, those were the updates there in Louisiana. A very active day weather-wise, not only in Louisiana, but along the East Coast there, as well as we are continuing to hear about tornado warnings that are popping up. Earlier this afternoon, we were showing you tornado warnings that were happening in the D.C. area. Now a new one has popped up in the Philadelphia area. Take a look here at this active radar right now, and you can see what we are seeing right here. Just as I circle up here, just west right now of Philly, one has popped up right here, and we are going to go out to Fox 29 Philadelphia. They are in storm coverage mode right now, and we're going out to that as an active tornado warning is happening in Chester County, Pennsylvania.
To look out for, and this was a Doppler radar indicated tornado. Tornado was not spotted on the ground as of yet. It could very well be, and we're looking at the cell right now moving toward the northeast at 35 miles an hour, and that's a pretty decent speed, Jason. And you can see the storm will be near Newark at 4:24, Christiana at about 4:32, and it will continue to move toward the north and east. So that's a pretty good speed. If it holds together, it will even be over the Wilmington area by 4:44, and this tornado warning in effect until 4:45.
Yeah, and I remember you just showed us a little while ago, and I wonder if you could bring it up again, the diagram of where to go in your house. There's a potential for power outages out there, so if you've got family or friends in Chester County, maybe call them up and let them know that you need to get to the interior of your home. I know a lot of people tend to take these lightly sometimes, but as you mentioned, the Doppler indicated warning indicating it is being spotted on your radar, not necessarily with the naked eye just yet, but there in the green is where your family should be right now in Chester County. Should not be taken lightly, and again, this is for another 20 minutes or so. Basement, obviously, yeah, I love this because, you know, as a dad and a bunch of kids myself, you just want to gather the family and go there until, you know, and by the way, we're sending out alerts on our app as well. So if you can't watch us on television, if the power is out, they can still get updates and alerts on our Fox 29 weather app here.
Absolutely, and that's obviously a lifesaver if you're away from the TV, because it's the only way you're going to know that these storms obviously are coming. So this is our Doppler radar indicated tornado, and we're expecting this cell to move toward the north and the east and continue through the county and possibly extend a little bit closer to Delaware County as well. So we're keeping a careful eye on this tornado warning. We also have indications of, in Chester County, looking at South Pottstown, southeast of Pottstown, South Pottstown, reports of flash flooding. We have multiple reports of flash flooding, even along the Neshaminy Creek at Langhorne and the Perkiomen Creek at Greater Ford. So the torrential rain is going to make it difficult to get anywhere. So we just ask everyone to stay inside and wait until these storms pass. If you live in this warning area, please stay inside and wait until these dangerous storms pass. We're talking about torrential rain, obviously. We're talking about extensive strong winds that will take down trees, take down power lines. If you have power, just make sure that you charge your phone and all of those electronic devices along Route 1 in Lower Oxford. This is an area that is in our warned area along 926, 41 through Elkview, Eddington, Homeville, Upper Oxford through West Fallowfield. This is the area of concern as the storm moves to the north and east at 35 miles an hour. That's a pretty decent speed, Jason. I mean, we're talking about you have very strong winds within a potential tornado, and it's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, which adds to the speed of the storm itself.
And we actually want to get to our Jeff Cole, who is on the phone now in Chadds Ford. Jeff, what are you seeing where you are?
We're actually at the Brandywine River Museum of Art, which folks in this area will know is a beautiful museum that sits right here on the Brandywine River here. The river snakes right by it. I mean, the river is sort of at normal length, maybe a normal strength or size right now, but they're actually expecting it to rise to 14.7 feet here. That means the river will come right up over its banks, the folks at the Art Museum believe, and will rise up along the back wall of this museum. They actually have a floodgate that they've designed that goes over one of their entrances here. And there are tubes that come out of it that where water is pumped out of when the water rises here. We don't have a lot in the way of wind. We do have a good amount of periodic heavy rain. It will really pelt hard here, then stop, then slow down a little bit, and then come flying back. Folks, earlier in the day, we were actually in Darby Borough, and folks who know Delaware County and know that community know that Darby Creek has a tendency to rise, and when it rises, it is angry, and it takes out low-lying areas. There are lots of businesses there and some apartment buildings there. There's a home for the elderly in Darby Borough, and when the creek rises, folks who lived in this area will know and remember that it has a tendency to take all those things, that it floods and it floods out the center there. They're obviously concerned about that happening again. We were there around noon today. You could already see that they had barricades that they had at least put in position there to possibly put up, and they had also opened a shelter in Darby Borough as well. But as for Chadds Ford, where we are right now, real concerned about the Brandywine jumping up and coming over its banks, and we are watching pretty significant rain pelt on us here.
Yeah, and we're looking, Kathy's got your area, Jeff, highlighted here where he is, and you can see torrential rains. It's off and on, Kathy, as he's reported out there, just, wind gusts and torrential rain followed by nothing, and that's what you're seeing on Ultimate Doppler.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, right now we do have that tornado warning in effect for Chester County, and the area of Chester County we're talking about is the southern part, but this storm was a Doppler radar indicated tornado. It was located 14 miles northwest of Elkton, Maryland. It's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So the areas we're talking about are Oxford, even into Coatesville, Parkersburg, Homeville. This storm will be near London Grove at 4:34. It will be near New Garden at 4:40. It will be near Kennett if it stays together at about 4:46. So this was a Doppler radar indicated tornado. We look at shear in the atmosphere. We also look at other indicators to see how much spin is in the atmosphere. I do want to show you that one of the things that we look at on Doppler radar too is you can see this bowing of the radar here. See how it almost looks like a comma, this dark red part here. This is usually an indication when the radar bulges of wind damage, of the radar indicating that there's something going on here and it could be extremely strong winds. And that's something that we're going to carefully look at as well, because the areas to the east of this area, London Grove, West Marlborough, New Garden, into Newland, this area could experience some extreme winds. Even Edton, it's over there right now in Elkview. So once again, a Doppler radar indicated tornado. We know there are extreme strong winds in there. We know there are torrential rains falling right now, and it is accumulating on the ground very quickly. So please, if you live in the southern part of Chester County, just stay inside and wait until the storm passes. This storm has a history of damaging winds, and it also came up from the southwest, where we had a lot of warm, humid air and a history of tornadoes through the Baltimore, Washington area, Annapolis. This came from a northeastern part of Maryland, and it's continuing into the southern part of our county. So we can't stress enough to have everybody just stay inside, I'd say, for the rest of the afternoon and into the nighttime hours, Jason, just to be safe. When you look at the larger view of the radar of what's going on, I mean, look at this. This is a radar that it is pouring everywhere in southeastern Pennsylvania. If you live in South Jersey, you may be saying, okay, this isn't a big deal. But from Philadelphia north and west, it is a very big deal, and South Jersey will be seeing some heavy rain as the next couple hours progress.
Yeah, and no one will escape this storm here, this remnants of Ida here in the Northeast. As you see, it is just now really starting to take shape in our area. Once again, if you're just joining us, tornado warning issued for Chester County until 4:45, so another 15 minutes. But even after 4:45, we will not be out of the woods by any stretch. We were showing you a ground shot there. I'd like some clarification on where that was, but you know, as Jeff Cole reported, I don't know if you're still there, Jeff, and you can maybe reiterate the conditions where you are. He's in Chadsford, and of course you said southern Chester is where we're seeing a bulk of the storm right now, Kathy?
Yes, that is where we are seeing the tornado warning. That is where we're seeing some of the heaviest rain coming up from the south, and that is our concern. I mean, when you look at this particular area of rain, you can see this heavy rain and everything coming up from the south, kind of looping around. So we have rotation where you see this yellow indicator. That is rotation within the thunderstorm, and that is an indication on Doppler radar that you could potentially have a tornado, and that's why the National Weather Service issued this tornado warning until 4:45. So the area that we're looking at in the red zone, you can see right here, is lower Oxford through Eddington, which it's occurring over that area right now, moving toward the northeast along 841, 41, 796. So this is what we're concerned about in this area. So if you live in this area of Chester County, please just be aware that there is a potential tornado that is moving towards your region. Parksburg in the path of the storm as well as in Coatesville. One of the things we do look at is shear, which is the speed and direction of the wind as you go up in the atmosphere. You may be familiar with that when we talk about aircraft and air travel, that wind shear that is dangerous. Well, we look at that as well when we're talking about any type of tornadic activity. So look at this, coming up from Cecil County, Maryland through Rising Sun, and just follow the blue up toward Upper Oxford, and there is the track of our storm that is moving toward the northeast. So that is a big indication of some rotation going on in that part of our region. We do have that threat for tornadic activity right through 10 o'clock tonight. As we talked about earlier, if you live in that part of Chester County, go to the basement and interior room of your home and make sure you get away from the windows, because flying debris is one of the biggest problems in a tornadic situation as well.
Hey, Kathy, this is Shayna just coming into the studio. I wonder if you can give us a reminder, as we've been watching Ida move really up this part of the country for days now, what kinds of severe weather has it spawned on its way up here?
Well, always with these types of storms, you will get some type of tornadic activity drawn with the outer bands, and that's what's happening right now. So you can see it's not in the bulk of the rain that's over parts of the Poconos and the Lehigh Valley and Berks County. It's these almost, you could call them like streamers coming up from the south, being dragged up around the storm. Right here, you have another one here, dragged around the storm, and those are what would be producing the tornado. So there's a lot of spin in the atmosphere right now. We call that helicity. We talked about that a lot yesterday, like where is the best spin? And today, the best spin is through South Jersey and Delaware over through Baltimore and Washington, and that seems to be where most of these are originating.
And Kathy, we have the spin you're talking about. Obviously, this warning in Chester County is in effect. We're going to be watching for tornadoes all night, but heavy rain is a really big part of this as well. I mean, certain areas, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow as they're still cleaning up from damage from previous storms this summer.
Exactly. Lower Bucks County, a huge problem through Bensalem and Croydon, and with a non-related tropical system. It was not a tropical system. We had severe flooding there. So our whole area has been saturated for the past couple months. So the ground is already wet. It's not going to take a lot to take down trees and power lines with wind because of how saturated the ground is, and it's not going to take much to have any type of flooding. That's why we're seeing flood warnings popping up over a large part of the region already, for the simple fact that the ground has already been so wet, and now we're looking at potential for a lot of additional rain. So here's a look at our flood warning area. You can see we have flood warnings already in effect for parts of, let's say, Newcastle County, Delaware, and Delaware County throughout our northern western suburbs, and also the Lehigh Valley and Berks County. So we have to remind everybody, aside from the severe threat, a bigger threat tonight is going to be the flash flooding. So, you know, never drive across a road that is covered with water. I want to draw your attention to this eastern shore of Maryland cell right here. There is another tornado warning that's to the south. And the reason I'm drawing it to your attention is because this could go right into Sussex County in Delaware. If you have any friends that are down at the beach, Rehoboth Beach or Lewis, Delaware, like this cell could potentially go right through the southern part of Maryland and right into Delaware within the next half hour or so. So we're watching multiple cells that could be moving into our region. But right now, the focus is this tornado warning, this potential tornado that is in Chester County right now.
We're getting a really good indication of the downpour, the torrential rain there. The bottom right of your screen is Doylestown in Bucks, and looks like there's a cell moving through there right now with that flag moving through. That is a big-time deluge of rain right there. But on the other screen was Westchester as well. It also gives you an indication of how quickly this can change. 1 minute it's sprinkling, the next minute you are, you got wind and rain to deal with. And of course, we've been talking about the potential for flooding. So this is not just a Chester County situation here. It is our entire viewing area, although Chester County is going through that tornado warning for another 9 minutes or so. Do you expect this to be extended at all, Kathy?
You know what? Right now I don't expect it to be extended, but we'll just keep a careful eye on it. This is, as I mentioned, the same cell that was in Maryland going through the southern part of the county. And tornadoes don't usually last that long. They usually obviously lose some of their speed and their fuel, so we'll actually see. We do have that flash flood warning for Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Newcastle County. You were talking about that deluge of rain, that flooding rain, torrential downpours, and that's what we have right now through Pottstown, Upper Providence, Lower Selford, along 476, the Northeast Extension. And you know what, Shayna, the problem with this is that it's raining everywhere, and it's raining everywhere heavily. It's not one county or an isolated cell. It's covering several counties. That goes into your rivers and your streams and your creeks, and that all feeds into the rivers.
Right, and it's just got nowhere to go once the ground is a certain amount of saturated. We were just looking at Doylestown, as Jason pointed out, and it seemed in the 30 seconds we were looking at that shot, it drastically changed. You could really see it starting to pick up. There it is again. You see that flag blow, and so the winds aren't really huge gusts there yet, but just visibility has increasingly gone down. It is just pouring out there, kind of sideways rain, and we're seeing that around the area. Typically, or at least this summer, we've seen so many different pop-up storms, and maybe one part of our region is getting hit, but right now we're just seeing really every single part of the region, Kathy, is under this storm on the radar.
It absolutely is. So you're talking about rain rates of 1 to 2 inches an hour at least. That will create the flash flooding very quickly, and the streams and creeks will begin to rise quickly as a result as well. And we have to be concerned about our low-lying areas, places that have poor drainage, and we know many neighborhoods that have that, and that will be the concern. So this is the latest track of the tornado warning that we have for the southern part of Chester County, the storm. The rotating thunderstorm is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, and at that speed, it's practically at East Fallowfield, like knocking on your doorstep. It will be in Coatesville at 4:40 within a minute. It will be in West Colne at 4:41, Goosetown at 4:43, and in East Marlboro by 4:46. So this severe cell showed some rotation, and that's why the National Weather Service put out that tornado warning. So it will possibly be allowed to expire in the next 6 minutes. We'll keep a careful eye on that, and you'll hear a little ping in the background when I get the update.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to keep our eye on power outage issues here throughout our area. As far as your family's concerned, as you watch this at home, prepare for the worst, expect the best. Get all the batteries and flashlights out right now while you still have power, if you still have power, and expect that power to go out, just depending on where you are and just what the wind gusts are looking like. As you take a live look here on one of our ground units here up top, windshield wipers going. This is on one of the roads. The roads are saturated. The traffic is heavy. A lot of people trying to race to get home to their families just to be together here in this situation. Being out and about from now for several hours is just not recommended.
Absolutely not. And one of the things we talked about in our newsroom in our afternoon meeting is you almost have to treat this like a snowstorm. Like in the snowstorm, we'd get everybody get home from work, get in the house, stay inside. And that's what we're talking about, because the potential for widespread flash flooding. I think many communities will be facing that. It's not going to be an isolated incident. So it's something that we have to really be vigilant about with this particular storm and take this is one to take very seriously.
And Kathy, maybe you can give us the reminder that it's always good to remind ourselves all of those rules of thumb, whether it be turn around, don't drown, or even if you are at home and you're under a warning, where to go, how long to stay there. Give us a reminder.
Well, you know, always with these types of storms, you want to wait until the storm passes. And this is a case from Philadelphia to the north and east, or north and west as well, that it's not going to end for several hours. The severe weather threat is not going to end until about 10 o'clock tonight. So that's about 5 more hours. So that is something that you just kind of have to order in, hunker down, turn on the TV, watch Fox 29, and let us, take it from there. You can see on this radar the rotation coming up from the south, and if I could try to circle this, you can actually see what the Weather Service was looking at with the rotation, with the storms coming up from the south, and right here you can see that rotation as it rotates in from the south right into Chester County. There's a little bit of a spin there, and that's what they saw that indicated that there would be some type of rotation with this particular thunderstorm.
Yeah, we just want to give folks a little bit of an update on power outages. We got over 1,000 in Chester, about 1,100 in Bucks, and then all the other counties experiencing very minimal power outages at this point. So that's somewhat good news. I expect that number to rise as the evening goes on, and as you've got that arrow, you really do see that spin right there as you fixate your eyes on where the storm is going. You mentioned it's moving at about 35 miles per hour. I wonder, is that would you consider that a fast-moving storm? And if so, is that a good thing to get this out of here?
Yeah, you know what it is? It is a rather fast-moving storm in speed, and you can see this area right here that we're looking at, which would be the heart of the storm. So it would move in and out of the area faster. That is good news. And we're hoping that it's weakening as it moves northward. But the storm will be by Kennett at 4:46, West Bradford at 4:50, Westchester at 4:56, and we hope that will be at a much weakened state, and Willistown by 5:07. So this tornado warning could possibly turn into a severe thunderstorm warning as it continues to move toward the north and the east. We've seen storms in the past that have lasted on the ground quite a while, so we never want to assume anything, but we're hoping that this is going to be allowed to expire in 3 minutes.
Kathy, is it safe to assume that if it does expire in 3 minutes, Chester County is not necessarily in the clear for the rest of the night because of the sheer size of this storm?
Exactly. And you know what? We're seeing more storms rotating up from the south as well. So this is just one rotation that's pushing toward the northeast. So it definitely does not mean that we're out of the woods in any stretch, because there's more coming up from the south.
And as you mentioned, this is a Doppler indicated tornado warning, so it has not been seen. We have no reports of any visuals, Kathy, of any kind of rotation?
No, the only thing I'm getting into the Weather Center is just the flooding, and that's why it's so important to stay inside and not venture out in your car and try to get on the highway. Those low-lying.
All right, everybody, we will keep an eye on all the developments coming out of the Philadelphia area with the tornado warning, but we do want to continue our breaking news coverage now, take you out to Winston-Salem, North Carolina, getting an update on the high school shooting that happened earlier. We are getting an update now from the police. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. I'm Katrina Thompson, Chief of Police for the Winston-Salem Police Department. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to first acknowledge our mayor, Mayor Alan Joines, and some other elected officials. We have a member of our school board chair, Malashay Woodbury. Appreciate you being here. I hope I'm not overlooking another elected official. And also, of course, our law enforcement partner and our district attorney, Mr. Jim O'Neill. Additionally, I want to acknowledge Assistant City Manager Patrice Toney for being here. And also, I saw she's right here, our superintendent of our Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, Ms. Tricia McManus. On today's date, September 1st, 2021, at approximately 12:07 p.m., members of the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office and the Winston-Salem Police Department were dispatched to 342 Petrie Road, Mount Tabor High School, on a shooting. Forsyth County Sheriff's Office SRO advised a student had been shot and suspect was still on the loose. At that point, Mount Tabor High School went into immediate lockdown. Winston-Salem Police Department and the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, the Fire Department, and EMS all responded to Mount Tabor immediately to the school and entered the school to begin looking for the suspect and potential additional victims. One student was located with a gunshot wound. Medical responders began life-saving measures, and the injured student was transported to Wake Forest University Baptist Medical Center, where he succumbed to his injuries. An intensive search of the school began for the suspect, who was identified to law enforcement. Law enforcement had been advised that the suspect had exited the school property. At this point, no known threat to Mount Tabor School exists, although the suspect has not been apprehended. Law enforcement officials are working to confirm the identity of the suspect, who is believed to also be a student of Mount Tabor High School. This investigation is in its preliminary stages, and additional information will be released at a later time. Law enforcement officials are working to reunite students with their families. For the safety of all students, a number of schools across our city also went into lockdown. At this time, those schools are no longer on lockdown. Our prayers and thoughts go out to the family of our deceased student, our Mount Tabor family, and our Winston-Salem Forsyth County family. I want to take this time to thank our law enforcement, local, state, and federal law enforcement partners, and our first responders. It's important to mention that we have law enforcement partners and first responders from most of our neighboring states. Most of our neighboring cities and counties. In my haste to provide you this information, I failed to call upon our mayor. So I'm going to ask Mayor Joines, please forgive me, and please step to the podium.
Chief, you never have to apologize for giving out the facts. Certainly this is a sad day for the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, but moreover, it's a sad day for the city of Winston-Salem and the county of Forsyth as we experienced something we see on TV across the country, but we have been so fortunate here we have not had to experience that, but today we're facing it head on with the death of a student from Mount Tabor High School. On behalf of all the citizens, I thank the police department, the highway patrol, the sheriff's department who's taken the lead in this, as well as other partners for coming together quickly to secure the school and to work on resolving the issue. Our citizens offer our condolences and our thoughts and prayers to the family of the student who passed away today. And we know it's going to be difficult for them going forward, but again, we're so sad that this happened in our city. We're thankful for the work of our law enforcement going forward. Chief, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'm going to call upon Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough, Jr., as it is Sheriff Kimbrough and his staff at the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office that is taking the lead on this case. Sheriff Kimbrough.
Good afternoon. It is with sadness. This is probably another difficult day in Forsyth County, very difficult day for me. A lot of people in need of prayer right now. The Miller family, his mother, Shannon. A lot of people in need of prayer. I want to thank all the partners across the state that showed up. FBI, DEA, ATF, Homeland, Highway Patrol, Probation Parole, ABC. I want to thank all of them. The call came out about, as Chief said, about 12:05, 12:07. I arrived at the school about 12:13 myself. After we secured the place and transported Mr. Miller to Baptist Hospital, I left Mount Tabor High School and I went to Baptist Hospital, where I met with the family, his mother, Shannon. I told her that we would do everything humanly possible to find out, locate who was responsible for this. I hadn't cried in a while, but I've been crying since I left the hospital. And we're all in need of prayers right now. But what I will tell you is that, as Chief said, Mr. William Chavis Reynard Miller Jr. Transitioned today. He was a student at Mount Tabor. And what I will tell you is that this investigation is still continuing. As Chief Thompson said, that the suspect is still at large. We're still looking for him as well. My ask of the community is this, is that before you take to social media, before you take to the rumor mill, please give us a chance to give you the facts as they happen, as we get them. As always, we will keep with our mantra of being transparent. We will do that. Every chance I get, I will update you. Because as always, we're in this together. No matter how sad today, we're going to get through this. We're still a safe community. I want you to know that. But the Miller family needs your prayers now. The children at the school needs your prayers. They were traumatized. The community needs your prayers. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Thomasville Police Department and the surrounding agencies that sent manpower here to answer calls, because we are currently actively looking, searching, whatever adjective you want to describe, for the person responsible for this. So for right now, that's all I have to say, is that my prayers are with the family. I told them, I gave his mother Shannon my word when I talked with her on the way down here, that I would say her son's name, William Chavis Reynard Miller Jr. And so what I'd like to do now is introduce friend of mine, the district attorney, Mr. Jim O'Neill.
As a father of children that attend our public schools, I can tell you and I can empathize with all the families out there in Forsyth County. And when we heard this terrible news today, it's like a punch in your stomach. And it takes your breath away, not knowing if your children are safe, if your friends' children are safe, your neighbors' children are safe. And you're in agony until you figure out what's happening and what has gone on. And when you think about the danger that was present at Mount Tabor this afternoon, and I was getting calls from folks who had children that were in Mount Tabor High School, and they were hiding under the desks in fear and not knowing what's going on. Again, as a parent and as the district attorney here, there's really no worse feeling you can imagine. And among the danger and the chaos that was going on at Mount Tabor this afternoon, what you saw were the heroes in our community. Law enforcement, the men and women in blue and black and gray that don't know what to expect, but they run in to try and protect us, our children, and our family. And no greater love hath one for another than to lay down their life for someone else. So to my law enforcement brothers and sisters, colleagues, I thank you so much for what you did today and what you do every day when you get up out of bed and you kiss your loved ones goodbye, not knowing if you're going to see them again. Thank you, law enforcement, for what you did today to keep all the other children there safe. Finally, I would like to say that without commenting on the facts in this particular case, my office takes a zero-tolerance policy as it relates to violence being committed at our schools, one student upon another. Because when each of us, including myself, sends our kids out to school in the morning, we want to know and believe that they are safe. And when law enforcement completes their task and they put their case together, this will be treated as we treat all other crimes committed at schools. We take zero tolerance on violence at any of our schools. And that's my pledge to this community. Say prayers for the young man who passed away today and his family. Say prayers for them. But I also ask you to say prayers that we continue to have people in law enforcement that put a badge on and a bulletproof vest on every single day and go to work and put themselves in harm's way so that we, all of us, can be protected. Thank you, and God bless law enforcement.
So, on behalf of the district, I want to send my condolences and say that our hearts go out to William's family and to everyone impacted by this tragedy. All of the students and staff that were on site that witnessed this tragedy. We are praying for everyone. We're praying for William Bar students and staff. We will be sending out in the next few days crisis teams to support our students. I also want to thank law enforcement and the staff at Mount Tabor for their immediate response. We really appreciate what law enforcement did today. Thank you.
Before we take questions, and I might add that questions are going to be very limited, as I mentioned earlier. This investigation is in its preliminary stages. We're just over 4.5 hours, 5 hours from when the incident actually occurred. We are still reuniting students with parents. I did want to mention again the appreciation felt by myself and Sheriff Kimbrough for the assistance from so many of our partners here. I'm not going to mention names because I don't have the list and I know I will miss some names, but I will tell you that I have talked to chiefs and sheriffs from our area, our region, and all have sent support in the form of human resources and equipment to assist us in this incident today. I also want to mention the fact that I did receive a call from the director of the State Bureau of Investigation, Director Bob Schumeyer, who also was offering assistance. So we are extremely grateful for that partnership. I also want to mention the fact that there were some reports, and I want to dispel that information, that more than one student was shot. That is not true. We had one student shot today. We had some students that did suffer what I would call a traumatic incident as a result of this situation. One being a seizure that I know for sure. Another student fell out. So we had a couple of those types of incidents that occurred where we had to provide medical assistance to the students. But there was only one student that was shot today, and unfortunately we lost that student. At this time, myself or Sheriff Kimbrough will take questions.
Can you elaborate through the early stages of your investigation what may have led up to this shooting between this suspect and Mr. Miller? Did this seem like it was something random? Was the suspect on campus for the majority of the day before this happened? Anything that you can tell us at this point?
Well, what I can tell you is that, as Chief Thompson said, the investigation is still active. All I can tell you is that they were both students at Mount Tabor.
What about the scope of the search at this point? Can you kind of detail how much of the city your officers and deputies and the troopers are patrolling and looking for this suspect, and what would you say to anybody that may have information as to where that person may be?
Well, I appreciate that. That was one of the things I was going to leave with, is that any information that you may have, that you think you have, please contact the Winston-Salem Police Department or Forsyth County Sheriff's Office. We'll be glad to have that information as relates to where we have patrol or where we have deputies at. We pretty much have them panned out all over this county. That is why we have deputies from Thomasville and a few other coming in answering calls. We are actively in an active investigation.
Can you say where in the school the shooting took place?
Again, I can, but I won't, because it's an active investigation. I can just tell you that it took place at the school, because at some point in time, the district attorney's office and his staff will be prosecuting that case. I can just tell you that it took place in the school.
There was some social media chatter around 2 o'clock that the shooter had actually targeted Reynolds High School as well. Do you have any information that the shooter may have wanted to go to other schools? And is there any danger to students tomorrow, and is there school tomorrow?
Well, I can't speak to is there school tomorrow. I'll let Ms. McManus speak to that. What I can speak to is that as relates to what the intent of the shooter was, I couldn't speak to that because I have no knowledge of that. What I can tell you, again, is that both of the students were students at Mount Tabor. And as soon as we know more and that the district attorney allows it to be released, at such time it will be released. But right now, I can just give you what I'm giving you.
in the process of reuniting these parents with their children, we were specifically told not to broadcast, and so were the parents. That's what they were telling us, where that location was going to be. I would assume that that was safety for all parties involved. You mentioned there's no ongoing threat to Mount Tabor itself. How would you classify this suspect who is still out in the community, and do you believe that there's a threat to any other parts of the community?
Well, in my opinion, anytime you're looking for a person that is wanted or interested in a police investigation, I would consider that person to be dangerous. The reason we moved the location was because basically that number of students, we wanted to be able to accommodate the families coming there, and the places in the area were so congested that we could not do that. So that's why we moved the location. As it relates to not just blurting it out, we did that so that the parents, our concern now is the parents, the healing of those children that were involved in at the school, to get them back with their parents and their loved ones. That was the reason behind that.
At this point, do we have a suspect description or name or anything that you think you can share at this time?
Of course, again, I cannot give any information as it relates to the suspect for several reasons, but I can tell you that there's an active investigation.
Any more information on the victim here? Victim's age, what grade they may have been in, and then if you can elaborate a little bit more on the suspect, maybe the suspect's age or grade, and if you've had any run-ins with them.
I have no knowledge of that. I have no knowledge of how old Mr. Miller is. What I know is that I met with his family. I talked with his mother. At that point, I wasn't concerned with how old he was. I was not. I wasn't concerned what grade he was in. As the district attorney has said, I also having a child in public school, I felt the pain, the tears of the mother, and so my concern was to console her. My concern was to let her know that she had the full support of this entire community, of all of us, because if she's hurting, we are hurting. All of us have children, most of us anyway, and so I can assure you, while I'm sad, I'm also mad as hell, and I can assure you that all the resources that I have will be utilized.
Any extra security measures, increased patrols, or anything like that you can share over the next few days throughout the course of this investigation?
As it relates to?
As it relates to in schools, on campuses, over the next few days?
Of course, I as it relates to whatever decision, that decision is not mine. What the school does, the school system, that is Ms. McManus' decision when they'll return and what they'll do. But as it relates to the security of the schools, we will always make sure that our children are safe. We will do our level best to do that. And so as it relates to extra patrol, of course we'll have a lot of people out there. There'll be counselors out there. Because the main thing is that there's a lot of rumor mills out there, and we have to be able to squash those. We have to try to make our children feel normal when they go back to school. And so we're going to do our best to make sure that our children are safe.
Mr. Miller's family, you mentioned his mother, Shannon. You mentioned that you promised to her that you were going to say his entire name at this press conference today. Is there anything else that she wanted you to share with the community? Can you detail more of what that level of grief is like, and possibly the ripple effect that it doesn't just affect his family, it affects the school, and it affects the city and the entire county?
I can't detail that kind of grief. I felt grief in my life. I've seen grief, but I don't know the grief of losing a child. I don't even know how to fathom that. I just don't. I can tell you what I saw. I can tell you what I felt. What she said to me was, Kimbrough, my baby. And I told her I was going to do everything that I could to find out and bring whoever's responsible for this. And on my way down here, I called her because I wasn't going to say his name. I wasn't. As most of you know, that my first responsibility is to the family in times like this. And she said, say his name. And that's why I said his full name.
A lot of the parents that were out there, some of them, of course, all of them expressing concerns for their children, but some of them also saying, what is it going to take to stop things like this from happening across the country? We've seen new levels of violence. All of your agencies have detailed that over the last months and years. So what is the answer to that question? How do you stop this from happening again?
I have an opinion. I think that it's going to take all of us. I think it's going to take, as we say, all hands on deck. I think that we're in some difficult times. We are. We will have a discussion, myself, the chief, and the superintendent, of what I think we should do. And we're going to figure out together, in the district attorney, can we do what I want to do legally? But right now, I want to discuss what I want to do and how I feel until I talk with the partners involved, Mr. O'Neill, Mr. McManus, and Chief Thompson. But I appreciate you asking the question.
Do you have any indication this is gang related at all?
Again, as I said, this is early in the investigation. I think 4 hours and 30 minutes we're into it. There are so many moving parts right now. First thing is to locate, so there's so many things that are still yet to be done. I've been moving since 12:05, 12:07, and so I have no way of knowing that question as of yet. I have no way of knowing the answer to that question. What I would like to say to the public is that allow law enforcement to do their job. A lot of information that you may see out there, disregard it. As Chief Thompson said, there was only one person shot. So I have no information as it relates to that question.
At any point, did any of your deputies see the suspect?
Again, that's part of the investigation, and I will be way out of order to discuss what my deputies saw. Of course, you know that my deputies are there at the school, but I cannot discuss what they saw. That will be Mr. O'Neill's office. That's an active investigation as to what is going on. So that too is a part of the investigation. So I cannot go into the particulars.
Do you have surveillance video, and is that going to be helpful in your investigation, you think?
Again, so.
As I mentioned earlier, we have information where we believe that we are talking about another Mount Tabor student, as I mentioned that earlier. So at this time, what we are doing is our full investigation into this case. If we have any video footage, it will be part of that investigation. But our primary concern is the safety of all of our children. We have a mother and a family who will not be able to hug their child tonight. We're doing everything we can, and that's why I thought it was important to mention all of the other resources we have in our city and our county at this time to get the suspect in custody. That is our commitment, and that is our priority at this time. I think at this time, we're going to go ahead and end the questions, and as soon as we can provide additional information that will be meaningful and beneficial to you all, we are committed to doing so. Again, please pray for the family who lost their son today. and also pray for all of our students and our community. Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
So we just heard some terrible news coming out of that update there, giving us really just some guidance on everything that has happened so far in this high school shooting. Unfortunately, a student has died after being shot, and right now, police still looking for the suspect, who they believe is another student at the school. That it's Mount Tabor High School, and the search continues. And we've been following this story really throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the coverage as it's happening in real time. As soon as we get more information, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But a sad update to that situation with the high school shooting that happened earlier this morning. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here as we continue to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take you out right now to Philadelphia area, as they are still under tornado warnings in that area. Fox 29 coverage continues right here.
Of severe thunderstorms moving toward the southeast, and that is going to obviously continue into the evening hours.
Kathy,
and look at that.
About every 20 seconds we hear a ding in the background.
Yeah.
Are those watches and warnings?
Yeah,
that
they're
are
all popping in. That last ding and that red patch is a flash flood warning that has just come out from the National Weather Service. So we're looking at flash flooding that is going to be occurring with the heavy rain. Oh, tornado warning just popped up. Okay, here we go. Tornado warning in effect for Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties. This just in until 5:45. The very latest coming in the Weather Center as we speak. I hear all those buzzers and alarms.
These are our phones right on the desk.
Our phones are on silent, but you can't turn that off for good reason. They really want to let you know that a warning is in effect. Of course, we're in Philadelphia, right on cue, Kathy. We just started to hear the thunder over the studio here as we saw that red square pop up over Philadelphia.
So we're talking about a widespread tornado warning here in Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties?
Yes, so let's look at it on the Doppler radar, and we can show you exactly where this is. I'm going to lift those warnings up so you're able to see the Doppler radar. So Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. The National Weather Service has said that a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Fulcroft, or 10 miles west of Gloucester City, and it's moving northwest at 50 miles an hour. And as I put on all of our indicators, you'll be able to see exactly what they're talking about. You can see it right here moving toward the northeast at 50 miles an hour. So we're watching that cell move very quickly toward the east-northeast. And I'm going to slow down this radar so you can see this in the past hour, and we can get an eye on this cell. And you can see the rotation right there. The storm is 10 miles west of Gloucester City, and it is moving east at, northeast at 50 miles an hour. So we're talking about Philadelphia, Norristown, Chester, East Norriton, Yeadon, Conshohocken, Swarthmore, Jenkintown, Narberth, Lansdale, Wissinoming, Darby Township, Morris Park, Bryn Mawr on the main line, Trout Lake, Tacony, Broomall, and Kensington.
I mean, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people there in those densely populated areas. And and what time is this expiring?
This is until 5, my warning, till 5:45. Okay. So we're in this for a while.
Yeah, at least another 25 minutes. And, if you've got family in these areas, let them know. I'm sure everybody got their warnings on their phone. As Shana mentioned, we can't, you can't mute your phone from these things. That warning is jarring, isn't it?
Yes,
you get that on your phone.
That warning means it is imminent. Let's get back to Bob now, who's keeping a close eye on the roads as this storm is changing. The conditions are changing all around us. Bob, what are you seeing out there?
Well, I'm following Kathy's lead here and watching the area where we had this tornado warning. And let's go right to that camera shot. This is a live look at the Blue Route 476 just outside of Marple. And you can see the heavy rain coming down, ponding on the roadway, and just the darkness that is just, we had daylight there just a second ago. And again, as this storm kind of moves on over, not only are there changing road conditions, but also the conditions in the sky there. Again, this this is the blue route 476. As you can see from our ultimate Doppler, that storm heading right for 476 over toward Bryn Mawr, over to Radnor, into the Conshohocken area. You may remember last week we had flooding on the Schuylkill Expressway at the Conchi interchange. And of course, that's something that is a possibility here again. So you see that spinning right there coming out of Echo Valley, heading up through Marple. And there's a live look at 476, the blue route, heading right for Radnor, St. David's. If you know anyone studying or on campus at Villanova University, is heading right that way, right in toward that Norristown, East Norriton, and of course that stretch of the Pennsylvania Turnpike there between Valley Forge over through Plymouth Meeting, and then all the way over through Norristown and over toward Fort Washington. Wow. All right, here we go. I'm going to take you down here real quick.
Look at the difference.
Jump in if you want. Now this is down in Kent County, Delaware, where we started off with the storm warnings. And just take a look at the clouds there. I'm just trying to pull in as many cameras. And as Kathy was showing us the track of that storm, if you can see my arrow just kind of going right on up there, right up 301, right up 13, heading right into I-95 and right into Wilmington. And you can see the clouds just kind of moving on in there. I'm going to see what the next camera we got here. Here's an example of Route 30. We showed this before. Now, a down tree blocking Route 30 in Chester County. Again, the high wind, all of this rain loosening the roots. And now we got a big old oak tree across Route 30, and that's closed right now in Chester County. And I can't imagine what's going through some of the minds of the people that are stuck in their car while this rain is coming through with nowhere to go.
Yeah, and of course, as you mentioned, the flooding and wind are just as dangerous as anything else here. And just, you can see here, well, you can't see much on that camera shot, just tells you we're talking about sideways rain here. And let's get back to Kathy as you forecast where this is going. What are we seeing on the bottom right of your ultimate Doppler there as far as what folks can expect in the 3 major counties affected by this warning?
So what we're talking about is a tornado, potential tornado or rotating thunderstorm that is moving toward the northeast at 50 miles an hour. So think about the storm having winds in excess of 70, 80 miles an hour as far as the winds are concerned. And then it's also moving at 50 miles an hour. So it is like a bulldozer, obviously, going through our neighborhood. So this storm, this dangerous thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado, is going to be in the Radnor area imminently at about 522, Drexel Hill at 525, Lower Marion at 526, Marion even into Lancasterville by 531. Other areas of concern: Conshohocken, Swarthmore, Jenkintown, Narberth, right along the main line, Darby Township, Morris Park, Bryn Mawr, Tacony, Broomall, and Kensington. If you live in any of these neighborhoods, please go to an interior room of your home and wait until the storm passes. As you mentioned, it is a huge area of real estate that we're talking about, from Chester through Ridley, Upper Darby, Maryland, through obviously Philadelphia into northeast Philadelphia and the southern part of Montgomery County. So this spans obviously several counties in our region. So everybody just obviously has to just move inside. We keep saying the same thing, but it's true. Go to an interior room of your home and wait until the storm passes.
Yeah, you can't say it enough. I mean, get to a basement if you have one. Hopefully, in some areas, a lot of folks are probably going to have water in their basement by the time this night is over, but still going to be better to be down there safe if a tornado, if there's a warning in effect where you live. It's definitely time to seek shelter in Delco, Philadelphia County, Montco, still in effect in Newcastle and Sussex, and those specific neighborhoods Kathy just mentioned, Kensington area.
And Kathy, I was just curious, are we in the thick of the storm? Are we in the peak of it, or has that not even happened yet?
You know what? That's a great question. And we are looking at, I think we're just ramping up. I mean, we're going to stay in the thick of it for a number of hours. I think now, between now and about 10 o'clock tonight, I mean, that's where we have the biggest severe threat. So through the 6 o'clock hour, the 7 o'clock hour, the 8 o'clock hour, this is going to be moving through, and you're going to have potential of those streamers of thunderstorms coming up from the south, potentially spawning tornadoes. And you can see that precipitation spinning up from Maryland up through Baltimore and also into Delaware, coming into our counties, and that spin is what's creating these storms as the remnants move north.
just the sheer volume of the size is incredible when you look at the radar right now. I mean, it's really the entire corner of the country is underneath this, the remnants of Ida. We know how much damage Ida did down in the southern regions of the country, and just look at it, just covering this corner of the country.
The top right camera is Platte Bridge, and that thing is shaking right now. We've got wind moving through, lots of rain, and the bottom right as well, we're seeing just torrential rain. You know what's good about that shot? I don't see any other cars. And, you know, maybe we are in the peak of the evening commute. Maybe folks were able to get home a little bit early as they anticipated this storm. And we saw from Bob on the Blue Route, not a lot of cars heading home on a usually busy time there, heading north. So a good idea, a good sign, hopefully. But as you mentioned, you know, a 3-county tornado warning this long, Kathy. I mean, can you remember something like this?
No, not over 3 counties. I mean, that's pretty significant. And the National Weather Service also just issued a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's until 6 o'clock as well. So they have a severe thunderstorm warning that's highlighted in orange that goes through our northern western suburbs. It's pretty much all of our northern western suburbs, through Philadelphia County, Delaware County, Chester, where you see the orange box, through parts of Montgomery County, and also most of Bucks County. And that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 6 o'clock. So there was a severe thunderstorm over Newtown Square that was about 12 miles east of Westchester, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. And that cell is the cell of concern in the outskirts of where we have the tornado warning. So you're really not escaping this as far as wind and rain. So we're talking about torrential downpours, and downpours everywhere. And we talked about this earlier. You almost have to treat this like a snowstorm. You can't go out. Like, that's the bottom line. You just don't leave the house and you stay inside. If it were a snowstorm, you'd be snowed in. We're going to be rained in through the rest of the night.
And Kathy, Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, is under a tornado warning right now. It's something you commonly hear. I think a lot of people believe that tornadoes can't hit a big city. It's something I've heard so many people say, but that's not necessarily true, is it?
No, it's not true. And, you know, obviously in the days that we're living in now with a warming environment, I mean, anytime it rains, it pours. That's just something that's happening. We have very warm ocean water that this storm, the remnants, are tapping into. We have a strong jet stream that's over us right now. So there's many factors that are leading to this storm actually intensifying over our area. So that's why we're seeing this. It's the remnants combined with a lot of atmospheric conditions and ocean influences, since we are so close to the ocean, feeding into the warmth and the instability of this storm.
And so if you're in a you know, high rise in Philadelphia, or a row home, something that doesn't have a basement, you know, an interior room, a bathroom is the place to be here for at least the next 20 minutes or so.
Nice now that you can just bring your phone, bring your laptop with you. You've got access, you're plugged in.
And charge it now while you can,
right,
if power stays on.
Yeah, you can still, you know, you can stream us on the Fox 29 app or fox29.com, so you can keep watching this if that's what you're doing in the living room right now. But as the storm is intensifying, as Kathy was saying, the power outage numbers are starting to shoot up as well. We're just hearing in Newcastle County, where we've seen a couple of tornado warnings over the past 20 minutes. They're up to a few thousand now, so we do expect those numbers to climb. A few thousand in Chester County as well. Still a few hundred in Delaware, Modco, Philadelphia each. But again, those numbers are going to go up. So as Jason mentioned, try to make sure those devices are charged now, because you may not have an opportunity
and
later.
Maybe crank the AC if you can, because if your power goes out, it could be a very muggy evening for you. On the backside of this storm, Kathy, what kind of temperatures are we looking at?
We're talking about temperatures that are going to be cooling down big time. Yeah, we don't have to worry about the heat. And I just ran a new track on this. I mean, think about this potential tornado. It's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Like, that's really fast, and it could do more damage because of the speed of the storm. Yeah, it moves out faster, but we're talking about flying debris. That's why you stay away from the windows. Any type of mobile homes, damage to roofs and windows and vehicles could occur, and obviously tree damage. Now, at this speed, this storm will be in Haverford in about a minute, Lower Merion at about 5:31, and Corson's at about 5:34. I also want to remind everybody that we're not out of the the woods with this. This potential for tornadoes will continue until about 10 o'clock tonight. So it's something that we have to be vigilant. If you don't have to go outside, there's no need really. We're just going to continue to see this going on through the evening hours. And I just want to take a quick look at the wind gusts, because the winds with this storm obviously have gotten stronger. And you can see in the Lehigh Valley, we're up to like a close to a 40-mile-an-hour wind. But where we have these storms, there was a report of a thunderstorm wind of about 60 miles an hour. That was in Newcastle County. But excuse me, of course, with this storm, it's going to be even higher than that with a potential tornado.
Just sent my wife a text. She's in Haverford. You said it's coming in 1 minute. And, yep, take the kids down to the basement now.
Yeah.
We've got Bob Kelly now. You're in the Malvern area, and I'm just curious.
All right, so we've been following all of the latest out of the Philadelphia area. This is special coverage of Fox 29 Philly as these tornado warnings are popping up in and around not only Philadelphia, but Bucks County, a lot of areas of eastern Pennsylvania, as we are still following the remnants of Storm Ida. You can see the radar and satellite imagery here of some of these tornado warnings and heavy rain and heavy winds that Ida has spawned much north, more north. And so we'll be on top of this going into the night here on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're still monitoring all the latest as well out of Washington. We're going to be going to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be showing you some of the White House press briefing from earlier. Press Secretary Jen Psaki still answering questions on the Afghanistan withdrawal and a number of other topics. So all that and more in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're still monitoring all of these tornado warnings in the Philadelphia area. You can see this pretty massive system going through eastern Pennsylvania at the moment. And those purple areas are those tornado warnings. And so you heard there from Fox 29 in Philadelphia about what residents and viewers need to do as they take cover and go into their basements for this storm system. We're going to go back out into their coverage. We'll also have some live reports in the next hour from down on the ground as well as they monitor these developments in what is the remnants of Ida that has moved very far north now into the northeast. And so very dangerous at this hour. We're going to go back into Fox 29 Philadelphia, their special coverage of this weather event.
moving really quickly. They're just sort of racing by us. We are clearly now in a bit of a, and we'll look up at it now if you can discern that from my photographer Mark Lavala's camera. But the clouds are low and they're moving very quickly in the sky here above us. Again, sort of hit and miss. Intense rain, heavy rain, you know, swirling, sort of twirling winds, moving the trees about, moving debris in the air, and then it'll suddenly slow down and stop. And this is in one of those situations that we're in right now. Quickly, let me talk really quickly about the Brandywine River. So there's an art museum down there that sits along the Brandywine River in Chadds Ford, and we went there just to see what was going to look like earlier in the day, and they had a huge floodgate up with tubes that come out of it because they expect the river to rise to 14.7 there, and they need that floodgate up to keep the water back. One other thing, we're at Darby Creek here today as well. Folks will know Darby Borough. When the water rises, when it rains hard, that creek comes up and takes over all the low-lying areas. They were concerned about that as well, and we're already preparing for the water rising there. Glen Mills, Baltimore Pike, a little bit of a lull, lighter rain, intermittent heavy wind. We're waiting here for the rain to return. That's what we have here out here in Glen Mills, folks.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. I want to get to Kathy before we get to our next reporter here, because it looks like you have an update. Is this extended, this tornado warning extended till 6 p.m. now?
Yes, this just in from the National Weather Service. A tornado warning has been issued for southwestern Mercer County, southeastern Montgomery County, central Bucks, and northwestern Philadelphia until 6 o'clock. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is over Plymouth Meeting, or 8 miles northwest of Philadelphia, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So that is another tornado warning. So the areas of concern are Philadelphia, Trenton, Ewing, Doylestown, Hatboro, Ambler, Jenkintown, Chalfont, Yardley, Newtown, Abington, Vernathan, Ivyland, Willow Grove, Woodside, Richboro, Plymouth Meeting, and Chestnut Hill. Once again, tornado warning in effect for southwestern Mercer, southeastern Montgomery, and central Bucks, even northwestern Philadelphia County until 6 o'clock. So this is one warning that we're tracking that is in our area, and we're going to widen out a little bit and show you our other tornado warning. If I can get a hold of this here, and we'll widen out and you can see the same cell. So we're looking at this strong whole area here from 476 extending right through Montgomery County, moving east, and right now it's at 45 miles an hour, and this has been expanded into Mercer County and Bucks County as well.
Yeah, as Jeff mentioned, it can be kind of hit or miss on the ground, and we can see it's a hit right now in South Philly. That's the Platte Bridge up in the right-hand corner of your screen, and when we looked at it 5-10 minutes ago, it was a little bit clearer than this. The camera wasn't quite shaking as much, so you can just see how heavy it is. You can sort of see how slowly the drivers are moving. Smart move to drive slowly, but even smarter to get off the roads as soon as possible if you can. I do want to go out now to Marcus Espinoza. I believe he is standing by for us. Marcus, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Hey, Shayna, I'm on Broad Street here in the South Philly area, Jefferson Methodist Hospital right now. Heavy rain behind me with quite a dose of wind as well. A lot of folks getting caught out on the sidewalk without an umbrella. A cool couple acts of kindness happening on here, though, as patients have to come out of the hospital. Staff and folks here, nurses, whoever, coming out, holding umbrellas for folks as they have to get in their cars, as they try to get back home from whatever they had to get into the hospital for. So a lot of compassion here in this rain, in this weather. And I want to point out something else as well. There's a street sign up there that says Hawaii. And I think a lot of other folks would rather be in Hawaii right now. But for this sake, we're dealing with some rain, and I think folks are okay with it right now. It's heavy, but a couple lightning strikes far away here and there. But otherwise, it's kind of become a waiting zone over here in Jefferson as folks wait for their lifts, their rides. Saw a couple folks running without an umbrella, and they're going to get a little wet on their way back home, Shayna.
I will say, but wet as long as you're safe, is not too bad. We can deal with a little moisture. So you stay safe and dry out there, Marcus.
Yeah.
Some Fox 29 viewers in the house.
Keeping it cool. You know, this storm is certainly living up to the hype, if you want to call it that here. I mean, we're talking about widespread flooding, wind and rain. As you see, Kathy's got a little area circled there. What are you taking a look at here on Ultimate Doppler?
Yeah, this is the area that we're talking about where the tornado started or was continuing. And if we widen out of that area, you can see the hook echo. So the tornado, I'm going to circle that again so you can get a better idea of where it is. But I was just zooming in on the area of concern. So this is the area where the tornado was Doppler radar indicated, and it makes perfect sense because as I take a zoom out of that area and widen out a little bit, you're going to actually be able to see a hook here, and I'm going to outline the hook like we look for what we call a hook echo, which you often talk about. So here is the hook, and in this interior circle in the middle is where we would have the tornado. So the tornado would be right there where I have that circle. And indeed, if I zoom in, you're going to see that is right in this area, moving toward the northeast very quickly, where that yellow meets the orange. Like, that is what we're talking about. So that is where the rotation is. Pass through Upper Marion. It's heading on 276 by Corson's. It's moving toward the northeast at 45 miles an hour. So I can clearly identify the hook with this, as I just showed you, and you can follow along on the radar at home. So if I do a quick determination on this, and I'll put in my wind speed at 45 miles an hour into my computer, and I can follow the hook, and I can move this northeast at 45 miles an hour, I can show you exactly where this is going to be. So I put in my speed and my direction, and I can see it's heading toward Montgomery, Northampton, Abington, Cheltenham, and Bensalem, and I can put on the exact times that you will be seeing this particular storm pass by you. So this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, but like we saw a couple of weeks ago when Scott and I were tracking these storms, when you can see this hook so clearly on Doppler radar, you got to be a believer. You have to really take this seriously. So the storm, this possible tornado, will be near Marion at 5:42, Abington at 5:45. Abington, this is heading right for you. Northampton at 5:53, Newtown at 5:57, Bensalem by 6:05, and Ewing, if it holds together, but you are in that warning area, by 6:08. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. I would not be surprised if someone spots a tornado on the ground with this. I mean, you can clearly see the signature on the radar. Yeah. It just is passing over 476. And if I take a zoom in on the radar, I'm going to show you exactly where it is, because as we just looked a few minutes ago, a little weather lesson here, we're going to draw the circle again, and it's right here. That's where it would be. So it would be on the inside of that hook echo, heading right through Conshohocken, moving toward Corson's, Norristown. These are all of our areas of concern. And if we follow that toward the northeast at 45 miles an hour, think how fast it is when you're driving in a car at 45 miles an hour. I mean, this is covering real estate really quick. We're talking about Washington, Whitpain, Upper Dublin. This whole area is our area of concern, as it's, you can see the rotation, our rotation indicator right over Upper Dublin and Fort Washington into Flowertown. Like, this is where our tornado is moving through.
And if the radar doesn't make you a believer, recent history should. As you just mentioned, Kathy, just a few weeks ago, we did have several tornadoes touch down. I believe it was 9 that day between Pennsylvania and New Jersey. And, you know, we keep talking about how dangerous it is to be in a car. You'll remember up in Bucks County, one of the tornadoes hit a car dealership, and you saw what it did to that area, to all of those cars. So just a reminder of how seriously to take this when there is a warning in effect for your area.
Absolutely, and I'm just getting updates now from the National Weather Service beeping into the Weather Center just about flying debris, indications that there is some damage. We obviously had that tornado warning that was in effect for Chester County. I'm seeing pictures from Lower Oxford that are just trees down everywhere. We're starting to see some of that damage that's coming in. I did get something from the Weather Service that they have allowed a tornado warning for Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties to expire, but I'm going to keep an eye on that because they reissued for Bucks, Mercer, and Montgomery. So Montgomery County not out of the woods yet, but it looks as though the warning for Delaware County and Philadelphia may be allowed to expire, and I'm going to check that right now.
And we want to do our best to bring the images to our viewers. If you can safely, I stress safely, take video of the damage, flooding, whatnot near you, tag us on social media at Fox 29 Philly, and we will try to share your pictures with our viewers here as this fast-moving but widespread storm moves through our area. Now, a little while ago, we did hear from our Chris O'Connell, reporter out in Westtown Township, Chester County. Here's Chris's report.
Threats of tornadoes and flash flooding are the concerns here in Chester County. I'm here in Westtown Township here along Westchester Pike as rush hour continues, people making their way home. And it probably couldn't be a worse time for these warnings and watches to come out as people make their way home, as people go to bed tonight, and as darkness comes. There were some tornado warnings in Chester County earlier. That continues with flash flood warnings here in Chester County until about 8:45 tonight. Treacherous, some low-lying areas receiving some road flooding, and that's going to continue throughout the evening hours. We're in Westtown Township tonight. Chris O'Connell, Fox 29 News.
Thank you very much, Chris. Let's get back to Bob Kelly now. We've been hearing about trees coming down. We expect a lot of trees to come down and flooding, ponding on the roads. So, Bob, as you're taking a look at the roads around Greater Philly, what are you seeing?
I'm actually trying to, exactly. Chris is right on the money there with the downed trees. We'll get to that in a moment. But here's a live look at Route 202 in Norristown, right underneath the ultimate Doppler tornado warning that Kathy's been showing us. I'm going to give it a second here for a car to kind of go through the intersection because the intersections are all flooded out. And right there, you can kind of see them there making that right-hand turn or left-hand turn. That's an example of a major intersection there along Route 202. Again, more flooding. This is that Norristown construction zone. See the brown there to the bottom left? That's all.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft here. We've been watching Fox 29's coverage of these tornado warnings in the Philadelphia area in eastern Pennsylvania. We're going to be monitoring all of the latest on that in just a matter of moments, probably in the next couple hours. But we will have a live report down in Pennsylvania as well as they monitor these tornado warnings. I just want to put up the radar here, and you can see this massive storm system moving through. Those purple areas are what Fox 29 has been reporting on, the areas that are under tornado warning right now. And so they have been telling viewers and residents to take cover if they are in their homes. And so we'll be monitoring that as well here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be giving you the latest out of the White House and the administration as well. And then we'll be speaking with a congressman, Republican congressman, about not only the evacuees and refugees of Afghanistan who are now here in the United States, but also the origins of COVID-19 and what intelligence agencies are saying about that very important question. So all that and more here on Live Now from Fox in just a matter of minutes. can also see that Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, is being affected by this storm system as well. We have a live look at the White House. It seems to be raining there at the moment. Anyway, a lot of news coming out of the administration today. We know President Biden met with the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky. We'll show you those remarks a little bit later. And we also found out that the president will be going to Louisiana later this week to visit with officials and residents down there as they still clean up, as they still restore power from Hurricane Ida. In the meantime, we want to go out to the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She took a number of questions today about the situation in Afghanistan now that the withdrawal is complete and thousands of Afghan refugees are here in the United States. Here's that press briefing from earlier.
In July, between President Biden and former Afghanistan President Ghani. One, that both leaders appeared completely unaware that the Taliban would take over, and secondly, that they discussed plans to project that Afghan forces were still in control. Is that accurate? Can you tell us a little bit more about that call?
Well, I'm not going to get into private diplomatic conversations or leaked transcripts of phone calls. But what I can reiterate for you is that we have stated many times that no one anticipated, the vast majority, I should say, there may have been individuals and agencies, so I don't want to eliminate that option, but our national security team and no one in Congress, or I would say most people out in the public, anticipated that the Taliban would be able to take over the country as quickly as they did, or that the Afghan National Security Forces would fold as quickly as they did. So even the content of the reporting is consistent with what we've said many times publicly. I'll also note something that the president said in his press conference around the same time of this reported phone call. The Afghan government and leadership has to come together. They clearly have the capacity to sustain the government in place. The question is, will they generate the kind of cohesion to do it? And what the president conveyed publicly and certainly privately as well, repeatedly to Afghan leaders, as did our national security officials, is that it's important that the leaders in Afghanistan do exactly that, lead, and show the country that they are ready to continue the fight against the Taliban, that they have the will for the Afghan National Security Forces to continue that fight even as our U.S. forces leave.
Did the president at that point in time have some sort of a perception that even the former president of Afghanistan didn't have that confidence in the Afghan forces? Is that why maybe he was pushing Ghani to be more stern and to be more confident?
The president has consistently conveyed, and I just noted an example publicly, that the Afghan leadership at the time needed to do exactly that, lead. They needed to come together in a cohesive manner. They needed to be united. They needed to show the country and the Afghan people they were going to fight and they were going to lead through this transition, even as U.S. forces left. That is entirely consistent with what he has said publicly throughout. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. One on Afghanistan, one on COVID as well. A few colleagues of mine have determined that there's roughly 17,000 Afghan refugees in military installations in 5 states here as of Tuesday, while another 40,000 remain at bases overseas. Curious how many of those Afghan evacuees have other countries committed to resettling, or what is the status of those ongoing conversations? And will the U.S. resettle, or otherwise, will the U.S. resettle all of those 40,000 here in the United States?
Well, not to refute the reporting of your colleagues, but just to note, the Secretary of Defense just confirmed it's about 20,000 who have come into the United States at a briefing earlier this afternoon. There is capacity, and we're working towards capacity at our military bases for up to 50,000. And again, this is not a place where people would live. This is a place where people would go. They would receive medical care and assistance and get connected with refugee resettlement organizations that are play a vital role as refugees come to our country from wherever they come around the world. We are also working with third countries on what their capacities are. I can't give you an exact breakdown now. It's a very important question, but that's exactly what our Department of Homeland Security, what our diplomatic team will be working through in the coming days, and I'm certainly will be providing updates as we have that established.
You've talked about this a little bit, others have as well, but there are, of course, concerns among lawmakers, experts who've tracked this, who say in previous arrivals of large numbers of refugees from different parts of the world, inevitably there may be a handful, small handful, who are eventually deemed a security risk of some kind. What reassurances can you make about the screening process and the attempts to make sure that somebody like that doesn't make his or her way here?
I can absolutely assure you that no one is coming into the United States of America who has not been through a thorough screening and background check process. And there are many individuals, as you noted, who have not been through the process, and they have gone to lily pad countries as that process has been completed. It doesn't mean that that's because there's a flag. It means they have not completed their paperwork, and we were working to save tens of thousands of people, hence we evacuated them to these third countries.
And then on COVID, is there any update on the U.S. decision to keep Europeans and Canadians from visiting the United States? There were a few public messages from ambassadors here in Washington, the EU ambassador, the Polish ambassador, among others, saying the time has come for vaccinated Europeans to be allowed entry into the United States. Our people deserve to be reunited with loved ones and to have the opportunity to visit this great nation. I know this is something a lot of people worry about. Just curious if there's a status report.
Well, we certainly understand that and relate to that and know that people are eager to be reunited with loved ones, and that is something that's impacting many people around the world. I would note that we are right now working across federal agencies to develop a consistent and safe international travel policy. That has obviously been ongoing for some period of time. That includes travel from Europe and other countries around the world. And it is one that we want to be equitable. We want it to have standard requirements so there's clarity and so there's equity across how we approach it. This will involve, of course, efforts to step up protecting the American people. It may also involve ensuring that over time foreign nationals coming to the United States are fully vaccinated with limited exceptions. No decisions have been made yet, but that is a process that's ongoing. We certainly understand the interest in it being resolved and completed. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. It's been now a couple days since U.S. troops left Afghanistan. I understand you have continued to say the mission will continue to bring people home through diplomatic and other ways. Yesterday, you guys at the White House didn't have an answer on whether any Americans or refugees had made it out. Is there an answer today?
Well, again, this is an operation that's being overseen by our State Department from a diplomatic front. They have a briefing today. If there are updates to provide, they will provide them. But what we are working through and what we knew would not necessarily be operational the day after our departure are a couple of steps. One is how we can get the airports operational again. We're working with the Qataris, the Turks, and others who are being partners in this effort. The civilian side of the airport had a lot of destruction to it, and we need to make repairs in partnership with them so we can get airports and airplanes, I should say, up and running. That will have a huge impact once that is up and operational. The other piece is overland efforts. Now, some of this is there are steps, as we have seen over the course of the last few weeks, where individual American citizens are able to depart without conveying that they have departed yet. So what we are doing is we are tracking and staying in contact with all of the American citizens we are aware of on what our plans are, what the progress is, and what as we have updates on the timeline for when they can be able to depart.
Is there a sort of a time frame where if there isn't an update from the State Department, there might be a course correction? I asked them today if they had any updated numbers, and nobody's gotten back to me. I understand the briefing's coming up. But is there a time frame where you guys will readjust?
A course correction in what way?
In terms of if we cannot say, for whatever reason, how many people have been able to leave since the U.S. forces withdrew, and we're not able to measure that, or we're not able to publicly release that, is there a plan to do something else so that that movement can happen?
Well, today is September 1st. We ended our presence in Afghanistan yesterday, or on the 31st in Afghanistan. What we said at the time, and remains the case, is that we are focused on operationally moving forward on a number of fronts. There's the diplomatic front. We have more than half of the countries in the world who have agreed that the expectation we are going to press upon the Taliban is that people will be able to freely move, depart the country. There was a UN Security Council resolution signed, or passed, I should say, just 2 days ago. And now we are operationally working on both airplanes, so that can depart, or getting the airport up and operational, and overland departures. At the same time, we are in touch with every American citizen we have contact with about our efforts and our commitment to get them out of the country. I'm not sure what a course correction would look like. That is what our efforts are at this point in time, 36 hours after or just about 2 days after our last planes depart.
And We're hearing about some journalists who were left behind. Fox confirmed that a number of journalists working for U.S. Agency for Global Media, federally funded agency, Congress, including Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty journalists were left behind, and we're now also hearing from some senior State Department officials that there were constraints getting people through the gates at HKIA, that some of the communication methods to contact people were available to so many that they were instantly ubiquitous, that those priority groups could not get through. Was that a contingency that was planned for?
Well, Jackie, I think it's important to remember, again, 120,000 people made it out of the airport and out of the country. And our commitment to people who want to evacuate, want to leave, American citizens, journalists, Afghan partners who have stood by our side.
All right, we're going to step away from the White House press briefing for now. We've been listening to White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki for about 10 to 15 minutes talk about the situation in Afghanistan, especially now moving forward as these Afghan refugees and evacuees are being resettled here in the United States. We're going to be talking about that specific subject and more, including the origins of the coronavirus with Representative James Comer, the Republican from Kentucky. Congressman, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We were just listening to Jen Psaki, and I want to say, quote what she said. She said, no one is coming into the U.S. without a
It's been quite a day here in the DMV, and we begin with the severe weather that has moved through our region over the last couple of hours. Fox 5's Matthew Capucci spotted that tornado in Anne Arundel County earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, we've been seeing severe weather across the region.
I'm getting a lot of background noise in here on this, but I will tell you, there's no one in Congress, and I don't think there's anyone in America that has confidence in the Biden administration's vetting process right now. We've asked questions about exactly what the vetting process is.
We're going to show
the
you
numbers
another
that
view
we
of the tornado.
were led to believe
This time,
a few
this is
weeks ago when
from
we voted on
Edgewater,
legislation
Maryland. You can even
to
see
let
the lightning that struck
Afghanis
there
who cooperated
at
with
the
the United
same time.
States
We
come
have
in
power
to
outages,
the
we have
United
structural
States was
damages,
around
we even have
20,000.
reports
Now
of
I'm
a
hearing
gas
numbers
leak that we're going to
upwards
tell you
of
about soon.
100,000.
Meanwhile, firefighters in Anne Arundel
we have
County
questions
at
as to
work right now
who
are surveying
are all these people. Were there that many interpreters?
This
I know
is
you're talking
along
about their
West
families
Street,
probably
and
and things like that.
Quite
But
the scene. We have several
we've
people
got a lot
over
of
there. We have
concerns about who
firefighters, we
these
have
people
police,
are. We're
we have the
concerned,
power
obviously,
company.
like every American
It's just
should be
been a
concerned
real mess
that,
today. And
there
over in
are
Frederick, a
potential
school bus
terrorists,
got stuck.
Potential Al-Qaeda people, potential Taliban people for that matter, in with these refugees. So we have answers. We have questions. We expect answers from Joe Biden, and unfortunately, at this particular moment, we don't have any.
You know, and Congressman, we did get that feedback worked out. Apologize about that. But, you know, talking about, we have now 17,000 evacuees in 5 states. And a majority of those, the Defense Department has acknowledged, are neither SIV, applicants or visa holders. And so you've been talking about the vetting process. Are you confident that, going forward in the next couple of days and couple of weeks, that they will figure this out?
Well, what if it's too late? No, I'm not confident. Let's say they do figure it out. They're already over here. And if it's anything like the efforts to secure the border, which is non-existent, then it's too late. If one terrorist sets foot on American soil via a United States military plane, then that's a huge failure. And what my concern is that there could be dozens of potential terrorists in this group. And the fact that we don't have a list in front of us, we in Congress don't have a list in front of us of the extreme measures that the State Department has gone through to vet these refugees is very concerning. Because look, we fought with the Biden administration for 7 months on the House Oversight Committee to try to do something to secure the border, to give us a plan to secure the border. And what we figured out is there is no plan, and they're just not going to secure the border. Now we've got a similar situation, only much worse, with all these Afghanis coming over to the United States. I think that most Americans would support some Afghanis coming to the United States, But the numbers that we're hearing are substantially more than what we were told, and we still don't have the criteria that the Biden administration has used to vet these people.
Yeah, I just want to tell our viewers, I mean, the SIV application process is very onerous. It's very restrictive. I think the vetting process lasts, well over 1 or 2 years. And so it's quite a stunning and stark admission on the administration's part that the majority of these people coming in from Afghanistan are not these applicants. Although we did want to mention that DHS Secretary Mayorkas has essentially granted them humanitarian parole for the time being. What do you make of that? He has that authority.
The DHS secretary needs to go. I mean, we called on him to resign weeks ago because of his failure to secure the border. Now this is the guy that's going to be in charge of the vetting process for a hostile country. I mean, we've seen what Afghanistan thinks about the United States. We have seen 19 years worth of training for an Afghani military force and billions and billions and billions of dollars spent on reestablishing Afghanistan, nation building Afghanistan, and building and training a military will get you, and it's absolutely nothing. Now, I am sympathetic. I'm a compassionate person. I know there are people over there that we have promised refuge to, but the numbers that we're hearing are substantially more, and I just have zero confidence in the Biden administration. The fact that the Democrats won't have a single committee hearing to tell us exactly what the vetting process is very concerning. The House Oversight Committee, we're having a committee hearing tomorrow. With all that's going on in Afghanistan, with all the tax dollars that have been wasted over there, with all the military weapons that have been confiscated by the Taliban. And you know what our committee hearing's over tomorrow? It's over electrifying the United States postal fleet. Electrifying the U.S. postal fleet. That's the priority of the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. They don't want to even talk about all these refugees and the potential vetting errors that the Biden administration is probably making right now.
And Congressman, not only talking about the refugees, but also some of the Americans who are still left in Afghanistan itself who hold U.S. passports. Your colleague from Wisconsin, Mike Gallagher, introduced a resolution and a bill which have required daily reporting to Congress on the number of Americans left in the country and the number of Afghan allies seeking refuge until they are all extracted. Do you support that? Do you think that will go anywhere?
Well, I support it. Mike Gallagher's been a leader on this issue from day one. I believe that he has a better knowledge of what's going on in Afghanistan than just about any member of Congress. So I would support that. But what I think we're all going to find out is the Biden administration has no idea how many Americans are still left over there. I mean, this is a number that we've been asking over the past several days, and no one in the administration has been able to answer it because they honestly don't know. And they'll come back in defiance and say, well, you don't have to register to be in the country, and imply that some of these people wanted to stay in the country. Whatever the reason, the fact that you plan a withdrawal in a war that we fought for nearly 20 years, and you have no idea how many people we're going to evacuate or withdraw from the country is very concerning. It's just another example of the incompetence of the Biden administration.
And just lastly, I want to move on to another topic that you're very passionate about, you're trying to get answers on, and that is the origins of COVID-19. The intelligence agency issued a classified report because of this 90-day window to the administration in which they kind of gave us snippets unclassified about what they found. It was largely inconclusive. Going forward, will we just never find out what exactly and where exactly COVID-19 came from?
Well, the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee have been laser focused on this issue. We were the ones that determined that $600,000 in tax dollars did actually end up at the Wuhan lab through the National Health Alliance, through Dr. Fauci and a nonprofit called EcoHealth Alliance. So that was something that the administration denied, that we proved to be a false denial by the Biden administration. We've worked with other committees in the House, Republicans, minority members of the committee, to determine that the Chinese army moved in, that there were people in that lab that were sick months and months and months before anyone knew what COVID-19 was. So China's lied about it. China's covered it up. The Democrats just like in Afghanistan, they have no desire to try to seek the origination of COVID. And I don't understand that, because the Republicans on the oversight committee, we're not trying to accuse the Democrats of having anything to do with COVID-19. We're accusing China of having a lot of wrongdoing with respect to COVID-19. But the Democrats, for whatever reason, are trying to protect China. And, I just don't understand why we can't have a hearing and try to get to the bottom of this. This has affected so many lives, killed, hundreds of thousands of people in the United States, and it's just affected us for years to come when you look at education and our economy. But the Democrats would say, oh, we're going to wait till the Biden administration, they're going to have 90 days, they're going to look into this. Well, 90 days has passed, and just like everything else that Joe Biden touches, it doesn't accomplish a thing. It only makes matters worse. We've lost 90 days in a very important investigation. So Republicans are going to stay on this. Unfortunately, the Democrats, unless it pertains to Donald Trump, they're not interested in any type of oversight right now.
Would you ever accept, though, Congressman, that there is just this disagreement within the intelligence community about whether it came from some type of animal and jumped to humans or escaped by accident from a lab? It just seems from the unclassified report that whoever was looking into this in the intelligence community, they're undecided, and they have competing views on exactly how it could have happened.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of confidence in our intelligence community.
Okay.
Dating back to prior to my getting elected to Congress, the intelligence community's made a lot of big mistakes, like there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, all the way to thinking the Afghan security force would actually fight back against the Taliban. Here you have their so-called investigation into the origination of COVID-19. And, I wonder who they talked to, Dr. Fauci. I mean, Dr. Fauci's been all over the board. We've requested unredacted emails between Dr. Fauci and Dr. Alexander from the very beginning, when there were scientists initially that said that it appeared that the genetic sequence had been engineered, so it couldn't have come from an animal, that it was actually created in the lab. And then Dr. Fauci quickly, covered that up, and they never talked about it again. So there are a lot of inconsistencies with Dr. Fauci with respect to what was going on with the gain of function research in the Wuhan lab. And it's very disappointing that the Democrats don't want to try to do any type of oversight on this, because, again, this isn't a partisan issue. We're not accusing the Democrats of wrongdoing. We're accusing China of wrongdoing.
All right, Congressman James Comer, House member on Oversight and Reform, ranking member, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again on this and a lot more to get to here on this Wednesday.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, we are going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be monitoring all the latest in Louisiana, as well as officials and residents there try to get the power back on after Hurricane Ida. We're monitoring all the latest from that storm, especially as it moves its way north as well. So all that and more here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll be still monitoring all the latest on Hurricane Ida as it moves its way north as a tropical depression. And you can see there with this radar what the Northeast is going through at the moment. But right now, we do want to focus on recovery efforts still in Louisiana. As you know, it's moving into day 3 of Hurricane Ida's aftermath. Many communities are still in need of basic resources like food and water. Fox's Austin Westfall is live for us in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with a look at the challenges still being felt by residents in the southeastern part of the state. Austin, good to see you. Who have you spoken with and what have you learned?
Yeah, we were speaking with residents across Louisiana today, many of them telling me that there are some communities that are still having to rely on the National Guard in order to get food and water because some of these communities, they just don't have anything.
I have nothing to eat.
With stores closed in Gramercy, Louisiana, basic necessities are hard to come by, and that's where the National Guard is stepping in. Guard members were seen handing out water and ready-to-eat meals at Sacred Heart Church on Wednesday.
It's not just my family, it's the whole community around here. Everybody has a problem, basically the same problem.
Washington says gas is very hard to come by, and his electricity is expected to be off for 3 to 4 weeks. And those aren't the only necessities in short supply, so is blood.
The hurricane interrupts our services just like everything else.
The largest hospital in Louisiana, Lady of the Lake, says it has a critical blood shortage because the hurricane canceled blood drives. The hospital says the pandemic was already causing fewer people to donate blood. Right now, they only have about 25% of what they need.
We've had to delay some transfusion orders already as a result of the storm and the lack of inventory.
Well, everybody's got to do their part. I mean, it's tough times right now.
But people like Alex Cohen stopped by the donor center simply because he thought it was the right thing to do.
It takes probably a few hours out of your day. So if you have that time to spare, it's really not more than a minor inconvenience, and it can save lives.
The hospital is encouraging people across the nation to donate blood because the more blood there is nationwide, the easier it is to get them to disaster locations like Louisiana right now. Andrew.
You know, Austin, going forward into the next couple of days, are they confident that they can restore more power, or will residents still have to wait? We're getting estimates of possibly, up to 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, and that's the same thing that residents are hearing themselves. The man that I spoke to today, he was sitting in his car. It's one of the only places that he has air conditioning at this time because if he's sitting back at home, it's normally boiling hot. Right here, it is boiling hot. It's humid. Many of these people expect not to have power for an extended period of time, some as long as 3 or 4 weeks.
All right, Fox's Austin Westfall there live for us in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We'll talk to you again.
Andrew, thank you.
All right, and we do want to move on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to, plus an update we want to bring to you right now that we're getting in. It does appear that the suspect right now from the school shooting in North Carolina at the moment has been taken into custody. I want to put up a tweet for you right now at the moment. This is coming into the city of Winston-Salem police. It says the suspect from the shooting at Mount Tabor High School was taken into custody without incident. The investigation is still ongoing, and we will release more information as appropriate. And so we've been monitoring all the latest on that very tragic situation there at Mount Tabor High School that resulted in the loss of life of one student. He was shot in school today. And so now a suspect is in custody. If we get any more information from authorities on that, and if they do release, a photo or video of the suspect, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to stay with this weather news that we've been reporting on since Sunday with Hurricane Ida as it has weakened and now is moving its way north, wreaking havoc on communities in the Northeast. Although New Orleans residents, Baton Rouge residents are still trying to get the power back on. And so right now we want to show you this update from the Louisiana governor, John Bel Edwards, from earlier.
I apologize if I left anybody else. This was just put in my hands. And you are going to be addressed by many speakers today. I just got off of a helicopter ride with Congressman Scalise. I haven't been able to catch my breath from that. We just walked in, but my focus has been on Jefferson Parish since before the storm, and I guess it's my own naivety. We've just been so focused on Jefferson Parish. I feel foolish to say it. I had no idea how devastating this storm was to such an incredible amount of communities. I guess I've been so isolated here in my parish that the destruction at the complete area. We were with Parish President of Archie Chasson. He is driving, on a helicopter. I'm looking at my parish. He's looking at his parish, and I think we were both heartbroken, looking at the utter devastation. We flew over Grand Isle. We flew over Lafitte. It's like you take a little house, you crumple it up, from the helicopter, it looks like matchsticks, like a little pile of matchsticks that you're flying over. For some reason, the cows made it. I'll have to look at that. We have to research. They're grazing in the grass. All the cows made it. So that is definitely on my list to look into. So we were honored to have a great meeting. The governor provided all the state agencies to give us a briefing here in Jefferson Parish on all the things that they're doing. So everybody is working so very hard to put our community back together. We're happy to have received pods today. They're out, so those distributions took place. I wasn't able to get there today, but I know they were giving out food and water and MREs. And again, if you cannot take care of yourself, you go to PARD or you call 349-5360. Again, right now, we're a broken community right now. Today, we're a broken community. It won't always be that way. We don't have electricity. We don't have communication. We don't have gas. Our water and sewer systems are very fragile. So as of today, if you cannot sustain yourself, if you can't take care of yourself, government can help you, but it just can't be within this parish at this moment. Again, that won't always be that way, and then in the next few days we'll receive a lot of additional resources here. So please go to PARD. You will be taken to a shelter in Alexandria, and you will be comfortable. You will have air conditioning, you will have food, you will have water, and you will have the depth of medical services that you need. That is also a very vulnerable system here. So please, my plea to everyone, again, is you can't come back if you're away. I know you want to see your home. I took a lot of footage of Grand Isle. I'm going to get with our public information office to post the video that we have. So maybe you can see an aerial view of your home. So you'll see something. But it's not the time to come back. I promise you, everybody standing with me today here is doing everything they can to make our recovery as quick as possible. But we have to be patient. Today, you still cannot come home. So again, we were able to express our needs to the governor. I know the need today. This will expand as the days go. But today, fuel is our big need. I was called by Second Harvest, who can do a great job, but, their employees need fuel. I need hospital workers to be able to get to work. We have enough fuel for our first responders and our government workers, but I don't have enough to share with somebody critical like a hospital or Second Harvest Food Bank or other critical needs in this community. And so we wait for that to arrive. We also were able to explain that we needed generators and ambulances. So, and then the needs as we go on will be different as this process goes on. But I was so fortunate to have the state officials and our federal delegation to be able to understand where we are today. And they are doing everything they can. They're all calling back their offices, trying to shake the trees with private companies that they know and through government departments to get us the assistance. So with that, we're very honored. I know everybody's tired. I know everybody's exhausted. heartbroken. You're away from your families. You're away from your house. But I want you to look around the room and see these people. This is our home that we're fighting for. This is our community that we're fighting to put back together. And I promise you, their resilience and their determination will do well by you. But just please be patient and give us time. The battle is very big for us to fight, but we will fight and we will prevail. Thank you. Governor Edwards.
Madam President, thank you very much. And I want to thank Senator Cassidy and Congressman Scalise and all the people who are here today behind me. And really, more than any of us, all the first responders here in Jefferson Parish and across the state of Louisiana who have been working so hard and so well. I do want to announce that I've been informed that the President has accepted my invitation. He will be coming to Louisiana on Friday. I don't know exactly what time or what his itinerary is, but I do appreciate the fact that he's going to come, because there's nothing quite like visiting in person. Much like Cynthia just told you, when you see it for yourself, it is just so much more compelling than when you hear about it or read about it, or maybe even you just see it on TV. Our people have taken a pretty good lick here from Hurricane Ida. But our people are very resilient and strong as well. Having said that, we need all the help that we can get from the federal government, from the nonprofit sector, from the faith community, and certainly from us at the state level and working with our local partners as well. We were able to fly over Grand Isle and Jean Lafitte and much of South Louisiana yesterday. On the way over here today, we flew over a different part of Jefferson Parish. There's significant damage everywhere. We've got a lot of work to do. I do want to start with a couple of pieces of positive news. One of which is, and I am very careful about what I say, but there are certain ways in which we've been very blessed. As I stand before you today, there are 2 confirmed fatalities. And when you think about the sheer magnitude of utter devastation, the fact that that's where we are is miraculous. Now, it's our job to make sure that we don't lose more people unnecessarily because of carbon monoxide poisoning and accidents and so forth, and heat exhaustion. Also, we're blessed because our levees held up. They performed the way that they were supposed to. And that was the Hurricane Risk Reduction System here in the Jefferson and Orleans area, but also other federal and non-federal levees all across southeast Louisiana. That death total would have been much, much higher had that not happened. We've also got a little good news in that the President signed a major federal disaster declaration that I requested, and that means for the first 30 days after landfall, the federal government's cost share will be 100% for Category A, which is debris removal, and Category B, which is emergency protective measures. He also approved individual assistance and public assistance. Now, the public assistance is at 75%. But everybody out there who is a Hurricane Ida survivor needs to apply to FEMA for individual assistance. It doesn't happen automatically. You can apply online at disasterassistance.gov, or you can call 1-800-621-3362. I can tell you that in the last day and a half, they've set records for how many people have applied so quickly, and quite frankly, they've gotten tens of millions of dollars.
So we just want to move away from Louisiana officials there. Governor John Bel Edwards updating the public. He was there in Jefferson Parish today, meeting with the mayor and officials about what the recovery efforts are looking like 3 days after Ida, as they're working around the clock to get the power back on there in Louisiana. Anyway, we want to move upward north to Pennsylvania. They're experiencing a lot of severe weather right now, heavy rain, multiple tornado warnings as well. We're being joined by Fox 29's Kelly Rule. She's driving in the car at the moment. You can see there the rain coming down. Kelly, so good to see you.
Hi, Andrew. Yeah, just wanted to be clear, I am a passenger in the car, so I am not actively driving right now, or that certainly wouldn't be safe. But yeah, we were in Bucks County all afternoon, and now we're making our way on the turnpike to Willow Grove. That's about 30 miles or so north of Philadelphia. This is the calmest, I would say, we've seen the rain in the last 20 minutes or so, and you can see it's still coming down heavy. In the last half hour since we left Bucks County, it has been really, really, really heavy downpours, very low visibility.
does look like we lost Kelly's shot there out of Bucks County. You can see, though, the rain really coming down. Hopefully, we'll get her back. But in the meantime, you can see we have the radar here of the weather system moving north.
Did you not use LTN8?
And so right now, let's take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see the radar there in Pennsylvania as they are under several tornado warnings and the heavy rain. And we were just getting a live report from one of our reporters, Kelly Rule. She's in the car as a passenger, monitoring all the latest right now. And so, Kelly, do you have us back? We're going to go out to you right now.
Good evening, Andrew. Yes, I can hear you now. Like you said, I am a passenger in the vehicle, so I am not driving. And you're looking at the calmest it's been in the last half hour or so. We're on the turnpike. We are heading to Willow Grove, where we are getting reports of a tornado that touched down there. We were in Bucks County all afternoon, just experiencing consistent rain, but nothing heavy or really out of control at all. And they were fortunate to see that because they were just dealing with a lot of flooding over the summer about a month and a half ago. So we started to make our way on the turnpike towards Willow Grove, and we saw the heaviest rain we've seen all day. Visibility incredibly low. We could pretty much only see a couple of the red lights in front of us. Now you can see the cars in front. It's calmed down quite a bit. So I'm guessing this is a lull at this point, and it's welcome because it was certainly not safest driving conditions for a bit there. We were kind of hanging out over here in the right lane, taking our time, had our flashers on. It does sound like we might be coming up on something here soon, so I'll keep the camera facing forward. Apparently there was some kind of incident in the left lane, so we're going to see what that is.
You know, Kelly, we were listening to some of your previous live shots with Fox 29's coverage. You mentioned that a lot of these residents right now who are, threatened with losing power yet again just got the power back on from previous storms a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, that was the issue in Bucks County where we just came from. In fact, when we pulled up around 3:30 this afternoon as the storm was just starting to make its way here, we ran into a couple that was evacuating because they have not cleaned up from that mid-July extreme historic flooding that they saw. They had feet of water in their home. They're still kind of trying to figure out next steps, still in a fight with their insurance company to get money. So they said, we're not going to wait here and watch this. We're leaving. Then we spoke with another family that said they lost power from that mid-July flooding for about a month. So they just got that power back on a couple of weeks ago, just starting to clean up, and now they're sitting inside watching this, just hoping they're not going to see anything like what they saw only a month and a half ago.
And Kelly, going forward into this storm system in the next couple of hours, what will you be monitoring? What will you be watching for, especially as a lot of these residents, have had to take cover? They could be possibly, coming home from work at this hour as well.
Exactly. So I actually just want to direct your attention. It looks like some of the road signs here have fallen over, and I'm guessing that's because of the high winds that came through here. We, all afternoon, evening, our meteorologist has been telling people just to stay off the road. If you don't need to drive, don't come out here. Again, what you're seeing right now is what we believe is a lull in the storm. It was really rough driving conditions just within the past 10-15 minutes or so. Very low visibility, ponding, just dangerous. So if you don't need to be out, don't. I'm trying to see what's ahead here. It looks like there's a tractor trailer stop. So we're making our way to the area where that confirmed tornado was, and we're just starting to see some signs of issues. What's over here? Yeah, just another road sign down. A couple road signs down over there as well. So yeah, we're starting to make our way into this area. We don't know. We don't have any confirmation about potential injuries or damage here in Willow Grove. We just know there was a confirmed tornado that touched down. We're still awaiting some details on what exactly the aftermath is. So we're making our way in here. Again, what we're telling people to do is what we're doing, just driving slow, taking our time, pulling over if we need to, and just trying to get to our destination safely.
Well, Kelly, please stay safe out there as we continue to monitor the storm here on Live Now Fox. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, and we are going to be moving on and staying with, Fox 29's coverage of this really terrible weather there that is affecting not only the Philadelphia area, but many parts of the Northeast as the remnants of Storm Ida are making their way north. Here's Fox 29 right now.
Totally blocked, and it looks like none of these places.
In some of these flash flood waters, turning around, and now you're going through a detour, and you never know what's on some of these roadways. As we look live right here at 422 in Montgomery County. Just want to go back to the Schuylkill shot. Jump in, gang, if you want at any time, because here's a live look. That's the Schuylkill right near Conshohocken. Again, a result of that, 6 inches of rain that Kathy mentioned came through that area in the last hour and a half.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. Let's take a look at I-95 South now, and you were mentioning just how bad it is out there. You get stuck in this water. There's no coming back as far as your car is concerned. It is you can't come back from water damage, so just keep that in mind. Who wants to deal with insurance right about now? And by the way, it is past 6:30. We are staying on the air. We are committed to bringing you the very latest. As long as we're in a tornado warning, it's our commitment and our responsibility to continue to let you know. So extra is not going to be airing tonight.
Right. So this video that we're looking at, this is southbound 95 heading into Delco. I believe we have some photos to show you as well from Oxford, PA. And take a look at that. You can see some of the damage, massive trees, some crews already getting to work to clear that road. Southern Chester County tweeted this out from a PA State Police account from a public information officer there. So we want to say thank you to Trooper Kochka, if I'm saying that right. Apologies if I'm not, but you can see just how strong these wind gusts are, taking down huge trees, and just how dangerous the roads can be right now. And it's the reason we're telling you to stay off of them. Yeah, it's just we're just taking a look at this devastation, and we're seeing it across our area. Widespread damage across New Jersey, across PA as well. Let's get to Kathy. It's been a while since we've heard from her. And what areas are you watching right now?
Well, I'm still watching South Jersey, but I want to comment on these pictures. These pictures obviously taken from Oxford. That is Southern Chester County, and that was when that first tornado warning went into effect. It was in Cecil County, Maryland. It crossed over the border, and that did significant damage, blocking the roads. And obviously, we're going to see if that was the work of a tornado. I would definitely not be surprised. Watching the tornado warning area in Burlington, Camden, Gloucester, and Philadelphia counties, that tornado warning until 6:45. This is bearing down on Haddon Township in Haddonfield. So everyone knows that cute little town of Haddonfield, New Jersey, and just make sure everybody's inside. Right along 295, Route 130 going through Haddon Township. Of course, that goes into 76 into the city. Westville, Belmar, Haddon Heights. Make sure everyone is inside and safe. Stay inside until this dangerous storm passes. You are in the tornado warning area, and this is obviously a huge warm and humid air mass dumping 1 to 2 inches of rain an hour, and obviously potential for tornadic winds. Collingswood, Greenhaven, Cherry Hill. The heavy rain is extending into Morristown. So please beware that this is an extremely dangerous storm. And the National Weather Service just put out a discussion about the tornadic activity in Camden and Burlington counties. And it is confirming that some of these supercells moving northeast along a slow-moving warm front could continue to focus tornadic activity in the next couple of hours over this area. So areas of Camden and Burlington County, the areas right now where the storm is moving, it's moving within an air mass unaffected by a lot of precipitation from earlier today. It should have the greatest tornado potential for the next 1 to 2 hours. So if you live in South Jersey, this is a significant storm, and don't let anybody venture out, because obviously we're going to be in it for a little while, and this could be an area of concern for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, National Weather Service is saying that a tornado was observed with this warning that's associated with Philadelphia, Camden, and Lindenwold, which expires here in 4 minutes. But as you so well put, do not venture outside right now if you're in these areas.
But as we've seen, every time one warning expires, another one or two pop up. So as we've been saying, this is a big storm. It's going to be with us for hours, especially over these next couple of hours, as Kathy just pointed out. But if the warning for your county is allowed to expire, that doesn't mean go have a cookout. Things are not in the clear quite yet. Just stick with us.
So we've been listening in to coverage right there from Fox 29 in Philadelphia as there's still a tornado warning. We'll keep our eyes on that and head back into that in just a moment. But we want to switch gears, go into some Texas politics. A lot going on right now. A Texas law, though, banning most abortions in the state took effect at midnight, but the Supreme Court has yet to act on an emergency appeal to put the law on hold. To break down, as you can imagine, a lot of reaction in Texas, I have Fox 7's Bridget Spencer. Bridget, what are you hearing from down on the ground in Texas?
Yeah, simply a lot of people are just flat out mad at this point. Several people were at the Capitol protesting earlier this morning. Now, pro-choice advocates have been fighting this legislation since it was first passed back in May, and at this point, they're demanding action from the Supreme Court. After inaction from the U.S. Supreme Court before September 1st, Texas's SB 8 took effect. It is now against the law to perform an abortion once a fetal heartbeat is detected. This can be around the 5.5 to 6 week mark.
SB 8 is one of the most egregious anti-abortion bans in the country.
The new law is not being welcomed by many pro-choice advocates who rallied at the Capitol Wednesday, saying the law is radical and infringes on women's rights.
We have a right to decide whether and when we have children, and that we are not alone and we are not going away.
State Senator Sarah Eckhart says she will continue to fight the law and use her position in the legislature to do so.
It's emotionally difficult to sit in that chamber, listening to the misinformation, the disinformation, and the attack even on our friends and family and doctors. All eyes are on Texas. We are unfortunately at the forefront of this.
The law also deputizes citizens, allowing anyone to sue anyone aiding and abetting an abortion, as well as an abortion provider. Supporters of the bill say it's a win that will protect lives.
Abortion is not health care. We want to see all vulnerable life protected, from the preborn to all the way through vulnerable patients.
The challenge to the bill now sits in Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito's hands.
He can either put in place an emergency stay, so blocking the law from continuing to be enforced, or he can reject that. We want to see the law upheld and continue to be enforced and to be enacted.
In the meantime, abortion providers such as Whole Woman's Health and Planned Parenthood have said they are complying with the state law. Whole Woman's Health said their last legal abortion was performed at 11:56 p.m. on Tuesday. And before this all got to the U.S. Supreme Court, pro-choice advocates did try to block this bill in a lower court. However, that hearing was later canceled. Now, although the law is in effect today, the Supreme Court could still come down with a ruling at any moment now.
Bridget, in your story, you talked about the fact that there was an abortion performed just before midnight. What are the abortion clinics like today? Are there people still showing up trying to get operations done?
Yeah, from what we've been hearing today, they have simply been having to tell people that they have to abide by the new 6-week abortion ban law. Now, they said yesterday one of the clinics in Fort Worth had about 27 patients they had to get in before the midnight hour. So it was quite tense at that moment, and today they're just having to turn a lot of people away.
All right, Fox 7's Bridget Spencer reporting live for us from Austin. We appreciate you. We'll be following this.
Thank you.
And we're going to continue on with, of course, our weather coverage from throughout the day. We'll also be going back into the latest out of Texas as they pass through that abortion law, but they also pass through 666 other new laws in the state of Texas, including constitutional carry, and there has been lots of response to that. But until then, let's go back into Fox 29 Philadelphia's coverage of this tornado warning still in effect. Take a listen.
In New Jersey and 676 as well. So this is obviously a significant storm.
Time to get down to the food court if you are
yeah, exactly.
at the mall.
Get
Take
yourself
shelter.
A hot dog on a stick. Yeah. Fort Washington, you mentioned all the roads, 276. That's where our Kelly Rule is. You've been on the road, you've been on the move, and boy, nobody's getting through there, Kelly.
Well, you say that, but yet we are watching cars continue to try to get through this. You see cars in the middle of the intersection with their flashers on, not moving. But here we go. Here go the cars going right through it. Would not recommend this at all. Even if they're making it through, this is not safe. You can see there's a lot of debris and branches and trees down as well. So you don't know what's in that water, what your car is going to be going over. We saw a truck turn at one point. So this is the intersection of Pennsylvania Avenue and Commerce Drive. We saw a truck turn onto Commerce Drive. It was a truck, and it was up to about its headlights. So this is deep water. It's dangerous because you don't know what's in it. Obviously, a bit of a traffic nightmare right now, and I'm sure people want to get home, but this is not a smart situation to drive through. And it actually looks like some of these cars that are stopped have people in it. So it looks like they tried to go through. Now they're stopping. I mean, look at the speed that this white car is traveling. This is not good. Slow down. So again, if you pan a little bit to the right here, Dave, you can see a tree completely down here. So this road's actually impassable right now. And we do have some fire trucks trying to get through. I guess we'll see what they do. But again, Pennsylvania Avenue and Commerce Drive, if you are thinking about even heading towards this area, avoid it at all costs. Traffic mess. Water mess. Water's still very high in the intersection there. People are driving through at a pace that I really can't make sense of, and it's not making it a better situation at all. So don't do this. That's all I can say. Don't be that guy.
It's as simple as that. Don't be that guy or gal, like Kelly says.
Or gal.
You know, the car coming to the stop, your vehicle being damaged is one risk you're taking, but we've seen it time and time again when you're working in news and weather at these times. It's when people get stuck and step out of the car. You don't know what's under the water, what you might be stepping into or onto, but a quick rush of that water can easily take your feet out from underneath you and carry you away. We've reported the most awful scenarios that started with this exact situation. So that is why they say time and time again, turn around, don't drive.
I think these guys are just almost entertained by the fact that people are driving through.
Well, it's exciting. It's exciting, but it's also dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, it's certainly something to see. Sorry, Kelly was going to chime in again. She's out there watching this whole scene.
I was just gonna say, yeah, there is a crowd of spectators, but at one point they were yelling, "Don't do it! Don't go through." I mean, there's not even a clear. People are kind of, going different lanes. But again, it looks like we have some first responders that just showed up, so hopefully they're going to help navigate traffic here.
You gotta shut that
exactly.
Down. But it's just happening so
Gotta
quick.
shut it down.
Yeah.
Let's hope next time we go back to Kelly, the update is that nobody's driving into that anymore and everyone is safe. We will check back in with Kelly soon, but for now, let's go to our Shayna Ferreira, who is joining us live in Bensalem, an area that is still reeling from tornadoes a few weeks ago, and I see that rain is coming down hard right now, Shayna.
Shayna, I really don't know how else to put it, but it's just bad out here, folks. I mean, I'm looking at cars driving by. I'm going to have Brian kind of pan so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. You see there are overwhelmed drains, and the cars are just kind of going through. I kind of compare it to, if you've ever been to an amusement park with a water ride, that's what it feels like when you're driving through it. It's very wet. It's very slick. Would not recommend driving, as, of course, we've been trying to let you guys know to heed some of these warnings, to stay home, to not be on the roads. This is not the time that you really want to be out here. And it is quite the mess. I mean, people have been parked. We did see some people parked under overpasses on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. We actually came from Bucks County. We were driving south on 611 to get over to this area, and it was rough. I mean, people were still going pretty fast overall on these highways, trucks going by. We've seen one car flip over. We've seen some of the storm drains really popping up out of the cement on the sidewalk. So it's really not the ideal situation out here. So I'm just kind of looking at what I'm seeing here. It's getting rougher. The winds are picking up. So this is what we have so far for the latest here in Bensalem. Again, would not recommend if you have to leave the house. Just definitely stay safe, but wouldn't recommend being out here, guys.
And we see cars right behind you, Shayna, just trying to get through that intersection. And that's our first really good ground shot of just the torrential rain that has been coming through. And it's a good thing this is a fast-moving storm. Otherwise, can you imagine just a long-term downpour like that on some of our communities? It's just too much rain in a short period of time. We are not out of the woods yet. We continue to track a tornado warning right now. As Kathy has been a very busy meteorologist here, you're still looking at an urgent situation in Bucks, Burlington, Camden, Philadelphia even. What are you seeing?
Well, we're seeing obviously the storm keeping its strength. This tornado warning until 7:15. Also just got new information from the National Weather Service about this tornado that has a history, obviously, of damaging winds and also torrential rain as we continue to track the storm. Now, what they did say in the area of Winona is in Gloucester County. That's where this tornado came from. A trained spotter has reported thunderstorm wind damage and spotted a funnel cloud. There were damage reports from Winona, possibly due to the tornado. If that did indeed touch down, that's when you call it a tornado. But if they saw the funnel cloud and there's a lot of damage, that would be why. So we're tracking the same potential tornado. You can see the rotation with it. It is in the area of Cinnaminson and Delran, this part of Burlington County under the tornado warning. If we go to the warning area, you can see this tornado warning in effect until 7:15. So it has been extended through Burlington County. So it includes Cherry Hill, Meadowbrook, Maple Shade. Now it includes Morristown, New Jersey, Delran, Palmyra, Willingboro, Bristol, along 95, 13, and it also extends over the bridge into Bensalem and Bristol along 95. So please be aware of the extent of this tornado warning. Once again, that tornado warning in effect until 7:15, and yes, it covers a large area of real estate. And one of the cues that we look for with this is obviously we look for any type of rotation, and what the National Weather Service is looking at is the shear trackers. We saw the shear tracker with that tornado that was north and east, and wind shear is the speed and direction of the wind. So as you go up in the atmosphere, the speed and direction of the wind changes as you go higher up. And look at this tracker right from Delaware across the bay, being fueled by the warm water of the bay through Salem County. Follow that blue line. That is your rotating thunderstorm or your tornado going right through Cherry Hill, Belmar, and heading right where we were talking about, the bullseye, moving between Moorestown and heading right through Delran. I mean, that is where we're following this rotation through Cinnaminson. Pheasant Run is a neighborhood nearby in Delran. So this is the area of concern where you see the shear. Cinnaminson, Pheasant Run, Bellevue, Delran. Please make sure everybody gets inside and waits until this potential tornado passes. So once again, it's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's moving at a pretty good clip here, and we're watching the storm. If I zoom in, you can see the area. I would right here. I'm going to take a zoom in, and this is the area that we're looking at right now through Delran, Delanco, Bellevue, Cinnaminson, along Route 130. and heading toward the northeast, Willingboro, and this is all going to be the area of concern up toward Ben Salem and including Route 13 and 295, guys.
All right, Kathy, thank you very much. Let's get to Bob Kelly now, who is watching the roads, and I can't even imagine being a first responder right now with the water rescues and the need for help that people have who, are stuck in the water.
Yeah, you know what? You think our phones are going off like crazy for these warnings. Just imagine the first responders from all over the area getting calls for water rescues and folks just stuck. Let's go outside, do a live look right here. This is 95, right in the area where Shana was up there in Bucks County. This is 95 right near Street Road. So again, the heavy rain coming down, so much rain in such a short period of time, creating that ponding. And of course, this is not that far from SEPTA's Cornwallis Heights Park and Ride. Let's go back to the Schuylkill Expressway. Notice the difference in the daylight. We go from daylight up there in Bucks County to it looks like we're in the middle of the night here on the Schuylkill, but the Schuylkill flooded out between Conshohocken and Gladwin. Now, what you're seeing, the headlights coming toward us are heading westbound, trying to get out toward King of Prussia. Only that far, what would be the left lane, getting all by. And here comes a big rig tractor trailer. We talked about a log flume. He's going to create a huge wake here. And you really don't have any other choice, I think. You're kind of pushed by peer pressure to just keep on going, and you really don't know how deep it is until you're right on top of it. There is a gentleman that's walking around there. I assume that that's a police officer. I can only hope that he's allowing the cars to go through because it is safe and it's not high enough that someone's going to get stalled out. The eastbound side was flooded. That looks like it's been reopened. Here's a Route 309, a little further up from the Fort Washington interchange, right near 5 Points, where 309 and 202 all come together. That's all flooded out as well. Now let's go over to New Jersey. In the area, we have this tornado warning right now. This is a live look at Route 73 and 295 for the shaders, Maple Shade, New Jersey. Again, this is the Mount Laurel interchange of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. There's a live look at Route 130. Kathy mentioned that area, Cinnaminson, all the way up as you work your way all the way up through Burlington, that whole Route 130 corridor. Again, a lot of flooding. Now, here's a live look at the 42 freeway, where, again, we're flooded out on 295 at the same freeway interchange. So there's a lot of folks being rerouted and detoured, and that makes it even more difficult. So I can't stress enough that unless you absolutely have to go out, it's best to just stay put and stay where you are. Earlier damage along Route 30, down trees blocking Route 30 in Chester County, right near Coatesville. The blockage is at Reeseville Road. And then there's a live look at the Schuylkill Expressway. Folks jammed solid in both directions because of that flooding between Conchie and Gladwin. And finally, with SEPTA, again, the 102 trolley is not making it through the high waters near McDade Boulevard. And again, all of the SEPTA buses, trolleys are running with delays because they're trying to get through the same flooding and the same neighborhoods that everyone else is trying to get through as well.
All right, Bob.
Back to you guys.
Thank you. And we want to show you some video from one of our former interns, Kate McGlade, who took video of Tookenny Creek, Glenside in Cheltenham Township. And look at it, I mean, hard to even believe. Look at, there's a home right on the right side, and that water is, up over the steps as this rushes down. Just one of so many situations just like this as the rain just continues to pelt our area here over a couple of hours' time. So
they'll likely need some help. Anyone in that home and structures around there's clearly no safe way to get out of there. So they'll have to stand by and continue taking shelter.
Yeah, the basement's not the place to be in that house. So we're going to continue to follow that, and as the sun goes down and conditions are going to be deteriorating here by the hour as the rain continues to come down, and so we've got our crews everywhere. We're showing you every camera shot we can possibly imagine here. We do not have Skyfox, of course, on a day like today, so we're doing what we can to show you our reporters and our traffic cameras, as Bob's been doing. So we're just shy of 7 p.m. and still in a tornado warning.
And one of those reporters, one of our crews, is standing by. Shana Ferreira is in the Ben Salem area where it is just coming down in sheets, and we're starting to see sort of white caps, that water flowing behind you like a river.
Shayna, that's right. You know, the last time we checked in about 10 minutes ago, I can already tell you that from what I'm seeing, the levels of this water here on Street Road have already begun to kind of rise a bit more. So it very much is river-esque, if you will have me say that here on air. It's been pretty rough in the last 10 minutes. The rain has actually picked up a little more since the last time we also checked in. Not as windy as the last time we checked in. The sky has brightened up a little, which is, I guess, a good sign. But really, it's just been a situation where cars are really riding down the road and taking their chances. There's this intersection. I'll have Brian kind of pan to the left here, right on Street Road and the corner of Ridgeville, right by the Fridays here. You see cars kind of standing by waiting for this light to turn green as they make their way down. You can see here they go. Very much so like a water ride as they drive by here. So again, heed the warnings, folks. Not a good time to really be on the roads. I know some people are just making their way home. They can't help it. But just drive as slow as possible. I mentioned in the last hit that we did see some accidents coming off of the Pennsylvania Turnpike coming out of Route 611 from Bucks County. So it's not the time to speed and try to get home as soon as you can. Just really take your time here, but also stay safe while you do it. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Like she said, it's like a water ride, but the least fun, most dangerous water ride you could imagine. So definitely heed the warnings. Let's get over to Kathy now. We've seen every time a warning is allowed to expire, another pops up, and we have a few of them still active right now, Kathy.
You know what, this is going to be something, obviously, that we are not going to forget for a long time. I mean, this is going to be one for the history books for our region, with obviously multiple tornadoes and this widespread flooding. We're talking about this tornado warning that continues for Bucks, Burlington, and Philadelphia County. In Ben Salem, that is part of the danger zone right now. Bristol, Route 113, Levittown, into Middletown. So please make sure everybody's inside and make sure they're in the interior room, away from the windows, and wait until this storm passes. This cell has a history of impacting several counties, and there have been reports from Gloucester County to Camden County of tornadoes either spotted or the tornado damage. We just got this in from the National Weather Service in Cherry Hill Township. Multiple trees and wires are down around Cherry Hill, obviously because of a possible tornado. We had Winona where a funnel cloud was spotted, and now this cell is moving up obviously through Bucks and continues into Burlington County. So we can't stress enough that we still have at least 15 minutes on this cell, and we have new severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for parts of Bucks and Mercer, and that will continue until 8 o'clock tonight.
Well, let's just reset for everybody here as we are now past 7 o'clock. We are still on the air. As long as there's a tornado warning, we will continue to bring you live coverage here up until 8 o'clock, and then Kathy will do her best to keep you posted here on Fox 29 as well. Ultimate Doppler's been fired up. Kathy's using all the tools possible. If you look in the top right of your screen, that's an Old City. Let's take that full and just kind of show you there. You know, there's a break in the clouds, but if you just look at how quickly the clouds are moving there, you get an idea of just how fast this storm is moving. Old City, one of the only places in our market right now that's being spared of a heavy rainstorm. Then now there's South Philly. As you take a look at the Platte Bridge on the bottom right, you see the windshield wipers are still moving. That's one road that is actually passable and drivable right now, but not the case for so many other intersections in our area. No county has been spared. We've seen it started with Chester County with a tornado warning at about 4 o'clock. And here we are 3 hours later, still tracking tornado warnings, and this storm is not going anywhere anytime soon.
No, it's going to be with us for some time. I know Kathy's really zooming in and looking at certain parts of the map, but I wonder if we could take a zoomed out look at the radar just to see the sheer size of this storm. This is what is spawning these tornado warnings that we've seen, and you can just see how huge it is moving up the entire northeastern corridor of the country. So even when those warnings do expire, there's still going to be a lot of heavy rain, new warnings potentially that will fire up after. So just plan to hunker down through the night. And
you know, again, I think a lot of people are at home going, all right, how long is this going to last? When are we going to be out of this? And I mean, Kathy, if you look at a watch, can you give us a time that you think will be out of the woods?
Yeah, I mean, this threat that's going to continue tonight, we're talking about severe thunderstorms in excess of 60 miles an hour, obviously a greater risk of tornadoes, especially as we go through the rest of the evening in South Jersey and Delaware, and that's where we're seeing them right now. And that tornado threat's going to continue until 10 o'clock tonight, until the spin in the atmosphere that we've been seeing, or that helicity, is going to shift off the coast. But the greatest spin is going to be over South Jersey and Delaware for most of the rest of this evening. It doesn't mean that we can't see another tornado spin up in PA, but that greater risk will be where we're seeing it right now.
Yeah. So if you do have to go out and survey some damage, tomorrow will be a great day to go ahead and do that. Let's get out now to Jeff Cole. The last time we saw him, we saw that creek rising right behind him. I know you don't have measurement tools, Jeff, but hopefully we can use you, your very person, as sort of a measurement. How much has the area changed since we've last seen you?
Yeah, go right ahead. Go. I feel free to use my very person to try to measure this. I think it's come up maybe a foot since the last time we spoke, and that was probably 5 feet from mid-afternoon we were here. So Mark Lavala, my photographer, is panning right here to show you what it looks like. The Brandywine River here in Chadds Ford, wide and active and deep. And look, here you go, right in front of you. Look at the large tree branch right in the middle of the river, just being roared and taken right down the river, hitting the branches as it comes and down the river. The Brandywine is absolutely swollen. If there's ever a time that you could use the terms a swollen river, the Brandywine is a swollen river right now. I'm just going to try to show you, see, so when we got here earlier in the day here, and again, we arrived here about 3:30 or so, this is sort of an embankment of stones that comes out along the edge of the river, and then there's a mesh of wire that keep the stones back. Well, we could look down and see that all the way down almost, to the base of the river. It was 4 or 5 feet below us. It's right up now. The water has come right up now to the edge, or sort of the shore here, or the edge of the ground as it reaches, and it is going to climb up here over the grassy area here, and unfortunately come up against the Brandywine River Art Museum here in Chadds Ford. We've talked a lot about this, but they do have some devices, they do have some material here that they can hold this back. That's what it looks like here in the Brandywine. Folks, back to you.
All right, Jeff, let's get right back to Kathy. Some breaking news, Kathy.
Yes, we were talking about that rotation that was near Ben Salem and Bristol. There is a tornado emergency for Bristol, Croydon, and Burlington. The National Weather Service has issued this. A confirmed large tornado, destructive tornado, was observed over Beverly, or 12 miles southwest of Trenton, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. A tornado emergency for Bristol, Croydon, and Burlington. This is a serious, dangerous situation, and you have to take cover now. Trenton, Ben Salem, Ewing, Willingboro, Florence, Burlington, Bristol, Bordentown, Pennington, Beverly, Yardley, Tullytown, Langhorne, Washington Crossing, Windsor, Florence, Woodside, Whitehorse. There is a radar confirmed tornado. You are in a situation where you have to take cover immediately. It's a confirmed large and destructive tornado observed over Beverly, or 12 miles southwest of Trenton, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. And this is the area that we're talking about right here. So this is obviously a dangerous situation. The National Weather Service doesn't use words like a tornado emergency. Bristol and Croydon, obviously two areas that were hit hard within the past month with significant rain. You guys near the Neshaminy, you gotta take cover right now. Also in Burlington. So please, once again, we have a tornado emergency at 7:02. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was observed over Beverly, New Jersey, or 12 miles southwest of Trenton, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. It could be a deadly tornado. They are saying this is a significant tornado.
And this is why we're on the air right now. We really have to stay with this. This is, you don't hear tornado emergency very often. I mean, Kathy, I can hear it in your voice as we continue to follow this. Trenton, New Jersey, Levittown, Hamilton Square, New Jersey, all in this area. And that's for another, what, 20 minutes? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is obviously the area that we're talking about, and if we put this into motion, you can actually see, the direction that it's moving in, and it's coming up. You can see the spin. You see where that early spin is right here. There you have it. The Doppler radar indicator right there that's moving right over Ben Salem and Bristol right now, like as we speak. So if you can hear my voice and you're in the lower part of Bucks County, right here over Eddington, Croydon's right there underneath the swirl, Ben Salem to the west, and of course Bristol to the east. This is the area of concern. There is a Doppler radar indicated. It sounds like they say it's a confirmed large and destructive tornado. So that would be confirmed by the radar or someone has seen it. You are in a life-threatening situation and you need to get inside and definitely get into an interior room of your home or basement. Obviously, there is torrential rain with this. It's moving pretty quickly northeast at 40 miles an hour. And at that speed, the storm is going to cover, a good area of real estate in a short period of time.
National Weather Service saying in this particular area of the tornado emergency, there are 623,000 people here with 182 schools and 13 hospitals. So that's the kind of widespread, densely populated area in harm's way. Let's just hope people are listening, watching, and protecting their loved ones here and just getting away from the windows and staying down in the basement if you can.
The warnings mean they are imminent, and especially in this situation where we're talking about an emergency actually confirmed by either radar or by sight. So we can't stress it enough. Take shelter if you are in this area right now. We do have some images we want to show you in the meantime as we wait for these warnings to hopefully expire. This is some severe damage. These photos just coming into us from Oxford in Chester County. We just know this is along Slate Hill Drive, and look at the entire side of a home just ripped off. And this is why the warnings always say get to a basement if you can, but an interior room away from any windows if possible, or away from as many windows as possible, because this is the kind of severe damage that can be done with winds at this speed.
I mean, if that right there is not a tornado, I don't know what is. I mean, I guess it could be just straight line winds, or just, I don't know, but half that entire facade is gone from that home. We have no reports of any injuries or anything quite yet. We are working to find out how everybody's doing. Obviously, property damage, trees down, power out. It's going to be a big cleanup process tomorrow, but right now we just got to get through this storm, and it's going to be several more hours. So we're going to stay on top of that. Let's get out to our Bob Kelly now. You're tracking the roads there. What are we looking at?
Yeah, well, we're going to, first of all, just want to, that development there is in Oxford, Chester County. It's the Wiltshire development right off of Route 1 and Route 472, kind of closer to the Delaware-Pennsylvania state line. Now, let's, our camera's right here. This is tracking that tornado warning right here. This is Route 1 right on the Pennsylvania side of the river heading up toward Trenton. So that gives you an idea. The track from Falls Township heading up into Trenton. And then here's a live look at 95, again, right underneath this tornado warning that Kathy just told us about. As you're looking right there, Fairless Hills, Morrisville. So this camera on the right here, I'm going to pull back in, is pretty much right underneath that Fairless Hills marker for Route 1. That's what we're looking at right there. And we're going to slide this one back in again. That's the 95 side off to the left there, which is now 295, heading on up and over the Scudder Falls Bridge. Let's check in. This is a live look at, let's see, this is 95 in Ben Salem. So just 20 minutes ago, Shana was standing out in driving rain, and look what a difference just 15, 20 minutes can make there along that stretch of 95 in Ben Salem. However, the Schuylkill Expressway, the ramps to and from the Blue Route in the Conshohocken area, still flooded out this afternoon. Here's a live look at Route 309. We're dealing with some flooding up at the 5 Points interchange. And then here's a live look at Route 73, excuse me, this is Route 38, right at Church, just up the street from the Cherry Hill Mall. Again, another area that is under that tornado warning, I believe, until about 7:30 or so. And we're going to go on up to Route 130. Route 130, right near the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Shane had said she saw some cars stuck in some floodwaters coming off of the Turnpike, and that would be the interchange. It's just amazing how at one point you can see daylight, and then within a matter of 10 minutes, the rain comes storms flying through, the high winds. And here you go. Here's another example. Here's the 42 freeway at 295. So this is that tornado warning that's coming up from the Belmar area, kind of traveling up that 295 corridor, if I could say that, New Jersey Turnpike, heading on up in toward Mount Laurel, Mount Holly, through Cherry Hill, New Jersey, heading on up into that Trenton area. And Route 30 still closed with that downed tree at Reeseville Road there in Chester County.
Yeah, we saw all of those vehicles as they approached the flooded out areas, their hazard lights starting to come on just one by one.
Yep.
Absolutely a hazard all around.
Yeah, we're going to go back here. This is that area that's right underneath the tornado warning that Kathy's got up for us, Lower Makefield, heading on up into Trenton. Again, the traffic cameras, are experiencing the same type of craziness. Now, look at that. That was a matter of just a few minutes how we went from daylight to the darkness. I mean, that just shows you that this storm is right above this camera shot right here. You got, this is Route 1, again, going through Fairness Hills, the Levittown area. And we're going to hit this refresh button up top there. And that one, okay, so obviously this one is a little, this is 95, and this would be your Route 1 up in that Levittown, Fairness Hills, Lower Makefield, Trenton, coming up and over that Trenton-Morrisville Bridge and the Scudders Falls Bridge. We've also had reports of the construction zones. Look out for flooding on 95 at the Girard Avenue interchange, and then SEPTA having a rough go of it as well with some floodings in the neighborhood, and also down in along the Route 102 trolley. All traffic, or I should say all those trolleys being diverted there at McDade Boulevard.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. Let's continue to track this tornado warning now. And Kathy, looks like till 7:30 still for Bucks, Burlington, Mercer counties for this particular tornado warning. What about that tornado emergency?
Okay, yes. We are talking about the tornado emergency that is continuing. An observed tornado. The area of concern is obviously parts of lower Bucks County, northeastern parts of Bucks into Mercer County, and that does continue. I also wanted to update you on something that just came in. We have a flood emergency, a flash flood emergency over Bucks County until midnight. So please don't even travel in Bucks County. Any of the roads leading down toward the city. It is a flash flood emergency for a large part of the area. We're talking about emergency managers reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain, some of that associated with this tornado. Between 3 and 7 inches of rain have already fallen, and it's widespread across the county. So please, we talk about turn around, don't drown. This is the area we're talking about: Bensalem, Quakertown, Percy, Doylestown, Bedminster, Chalfont, Tinicum, Newtown, Dublin, Langhorne, and Ivyland. Ivyland was the genesis of one of these tornadoes earlier. So please, if you live in Bucks County, don't go anywhere. You can't get anywhere. The roads are flooded, and we still have a tornado warning for part of your county. Well, so that is going to be ongoing through tonight. It's
like you said, treat it like a snowstorm. You're not going anywhere in this type of weather.
Absolutely. There was also a report of a funnel cloud in Tullytown, Bucks County. A spotter in Florence reported a funnel cloud crossing the Delaware River. So that was most likely part of the warning that we had that was in Bucks that crossed over from New Hope to Lambertville. So there are going to be multiple tornadoes that are going to have to be investigated by the National Weather Service, and this will probably take days. On Ultimate Doppler, you can see that tornado warning area, Bucks, Burlington, and Mercer County. And I want to go over to our radar computer and show you something. I outlined an area of concern that you can see through Trenton and Ewing and Lawrence. This is where our tornado concern is right now, and we're watching this move toward the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So right now the storm is moving fairly quickly, and it's going to continue to do that. And we're watching the dangerous part of the storm. You can see over the Levittown area, all this is moving toward the north and the east fairly quickly. So if you live in any of these areas, obviously, please stay inside and wait until the storm passes. This is the crux of the storm through Lower Makefield, Morrisville, and heading into Ewing and Trenton, and points to the north.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Let's head back out now to Shayna Ferreira. She is in Bensalem, Pennsylvania, and that water just increasingly looking like a river behind you, but that is a road. We can see the headlights. We see people still driving through it, which is unadvised. What's the latest out there, Shayna?
Shayna, 100% correct. Not advisable at all. You see them here. I'm actually going to have Brian kind of come down here. You got to see the water has, as you mentioned, become kind of like a river. And if I step forward, I don't want anybody to get funny on me and, you know, whack me with some water. But it is quite getting deeper as you move towards the sidewalk and off that sidewalk. I mentioned before, and I'll say it again, these storm drains have been overwhelmed by the amount of rain that's coming down. It's actually just picked up in the amount of time that it took to toss out live to me here. But again, people still managing to kind of get through these roads, even speeding by these roads, almost causing an accident. Really not the safest thing to do. It is not what you should be doing out here. If you have to be out here, as we've mentioned, please take it slow. This is not a game. It's not to be played with. It could be very dangerous. You can kind of see just how it keeps swarming up, almost like a river. So it's not fun at all. We did make mention that it's almost like a kind of like a water park slide thing, but not the fun one. You could see them starting to make their way. These folks are taking it slow. Good for them for heeding some of those warnings that we're seeing. But again, Shayna, not a good situation right now.
Absolutely not. You stay safe out there and on high land. It appears like that median next to that fire hydrant is going to be an island pretty soon. So you stay safe and dry out there, of course. Thank you for keeping an eye on Bensalem for us, Shayna.
The thought is that people will just get a head start, get a nice little speed, and then you'll make it through okay. I think the people are just punch it and get through it. That's not how it works.
Yeah, tires can still be lifted up.
Yeah, and I just want to mention a tweet from the National Weather Service that they were talking about that storm, the confirmed tornado in Burlington that was crossing into southern Bucks. It is now headed towards Trenton. They say take cover if you are in that warning. So that's an area to be watching as well right now. Jeff Cole is now live there along the Brandywine River, and looks like it's coming down pretty hard where you are.
We're getting pounded here. All of a sudden, it was sort of coming fairly lightly. The rain was light. All of a sudden, it's just opened up, and it is just pounding away at us here, as you can obviously see as you look at me. Here's Mark Lavala, my shooter, and we're just going to walk you a little bit down to the Brandywine River. I've been saying here throughout the early evening as we've been here, this thing is just rising so remarkably quickly, literally rising every few minutes. It seems to be coming up, and you can see. So if folks were watching earlier, they see that I was referring to the stones that are covered in wiring here right along the edge of the riverbank. Well, I mean, they're really literally being covered by water at this point. The folks here at the museum who are accustomed to the water rising think that this river is going to get to about 14.7 feet. 14.7 feet. That's going to take it well above this and go up along the side of the building here. They think they have reinforcements and they're okay, but it is remarkable here to just stand alongside the Brandywine, the swollen Brandywine, as the rain continues to pound, and this river just continues to rise, and obviously will continue to rise throughout the evening. It's been remarkable, literally, what you see here. We actually saw a picnic table go running down the water here. Lots of heavy trees, all kinds of debris are just flying down the water and getting down the river and getting caught up not far from us, where it looks like they're sort of clogging up here, but the river is really rising. The heavy rain now is continuing. No wind, really. It's just straight rain and coming down really hard, and the muddy Brandywine is continuing to rise tonight as we report here live in Chadds Ford near the Brandywine River Art Museum. Folks, back to you.
Yeah, it's incredible to see it rising there behind you in real time. All right, stay safe out there. Thank you very much, Jeff.
We continue to cover what is becoming a historic storm in our area here. Tornado warning in these areas. Kathy has been busy tracking it right now. It continues. We're looking at a tornado warning. Is it till 7:30 or 7:45 at this point, Kathy?
Well, right now I'm looking at new information that's coming in about the tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning for Mercer, Bucks, and Hunterdon. Same tornado warning, I believe, is our tornado emergency, but this tornado now is for south central Hunterdon in northwestern New Jersey, central Mercer County, where that tornado is right now, in central Bucks County in southeastern Pennsylvania. It was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's 15 miles west of Trenton, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So this may be actually a new tornado. It was located over Ivy Land, once again, where we had a location of a tornado earlier. And this is a cell that is moving toward the northeast at 25 miles an hour. So this was our tornado that we're watching in Mercer County. And now let's go back over to Bucks and Ivy Land, which is over here. And this is moving, here's Ivy Land right here. This is the cell that we're talking about, right there. This is the cell moving northeast at a pretty good clip, 25 miles an hour. It's moving northeast, and the areas that will be impacted include Pennington, New Hope, Ivyland, Richboro, Washington Crossing, Lambertville, and Newtown. So we just had a storm going over this area, and now it appears we are going to have another potential tornado going across the same area. Once again, this is the area that we're talking about. It's Ivyland, of course, in Bucks County, and this storm is moving northeast at a pretty good clip at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. And at that speed, it will be over Pennington, New Hope, Stockton, Richboro, Washington Crossing, go over the Delaware into Lambertville within the next 10, 15 minutes. That warning is until 7:45.
All right, thank you, Kathy, and we're just continuing to see, you get to see the skyline of Philly right there, and obviously the ominous clouds above, and you know, and as bottom of the right, you see there, as far as roads conditions are concerned, I mean, it's at least there's nobody else, and one of our crews there, nobody else to contend with there.
Right,
so
on the roads. I mean,
that's what I mean. Yeah.
This is where you want to drive extremely slowly, and that's the reason we're able to bring you this video here, because it's not such an extremely dangerous place to drive. But we know it can change in an instant, so that's why we make sure to, all of our crews, they're very safe. They know not to put themselves in danger. Of course, they don't want to, so anything we're showing you is going to be a relatively safe area. Some of the worst that we're seeing right now, we're not able to show you for obvious reasons.
But we have a safe shot with Marcus Espinoza in South Philly. Marcus, what are you seeing?
Hey, Jason. Hey, Shana. Well, I'm all dried off because that wind that Jeff Cole doesn't have, it's all over here right now. It is a pretty hard task to keep this umbrella down right now. I'm going to Mary Poppins my way out of here if it gets any higher, but the rain has completely stopped. It's really just a wind situation at this point. So welcome to part 4 of South Philly's storm here, as it has gone from mild to heavy rain to a bit of nothing to now we got really, really intense winds, as my photographer Shane McEachern is trying to hang on to his hat as well. So yeah, this is what we're dealing with now. Heavy winds, and those can be dangerous as well. You can make sure to try to buckle down those windows and try to board them up. Make sure things are locked. Make sure you're not standing by any windows right now. The wind is what can cause a lot of damage. Do not underestimate it really at any point. So South Philly dealing with some heavy wind right now, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Marcus. And, you know, it would be easy to assume that if you're in that area in Philly, like Marcus is, the rain has moved out. It's just wind. It could feel like you're in the clear now, but that is not the case. We've seen how large this storm system is, and we've got a couple more hours here at least. And the roads, fortunately, we're getting a little farther and farther away from rush hour, so the roads are clearing a bit. You don't have as many people trying to get home at the moment, but there are still many people out there, maybe some who have waited it out and are thinking about hitting the road soon. So, Bob, would you say that's a decent idea at this point, or what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, well, I think we still have folks that are still trying to get home. What's good is I think a lot of folks did see that the storm was coming and were able to leave early, grab the kids early, and get on home. What we saw earlier was that, you know, that bottleneck of folks trying to do that. That was a live look right there of 95 in South Philadelphia. Here's a live look. This is Route 1 up in Bucks County. County, right between New Falls, heading on up into Trenton. Again, right underneath that tornado warning that's heading north up and toward that Trenton area there. So Route 1, be careful. What we've seen so far since we've been on the air here since about 3 o'clock is as these storms come through, it rolls over. It goes from a steady calmness, and then that quickly the winds pick up, the downpours, the high winds, the debris, and then that quickly we're out of here. Here's a live look at 95 up in Bucks County, Ben Salem, right near the park and ride, SEPTA Park and Ride. This shot here is the Schuylkill Expressway, the off-ramp into Conshohocken. Looks like this Schuylkill is moving again. It had been flooded out between Conshohocken and Norristown. I'm getting word of accidents on the turnpike eastbound between Norristown and Fort Washington. This is a look at Route 309 north of the Fort Washington interchange all the way up toward 5 Points. Now here's a live look. This is Route 38. Right near the Cherry Hill Mall, and just notice the changing in the scenery as we go quickly from one area to another. Again, this is a sign that heavy storm is right over Cherry Hill, New Jersey, working its way up that 295 corridor through Mount Laurel, New Jersey, the New Jersey Turnpike. This is Route 130 up near the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and here's a live look at the 42 freeway right in that Belmar interchange where 295 is all flooded out in the work zone in Belmar. Still the same situation with SEPTA, the 102 trolley. They're diverting all traffic and using shuttle buses at McDade Boulevard because of the high water.
All right. Thank you very much, Bob. Keeping us safe on the roads and keeping us ahead of this thing.
Way past his bedtime, by the way.
I'll say we appreciate you joining us late in the evening, Bob.
There's a lot of people who just can't avoid driving. They're coming home from work. They're doing things. They just can't avoid it, and so they're trying to get home safe. And in some cases, putting themselves in harm's way. I mean, there's not really a safe intersection out there, or at least you can assume that.
So again, if you can, just stay off the roads. I want to sort of reset now. We're coming up on 7:30. We do have warnings in effect until, I believe, 7:45 at this point. Kathy, what is the latest that you're seeing?
Well, just when you thought it was until 7:45, Sheena, there's a new tornado warning for Mercer, Middlesex, Morrison, Somerset. Of course, Middlesex, Morrison, Somerset out of our area, but for Mercer County until 8:15. It's part of the same cell that was in Mercer and Bucks, moving toward the northeast. So this is the cell that we're talking about. You can see it on Ultimate Doppler. This is a tornado, a rotating thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And you can see right now through Warrington into Buckingham, Furlong, and also Jameson, this is the area of concern for that potential tornado. And this area is very widespread. So the areas of concern were through Bucks County and heading into places like along 202, through Lahaska, into New Hope, and into Lambertville. You are in the path right along 202, Lahaska in it right now, with torrential rain and the possibility of significant wind with a tornado warning. So once again, you continue to be in that tornado warning for parts of Bucks County. We have also added Mercer County, Middlesex, Morrison, Somerset. So Bucks County still in that warning at least until 7:45. In Mercer County and Lawrence Township, thunderstorm wind damage, trees and wires down. In Lawrenceville Township, of course, possible tornado. We're talking about Mercer County continuing to be in that warning area. So once again, we have just torrential rain. The river flooding has begun. That's going to continue into the overnight, and our streams and our creeks already running high. And you have to also imagine long after this rain is gone, we're going to see river flooding, I would think, into the weekend, because all of those tributaries are going to drain into the major rivers.
And same with the trees down and some of the blocked highways. It's going to take some time to dig out from this. As we mentioned, this storm just turning out to be an epic one, living up to what we feared it would be as we sort of anticipated the remnants of Ida. And here it is. It is here to stay, at least for the next several hours, as we continue to track our tornado warning here just past 7:30. So a good 3-4 hours into it. And it has not let up. We are continuing to track that. Flood warnings out there. And this was a night that we saw a tornado emergency, and we continue to see that. There are videos circulating out there that we're working to verify of potential funnel clouds, tornadoes there. So we're going to have to wait and see if those are legit. You never know these days. So it's been a night to remember.
Yeah, all around our area. And we do have crews, our reporters and photographers spread out trying to show you some of the damage already and some of this as it is happening. Dawn Timoney is roving out there. I believe she's in the Conshohocken area. Tell us specifically where you are, Dawn, and what have you seen?
Well, Shana, we're actually making our way to Conshohocken. We're in Limerick, Montgomery County. Let's take a look. We are roving. We are on Route 422 East as we take a look at the rain coming down on the road. I have to tell you, we were just in Pottstown and ended up following an emergency vehicle trying to rescue some people. The flash flooding that we have run into today has been crazy. There were 3 vehicles just submerged in the water, happening extremely fast. We pulled over to try to get some video, and then the emergency responders are like, we got to get out of here because the creek behind this building where this road was rising so fast, and these 2 cars or 3 cars were sort of submerged. The people were able to get out and get to safety, but by the time we were all pulling out, the cars were completely underwater. You can see the visibility is not great. It's been raining on and off all day. We've encountered some times where we could barely see out the windshield. That's how bad it is. Then you get some lulls. It's starting to pick up again. But again, right now we're along Route 422 headed towards the Conshohocken area, but just water everywhere, cars being submerged, people having to be rescued. It's been quite an afternoon and evening so far, and we obviously, because it doesn't seem to be letting up, expect to see more. So we will bring you the images as we see them. But yeah, if you don't have to go out in this rain, it's definitely a good night to stay inside.
Stay inside, and hopefully your power stays on as we continue to watch just power outages for us. And we'll check with PECO and some of the other companies as well. It's not going to be pretty. I mean, we got trees down, we got power lines down in some areas, and we're going to have to monitor just how long it would take crews to get power back on. A couple thousand people at last check, but that was about an hour and a half ago. So we'll get you the latest numbers as soon as we can.
Yeah, that's only going to rise as the night goes on, and we're seeing more and more reports come in, especially as night starts to fall, as we're losing daylight. We're starting to get a bigger picture of some of the damage around the area. I'm curious, Kathy, about the back half of this very, very large storm. We're more focused in that north region at the moment where there are active warnings, but are you seeing much developing on the back half where some of these other counties have already had their warnings expire?
That's a great question. We still have that tornado warning in effect for Mercer and Middlesex, Morris, and Somerset. I just got information that the National Weather Service may be allowing Bucks County to expire. I'll get confirmation on that. As we watch and look a little bit farther back, we're still seeing some streamers or more lines of showers and thunderstorms coming up from the south, and that is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on for the next several hours. The severe threat is going to continue until about 10 o'clock tonight, so that is something that we really have to be watchful of for at least the next 2.5 to 3 hours. As we look at Doppler radar, we're looking at that tornado warning area that still exists, and as far as the precipitation is concerned, we have more flash flood reports, multiple water rescues ongoing across Mercer County, and more flash flooding. We do have that tornado warning, as I mentioned, continues for Mercer, Middlesex, Morris, and Somerset County. Now, if we could go back to our maps computer and I can show you Ultimate Doppler, you can see the rotation as all this moisture is just being pulled up from the south, and we do have additional severe thunderstorms to talk about. It seems like there's been severe thunderstorms over central and southern Delaware for hours, and here we go, guys. I mean, all of this is being pulled up from the south, so we're watching more thunderstorms wrapping around, and here is another line of the thunderstorms you can see extending down to the south through Delaware, and another line crossing the eastern shore of Maryland. So to answer your question, I mean, we've got these storms coming up from the south, we've got these storms coming up from the south, and then there's a weaker line over eastern Virginia. So all of this has to come up into the Delaware Valley, and I do think they'll be more focused in South Jersey and Delaware as we get closer to the 8, 9, 10 o'clock hour.
And that's, you know, unfortunate because we're talking about an area, South Jersey got hit, and it's becoming clear on some of the social media pages out there that South Jersey and Mullica Hill saw a twister, and some of the video is incredible, but to think there's more to come is it's a scary thought. So people really should stay tuned. Of course, we'll be on the air at 10 o'clock tonight when this happens as well. So you want to stay right here with Fox 29, download our weather app, and download our app as well. So we'll keep you posted.
Yeah, and as mentioned, flooding, the flash flood warnings, it's going to be a huge issue. Even as some of the severe weather does move out, there's still such heavy rain across the entire area. So that is going to be a problem for days to come as that water, as we wait for the water to crest, those rivers to crest and come back, and all of the cleanup that's going to have to be done. You can imagine some areas in our region still cleaning up from the last round of destructive storms and tornadoes. So not a fun situation, which is why we are still on the air, keeping everyone ahead of it, because when you see warning, as you do right now, it means you do need to take shelter immediately. A tornado could be imminent.
It means it was spotted right on the Doppler radar, or possibly observed by somebody on the ground. And you know, right now there are dozens, if not hundreds, of cars just submerged in water, just stalled out. Some with people in them. People have just ditched the cars and have left them there. This is going to be an effort to get rid of those cars and the roads here in the next several hours, if not tomorrow. The cleanup is going to take possibly days. There are trees down. We have shown you images. I don't know if we can pull them up once again to show some of the damage to some homes. There are entire homes, facades just gone on one side, trees down, split in half like toothpicks. And this is, you know, a couple of hours ago. And so we're continuing to track some of the damage out there. Jeff Cole?
Yeah, we keep talking about the water rising so fast and how much flooding will be an issue. And we've seen the Brandywine River. Jeff has had to just continually move farther away from it as it rises and rises. Jeff?
Yeah, well, actually, there's an area just behind me where the water has already breached up onto the grass here behind me. So it is actually breaching the land and moving forward. We're going to be careful as we walk to the edge here, because the edge is diminished a little bit. But you can see, if you can make this out, and if you've been watching us, one way to sort of figure out how quickly the water's come up here is there's a stone barricade, a stone edging that forms along the edge of the river here. Guess what? Can anybody see it? I can't see it. I'm standing right here. I know our viewers can. The water has come right up over it. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to make an assessment here, but this is 6 or 7 feet or maybe more of water that has risen in, I don't know, since about 3:30 this afternoon when we actually first arrived here. We thought this would be a good place to sort of to be able to show our viewers exactly how the water would rise and how these rivers would swell with all this rain. And here is a perfect example of it. This is the Brandywine, as we've said, in Chadds Ford. This is Delaware County. This is right here on the edge of the Brandywine River Museum. They have the work of the Wyeth family that is stunning here. It's up on the higher levels, on the upper levels of the Brandywine River Museum. So they've moved all their equipment away. They have a device here that will keep the water back. They expect to go to 14.7 here. Let me say that again. They expect to go to 14.7 feet. The water's going to go way up on this grass, way over in this walkway, and be, I don't know, halfway up of that wall that Mark is showing you right now. Wow. That gray wall there. Can you imagine? That's what it's going to be, apparently. And these folks seem to know what they're talking about here, because they've seen the water come up before. They've got actually some sort of measuring or a meter device that's on the side of the building as well. But yeah, let me just show you. They think, this is what the guy who's the head of maintenance here and security and facilities said. He thinks it's here. He thinks it's here. Wow. By the, you know, by tomorrow when it's high. And, you know, I know I've shown you this before, but it's just interesting to point out. I mean, they've got to save this facility. It's a beauty. So this is a big old, what they call a water gate or a floodgate that they throw in here, and they bolt They've got pumps on the other side so they can pump water out. They realize they're going to get some water into this building. How could they not if it gets this high?
Yeah.
But they've moved all their equipment out. And once again, the great work of the Wyatts is upstairs there and
Good.
well along away from the river. I know you want to take back, but let me just look back one more time. There is the Brandywine, if you can see it at all, and it is rising and rising fast.
Yeah,
folks.
it's not hard to believe that the water will get just as high as they're expecting. They're bracing for when you see how fast it rose, just as we've seen you since we've been on the air these past few hours. Thank you very much, Jeff.
And every creek and river in our area is really doing the same thing right now. It is rising. We saw a tweet from our Chris O'Connell. Darby Creek in Wayne is rising, about to come up to the street. That is to be expected. We did get an email from the Philadelphia Police Department telling us that Kelly Drive is closed in both directions, Hunting Park to Sedgley due to the flooding, as well as MLK Drive. And Bob has more on this. And again, not a surprise, Bob, but it is, we should consider all these roads closed at this point.
Yeah, especially at this hour. We've seen what's happened here. We've been on the air for since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. All of this water and more rainwater to come. Certainly buckle down, and if you can, we all can work from home. Let's certainly try to do that as best we can for tomorrow morning, because it's not going to be over yet. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to some of these roads that are still underwater, and then the downed trees come into play, and possible power lines. This is a live look at Route 30 in Chester County, where again there's a slew of downed trees and flooding along Route 30 in Chester County near Reeseville, down there Coatesville. Here's a live look at I-95 right near the stadium complex. You can see the baseball and Wells Fargo Center there in the background. If you intend to fly or you have tickets out of town tomorrow, I would definitely check with the airline, because I don't think anything's going to be on time tomorrow. The combination of not being able to get planes in today during the storm is going to result in a backlog. They can't get them in. We can't get them out. Here's a live look at I-95 northbound, flooded out at Girard Avenue in the construction zone. So leaving Center City, heading into the northeast, a tough go. And I don't think we have a lot of folks that have been going out tonight. I think what we have now is a lot of folks who are still trying to get home. Maybe they did watch us earlier, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock rock, and said, you know what, we're going to stay put until this thing, kind of bypasses us. And as quick as it bypassed, another storm, as you know, they kept coming, these tornado warnings and watches. The phone's going like crazy. Here's a live look at 95 up in Bensalem, right near the Cornwallis Heights park and ride. That's another thing. SEPTA, if you took SEPTA, you get your car, you take the train up to the Cornwallis Heights park and ride. Now you got to navigate your car back home from, the parking lot. And some, those parking lots could be underwater. Here's a live look at the Schuylkill on the right. All the brake lights, that's westbound, were flooded out at Belmont Avenue. There was some flooding out near Conshohocken. We got a PennDOT crew out there. That opened it back up. But I wouldn't be surprised if we flood again on the Schuylkill Expressway. Again, between that stretch, actually, they're telling me now again, just as I just saw that, both directions again closed between Conshohocken and Belmont Avenue on the Schuylkill Expressway. So I'm going to go back to that camera again. That's the reason for that backup there. So again, the Schuylkill closed both directions. The same situation we had last week, if you may remember. Now, this is Route 309. North of the Fort Washington interchange. Again, we're dealing with flooding at Fort Washington and also at 5 Points. And wrapping it up here, here's a live look at Route 38 right near the Cherry Hill Mall. So again, I can't stress enough, if you're home watching us, you're safe, stay there. And hopefully anyone you are waiting for them to come home, they get home safely and put the car in park and keep it there. And of course, we'll be on with you till this is all over, and we'll be here tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah, long day for you and for everybody else out there. Exactly. I mean, everyone's dealing with some level of flooding and damage here. Some areas obviously worse than others, and we're still getting a video. We'll turn that around for you as soon as we can, showing you some funnel cloud activity, trees down, you name it. This storm has brought it all, even just a tiny bit of hail, but everything else has brought what you can imagine a storm like this would bring, Kathy.
Oh, absolutely. We have a lot to talk about right here. We do have that tornado warning still for Mercer, Middlesex, Morrison, Somerset. The good news is the storm looks like it's moving out of Mercer County as we speak. We also have to talk about the flash flooding. I mean, look at this. You see all that red and orange? This is obviously where our flash flooding is the worst. We have Warrenton, Bucks County, Norristown, Charlestown, West Goshen. Take a look at some of these totals. Upper Providence, 6 inches of rain. Pottstown, 6.8. Milford, 5.8. Buckingham and Bucks County, 6.5. Warminster, around 5 inches. Abington, 5.2. In the area of Easttown, 6.5. Uchland, 8.6 inches of rain. West Vincent, of course, in that as well. Very heavy rain highlighted in the red. That's 7 inches of rain. So it's this heavy rain, obviously, over a huge area, all of our counties to the north and west of Philadelphia. And that is why we have a flood warning everywhere. I mean, all of our northern western counties under that flood warning, and it is obviously a dangerous situation. The National Weather Service put out a flash flood emergency, just reissued it for a large portion of Bucks County. We're talking about life-threatening flash floods, turnaround, don't drown. The areas of Ben Salem, Quakertown, Percy, Doylestown, Bedminster, Chalfont, Newtown, Langhorne, Ivyland, and obviously the Pennsylvania Turnpike, 95, the Northeast Extension. So obviously we've had between 3 and 7 inches of rain, and widespread flash flooding is occurring, and this warning is until midnight.
Well, okay, it's going to be a long night, and we'll be here to cover it up until then. Marcus Espinoza live in South Philly. The rain has been coming down off and on where you are, Marcus. What are you seeing now?
Hey, Jason, it's pretty calm right now. It seems to have moved past, but the skies are still really, really dark and ominous, and it looks kind of like a Stephen King novel here. So still definitely a situation, even though the rain and wind have calmed down. A couple things to go over right now. It's going to be a heavy cleanup day across our viewing area tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of people in need of a lot of help, and there's ways you can help right now. You can get on your phone. Almost everybody has a mobile phone. You can donate to the Red Cross. You can make those donations local as well. Also, text your friends and family that are out there, see if they're okay, possibly FaceTime them or video call them to see if they're doing all right. A lot to get going right now, so we're all trying to make it through this moment right now. There's a lot of people out in our viewing area who have lost just about everything, and really want to rally around them and start thinking about them right away, because going into tonight, first responders, and tomorrow, they got a long 24, 48 hours ahead of everyone.
That's a good point. I mean, there may be people out there who've lost everything for all we know at this point. Just looking at just some of the damage we've seen, it is going to be devastating for many families out there, so we're thinking about them. But obviously, saving lives is first and foremost today. And again, we're still looking into whether anybody's been injured in these very sudden and fast-moving storms that have taken a lot of people, not necessarily by surprise, because we've been warning you about this incoming storm. But, you know, it's one of those deals where you kind of believe it when you see it, and here it is.
Even when you know it's coming, especially the rising water. They call them flash floods for a reason. It can rise so quickly and catch you off guard, even when you know it is coming. But we are getting a lot of reports of damage. We're seeing incredible images and video. We're hoping to get some of those on the air to you in a moment. But Kathy, what area are you the most focused on right now? It looks like Kathy's microphone is...
You there, Kathy?
Hey, guys, I'm here.
Yeah.
You got me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so right now I'm looking still at that tornado warning in Mercer, Middlesex, Morris, and Somerset. That's our only tornado warning. It looks like the potential tornado is moving out of Mercer County as we speak, but they have not allowed that to officially expire just yet. I think that will be coming soon. We have over 6 inches of rain being reported in Lehigh County, Burlington County, New Jersey. We have reports of 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Wow.
And of course, the flash flood warning that has just gone into effect for Mercer County and also Hunterdon County. So the flash flooding, I think, is going to take over a little bit later on and be our biggest issue. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Hunterdon and Mercer. So I do think that the National Weather Service will allow this to expire very soon, as they have a severe thunderstorm warning that's taken over the area. So that's a sign that the storm, the potential tornado over Mercer County, is weakening.
And as you mentioned, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You don't need to be hit by a tornado. If we're seeing 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, that's enough to really cause damage to not only trees, but homes and downed trees. And so, again, we're trying to survey just how widespread this damage is. It's really hard to tell. Right now, as she mentioned, Kathy was talking about the widespread flash flooding. And so that will be the urgent situation here tonight. Looks like the rain is still coming down. I mean, at different points. The bridge there at the bottom right of your screen in South Philly right there is the Platte Bridge. We've been watching that shot, and it still looks like visibility is okay. One of our crews there, we're working to find out where that is on the top right, but it looks like traffic is moving smoothly in this area. It's just been it's a tough commute, and people are out there, and many stuck. Many have needed first responders to help get them out of harm's way. And we want to think about them tonight as well, all the first responders. What a busy night it must be for them to help some of these people in need.
Yeah, and not just inland in the cities and the suburbs. The National Weather Service actually just put out a special marine warning. Parts of the southern parts of the shore, actually, saying possible water spout. So all kinds of potential phenomena coming from this storm. All reasons to hunker down and take shelter tonight. So this video that we just got in is coming from Mullica Hill. And just take a look at that. Kathy, I don't know if you're able to see this in the weather office right now. I mean, that looks to me like a funnel cloud, but I'll leave it to you, the expert.
Yeah, I mean, that does look like a very large funnel cloud, and this potentially could have been part of the storm, and it most likely is, when we talked about that dangerous situation and that serious tornado warning, the tornado emergency. I mean, you can see how large that is, and if that's actually touching the ground behind those trees, and to me, it looks like it could very well be.
Yeah, same here too. And as you look close at that funnel cloud, it is moving, as you mentioned, slowly. Hard to tell what's in that direction. Is it a rural area? You hope it is, not in a more densely populated area, but this is just jaw-dropping video that really confirms what you've been looking at here on your radar, and now this gives us a visual confirmation of what folks in South Jersey have seen, not just South Jersey, but everywhere, where we've seen warnings.
Absolutely. We're talking about that tornado, emergency tornado, potentially on the ground, and this is most likely it.
Yeah, exactly. So, obviously we're still in a tornado warning, as Ultimate Doppler on the top right shows us.
Looks like it was just dropped.
Good.
Cancels Mercer County. So the tornado threat right now has ended in our region. We still obviously are not out of the woods yet, but there are no active tornado warnings in our area right now.
We'll cross our fingers for that. There are still flash flood warnings, however, and that will be the case. Wilmington, Delaware, Norristown, Newark, Delaware. That's going to be a long-term event. That's until midnight. So flash floods and still wind and you name it, just not any tornado warnings. So great news. It gives us a chance to, take a breather here and exhale a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But as Kathy has said, this is a very big storm. We've seen it every time she zooms out and you take the bird's eye view of the radar. You can just see this monster of a storm. And these are the remnants of Ida, just moving their way up through the northeastern corner of the country. And you can see really that area of focus to the north that we've been so focused on, moving into the New York region. But still plenty of rain, plenty of heavy rain, flooding possibilities, likelihoods at this point, and still some severe bands on that back half of the storm. So we can't say it enough. Don't exhale too much.
I know.
We're not in the clear quite yet.
But I wonder, Kathy, if you just historically, you've been, a meteorologist and forecasting here for a very long time. Just try to maybe put this into perspective historically.
Within the past month, we had a number of tornadoes needing to be investigated by the National Weather Service, and that was significant. But add on top of it the degree of flash flooding with this. And we've seen no other tropical storm remnants come through, like Isaias, even, stronger in the sense of they could still be tropical depression, so forth. But this, I haven't seen anything like this in a very long time. I mean, the amount of rain, the coverage of of the rain, the flooding. Many people may compare it to Floyd in 1999. With the tornadoes, it could be worse. So we're going to have to wait and see what the river flooding actually ends up being like, which could be significant. And just by looking at these rain amounts, and it's not stopping that soon at all. And I want to show you right now this eastern shore of Delaware right here. I'm watching this because it's not tornadic, but it's a severe thunderstorm. And see this right here? It's kind of bulging. That's a bow echo. And that means there's wind damage with that. And if we look at the direction that that's moving in, that is obviously heading right toward Cape May and into Cumberland County. So if you live in Cape May County, if you're down the shore this week, this is going to cross the very warm waters of the Delaware Bay, and it's going to head right over into Jersey. So the western part of Cape May County, Maurice River, Fortescue, please be aware that perhaps you could see a few water spouts out of this if there's any rotation. And obviously you're going to see some very heavy rain and strong winds imminently.
I was curious if you can show us the bow echo again. I want to see what it looks like there on your radar so we can kind of know what we're looking at there.
Anytime you see a radar that's bulging, it kind of looks like a comma. That's what we mean. My computer's kind of...
And so when it hits that warm water, Kathy, it affects it. It does things to this storm.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually going to help to fuel the storm because, remember, there's my bow echo. See how the radar kind of sticks out? It's almost like a comma. And that is a signature that we look for on Doppler radar for any type of wind damage. And you'll see it on Doppler radars a lot when you have strong storms like this. And that's all heading across the bay. The water in the bay is probably close to 80 degrees. We had water off of Lewis, Delaware around 80, 82 degrees. So that's very warm water. So that means this storm isn't weakening as it goes over the water. The water will be fuel to propel that to go over parts of Cumberland and Cape May County as some torrential rain.
Yeah. All right, Kathy. Well, at this point, I think it's safe to assume there's a good chance we could have more warnings tonight. So stand by for that. Make sure you have the Fox 29 weather app downloaded on your phone. For one, you can look at the radar specifically yourself. You can zoom in. You can try to identify those bow shapes, just as Kathy's been teaching us how to do. But you can see down to your neighborhood specifically when severe parts of this storms might be moving in. But this is a huge, huge storm. And we're still seeing those outer bands just starting to work their way into our area.
Yeah, guys, I mean, this is obviously a huge rainmaker, and we're going to be seeing more heavy rain coming up from South Jersey, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of a break over Philadelphia, but more coming up from the eastern shore of Maryland and north and west. Expect this to go on possibly into the overnight.
All right, Kathy, thank you very much. Great work tonight. I know you aren't going to be far from that ultimate Doppler as we are going to sort of tie a bow on our coverage right now as we approach 8 o'clock. And, we're staying right here, though, and we're going to be watching for more tornado warnings. We're going to be watching for more damage. And, of course, if something happens before 10 o'clock, keep it right here on Fox 29 and fox29.com and our weather app. We'll be sure to keep you posted.
Stay with us on the air. Again, we will break in if we need to momentarily, but you can watch continuing coverage. You can get all the latest on the app on Fox 29 News, and we will see you right here again at 10 o'clock for sure. Stay safe out there.
So there you have it, extensive full weather coverage from Fox 29 in Philadelphia. We're watching live now from Fox right now. Flash flood warnings, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and severe thunderstorm warnings coming for the Philadelphia area. No reports of injuries quite yet, but you saw some of those videos and pictures showing the damage that has already happened to some homes, some structures in the area, and that is supposed to extend into the evening here. All of this remnants of Hurricane Ida. And we are going to hear from Governor Bell Edwards just here after the break.
Before they crank up again.
As you can see, he is speaking right now. We'll be playing it out for you in full in just 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you then. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It has been full weather coverage today, taking a look at our live radar, flash flood warnings and heavy gusty winds in the area of Philadelphia. We will be breaking in for any other coverage that Fox 29 in Philadelphia gives us. We've been tuning into them for a while here, but we do want to go out to another event that's currently live right now, but we'll play it from the beginning. Governor Edwards coming out speaking about the damage that he surveyed across the state of Louisiana. Also spoke with Mayor Cantrell out of New Orleans. As we know, they had a curfew that was instituted last night. They're also enduring quite a bit of damage and power outages in the area. Thousands of customers still without power into tonight. So let's listen in to what they have to say. This coming down just within the hour.
Ready? Good afternoon. Joining us today is St. Charles Parish Sheriff Greg Champagne, Governor John Bell Edwards, Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser, Congressman Garrett Graves, Congressman Troy Carter, Senator Gary Smith, State Rep Greg Miller, Keith Dacus, CEO of St. Charles Parish Hospital, Dr. Ken Ortling, St. Charles Parish Superintendent, Kent Green, and Patrick Hambe with Entergy. Let me first begin by saying that Hurricane Ida is the worst devastation that we have ever experienced here in St. Charles Parish. After being hit with sustained winds of more than 125 miles an hour for longer than 6 hours and sustained tropical storm force winds for over 13 hours, the damage is evident everywhere you look. After our initial assessment, I can't imagine that there's a single structure in St. Charles Parish that hasn't received some sort of damage, ranging anywhere from minor cosmetic damage to total loss and catastrophic loss of homes and businesses. We had significant flooding in Norco. I've seen more trees through homes than I can count. The entire River Road corridor from Destrehan to St. Rose was impassable due to downed power lines and downed trees. And we've been flood fighting in Des Allemands and Bayou Gauche after the storm made landfall for the past 48 and 72 hours. For the past 72 hours, we've been also working tirelessly to clear those roads, restore our communications, and acquire essential resources from FEMA, GOSEP, for our residents in need. To say this has been a challenge is an understatement. At this point, it's critical to have Entergy get lines off of the roads, which I know they're working hard on, and they are making progress. Public Works crews and first responders, National Guard, are all working to clear roads that have been toppled with trees and other debris. However, there's still significant road closures throughout the parish, a significant number of roads that are inaccessible. So I'm asking residents to please stay off the roads and please stay off of the levees in our parish. Upon initial inspection, our debris contractor has estimated that there's approximately 1 million cubic yards of debris. And I want to put that into perspective for those at home watching. For Hurricane Katrina, we had about 450,000 yards of debris. So we're looking at more than double the amount of debris for Hurricane Ida. Yesterday, we were able to store water on the East Bank thanks to a temporary fix after a barge destroyed our East Bank intake at the Mississippi River. A permanent repair of this structure will take some time. Until then, some residents may only see a trickle of water or reduced water pressure. We remain under a parish boil water advisory. We're also experiencing low pressure in many areas. Please be patient as our waterworks crews chase leaks to get that water restored to customers. Again, power failure parish-wide, 100% power failure has made sewage a challenge. We have not very many lift stations that have generator backup, so residents need to conserve water. We've requested generators. We're working on getting those in. We received about 6 or 7 today. We need about 40 more to get our system really in a good place. So sewer is critical at this point in time. We want you to conserve sewer and limit your sewer. We have over 240 lift stations in this parish, so it is a tough challenge when you don't have power to get sewer moved. Earlier today, we also announced a pod distribution site, and thanks to our National Guard, GOSEP, and our St. Charles Parish Sheriff's Office led by Greg Champagne, we were able to put this site on and provide ice, water, and MREs. It's going to operate from 8 to 5. Residents should stay tuned for potential changes in pod distribution. As we all know today, that the pod caused significant delays in traffic and cause significant delays for recovery for Public Works, the Sheriff's Office, Entergy, and more. We are working to establish a distribution location at the East Bank, and we're working on getting power lines removed from that location to get the East Bank station open for that pod. Additionally, resources from FEMA, including blue tarps, are on the way. I've been in communication with President Biden's top advisors, including Cedric Richmond and our congressional delegation who are here with us today, to get more resources into St. Charles Parish. I'm asking residents to stay tuned to official sources of communication and look for that information to sign up for assistance through FEMA, through GOSEP, and through St. Charles Parish at various times. Pelican Waste will begin minimal trash collection starting tomorrow. This is going to be a long process, but they will start getting normal trash off of the streets. Residents can expect to see debris starting to be picked up no later than Monday or Tuesday. We're going to work as fast as we can to get debris off of the streets to help our residents get back in their homes and get back to normal. We ask that you do follow the FEMA guidelines when it comes to separating debris. That's going to make debris removal that much easier. So as you can see, look, there's a lot of moving parts to this. Today is only day 3 after the most devastating storm that we've had in St. Charles Parish. So I know our residents are resilient. We're a tough people. St. Charles Parish residents take care of one another. So we're asking you to check in on friends and family, help everyone out, help out your neighbors. Before I turn it over to the governor, I just want to say thank you to the massive team behind the scenes who have made all this happen. We've had more than 400 parish employees who've been working nonstop to start the process of getting our parish back up and running. Our EOC has been staffed with people from various agencies. Our sheriff's office, our volunteer fire departments, and state fire departments, Lang and the like. St. Charles Parish School Board as well. So thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Governor Edwards.
Yeah. Thank you, President Jewell. We're going to try to get those helicopters shut down for just a minute, but I'm going to keep going. I want to thank the President and the Sheriff, Greg Champagne, and all of the folks here who've been working so hard since way before the storm actually hit. This has been a tremendously devastating storm with catastrophic damage, and I will tell you that the people have been tested, but we have good, resilient, faithful, decent people in Louisiana who inspire me, and I know that they're doing tremendous work here in St. Charles Parish, especially the first responders, and so I want to start it off by thanking them. I also want to let everybody know that the President is going to be visiting the state on Friday. He accepted my invitation. We're happy to have him here because I think getting eyes on the damage in person, rather than reading about it, rather than hearing about it, rather than seeing it on TV, is really important, because this is going to be a marathon, and we're going to need a lot of help from our federal partners for a long time to come, and we need some of that help immediately. And so getting them down Friday so we can have those conversations with him directly. And I will tell you, we've had a great working relationship with our federal partners, to include FEMA, to include the Coast Guard and others. I just want to put out a little bit of information today so that people can help us to help them. One is the President granted the pre-landfall declaration. That was very helpful. He's also granted the major disaster declaration, which authorizes us to receive individual assistance in St. Charles Parish, in fact, in almost all of southeast Louisiana. But people have to register in order to take advantage of that. And so I'm going to encourage people to register for assistance. You go to disasterassistance.gov, or you can call 800-621-3362. Already, there have been more than 204,000 people in Louisiana register for this assistance, and FEMA has already made available $73 million. Both of those figures are records. FEMA has never gotten to that number of registrants this fast after a storm. There's some other things that you can do to help. We announced earlier today that through the Corps of Engineers, FEMA has authorized Blue Roof. And so individuals in St. Charles Parish, and really in any parish that received hurricane force winds, can register for Blue Roof. This is free. It is a professionally installed tarp that will make your home habitable. And to register for the program, we're asking that you go to blueroof.us. You have to fill out a questionnaire, and you'll have to give a right of entry authorization. And you can also call 888-ROOF-BLUE. And I will tell you that since we announced this about 2.5 hours ago, there have been more than 6,000 people register in that time period. Currently, we have sheltered in about 32 shelters across the state of Louisiana, about 2,655 individuals. But if anybody is out there in need of shelter because your home is no longer habitable, you don't have water, you don't have electricity, whatever's going on, make sure that you contact us. You can do that by texting LA Shelter to 898-211, or you can call 211. There's an awful lot of work that has to go on in order to get people's lives right side up again. We know that electricity is a big part of that. I know it's hard. It's hot. It's humid. The storm was just came through a couple of days ago. I can tell you people are working extremely hard. The infrastructure has been very heavily damaged, and it's going to take some time. I know that Entergy and others are doing their very best. There was some good news today, and it's limited, and I don't want to exaggerate it. We started off today with more than 1 million homes and businesses without power. I think, as last I heard, there were about 12,000 businesses and homes that were powered up. But that was a feed that came out of New Orleans East, and it does have the potential to get to this area relatively soon. The problem is there's a lot of damage to the distribution system here, and we're trying to make sure that it's able to take that power as soon as possible. I know you're going to get a briefing from Entergy in just a few moments. I just want to encourage people to be patient. It is very hard to sustain life in St. Charles, Louisiana right now, and that's true for all of Southeast Louisiana. The water system is really poor. Electricity is non-existent. Communications actually started getting a little bit better today. We have not figured out the fuel situation. 2/3 of our refineries went down. There are very long lines for limited gas and diesel. We are working on that. Our federal partners are working on that. I know there's a congressional delegation call. The White House is working on that. We're working with the private sector as well. We don't have that figured out yet. I'm very optimistic that we're going to have some positive announcements soon. But the point I'm trying to make is, if at all possible, if you're at a place outside of your home and outside of an affected parish, don't come back before the parish tells you that they are ready to receive you, because you're just going to create another demand on a system that can't withstand the demand that it currently has. And our hospitals are really in a difficult place right now. They were full before the hurricane hit with COVID patients. We've had to do a number of evacuations, including out of the Oxnard Hospital here in St. Charles Baptist Parish. The schools are not going to be in session. So if you can stay where you are, please stay where you are and take your directions from your parish, and call your Office of Emergency Preparedness if you have any questions about that. I can tell you that the offices here in St. Charles Parish and in most of Southeast Louisiana state offices will be closed at least until the Tuesday following Labor Day. And so state workers should look at the list there to make sure they know whether they are going to be going back to work tomorrow. I think I'm going to stop here because I know we've got a couple of congressmen. I want to thank them for working so hard, and I want to thank the sheriff and all of the first responders. We've got the entirety of the National Guard, and we have people coming in from out of state, from other National Guards, and we're going to end up with over 10,000 soldiers on the ground. We have law enforcement officers. Obviously, everybody in Louisiana is mobilized, but we've got them coming, state troopers and sheriff's deputies coming from out of state. We've got more linemen on the ground right now than at any point in Louisiana's history to restore electricity. This is a nationwide effort. And so I want to thank everybody for their work. I want to thank our congressional delegation. And I'm going to ask the sheriff to come up now and share some comments with you. And then I know there'll be some questions at the end of the prepared remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor, and thanks to all of our congressmen, state legislators, my Senator Smith, and everybody for showing up today, and Representative Miller. It's great that you came out today. It's unfortunate you had to come out today. I think as those of us who live here know, I can honestly say in my 63 years of life that I have ridden out every single hurricane that came to St. Charles Parish. Every single one. None of them compared to the ferocious weather that we experienced Sunday night. Nothing like it. So we're damaged. We're going to come back. It's going to be one step at a time. And everybody wants everything to happen now. You're hot. You're miserable. I've got over 100 deputies whose homes are unlivable right now. There's water coming into the roof, and unfortunately, we seem to be getting more rain showers every day. So we're working to help them. But despite all that, I'm so proud of them, and I want to give a shout out to them right now. They're out there with their heads high, and they're working hard to protect you and your property. Some of our residents are still evacuated. As the governor said, don't come back. The officials want you to come back. I can tell you, we want you to come back. But we want you to come back if you're self-sufficient and you can handle yourself. If you are out and you want to come back, the roads are open and we welcome you. But be aware, there is very little fuel. There is almost no grocery. It's happening a little bit at a time. Buy your groceries, get your gas, get your ice, and try and be prepared to live here for a week in a house with no air conditioning, with no food, and no gas availability. So come back self-sufficient. You're welcome to come back. And if you don't want to wait in lines like we had today, that's going to happen. We had such an influx. It went on for hours, but a lot of people have needs right now, and we understand that. We're going to deal with it. Secondly, if you are out of town, please don't spread rumors on social media. We've had to deal with rumors that there were looters running through neighborhoods here and there on multiple occasions. It all turned out to be unfounded. We have had some incidents of theft and crime. We always do. We always do, and there are some, unfortunately, despicable individuals who take advantage of the neighbor being gone, and most of it is pretty much confined to some local neighborhoods and some of the same actors we've dealt with for years and years. I can tell you we're going to be out in force tonight, as we will every night, with almost 3 times the normal contingent of patrol officers. We have transferred detectives and everybody that's available, school resource officers, bailiffs, they're all available. We're going to have them out on the streets tonight. You're going to see the lights flashing. If you see or hear anything suspicious, call that 911 center across the street, and we're going to be there. We will be visible. We will be out there. The jail has space, and if you want, and actually it has some air conditioning, believe it or not. So if you want to commit a crime, don't do it, because we might put you in a unit that doesn't have air conditioning. So, but we do have space. There is room at the end. So you don't want to be one of those at this particular time. If you are fortunate and you've got a generator at your home, it's very dark out there. Dark, dark, dark. If you can put on a floodlight or one of your lights, we want to get as much light going as possible. We know some people are fortunate. We do hear the generators running. Throw on that outside light. Let's shed some light on the situation. It'll help us do our jobs. So that's it. We're gonna curfew. We do have a curfew, which we will have in effect from. It's basically dusk to dawn, 8 o'clock until I think 5:30 or something like that. So that helps us patrol the neighborhoods. We understand people are passing through on Highway 90. We can't shut down all the highways. This is primarily for neighborhoods. We don't want anybody lurking around, prowling around neighborhoods. So that's primarily where the focus of this curfew is. So please stay home if you're not there. If you're out on the street, if you're walking the streets, and of course those individuals know who they are, you're subject to being detained. You're subject to being arrested for being out there for that. We are committed, despite the fact that our people are having their own issues. We're committed to the protection of your property and your lives. Be careful out there. We've had some accidents of people hurting themselves with chainsaws, even had some broken bones. As you're going to hear, our hospital availability right now is very, very limited. So please be careful out there and don't injure yourself, although EMS is certainly working there. Anything else? Okay. Thanks again. And thanks to all of our officials. Governor, Lieutenant Governor Nungesser as well, and our superintendent, everybody. I don't want to miss anybody as well. But thank you all for coming today. We appreciate the support.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff. I'm Garrett Graves, member of Congress who represents this area, together with Congressman Carter. I want to thank the Parish President, Matt Jewell, and Sheriff Champagne for their leadership. I know that they both have some impacts at home, yet they've been here nonstop helping to lead us through this disaster. I want to thank the governor for coming in and all the folks behind that have been leaning in, trying to get us to some degree of normalcy. Look, I want to be really clear. This is one of the most powerful storms that's ever hit Louisiana, ever made landfall in the United States. We're well aware there's no electricity, cell phones aren't working well, internet's down, water's not working, wastewater sewer systems aren't working either. Number one, we have Verizon right here, AT&T right there. We're working on restoring cell service. Number two, fibers have been severed all over Louisiana. Those are being restored one by one, helping to restore internet access across South Louisiana. Next, this is going to be one of the most impactful storms in regard to power. The governor noting that nearly 1 million homes and businesses out of power, nearly 1 million. And those are being put back online every single day, but it is power pole by power pole all across Louisiana. There are, I believe, 25,000 electrical workers that have been brought into Louisiana to help get this back online. That's being addressed. And all of that kind of cascades into the water and wastewater systems that need electricity to function. And we are well aware of the fuel issue, and the governor mentioned it as well. We've seen the lines, we've sat in the lines, like y'all have, for 45 minutes to refuel your vehicle. We just had a conference call with the White House, with Department of Energy, with the fuel producers, refiners, all of them, talking through where the obstacles are, what the impediments are. Look, Louisiana refines as much oil and gas as virtually any other state in America, which is a good thing because it means it's close by, but it's a bad thing because it means those refineries were impacted as well. But we've got a plan to get those back online as quickly as possible. So we're working through every single one of these things, but I'll tell you, it is phenomenal having the attention of the President of the United States, the governor, the parish president, the sheriff, the legislator, and everybody else, because all eyes are on getting us back to recovery, getting us back to restoration, getting us back to some degree of normalcy. Thank you. Congressman Troy Carter.
Thank you very much. And at the risk of being redundant, I'll be very brief. Likewise, I'd like to thank all the officials, certainly thank our governor, thank parish president, our sheriff, our lieutenant governor, senators and representatives that are here, and to all of our law enforcement, all of our people who are out on the street delivering firsthand search and rescue. We want to take a moment to say thank you. We've got people that are out there risking their lives. They leave their families to go out and protect ours. We should let them know that we appreciate it. It's been a daunting task to travel the state and see the devastation that has impacted our communities. But like before, these kind of events bring out the best of us, and in some knuckleheads it brings out the worst. But overwhelmingly, the people of Louisiana have demonstrated that they're resilient, that we're hardworking, and we will get through this. I'm happy to report, as has been said, that we've been in communication with the White House every day, and resources are on the way. The president will be here on Friday, as it was stated, on the ground to see and to show that he's committed the federal resources to not only build back, but to build back better. Thank you.
So you've been listening in to this update out of Louisiana. As you can see, local and state officials coming out, giving the latest when it comes to power outages and the damage that they're surveying right now. They also announced that President Biden will be visiting on Friday, so we'll be keeping our eyes on all of that. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now, and then when we come back, we'll be going out to Caroline Shively. She has been down on the ground in New Orleans over the last couple of days here, the death toll rising from Hurricane Ida to at least 6. So that's in 2 minutes here. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. It is almost 5:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have been full weather coverage today with everything that's going out in the Philadelphia area. You can see on our radar quite a bit of movement out there. Flash flood warnings, tornado touchdowns, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Keeping our eyes on all of these updates as our Fox 29 Philadelphia team is taking a breath here after several hours of coverage, giving everyone up to the date, up to the minute updates. We are going to stay with it, though, because these are all remnants of the Hurricane Ida, now Tropical Storm Ida. We are getting new information today about Ida. The death toll rising to at least 6 as the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic prepare for effects from that storm or are enduring the effects from that storm. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively is in New Orleans with the very latest.
New Orleans residents in need are now finding a place to charge a phone, get a hot meal, and even sit on one of the air-conditioned buses that are being used as cooling stations. It's temporary relief on the long road to recovery after Hurricane Ida. Hundreds of thousands of customers in Louisiana are still without electricity after Ida tore through the state. Downed trees and power lines remain across roadways, creating further challenges for utility companies looking to restore power. Neighboring states like Mississippi are pitching in to help with recovery efforts.
We are coordinating with our partners in Louisiana, with the American Red Cross, as to what our plan should be to house in shelters any Louisiana residents that need it.
Ida moved on to the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast after decimating the Gulf Coast. In Virginia, Governor Ralph Northam issued a state of emergency after the system produced heavy rainfall and triggered mudslides. Several states pleaded with their citizens to prepare.
Yesterday, I signed a disaster emergency proclamation to help free up resources to help the Commonwealth prepare for the storm.
Be aware that you can suddenly end up in a situation where a lot of water has pooled up, and that can be surprisingly dangerous.
Back here in Louisiana, people are focused on cleanup, throwing out belongings destroyed during the devastating Category 4 hurricane.
Oh, I never heard nothing like that. That was more powerful than the rain. I mean, powerful you hear in the train.
Ida is predicted to bring several inches of rain and even flash flooding to several places affected by Storm Henri. In New Orleans, I'm Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And it is as we continue to survey the damage that has been going on in the Philadelphia area. We are hearing that there is some homes that have been affected. We don't have a number on that. Also, no number on any injuries at this time in the Philadelphia area. We're going to go back out to that Louisiana press conference with Governor Edwards as he is talking alongside several local officials about power outages. Also, a big visit from President Biden in the next couple of days. We also have been hearing about gas shortages, lines around the corner. You'll be hearing from some of our affiliates about how they're being affected by this storm, and they're not even having stormy weather. So let's listen back in.
Volunteer Louisiana is going to be there. We're still in Lake Charles helping people. You can go to volunteerlouisiana.gov and sign up if you need assistance that's not provided through FEMA. We'll be there to the end till everyone's back in their home. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. We're going to do an update from Entergy here, and then we'll take some questions.
The mic's a little tall from the parish president. Sorry about that. Thank you all for having me. I'm Patrick Hamby on behalf of Entergy Louisiana. I'm going to begin with a few points on the damage assessment. It's been touched on many times, but it is absolutely true and worth repeating. I've talked to many people on my ride to the parish from Jefferson Parish and the Orleans area, and in fact, without a doubt, this is the worst damage and the worst storm that anyone has seen in the history of this parish. It's evident here on River Road. We just finished clearing it, some downed poles and trees and other debris so that people can get around safely now. That's just the beginning. There's plenty more for us to do. It's going to pick up pace tomorrow. If you look at the storm and you think about the path that it hit, no doubt did Grand Isle take the brunt. They're sitting out there on the front line. But then it made that northwestern turn and came right into this parish, into St. Charles, and stalled out. And that is what I believe is attributable to the severe damage here. That is, it's worse. New Orleans and Jefferson, they took a strong hit. They have substantial damage, but as you go to the west, you see even more. So what we have today, and the governor hit on this, we have the first light of hope, the beginning with the powering of the New Orleans power station. That allows us to bring transmission to 9 Mile 6 over there in St. Charles at the 9 Mile marker. We're going to bring it down into the parish and then also connect from the north. So that was the first piece to the puzzle. Now we're connecting. Why did we start in that area? Because as I mentioned, with the path of the storm, the destruction, the damages, we have 3 corridors of transmission available here, 8 lines within those 3 corridors. The one with the least amount of damage, it was damaged, they were all damaged, but the one with the least was in that area, and we're working our way this direction. Also, per the Nuclear Regulatory Commission rules, ahead of a storm or a catastrophic event that's predictable, such as a hurricane, we have to power down the Waterford 3 nuclear unit ahead of the storm so that it can safely ride through the storm. Now, we did mention this and the governor hit on it as well. I'd like to highlight that again. The New Orleans power station is the beginning, and as we bring transmission into this region, it is going to be limited. And to focus on what we do with that power is the critical infrastructure, the hospitals, the nursing homes, working hand in hand with the parish and prioritizing routes for their critical infrastructure so that we can get people back on their feet as quick and safely as possible and back in their homes. See, what we're doing while we're waiting on the transmission work, there's a distribution system. So the transmission towers is the high voltage lines, the big metal structures you see, largely outside of the communities, but they come down into the substations and we go into the distribution systems. That's what feeds the small commercial businesses, the residential neighborhoods, all the wooden poles that you see down on the road. That's our distribution system. So we're picking those up, we're clearing those, we're going to begin setting poles, stringing new wires, hanging transformers so that we are working somewhat as best we can after we clear the damage in parallel with the work that we're doing on the transmission system to help speed up the restoration. What everyone, I'm sure, is wanting to hear and what I'm wanting to tell everybody is estimated restoration times. When will my lights be back on? That information is ongoing. It's contingent upon the damage assessment. We have to know what is damaged, where it's damaged, and which crews that we can assign to make sure that we get the qualified crews on the right jobs with the right equipment to do the safe, reliable restoration to keep not only our team safe, but the customers and our residents and our friends and our neighbors safe as well throughout this process. It's going to start out when we say estimated restoration time. So in the next day and then going forward, we're going to start releasing information on estimated restoration times. It'll start with a broader kind of geographic area, and then as time goes on and we've restored power and we've made more progress, we'll get down to neighborhoods, and then we'll be able to tell more information on specific locations after that point. I'd like to touch on safety and close with safety. It's first and last, the most important thing that we do with anything throughout this restoration process. Do not go to any down power lines. Don't try to judge if it's cable, if it's communications, or if it's an Entergy cable. And just because your lights are off in your home, in your community, that does not mean that that down power line could not potentially be energized. What I mean by that is people are putting in temporary generators. There is a possibility that the installation was not done correctly, and there could be backfeed from that portable generation source that could go back on the line that's on the ground. Even though the lights are out and our system is not producing electricity, those portable generators do have the capability, if installed improperly, to put back on our system. So stay away from down power lines. Call 1-800-ENERGY. We'll take care of that. And again, the last thing I'd like to ask is please stay off of the streets. Stay homes. Stay with your friends, your family. I understand you have to go out and get some commodities from here and there, get some ice, some water, some MRE, some food, whatever rations or anything you need as far as to keep your family safe. But stay off the streets. It helps keep you safe. It gives us access with our large equipment to get in here and do our work quicker and faster and ultimately get your lights back on quicker. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I know the governor's on a tight schedule here, so before we get an update on from our state legislators and our hospital and schools, I'd like to allow questions for the governor.
I want to make sure I don't violate the sheriff's curfew. No, I would be happy to take a couple of questions if you have them, and you might have to scream them at me a little bit. Anything? I cannot believe it. Okay.
Power restoration is obviously key, and I know you touched on this in a lot of press conferences, but is that the first domino that has to fall in for everything else to get in place?
Well, it's certainly a huge domino. I actually put power restoration and fuel availability kind of 1A and 1B. But if you get power up, then your water situation tends to get better in a hurry. The situation at our hospitals get better in a hurry, both from the power perspective and then they have the water that they need. Right now, we're bringing bulk water to service the chillers and so that they can flush toilets and all those sorts of things in addition to the generators. And one of the challenges here is when the lights first go back on, it won't be with a system that is as robust and redundant as you would want it to be. And so we're actually going to have to leave our generators in place with technicians, with fuel for some period of time until the folks at Entergy and the other providers tell us that that system is back to normal. So this is going to be a real challenge, but there's nothing more important than energy being, I should say electricity, in order for this to be safe for people to actually come back home. And then they have to decide whether their home is habitable or not. And you know, from what I've seen, an awful lot of homes are just simply not going to be, unfortunately. Yes, sir.
For those residents who are being asked to stay away and are displaced, is there any plan for financial assistance?
Yeah, well, first thing they should do is they should register for individual assistance with FEMA. And we're seeing tremendous success. I told you more than 204,000 people have registered over the last 48 hours. About $73 million worth of assistance has been provided. But they've got to register for help. And then we're looking at other temporary housing solutions as well. I'm not going to announce them today, but they're forthcoming very soon. And then if they're out of funds and they can't go home, we will put them in a shelter. And as soon as possible, we're going to transition them away from the congregate shelter and put them in a non-congregate shelter, which is a hotel. The truth is, today, I don't think there's a hotel room to be had between Mobile, Alabama, and Houston, Texas, and as far north as Jackson, Mississippi. So that's not a great option. But when the power comes back on, getting back to the question a while ago, we're going to have a lot more hotels that will stand up, especially in the metropolitan area of New Orleans. And then we're going to have thousands of rooms that are going to be available. So there is assistance available. I know this is a tough time for people. I just want them to understand when they come home, if they're not self-sufficient, like the sheriff said, it's going to be a miserable existence to be here. Thank you all very much, and we're going to take off, and maybe you can finish up before they crank up again. I'm not sure. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go ahead and continue with State Senator Gary Smith.
Thank you, President Jewell. Thank you all for being here this evening so we can try and get some of this important information out to our citizens. Governor, thank you for being here. It's extremely important that you were here to see it firsthand, the devastation in St. Charles Parish and the river region. He toured St. John yesterday and Lafourche and much of District 19, and he brought an elite team in here to share information and the resources that will be coming. My legislative colleagues and myself are working diligently to facilitate things from the state to the wonderful local team that we have here that we're working with. The parish president, the sheriff, are doing an excellent job with the Emergency Operations Center here, keeping things running smoothly. This is what's been said before, certainly the worst disaster any of us have ever seen in this part of the state, if not anywhere in the state, not taking anything away from Lake Charles last year. But I can tell you that we're resilient, that Louisiana is like no other place in the nation. We will rebuild stronger and better, and we're going to all be here together doing it and working with you all. So we're here to provide resources, and we're going to continue doing that for the citizens. So thank you.
State Rep Gregory Miller.
Thank you, President Jewell. I just want to reiterate to tell those of our residents who are in their homes, hot, without electricity, with water coming through the roof, that to the residents who have been displaced, who are waiting anxiously to come back, that we have as much assistance and coordination from all of the levels of government, from the top, from the federal government to the state with the governor and all of his staff, Homeland Security. We've got Corps of Engineers, GOSEP, and the sheriff, and all of the partners here are working very hard to get everything ready so that we can have you home and so that we can get you electricity and all of the other services back and running. I'm just asking that all of you, from Bayou Gauche to Ama, from Kelowna to St. Rose and to Muntz, do not give up hope. Be patient, that we are all working hard and we've got a lot of help. So thank you, President Jewell.
All right, we'll get an update now from Dr. Ken Ortling, St. Charles Parish Superintendent of Schools.
As an educator, I'm used to talking loud, so I'll go ahead and talk loud. First and foremost, I want to thank President Jewell for his leadership, Sheriff Champagne, our Congressman Carter, Congressman Graves, our Governor, of course, Edwards, Lieutenant Governor Nussgesser, and Representative Miller and Senator Smith. Thank you for being here, pulling together with all of our elected officials and coordinating agencies to pull together to restore our community. As I speak, our dedicated on-site staff and contracted services are working to restore our schools. We recognize our school system not only provides students with a high-quality education, but also essential supports for their well-being and growth, such as food, health care, social and emotional support, counseling, and physical activities. Our schools serve parents by providing care services throughout the day so they, in turn, may work and provide for their families. Reopening schools is a priority focus for our community and all of our stakeholders. Like most of our residents and families, we experienced a significant blow from Hurricane Ida that has left some buildings inoperable. We are currently assessing all buildings and sites for damages and structural integrity so that we can prioritize the allocation of resources appropriately. Thus far, while not fully assessed, I would estimate that all buildings received some sort of damage and about a third received significant damage. Our emergency contracted services have been activated and are currently on site conducting emergency recovery work. Aside from the damage experienced to our sites, we are most concerned for our well-being of our employees and their families, as well as our 9,800 students, their families, and all residents in our beloved community. As far as our employees, we had preliminarily identified where employees evacuated and have begun surveying them to identify their current needs. We care deeply for their well-being and want to provide as much service to them as we can. Obviously, I cannot currently estimate the time of return until critical services are returned and we can fully assess all of our buildings. Once the assessments are made, we can begin to map out a plan for our recovery. I know that our community, government officials, business and industry partners, state and federal entities want us to return in a timely manner, but it will take time. We'll do everything within our means to return when safe to do so, while also recognizing it may look just a little bit different than what we started with almost a full month ago. Our parents have heard this quite often, and I'll repeat it, but I ask for your grace, your patience, your flexibility, and your understanding as we work towards that goal. If I could please ask our residents to stay away from school grounds and buildings, as our personnel and emergency contractors have already begun some of the necessary work to restore our schools to an operable level. Additionally, our parking lots and some grounds are being used by entities aiding our community and regional recovery efforts. In closing, it's like waiting for two of those students that really disrupted the class. President Jewell was never one of them, but kind of had to wait that. But in closing, we'll provide regular updates via our social media platforms, website, and Blackboard Connect messaging system through text and voice. Finally, I cannot thank everyone behind me, in front of me, our community enough for pulling together to support our efforts and the efforts of our community. We know it will be a long road to recovery, but we'll use this opportunity to come together, as we always do, because you and I, we are St. Charles Parish Public Schools. Thank you, President Jewell.
Thank you, Dr. Ortling, on that important update on our schools. Last but certainly not least, we know a lot of residents have been asking about the status of our hospital. And to give an update to St. Charles Parish residents on the status of our hospital is the CEO of our hospital, Keith Dacus.
Thank you, President Jewell. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to our congressman, governor, all of our state representatives for being here with us today. And I appreciate everybody's support through this. I'll give you a brief update on the medical status of the parish and the hospital. The hospital has taken on significant damage. The roof over parts of the hospital has been ripped off, holes in the roof. HVAC units have been torn up and flipped over. But we have crews working right now on a lot of the necessary items. Our emergency department had to be moved. It took one of the most significant hits of the hospital. Operating rooms have been shut down, as well as all of the inpatient units with our med-surg, ICU, behavioral health, and med-psych units. Our plan is that we've got the
All right, and we're going to be moving away from some of that weather coverage there out of the Louisiana area as officials there. You just heard from Governor Bell Edwards talking about the recovery efforts, trying to restore power. That was an official from the hospital there talking about the damage that structure went under. And so right now, we're going to be taking a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll still be monitoring a lot of this really wicked weather up north around Pennsylvania, especially the Philadelphia area and South Jersey. But for now, we'll take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll have an update for you on that really tragic school shooting at a high school in North Carolina earlier today. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. We have been reporting all day on that school shooting at a high school in North Carolina. At the moment, we did report this earlier, but I wanted to bring this tweet up yet again because Winston-Salem police and the city of Winston-Salem says that the suspect from the shooting at Mount Tabor High School was taken into custody without incident. This investigation is still ongoing, and we will release more information as appropriate. And so right now, that was a tweet about a couple of hours ago, although we're getting reporting in from Fox sources on the ground that nearly 7 hours after the shooting, even after this suspect now caught, students were still being reunited with parents. And so right now, the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office just tweeted that law enforcement and school officials are still working on reuniting parents and students. This process is taking a while. Grief counselors are available upon pickup at the reunification location. They also said to please be patient. Local media is reporting massive frustration by parents earlier in the day with the reunification process. So we're reaching out to the sheriff's office there, but still at this hour, many hours after the shooting took place, students and parents still working to get reunited with the help of the police department there in Winston-Salem. Anyway, we do want to take the opportunity now to replay for you that press conference earlier today by not only the mayor of Winston-Salem, but also the police chief there as well, as they tragically announced that a student lost their life today after being shot at this high school in Mount Tabor. Here's this from earlier.
Good afternoon. I'm Katrina Thompson, Chief of Police for the Winston-Salem Police Department. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to first acknowledge our mayor, Mayor Alan Joines, and some other elected officials. We have a member of our school board chair, Malashay Woodbury. Appreciate you being here. I hope I'm not overlooking another elected official. And also, of course, our law enforcement partner and our district attorney, Mr. Jim O'Neill. Additionally, I want to acknowledge Assistant City Manager Patrice Toney for being here. And also, I saw she's right here, our superintendent of our Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, Ms. Tricia McManus. On today's date, September 1st, 2021, at approximately 12:07 p.m., members of the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office and the Winston-Salem Police Department were dispatched to 342 Petrie Road, Mount Tabor High School, on a shooting. Forsyth County Sheriff's Office SRO advised a student had been shot and suspect was still on the loose. At that point, Mount Tabor High School went into immediate lockdown. Winston-Salem Police Department and the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, the fire department, and EMS all responded to Mount Tabor immediately. To the school and entered the school to begin looking for the suspect and potential additional victims. One student was located with a gunshot wound. Medical responders began life-saving measures, and the injured student was transported to Wake Forest University Baptist Medical Center, where he succumbed to his injuries. An intensive search of the school began for the suspect, who was identified to law enforcement. law enforcement had been advised that the suspect had exited the school property. At this point, no known threat to Mount Tabor School exists, although the suspect has not been apprehended. Law enforcement officials are working to confirm the identity of the suspect, who is believed to also be a student of Mount Tabor High School. This investigation is in its preliminary stages, and additional information will be released at a later time. Law enforcement officials are working to reunite students with their families. For the safety of all students, a number of schools across our city also went into lockdown. At this time, those schools are no longer on lockdown. Our prayers and thoughts go out to the family of our deceased student, our Mount Tabor family, and our Winston-Salem, Forsyth County family. I want to take this time to thank our law enforcement, local, state, and federal law enforcement partners, and our first responders. It's important to mention that we have law enforcement partners and first responders from most of our neighboring states. Most of our neighboring cities and counties. In my haste to provide you this information, I failed to call upon our mayor. So I'm going to ask Mayor Joines, please forgive me, and please step to the podium.
Chief, you never have to apologize for giving out the facts. Certainly this is a sad day for the Winston-Salem Forsyth County schools, but moreover, it's a sad day for the city of Winston-Salem and the county of Forsyth, as we experienced something we see on TV across the country, but we have been so fortunate here we have not had to experience that. But today we're facing it head on with the death of a student from Mount Tabor High School. On behalf of all the citizens, I thank the police department, the highway patrol, the sheriff's department who's taken the lead in this, as well as other partners, for coming together quickly to secure the school and to work on resolving the issue. Our citizens offer our condolences and our thoughts and prayers to the family of the student who passed away today. And we know it's going to be difficult for them going forward, but again, we're so sad that this happened in our city. We're thankful for the work of our law enforcement going forward. Chief, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'm going to call upon Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough, Jr., as it is Sheriff Kimbrough and his staff at the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office that has taken the lead on this case. Sheriff Kimbrough.
Good afternoon. It is with sadness. This is probably another difficult day in Forsyth County, very difficult day for me. A lot of people in need of prayer right now. The Miller family, his mother, Shannon. A lot of people in need of prayer. I want to thank all the partners across the state that showed up. FBI, DEA, ATF, Homeland, Highway Patrol, Probation Parole, ABC. I want to thank all of them. The call came out about, as Chief said, about 12:05, 12:07. I arrived at the school about 12:13 myself. After we secured the place and transported Mr. Miller to Baptist Hospital, I left Mount Tabor High School and I went to Baptist Hospital, where I met with the family, his mother, Shannon. I told her that we would do everything humanly possible to find out, locate who was responsible for this. I hadn't cried in a while, but I've been crying since I left the hospital. And we're all in need of prayers right now. What I will tell you is that, as Chief said, Mr. William Chavis Reynard Miller Jr. Transitioned today. He was a student at Mount Tabor. And what I will tell you is that this investigation is still continuing. As Chief Thompson said, that the suspect is still at large. We're still looking for him as well. My ask of the community is this, is that before you take to social media, before you take to the rumor mill, please give us a chance to give you the facts as they happen, as we get them. As always, we will keep with our mantra of being transparent. We will do that. Every chance I get, I will update you. Because as always, we're in this together. No matter how sad today, we're going to get through this. We're still a safe community. I want you to know that. But the Miller family needs your prayers now. The children at the school need your prayers. They were traumatized. The community needs your prayers. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Thomasville Police Department and the surrounding agencies that sent manpower here to answer calls, because we are currently actively looking, searching, whatever adjective you want to describe, for the person responsible for this. So for right now, that's all I have to say, is that my prayers are with the family. I told them, I gave his mother Shannon my word when I talked with her on the way down here, that I would say her son's name, William Chavis Reynard Miller Jr. And so what I like to do now is introduce a friend of mine, the district attorney, Mr. Jim O'Neill.
As a father of children that attend our public schools, I can tell you, and I can empathize with all the families out there in Forsyth County, that when we heard this terrible news today, it's like a punch in your stomach. And it takes your breath away, not knowing if your children are safe, if your friends' children are safe, your neighbors' children are safe. And you're in agony until you figure out what's happening and what has gone on. And when you think about the danger that was present at Mount Tabor this afternoon, and I was getting calls from folks who had children that were in Mount Tabor High School, and they were hiding under the desks in fear and not knowing what's going on. Again, as a parent and as the district attorney here, there's really no worse feeling you can imagine. And among the danger and the chaos that was going on at Mount Tabor this afternoon, what you saw were the heroes in our community. Law enforcement, the men and women in blue and black and gray that don't know what to expect, but they run in to try and protect us, our children, and our family. And no greater love hath one for another than to lay down their life for someone else. So to my law enforcement brothers and sisters, colleagues, I thank you so much for what you did today and what you do every day when you get up out of bed and you kiss your loved ones goodbye, not knowing if you're going to see them again. Thank you, law enforcement, for what you did today to keep all the other children there safe. Finally, I would like to say that without commenting on the facts in this particular case, my office takes a zero-tolerance policy as it relates to violence being committed at our schools, one student upon another. Because when each of us, including myself, sends our kids out to school in the morning, we want to know and believe that they are safe. And when law enforcement completes their task and they put their case together, this will be treated as we treat all other crimes committed at schools. We take zero tolerance on violence at any of our schools. And that's my pledge to this community. Say prayers for the young man who passed away today and his family. Say prayers for them. But I also ask you to say prayers that we continue to have people in law enforcement that put a badge on and a bulletproof vest on every single day and go to work and put themselves in harm's way so that we, all of us, can be protected. Thank you, and God bless law enforcement.
So, on behalf of the district, I want to send my condolences and say that our hearts go out to William's family and to everyone impacted by this tragedy. All of the students and staff that were on site that witnessed this tragedy. We are praying for everyone. We're praying for William's family and all of our students and staff. We will be sending out in the next few days crisis teams to support our students. I also want to thank law enforcement and the staff at Mount Tabor for their immediate response. We really appreciate what law enforcement did today. Thank you.
Before we take questions, and I might add that questions are going to be very limited, as I mentioned earlier. This investigation is in its preliminary stages. We're just over 4.5 hours, 5 hours from when the incident actually occurred. We are still reuniting students with parents. I did want to mention again the appreciation felt by myself and Sheriff Kimbrough for the assistance from so many of our partners here. I'm not going to mention names because I don't have the list and I know I will miss some names, but I will tell you that I have talked to chiefs and sheriffs from our area, our region, and all have sent support in the form of human resources and equipment to assist us in this incident today. I also want to mention the fact that I did receive a call from the director of the State Bureau of Investigation, Director Bob Schumeyer, student shot today. We had some students that did suffer what I would call a traumatic incident as a result of this situation. One being a seizure that I know for sure. Another student fell out. So we had a couple of those types of incidents that occurred where we had to provide medical assistance to the students. But there was only one student that was shot today, and unfortunately we lost that student. At this time, myself or Sheriff Kimbrough will take questions.
Can you elaborate through the early stages of your investigation what may have led up to this shooting between this suspect and Mr. Miller? Did this seem like it was something random? Was the suspect on campus for the majority of the day before this happened? Anything that you can tell us at this point?
Well, what I can tell you is that, as Chief Thompson said, the investigation is still active. All I can tell you is that they were both students at Mount Tabor.
What about the scope of the search at this point? Can you kind of detail how much of the city your officers and deputies and the troopers are patrolling and looking for this suspect? And what would you say to anybody that may have information as to where that person may be?
Well, I appreciate that. That was one of the things I was going to leave with, is that any information that you may have, that you think you have, please contact the Winston-Salem Police Department or Forsyth County Sheriff's Office. We'll be glad to have that information as it relates to where we have patrol or where we have deputies at. We pretty much have them paying out all over this county. That is why we have deputies from Thomasville and a few other coming in answering calls. We are actively in an active investigation.
Can you say where in the school the shooting took place?
Again, I can, but I won't, because it's an active investigation. I can just tell you that it took place at the school, because at some point in time, the district attorney's office and his staff will be prosecuting that case. I can just tell you that it took place in the school.
There was some social media chatter around 2 o'clock that the shooter had actually targeted Reynolds High School as well. Do you have any information that the shooter may have wanted to go to other schools? And is there any danger to students tomorrow, and is there school tomorrow?
Well, I can't speak to is there a school tomorrow. I'll let Ms. McManus speak to that. What I can speak to is that as it relates to what the intent of the shooter was, I couldn't speak to that because I have no knowledge of that. What I can tell you, again, is that both of the students were students at Mount Tabor. And as soon as we know more and that the district attorney allows it to be released, at such time it will be released. But right now, I can just give you what I'm giving you.
In the process of reuniting these parents with their children, we were specifically told not to broadcast, and so were the parents. That's what they were telling us, where that location was going to be. I would assume that that was out of safety for all parties involved. You mentioned there's no ongoing threat to Mount Tabor itself. How would you classify this suspect who is still out in the community, and do you believe that there's a threat to any other parts of the community?
Well, in my opinion, anytime you're looking for a person that is wanted or interested in a police investigation, I would consider that person to be dangerous. The reason we moved the location was because basically that number of students, we wanted to be able to accommodate the families coming there, and the places in the area were so congested that we could not do that. So that's why we moved the location. As it relates to not just blurting it out, we did that so that the parents, our concern now is the parents, the healing of those children that were involved in the school, to get them back with their parents and their loved ones. That was the reason behind that.
At this point, do we have a suspect description or name or anything that you can share at this time?
Of course, again, I cannot give any information as it relates to the suspect for several reasons, but I can tell you that there's an active investigation.
Any more information on the victim here? Victim's age, what grade they may have been in, and then if you can elaborate a little bit more on the suspect, maybe the suspect's age or grade, and if you've had any run-ins with them.
I have no knowledge of that. I have no knowledge of how old Mr. Miller is. What I know is that I met with his family. I talked with his mother. At that point, I wasn't concerned with how old he was. I was not. I wasn't concerned what grade he was in. As the district attorney has said, I also having a child in public school, I felt the pain, the tears of the mother, and so my concern was to console her. My concern was to let her know that she had the full support of this entire community, of all of us, because if she's hurting, we are hurting. All of us have children, most of us anyway, and so I can assure you, while I'm sad, I'm also mad as hell, and I can assure you that all the resources that I have will be utilized.
Any extra security measures, increased patrols, or anything like that you can share over the next few days throughout the course of this investigation?
As it relates to?
As it relates to in schools, on campuses over the next few days?
Of course, as it relates to whatever decision, that decision is not mine. What the school does, the school system, that is Ms. McManus' decision when they'll return and what they'll do. But as it relates to the security of the schools, we will always make sure that our children are safe. We will do our level best to do that. And so as it relates to extra patrol, of course we'll have.
All right, so we've just been listening to officials in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, as they announced that tragically one student was shot today at Mount Tabor High School and succumbed to his injuries. We are just learning the name of that suspect, as well as a couple of hours ago that the suspect was taken into custody without incident. We're learning the name of the victim, rather. I'm going to put up this tweet right here. This is from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office in North Carolina. They said the suspect from the shooting at Mount Tabor High School was taken into custody without incident. The investigation is ongoing, and we will release more information as appropriate. Our continued prayers for the family and loved ones of William Chavis Reynard Miller Jr., and that is the name of the student who was shot and killed today at Mount Tabor High School. And we've been also reporting that still many parents are waiting to be reunited with their kids, with some of the students at that high school. There's been growing and mounting frustration that several hours after the shooting took place, that reunification are not complete at this hour. And so we'll be monitoring all the latest on that story. If we get any more information, if they do release the name of a suspect, remember, we only know the name of the victim. Unfortunately, William Chavis Reynard Miller Jr. shot and killed today at that high school in North Carolina. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on this Wednesday night. We're still reporting on a lot of this terrible weather in the Northeast. You can see the radar right now. We're actually getting reports that the National Weather Service in Upton, New York, has issued a tornado warning for, get this, Manhattan, New York City, also for south central Westchester County and the Bronx County in southeastern New York. You can see right now, we have about one live look from New York City at the moment. This is right on 6th Avenue, across the street from the Fox News World headquarters, as Manhattan is facing a tornado warning. You can see the rain, the wind at this hour. It's almost 9:30 on the East Coast. We're going to leave you with that shot while we work to get more information on these tornado warnings that are going through Pennsylvania, South Jersey, and now the Big Apple. We'll be back in a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox here, just taking a look at New York City right now. This is Midtown Manhattan. We're just learning that the National Weather Service has issued tornado warnings for parts of the 5 boroughs, including Bronx County in southeastern New York, Manhattan County in southeastern New York, and south central Westchester County. We're also just want to show you where this storm is moving. You can see it's been upwards near Philadelphia, South Jersey, now over the Big Apple as this moves out toward the ocean. But we're learning from some people who live in New York City who've been tweeting that they got all of these emergency alerts on their phones, one of which said, warning in this area until 9:30 p.m. Eastern. That's in about 6 minutes. Take shelter now in a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Check the media as well. And so we'll be monitoring all of this out of New York City at the moment, but this is quite stunning. I mean, New York City doesn't have these tornado warnings very often, but you can see the wind, the rains picking up. This is one of the one shots we do have as this storm rolls through Manhattan. And so at the moment, we'll be hopefully giving you more updates once we have them, but we do want to to some other stories we've been following, this time out of Washington, D.C. We heard from the president today. He was in the Oval Office. He was meeting with the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, in the Oval. And this was scheduled for some time. You'll remember that the president met with Russian President Vladimir Putin back in June. And so the Ukrainian president was kind of miffed that he didn't meet with him before Putin, but as you know, Zelensky and Ukraine have been working very diligently to become a member of NATO. The president has been pushing back on that, saying there are still too many corrupt elements in Ukraine for full NATO membership. Anyway, we wanted to play out their remarks from earlier in the Oval Office.
Everyone ready? It's an honor and a pleasure to welcome President Zelensky to the White House, to the Oval Office.
Мені приємно привітати президента Зеленського у Білому домі у овальному кабінеті.
As we celebrate 30 years of Ukrainian independence, the partnership between our nations grows stronger, and it's going to even become stronger than it has been.
У період святкування 30-ї річниці незалежності України партнерство між нашими країнами міцніше, ніж коли-небудь, і стане ще міцнішим.
Ukraine and the United States have a similar value system and a strong commitment to the fulfillment of a promise that we hope all will come forward, and that is a Europe whole, free, and at peace.
Україна і Сполучені Штати Америки мають спільні цінності, і ми також віддані, непохитно віддані досягненню нашої довготермінової цілі щодо Європи, щоб вона була цілісною, вільною і мирною.
And the United States remains firmly committed to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity in the face of Russian aggression, and our support for Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic aspirations.
США залишаються переконливо прихильними суверенітету та територіальній цілісності України перед лицем російської агресії. І наша підтримка євроатлантичного прагнення України залишається непохитною.
Today we're going to discuss how the U.S. can continue to support Ukraine as it advances its democratic reforms agenda and movement toward being completely integrated in Europe.
Ми сьогодні також обговоримо, як ми можемо продовжувати підтримувати Україну у її просуванні щодо порядку денного, щодо досягнення демократичних реформ та її інтеграцію в Європу.
We're revitalizing the Strategic Partnership Commission between our nations, and we're also creating a new strategic defense framework and a new $60 million security assistance package.
Ми відновили роботу комісії з питань стратегічного партнерства між нашими країнами. Ми також створили нові стратегічно-оборонні рамки, надаємо новий пакет безпекової допомоги на суму $60 мільйонів.
As well as a new energy and climate dialogue to help Ukraine diversify its energy supplies while supporting our climate goals relating to global warming.
Ми також ведемо новий діалог з питання енергетики та клімату щодо надання допомоги Україні, направленої на підтримку в той час, як ми підтримуємо Україну щодо її кліматичних цілей.
And of course, we'll talk about our ongoing fight against COVID-19. And the United States has donated 2.2 million vaccines to Ukraine through COVAX, and we're going to continue to work to provide more as well.
І, звичайно, ми поговоримо про поточну боротьбу проти COVID-19. Сполучені Штати Америки через COVAX надали Україні 2,2 мільйонів доз вакцин, і ми продовжуватимемо роботу у цьому напрямку.
We have much to talk about, and I still remember the opportunity I had to speak to the RADA years ago, and I look forward to being able to come back someday to see you.
Ми також матимемо нагоду поговорити про різні питання, і я також поговоримо про мій виступ перед Радою, і я сподіваюся, що в мене буде можливість знову відвідати Україну.
Mr. President.
Пане президенте.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Доброго дня, шановні журналісти. Перш за все хочу подякувати пану президенту Байдену за запрошення. Дійсно, в цей момент, коли дуже багато складнощів у світі, в Сполучених Штатах, в Україні, в цілому у світі, знайшли час для нашої важливої зустрічі. Це говорить, що ми дійсно стратегічні партнери.
First of all, I would like to greet you, ladies and gentlemen, as representatives of the journalist community, and I would like to thank President Biden for his invitation in the difficult times for the world and for the United States, for Ukraine. Still, you found time for us, and we are very grateful for this indeed.
Дякую за підтримку нашого суверенітету, нашої територіальної цілісності. Це дуже-дуже для нас важливо, і дійсно хочу подякувати, що одразу після нашої з вами розмови по телефону нам Сполучені Штати надіслали більше 2 мільйонів вакцин. Це все на збереження життя українців, тож це дуже важливо.
And of course, the United States, our strategic partner, essential supporter of our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. And I would like to use this occasion to thank President Biden personally for following our conversation on the phone and dispatching the more than 2 million vaccines to save Ukrainian lives.
More than 2 million.
Yes.
І хочу подякувати за вашу ініціативу і збільшення допомоги на $60 мільйонів Україні згідно поточної програми до кінця року.
And thank you for the $60 million program for defense development of Ukraine till the end of this year. We appreciate this contribution.
Прийміть, будь ласка, пане президенте, співчуття від мене, від всіх українців через загибель ваших військових, американських героїв в Афганістані.
And Mr. President, accept my sincere condolences because of the tragic death of your heroes who were trying to save human lives in Afghanistan and sacrificed their own.
Ми цей біль точно розуміємо, тому що у нас вже 8-й рік поспіль іде війна на сході нашої країни, в Донбасі, і ми втратили кращих 15 тисяч людей.
We are very compassionate, and we have the fellow feeling for such losses, such tragic losses, because for 8 years in a row, as you know, we've had this war in the Ukrainian Donbass, and we have lost 15,000 of our best people.
І сьогодні в моїй адженді багато питань, важливих питань для України, перш за все, для наших обох країн. І я не знаю, чи вистачить наш час на обговорення всіх цих питань, але ми спробуємо знайти відповіді на них. І найголовніший напрямок, і пріоритет – це безпекові питання.
Well, I have a very big agenda for our relations, maybe not for this meeting, which is too short, to answer all the questions, but they are all of big importance for both countries, I believe. But at least we have to focus very much on the security issue, which is the most important on this agenda.
Безпека на Донбасі, безпека на тимчасово окупованому Російською Федерацією півострові Крим, безпека у Чорному морі, важливе питання, в Чорноморському, Азовському узбережжях.
And security in Donbass, Ukrainian Donbass, in the Ukrainian Crimea, temporarily, as we believe, occupied by the Russian Federation, security in the Black Sea, and security in the Azov Sea region.
Також дуже важливе питання енергетичної безпеки для України, і не тільки для України, для всієї Європи, через запуск Північного потоку-2.
And of course the security issue, energy security this time, because we are very much concerned, you are with the commissioning of, possible commissioning of the Nord Stream 2.
Також хотів би з паном президентом Байденом говорити питання, їх бачення, роль і терміни України в НАТО.
And I would like to discuss with President Biden here his vision, his government's vision of Ukraine's chances to join NATO and the time frame for this accession, if it is possible.
І яка може бути роль у Сполучених Штатів через залучення їх до процесу мирного врегулювання на Донбасі.
And the role the United States can play being involved in peaceful settlement in Donbass that we would like to reach.
І останній блок – це економічні питання. Ми підготували план, великий план, велику роботу зробили моєю командою, тому що головна була задача прийти і змінювати нашу країну. Тож план про трансформацію української економіки детально розроблений, і тому яка може бути роль у підтримці цього плану.
And the last but not least, the economic bloc, because we came to Ukraine, we came to office to transform Ukraine. So we called our program a transformation program, and we would like to discuss the role that the United States would like to play in this transformation and economic revival of our country.
І останнє дуже чутливе питання. Ми сьогодні зранку передали вашій команді, пане президенте, список всіх полонених України. Ми їх підготували. Це списки людей, які знаходяться на тимчасово окупованих територіях Донбасу, на тимчасово окупованому Криму, в Росії, в Москві. І їх біля 450 людей. Яку роль, яку допомогу може зробити Сполучені Штати?
And finally, a very sensitive issue of this morning, Mr. President, we handed over to your representatives a list of prisoners held in the temporarily occupied Donbass, in the temporarily occupied Crimea, in the Russian Federation, their territory in Moscow. There are 450 people, maybe more, which are held there. We would like to have your assistance in freeing them and bringing them back to their country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Much to talk about.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
All right, we were just listening to President Biden meeting with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office today. This meeting has been on the books for some time, and so they were talking about a number of their shared interests and common goals for this partnership, one of which, on Ukraine's part, is joining NATO, being a full member of NATO. The president still has reservations about that, citing many corruption allegations in Ukraine as still at this point in time, but they also shared a mutual adversary as well in Russia. As you know, Russia has been making encroachments into Ukrainian territory with Crimea in 2014 that they annexed, and the war that has gone on there ever since. And so a lot there in that meeting. We're going to move on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to. And weather has really been the main focus of the day as well. We just want to put up this because we're still monitoring this storm system. These are the remnants of Ida, and it has spawned tornadoes in South Jersey and near Philadelphia, like Bucks County. Just really severe weather And so we're monitoring all of it. And we've even been reporting that Manhattan, New York City, was under a tornado warning. I think the warning has since passed. It looks like the wind and the rain have died down a little bit there. This is right outside the Fox News World headquarters on 6th Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. But many of my friends in New York and people who are on Twitter tweeting photos of the emergency alert they got to their phones saying to seek shelter as this storm is moving through. And so also the Bronx affected, Westchester County affected as well. But hopefully we'll be getting some images of these tornadoes that hit South Jersey and showing a lot of them are just really crazy to see. You know, this is not an area of the country that is accustomed to weather like this. This is more in Tornado Alley, in the plains, like Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas. But this is happening in South Jersey. This happened also a couple of weeks ago in the very same area. So we'll be monitoring all of that here on Live Now from Fox. We want to stay, though, with politics for the moment. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy appeared, I believe, at the Reagan Library to talk about foreign policy with some of the board members of the Presidential Library there. So here's Kevin McCarthy from earlier.
Everyone, I'm Hugh Hewitt, the president of the Nixon Foundation. We're pleased that you could join us. This has been a long time in planning. We did not plan on it having the significance that it did, but the leader has been a long-time supporter of the library. Ambassador O'Brien is the co-chairman of the Nixon Seminar, which meets monthly to discuss national security affairs, along with former Secretary of State Pompeo, and so we're glad that all of you could be here this morning. Our guest of honor this morning, House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy, was elected to the United States Congress in 2006. He has been the leader of the Republican Party in the House since 2019. Before that, he served in the California State Legislature. He is a Golden State boy through and through, as is Ambassador O'Brien from different parts of the state. I'm the interloper from Ohio. We're all glad you're here in Orange County, though, near the birthplace of former President Nixon. Tens of thousands of Americans have been through trauma in the last couple of weeks, and of course 2,400 have died in Afghanistan, tens of thousands wounded, including 13 Marines who lost their lives, sailor and Army as well, who lost their lives in Afghanistan just 2 weeks ago. So it's a somber occasion, and I begin with Leader McCarthy. A few questions for you. You are the head of the party. You saw the president's speech last night. This morning, the Politico headline about Afghanistan reads, "Biden tries to shift blame on Afghanistan," and it quotes, "I am absolutely appalled and literally horrified we left Americans there," one administration official told Politico. It was a hostage rescue of thousands of Americans in the guise of an NEO, non-combatant evacuation operation, and we have failed that no-fail mission. Another White House official said that the mission isn't accomplished if they had left Americans behind. You are the leader of the House GOP, one of the two leaders of the Republican Party in office right now. What is your message to the party in a nonpartisan moment of defeat and retreat and crisis?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's been a tragic couple weeks. My first message, not just to the party, but to the nation. We have 13 more Gold Star families. We have thousands upon women and men who have served us for the last 20 years in Afghanistan. My first message is to them. Job well done. You did exactly what we asked. You kept us safe for the last 20 years. The decision, what took place within the last month, solely rests on the Biden administration. We now find from this article that they don't support it either. You know, to be a successful president, you have to have the faith, the trust, and the confidence of the American public. I think this president in this last month has lost that in so many different ways. But what we need to do right now and focus, I just came back from D.C. yesterday. I was on the floor hoping, because we had what is called pro forma, that we can take action. We tried this a couple weeks before and the Democrats voted against us. Just 4 simple things that we should focus on. We have a Congressman, Mike Gallagher, who offered the bill. First of all, President Biden early on, just on the 19th, said the mission will not end until every American comes home. Well, that didn't hold true. Earlier in the month, they said there were somewhere between 11,000 to 15,000 Americans, and they tells us they got 5,600 out. But somehow that math equals up to less than 200. What is your plan if you knowingly left by leaving Americans? What is your plan to get all Americans out? That should be everybody's mission. Secondly, what is the accounting of the amount of weaponry we have left the Taliban? We know they now have an air force bigger than 1/3 of every NATO country. As O'Brien likes to say, more Black Hawks than Australia. And they're going to utilize these, or they're going to sell them to our adversaries. Next is no cash for the Taliban. And very last, the big concern that we have, we should not recognize the Taliban. But that's a different thing that I've been hearing. Those 4 items, not just to the Republicans, but to the nation, we should all have answers to, and we should all focus on. There's a lot of other things we're going to have to focus on. But as a nation, how are we going to live with ourselves by knowingly have an administration leave Americans behind? And it's not that Americans didn't want to leave. I can tell you, and young Kim can tell you, and every single member, we were working day and night, even yesterday, even today, where people were going to the airport because the State Department told them to and left them. Telling the president told the Americans to go down there. I have report after report as they went down there, the Taliban shot at them, tore their papers, and they'd run for safety. It wasn't a free trip to get into there. And as a nation, our reputation, we're going to have to rebuild around the world. It's not just what happens next week, it's for the next decades the damage that has been done just in the last month alone.
So, Mr. Leader, in the last 3 weeks on my radio show, I've hosted everyone, literally everyone of significance in the party, from former President Trump to Liz Cheney, to all the veterans you mentioned, Mike Gallagher and Dan Crenshaw and Michael Waltz and many others, Jim Banks, to Senator Leader McConnell and Bill Hagerty, who was an ambassador at the same time, Ambassador O'Brien with the Department of State. All of them said that the Doha Agreement did not oblige the United States to exit in this fashion, nor did it oblige us. There were conditions attached. How does Congress establish what happened and the interplay between the 19.5 years of war that went before this and the end game so catastrophically executed by the Biden administration?
We have 3 co-equal branches. Congress has oversight. What Congress needs to be doing right now, first get the Americans out, but the oversight. I've had our 3 committees of jurisdiction send a letter to preserve all that information. We need people before us. Why were these decisions made? The other thing, as being part of the Gang of 8, we get intel. I went to the agencies beforehand because I didn't believe, as I said before, President of Afghanistan, that they were going to be able to sustain themselves a month prior from everything I was hearing. I believe the president got intel, same intel that I got. But he made a knowing decision. When he closed Bagram, which was never President Trump's plan, you had 2 runways, but more importantly, you had more than 5,000 prisoners, a lot of the ISIS-K sitting there. And you left in the middle of the night without telling your allies. And what happened was, how we were being successful there, because the last 18 months there was no casualties, but the number of American troops was very small. Air power. But when you take the air power away, the Afghan military, or they believe that they're going to be able to win, even though they're losing thousands of casualties. And for the president to blame them, he's blamed everyone but himself, even though he said the buck stopped there. He curtailed the military by telling the military the number of troops they could have. So they had to close Bagram, but they closed it before the Americans were to leave. When you go through this library and you study Vietnam, when President Nixon went in, there's 550,000 American troops there. And the drawdown and the conditions. And when they broke the conditions, they bombed them. I watched The past administration, when conditions were broken, you cut it off. You punished them. So they learned not to do it, that no American died. This was a much different. This new policy with this President Biden is like a weak man theory. He's already given in to Putin, given him Nord Stream 2 and got nothing for it. He gave in to China. He gives in to the Taliban, hoping that later I'm going to build a relationship to get something. It goes against every doctrine America has ever had. Peace through strength. We've understood this and we've been successful by that. It's the complete opposite. And they've watched what has happened in this administration. They found the window and the opportunity. And it's put as an embarrassment on the world stage.
Ambassador O'Brien, President Trump, former President Trump, former Secretary of State Pompeo, and you have all said on the air to me in the last 2 weeks, the Doha Agreement did not oblige us to conduct ourselves in this fashion. And the former president said to me, O'Brien was the envoy for hostage affairs. I brought home 55 Americans. I would never have left Americans. Can you expand on what the conversation with the Taliban leader was that the president had, which I believe you were on along with Secretary of State Pompeo, and what his attitude would have been towards leaving Americans behind?
Well, I can tell you the first thing, Hugh, and thank you for that question. And first, I want to join the leader in expressing our condolences to the families of the soldier, sailor, and the Marines who were lost. I think a lot of the Marines came from Camp Pendleton, just down the road from here. They're great Americans and fallen heroes. And the toughest thing you have to do as the President of the United States or as the National Security Advisor when you join the President or represent him is to go to Dover for those dignified transfers of our fallen heroes and bring them home. And so that was, and I went, I think, half a dozen times, never in a situation where we had 13 Americans coming home, as we saw in those pictures. And so our hearts and our prayers go out to the families of the fallen, and God bless them. And that goes for all the folks that served us, and especially those who lost life and limb and their families in Afghanistan over the past 20 years. And I agree with the speaker to be, the minority leader, that they did great work for the United States of America, and they deserve our gratitude and our thanks. And we don't want another situation like happened with Vietnam, where our veterans, it took years for our veterans to be recognized for their sacrifice, and we need to recognize them now. So let me start with that. Let me go talk briefly about the issue. Number one, the President believed in America first. And what that really meant, people didn't understand what America first meant to the President. That meant putting the American people first. And so my first job in the administration was as a presidential envoy for hostage affairs. And that was going out to get folks like Pastor Brunson and Danny Birch and others, Zhizhao Wang, who was in Iran, going around the world to try and get Americans who were either wrongfully detained by foreign governments or who were held hostage by terrorist organizations and bringing them home. And we did it without paying ransom. We did it by employing our military, and we did it through very tough negotiations. I'm very concerned that my predecessor is a good man, Roger Carson's, Ambassador Carson's. He may be in a situation, Hugh and Kevin, where he's got hundreds of Americans that he has to get back. And he's going to lack leverage in those negotiations because we don't have Bagram. I mean, President Trump would have never shut Bagram. And if he ever did, it would have been the last thing he shut down. He would have bombed it to make sure it wasn't useful to the Chinese or the Russians or anyone else. But we've got very little leverage now to negotiate with the Taliban or ISIS, whoever takes these or holds these Americans. And so Roger's going to have a tough road to hoe, and we're going to have to keep him and the administration and everyone in our prayers who's trying to bring those Americans home. But they've left a very difficult situation for us. President Trump made it very clear in the Oval Office on numerous occasions, to General Milley, to myself, to others, no Saigon-style withdrawal from Afghanistan. President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan. We wanted to pivot to China, the existential threat to our country. But we wanted to get out of Afghanistan with honor and dignity. So no Saigon-style departure, and unfortunately that's what we had. No Americans left behind. No Afghan interpreters or other enablers left behind. And this really bothered the President. No American military equipment left behind. I mean, the Taliban may not be able to operate this equipment, but the Iranians can. And the Iranians are going to come in for the biggest used car sale and used helicopter sale and used combat aircraft sale in human history. And we're going to equip the Iranian army, for the next 2 decades with what we left behind in Afghanistan. Those were all things that President Trump said can't happen as part of a withdrawal. So, we're in an unfortunate situation now. We've got to really pray for the Americans, and that's mission number one. And then we can talk about this later. We've got to think about how do we rebuild American credibility around the world. for our allies like Israel, Poland, Taiwan that are on the front lines of freedom. And now there's a doubt in those countries, our friends, but also a doubt among our adversaries and our foes about how strong America will be in coming to the defense of our allies. So we've got a serious credibility issue that we have to address very quickly.
And okay, we've woken up today, September 1st. President Biden, even when our allies, and think about it, France, Great Britain, Germany, is asking the president to extend this deadline. Why are they even there? Because America was bombed. Because America was attacked 20 years ago, they're risking their own lives to defend us. He chose the Taliban over them and kept the 31st. So now we wake up on the 1st. You listened to the president last night. The question I have for him, one question: what is the plan to bring Americans home? You knowingly made the decision to leave them there, but you still have not given us a plan to bring them home. So why would you ever make the decision to leave until you had them home? That's what I don't understand from the president.
Leader, on Monday, I sought out Daniel Runde from the Center for Strategic International Studies, an Afghan expert, to talk about the refugee issue and how we process refugees. I then got an Uber back to my home in Virginia, driven by an SIV young man from Afghanistan, 29 years old, brought his wife out under an SIV. It took him 6 months to get his Army colonel to vouch for him and the Floor Corporation for whom he had worked. His sister had been in colleges in hiding. His brother is in hiding. There are SIV and SIV relatives all over Afghanistan, and they're also in transit. I hope the GOP is welcoming after vetting of these refugees, but what is your advice to your colleagues about those SIVs who are still in Afghanistan and those who are in transit around the world, assuming, of course, that people are vetted, which it is possible to do given their service with America?
You can vet. We keep our promises. They risked their lives. They fought with us. We promised we'd take them. We're going to take them. Need to be vetted because in the way that the Biden administration left, a lot of people at the very beginning weren't the SIVs. There were people who never helped us, who were getting out. You need to take them, what people call the lily pad of the place, and vet through. But we have a number of people who were Americans, who had a family or Afghan, and the State Department were not allowing them all to come together. You had a choice. You can come, but you're going to leave your children and your wife? No, you wouldn't make that decision. That held up a great deal. But now we have, if there's something that shows it bigger than anything, when Joe Biden was there in 2008 and Need to Be Saved and had an interpreter, that interpreter is still over there. No powerful message than you promised me you'd bring me.
I have one question for you both, and then looking forward. You are a group of 8. To what extent in the course from March, April, May forward did the administration keep you and Leader McConnell, as well as Democrats, acutely and up-to-date informed on the conditions on the ground? Did they treat the Congress as a co-equal participant in the conclusion of the 20-year war?
I never remember one.
All right, we're going to step away from House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. He was at the Nixon Library today in California being interviewed by one of the chairs of the library, the radio host Hugh Hewitt, as well as the former National Security Advisor under President Trump, Robert O'Brien. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're still following all this weather out of the Northeast, the remnants of Hurricane Ida, spawning tornadoes, heavy rain, heavy winds as well. We have a live look right now. This is in New York City at the moment. And you can see there the rain coming down. We're still learning now that the tornado warning the National Weather Service issued for parts of New York City, they've let expire. And so good news for New York City residents at the moment, but we're still monitoring all the latest. And we're getting reports in kind of by the minute here about certain things that have gotten suspended in New York. We're learning that play has been suspended during the second round of the U.S. Open, the major tennis tournament taking place as we speak in Queens, New York, due to wind and rain at Louis Armstrong Stadium. So the second round of play has been suspended for that major tennis championship in New York City. We're also learning that Newark Airport in New Jersey, they just tweeted, due to severe weather in the Northeast, contact your airline for flight information prior to arriving at the airport. We are getting just local reporting to suggest that there's been flooding in the baggage carousel area, also that the air traffic control tower had to be evacuated for a time. But I wanted to give an update about 25 minutes ago from the National Weather Service in New York. They said, we have been seeing rainfall rates of at least 3 to 5 inches an hour in northeast New Jersey and portions of New York City. The Newark airport reported 3.24 inches between 8 and 9 p.m. Eastern time, local time. We also have the radar as well up. We want to put that up. You can see it's just kind of hovering over areas of the Northeast, still New Jersey, still New York City, moving upwards into Connecticut. But as you know, today, South Jersey experienced multiple tornadoes touching down. We have cell phone video of some of those tornadoes that touched down in South Jersey, causing extensive damage. We're going to air some of those right now. Also, viewer discretion is advised. Some of them might contain profanity. We're going to take the audio down, but you can see some of the funnel clouds. Let's put these up for a moment. So there you can see massive tornadoes touching down in South Jersey. This was in Mullica Hill today. And this is the remnants of post-tropical cyclone Ida. It was expected to bring widespread rain and life-threatening flash flooding as the storm moved through the Northeast. That was according to the National Weather Service. But these are new videos we're getting in from Storyful. It's a user that kind of aggregates and collects all of these social media videos that have been posted online. We have access to them, thankfully, but you can see there some of these residents running for cover as the tornado touches down. This is in southwestern New Jersey, but you can see the rotation and the circulation up in the clouds there. Let's just listen in very briefly. And you can hear the wind just whipping. Very crazy, crazy videos. I can't tell you. This is really insane to watch, especially in New Jersey, of all places. This is in Mullica Hill, where extensive damage was caused. Local media reported homes in the area were destroyed. Several other possible tornadoes were reported in the state as well. But this video was taken by Matt DeAngelis, this large funnel cloud. Let's listen back in.
Large destructive tornado right behind that house. Huge debris field. Huge debris field. Here comes the rain.
And we have just another video we wanted to bring to you as well, out of New Jersey, another vantage point of one of these funnel clouds that was captured earlier this afternoon. And this is again in Mullica Hill, as these tornado emergencies were declared in parts of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. This video shows a funnel cloud spitting in the community of Mullica Hill again. This is in New Jersey's Gloucester County. Look at that, making its way through what appears to be a residential area. You can see some people out of their cars trying to capture this. This is another vantage point as well. This is captured by Brad Cardis via Storyful. And right now, I believe it is the same place in New Jersey. And so we've really gotten a lot of incredible video in today as these emergencies were declared. This footage is in actually Burlington City, New Jersey, not very far from Mullica Hill, showing these funnel clouds moving through these residential areas. Let's listen in again to see if we can hear this video. And then again, we do have one more video we want to show you of yet another vantage point. Let's listen into this. Right outside someone's back porch, someone's back deck. Could you imagine seeing that coming towards you? And so this is really, really something to behold here that happened this afternoon in an area of the country where this does not happen every day. Anyway, we wanted to show you those videos that we just got in via social media. It looks like Fox 29 is up. Their coverage is up. They have reporters out in the field covering all the angles. So let's go out to them right now.
Tornado. It looks like if there were explosives inside the home, there are items every which way. You can see a crib, you can see toys, you see a random mattress right up next to the family car. Now, the good news I can report, according to neighbors here, is that this family was not home at the time, that they were down the shore, thankfully. And according to all of the reports that we're hearing, injuries were minor. We did talk to some other people. There were several homes in this neighborhood that did suffer damage. We're talking roofs blown off of homes. We're talking the backs of homes completely blown out. One man that I talked to, I also want to get to video, show you some of the viewer video. A woman named Robin Murray shot this video. She says she lives in an adjacent neighborhood and could actually see what looked like the tornado clouds coming towards her home, and it ended up in this neighborhood instead. A man that we talked to says that he's obviously torn apart his home that suffered severe damage, but he's lucky because his wife and his mother-in-law are all okay. They could see the funnel cloud forming and coming toward them out the back door. They had just seconds to run to the basement, and thankfully they did that. And tonight they are doing okay. These items obviously can be replaced. We also just talked to another woman returning to this neighborhood for the first time all day, seeing the damage. She says that she does not believe that her home suffered any damage, but looking around, her heart is just breaking for all of her neighbors right now.
It's devastating. Like, I know all these people. These are my neighbors. Like, my heart breaks for them. Like, I heard that most of them are okay and that they've been taken to the hospital, but I'm praying that that's the case. Yeah, it's just, I can't even take this in right now. It's absolutely devastating.
And that woman, Colleen, also made a good point, saying that, this is something that we watch on the news happening in places like Oklahoma, not something that you expect to see in New Jersey. This night was just absolutely insane. And this is a result of all of that tornadic activity that we saw this afternoon. Just an unbelievable sight out here. And again, thankfully, from what we're hearing from neighbors is that this family was not home at the time. They will be returning home to a very, very difficult situation.
Well,
back to you.
Their lives are changed, but they're alive. And again, I just want to reiterate, any of the other homes that you've been able to talk to or neighbors, everybody's okay in that neighborhood?
So we heard of some minor injuries. There were no officials left at the scene by the time we got here. There was a lot of navigating, a lot of roads shut down. Obviously, the storms were still moving through. But as far as we understand, it was just minor injuries. Thank goodness.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's incredible. These videos circulating online about this Mullica Hill neighborhood, it's changed forever. Jenny, we'll talk to you in a little bit. Thank you very much. Flooding, of course, is a major concern everywhere today. Speaking of the video and the pictures we're seeing, this is one of them, North Gulf Road and Mall Boulevard in King of Prussia. And, looking at this, cars were still trying to get through there and some not successful.
And just like the flooding, the damage today was widespread. Here's more. This is in Oxford, Chester County. The side of that home just torn right off. Incredible images coming from there. And Kelly, Fort Washington also has a lot of damage to deal with now, and potentially another tornado there.
Potentially. We have not gotten any confirmation of one yet, but between the rain and the wind damage, we're seeing a lot. So we're standing in a parking lot on Summit Avenue, right along Pennsylvania Avenue as well. We do have a light here, so I'm just going to give you an idea of what we're seeing. So you look at this house here behind me, you can see the roof ripped off up on the top there. We're hearing a lot of roof damage in this area. By the time we got back to this neighborhood, it was dark, so it's hard to see, but you can see a lot of damage up at the top. This fence just leveled. I mean, we're down to pieces here. And you can see part of a tree there too, what's left of a tree. We're seeing a ton of debris on the ground, just really everywhere you look. And then another shocking image here, cupola laying here right in the middle of the parking lot. So a lot of damage here. Certainly looks like we saw some kind of tornado come through here, but again, no confirmation of that quite yet. And if you look earlier, we were just a short drive away, still along Pennsylvania Avenue at Commerce Drive. That area underwater, that intersection. We are told that area does tend to flood anytime there's a lot of rain, but messy situation here today. Absolutely chaotic. People were trying to drive through it left and right. We almost witnessed numerous accidents there. We were able to talk with some people who work in the area at that intersection. They said this storm came very quickly.
It was fairly calm, and then just extremely strong winds just came straight across, and then tons of debris flying, and then the water just built up in the front here, and we see a lot of downed trees and a lot of signs down.
We saw the clouds coming in pretty fast, and then we were talking about like how tornadoes start. We had no clue, and then all of a sudden the clouds in the back just shifted and came right at us the other way. About 2 minutes later, a couple of the guys said they saw the tornado out back, and then it just ripped up through Fort Washington.
So you can hear there, they believe they saw a tornado. Again, no confirmation of that yet, but we're seeing a lot of damage. Still some high water in areas, wires down, trees down, and no power. So it's very dark out here. So certainly not a time to be driving. Traffic has been a mess all night. But similar to what Jenny was mentioning, we have not gotten any reports of any injuries yet. So the good news is that everyone that we've talked to is okay. Just a lot of cleaning up ahead.
A lot. And Kelly, you threw us all off the word cupola, was it? I don't know if you guys can show us that again. Is that the top of a structure that just...
I'll credit Dave Eitzen for that one. That's what he said this is, a cupola.
Well,
so
he's
kind
correct.
of looks like...
We had to Google it.
Yeah.
But it's a large,
I might have had to do that earlier too.
Sure, it's a heavy piece
wild.
Of building, of structure, and it just shows you the power of those winds right in the middle of the road there. A lot to clean up in Fort Washington. Thank you, Kelly. Severe flooding in Hatboro as well. Just a raging river along this residential street. You can see a trash bin at one point just floating down the street.
And Don's out in Horsham Township, Montgomery County tonight. And Don, we're hearing reports of water rescues everywhere.
Yeah, we are just pulling into Horsham right now. Let me flip the camera around here for you. We're not exactly sure what's going on. The road is closed here. There's all kinds of police activity. People are trying to get through. You can't even imagine what it's been like trying to get here because every which way we've gone tonight, the roads have been closed. They've been flooded. There's been crazy traffic. It's very difficult to get from here to there tonight because of all the flooding, flash flooding. It's just kind of been a crazy night. Let's take a look at some video that we shot earlier. This was actually in Audubon in Montgomery County, and it was, where were we, Starling? We were along...
Egypt Road.
We are on Egypt Road. So we've been so many places tonight, I can't remember. We were along Egypt Road and got stuck in just torrential downpours. You couldn't even see, in front of you. I would say visibility was probably 10%. And then as we approached a hill where it went down, cars were stalled out, stuck. Water was rushing down everywhere. And some people were trying to get out of it. Some people were trying to get around it. Police eventually showed up and closed the road so that nobody could get down there. But then fire and emergency personnel were also there and trying to help get the people whose cars were stalled out. Then we continued on to Pottstown. We've really been just about everywhere tonight where we found cars submerged in water and emergency personnel trying to help free the people.
We just needed the lights.
try to free the people who were in the cars. We just had Horsham police tell us we can't get through here and we need to move. But if you want to just come back live now, it's been a crazy night with water everywhere, water rescues, stalled cars, hard to drive just because of all the flash flooding that's going on. Just, you know, trying to paint a little bit of a picture, and it's still raining and lots of roads are still closed. So it's just been quite a night. A lot of treacherous conditions out here, Shayna and Jason.
You could say that again. Well, you and Starlene stay safe out there as well, Dawn. Now check out this video coming in from Burlington, New Jersey. Check out that funnel cloud. It's just a perfect form. It's unmistakable there. One of several in South Jersey tonight.
And Chris is in Winona tonight, where so many trees are down you can't even get around, Chris.
Jason, Shane, good evening. It's not just trees down, but tons of debris, and what many here are saying a tornado came through here, or it could have been the same tornado that went through Mullica Hill. This whole town without power tonight. Let me just show you some of the, look at this, emergency vehicles exiting. These are huge utility street signs. Look at some of the debris, gutters, and all kinds of roofing off of houses. Where's Dave? Dave, I want to introduce you to Dave Shaver. Dave, longtime resident of Winona. You were in the emergency management community for a while. Just give people at home a little bit of the damage here in Winona.
We've had a lot of trees come down. We've had a lot of cars smashed, houses damaged, electric's off, and it's going to be off for a long time, and we have a lot of cleanup to do.
Let's walk over the street. We're crossing where now?
We're crossing Mantua Avenue.
Mantua Avenue, and I want to give an idea of the beautiful Victorian house here. You may hear smoke alarms in the background. Do you live here?
Yes, my parents.
Oh, my God. Do you mind if I ask you a question? I'm with the news. This certainly looks like a tornado came through here. Did you hear? Were you here?
I wasn't here when it happened, but my parents were, and they said it definitely was horrific.
How bad is the damage?
It's devastating. All the windows blew out, the chimneys in the front yard, the whole porch came down, and it's raining in the third floor. So.
And Aaron, can we go up to those windows? Those windows are all blown out?
Yeah, and along the turret, they're blown out.
And this is a Victorian home?
Yeah, 1874.
And if you know Winona, historic, beautiful. And what's this brick here? Is that
the chimney?
The chimney came down, guys, off of here. And I want to thank you. Good luck. And Dave, I want to come back to you. You were saying this isn't even the scratching the surface of the damage you've seen up the road. Describe that.
No, lots of the trees. We have a central park here that's a lot of big trees. I'd say 60% of those trees are down. People, I think, was one of my friends, all of his cars were damaged. His house was damaged, lots of damage. Within the railroad tracks, about 100 yards either side is seemed to be the path.
And I know nothing's been confirmed yet, but it certainly looks like a tornado.
It appears to be.
Yeah.
It appears to be, yes.
All right, we're going to go up there. Here, just take a little bit more look at some of the. Is this a street pole? Is this? Is this a street pole or someone's light pole here? So that's just, again, scratching the surface. We're going to go up here. Trees down everywhere here in Winona. You see that the chimney literally coming off the home, this Victorian home here in Winona. The damage is extensive. And we're just getting here. We'll give you more when we get it, guys.
150 years old that home is, and think of the weather that home has seen in its lifetime, and yet today could not survive it, but at least everybody's okay. At least all lives were spared. Chris, thank you.
Let's go back to Mullica Hill now. So that's where we just saw Jenny Joyce. But now we want to speak with our photojournalist, Martin Riemann. Marty, you used to be a tornado chaser in Oklahoma, where you would expect to see this kind of thing more often. Did you ever think that these skills would come so in handy here, of all places?
This is something I would see typically once or twice a year in Oklahoma. I worked my early career there, about 15 years. Chasing tornadoes, and like I said, this would be common. You'd see this a couple of times a year, but I've not seen tornadoes like this since I've come to the East Coast about 25 years ago, and especially not 2-3 times in one year. The last stream of storms we had about A few weeks ago, I had a tornado within a mile of my house out in Ocean County, so it kind of hit close then. And yeah, to see a house like this where the garage is totally gone, half of the second floor is gone, is not something I've seen in a tornado. You see that maybe in straight line winds, but I've not seen that in a tornado in this part of the country.
And there are people who lived their whole lives in Jersey who are saying this is more tornado activity this year and last year than I've seen.
The past month.
Yeah,
I've been here. I've been on the northeast, or in the Northeast for 25 years. I don't recall a year like this where we've had several storms like this with tornadoes. Maybe one tornado every couple of years, but not multiple tornadoes.
Yeah, several times during the year. And as you and Jenny were driving around and you're looking at the weather, you must be thinking, "Where am I in Oklahoma, or where am I?"
It brought back a lot of memories. I remember one year, an entire neighborhood behind Oral Roberts University in Tulsa was taken down, and in the middle of that neighborhood was one house, totally untouched, not even a broken window in it.
Just incredible. What was going through your mind today when you guys did head out there and you started to see the weather change around you?
We were in an area where we were away from the storm, and we were expecting it to come towards us, and it didn't. It went the other way. So it took us a while to get here, and by the time we got here, all the roads were closed off. One was closed due to flooding. A couple of others closed the trees down, and we finally worked our way through a couple of neighborhoods to get here to pretty late in the evening to see all this. And it's I've not seen this.
Yeah, Marty, it can be exciting when things like this are happening, and so many people want to rush out and get video and post it to social media. Yeah. You have experience actually doing this, so I think it could just be a great reminder. Just remind us of most people who are professionally chasing storms. It is a professional skill, and it can be very dangerous, and things can change on a dime, right?
Yeah, like I said, I've not even thought about doing this for the last 20 years. You know, I might see a storm here, might see a storm there, but to see a tornado that has come through a neighborhood like this, destroy a house, done a lot of damage to other houses, and there's one car over here that looks like it's been in a demolition derby from tree debris and stuff like that hitting it.
Well, Marty, thank you to you and Jenny for your reporting, and it's still an incredible thing that nobody was severely hurt in that neighborhood. That Mullica Hill neighborhood has just changed forever. Marty, all right, thank you very much to you and Jenny. All right, so you know, we go back to when we were looking at this storm and Mullica Hill. You were seeing it on the radar. You were seeing that was a big chance of causing some major destruction in that area.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a dangerous tornado that the National Weather Service confirmed as a deadly tornado, a tornado emergency. We don't hear those words, tornado emergency. We did hear it about a month or so ago. Remember that other outbreak that happened, and there was a tornado emergency that was going through Bucks County, and that ended up doing significant damage. So that is not something you hear around here. In over 20 years, I haven't heard in the Delaware Valley, and in the past 6 weeks, I've heard it twice. So as Martin said, I mean, this is really significant and incredible. When Hurricane Floyd came through, or Tropical Storm Floyd in 1999, we had significant flooding, but we didn't have tornadoes as well. So, I mean, you combine the two and it's disaster. And we haven't even seen the effects, the true effects of the flooding just yet. We are expecting major flooding on the Neshaminy, on the Brandywine, on the Schuylkill, even at Norristown and 30th Street Station. I mean, that's going to come tomorrow morning as the water continues to rise. Ultimate Doppler right now is still showing some showers and thunderstorms and everything moving toward the east-northeast. South Jersey seeing some heavy rain right now, right along 295 and the Turnpike through Ben Salem, Bristol, where we potentially had another tornado crossing right over the Burlington-Bristol Bridge. All this is moving toward the northeast. That heavy rain is expected to end during the early morning hours. We did have 46 reports of flash flooding, and that is ongoing as we speak. Still some rain in Center City, Philadelphia. The temperature is 66 degrees, obviously storm cooled at this point, and we are looking at temperatures that are going to fall into the 60s and the 50s overnight, and you can see that swirl over the region. See right there? There is the center of the remnants, and to the north, that is where we're seeing the problems now. Major flooding to the north and west of Philadelphia, where you see that purple. Look at this. This is through Chester and Montgomery County. Phoenixville, 11 inches of rain. East Whiteland Township, 11 inches. And even toward Bradford Hills, 10 inches of rain. Tredeffrin, 8 inches. That is a massive amount of rain. The tornado threat has ended for this evening. The flash flood threat continues through tomorrow morning for the streets and the parking lots. And now the creeks and streams are on the rise, and so are the rivers. That's going to continue tonight through tomorrow and possibly continue into the weekend. The tornadoes by county, I wanted to pull this out. Since July 29th, we've already had 4 tornadoes in Bucks County, 2 in Berks, 2 in Philadelphia, 2 in Lehigh, and 1 in Montgomery. And we definitely will have more. Overnight tonight, lows in the 50s and 60s. Tomorrow, highs in the 70s. Tomorrow is going to be a very sunny day, and we're going to watch as these storms move out during the overnight. After midnight, by 2 a.m., they should pretty much be out of the region. On your 7-day forecast from the Weather Authority, once we get through this, it's nothing but sunshine and 70s and 80s for the next 7 days. And guys, we are really going to need that because there is going to be a lot of cleanup and drying out to do.
That you can say that again, all around our area. That's just unbelievable. 11 tornadoes in just over a month. It's hard to wrap your head around. Thank you, Kathy. Before we go to break, check out this video, another one from Burlington City, New Jersey. It's just been a destructive day all around. We'll have more storm coverage coming up.
So again, that was Fox 29 in Philadelphia doing a really great job breaking down this historic flooding in the area. We are also going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow all of this weather news from across the country. We are also hearing of an emergency declaration coming out of New Jersey. We are also hearing of storms coming through the D.C. area. Want to show you just some of these live looks across the country. Take a look at that. New York City, it is a very rainy, wet night, a wet evening there, and we'll be keeping our eyes on our radar, of course, as well. Take a look at this movement of the storm coming through. When we come back, we'll be going out to Washington, D.C. for the very latest from Fox 5 in D.C. As they are seeing similar views on this evening here. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost 7:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, tracking these storms from across the country. We're going to go into Fox 5 DC's coverage here, but we do want to alert you. Governor Murphy out of New Jersey says that he's declaring a state of emergency effective immediately in response to the tropical storm. He says we will use every resource at our disposal to ensure the safety of New Jerseyans. Stay off the road, stay home, and stay safe. Let's go out to D.C., though, as they are enduring some pretty severe weather tonight as well. Take a listen.
Valley in southern Connecticut, and the trail has gone all the way down to Philadelphia, and that trail, as you'll see, has produced upwards of about 6 to 8 inches of rain already. And again, this is the latest close-up on the radar, getting some detection of potential rotation here. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning goes into effect, stays in effect till about 10:30, still includes New York City, up into Westchester, southwest Connecticut there, Fairfield County, into northern Nassau County. And again, that area of severe weather has just been a big problem as it's been advancing from southwest to northeast. Let's take a look at our rotation tracker here. I want to show you the swath that prompted that tornado warning at about 9 o'clock for the Manhattan area up into the Bronx and lower Westchester. This is a little track of what we call the sort of shear detection, where there's some potential rotation in the clouds. And so this is what prompted that warning to go off. Was there a tornado? Has yet to be confirmed, but you can see the exact path that it took and what prompted that tornado warning to be in effect. So we're still detecting some shears you saw on the radar moments ago. So we're still on the lookout again for potential for tornadoes to develop in the next 2 to 3 hours. All right, let's go back to our radar. And again, you can see in the animation how this is advancing from southwest to northeast. And again, the rainfall has been incredible. Flash flood warnings remain in effect for everybody pretty much through the next few hours or so because of the heavy rainfall. Again, 4.36 inches so far in the city. We had over 3 inches in an hour. Just an amazing amount of rain. And that area of purple is that 6 to 7 inch rainfall amount. Look at this accumulation in the rain here again as you see it advancing anywhere from 5 to 7, 8 inches of rain and extend down across Staten Island into northern Monmouth County. Again, those incredible rainfall amounts that have happened. And we still have a potential for another 1 to 3 or 4 inches of rain as we go through the overnight, certainly in the next couple of hours. Flash flooding is going to be a certainty, so be very careful. Just stay home if you can. It's not very safe even to be outside, Lori.
You said it right. Stay inside. All right, Nick, we'll check back with you. In the meantime, New Jersey taking some of the biggest hits from tonight's weather. Fox 5's Seth Nunez checked out the scene near the Pascack River and that area prone to flooding.
And we're already seeing some localized flooding here in Little Falls. And ahead of tonight's heavy rain, some towns already passed out sandbags to their residents. And all eyes are on the Passaic River right now, especially for towns who live right next to it, which are prone to flooding. In Fairfield, the town seeing heavy rain and downpours, creating poor visibility on the roads. On the top of people's mind, the possibility of flooding, which is nothing new for those who live near the Passaic River.
When the river crests at its highest for my house and my first floor, the river, the water was probably this high. It's really not much you can do. They give you sandbags and stuff, but the water literally just comes up from the ground. We had literally just a puddle in our living room, and then it just seeps up from there.
Others already planning ahead and considering moving their cars to higher ground.
The precautions are just try to park your cars in areas if you do flood.
The Garden State already seen its fair share of flooding. Less than 2 weeks ago, Tropical Storm Henri moved up the northeast, bringing down trees and damaging homes in central New Jersey. Residents are hoping for the best this time around.
Just kind of have to wait and see, and like I said, just pray and hope that maybe it passes and it doesn't rain as much as they're saying.
Lisette Nunez, Fox 5 News.
And we're just getting word that Governor Murphy has now declared a state of emergency in New Jersey. In the meantime, residents in Louisiana continue assessing the damage following a direct hit from.
And we're going to get out of the coverage right there, but we're going to stay in Louisiana. In the wake of Hurricane Ida, over 1 million homes and businesses still do not have power, with gas and water hard to come by for residents on the ground. It is shaping up to be a long few weeks. Fox's Robert Sherman joining us live from Baton Rouge tonight. Robert, what's the very latest?
Well, Daytona, you can see some of the lights on at the iconic First Baptist Church of Baton Rouge behind us. We are starting to see some power come back here in Baton Rouge, and the local utility company says that a small number of people have gotten power back in the New Orleans area. In terms of getting all of southeast Louisiana back up and running, that could still be a matter of a few weeks. And from where we are in Baton Rouge, when you start heading towards New Orleans, that's when you start to see some really severe damage. We want to show you this drone video that we captured earlier today, and you can see these semi-trucks that have been flipped over and crumpled, this flood water that's still standing and sitting all over the place. This is over in St. John, St. John the Baptist Parish over in the New Orleans area, just a bit west of New Orleans. All this damage is making it so that people are having a tough time getting water and getting food. So we saw the Louisiana National Guard out today helping people get some of those supplies, as a lot of these residents just try to get through the next few weeks.
Everybody has a problem, basically the same problem. They can't get out, don't have nothing to eat, half the roof is off their house.
And another issue that has come about, blood supplies, as Ida knocked out roads and power, making it difficult for people to donate blood or for mobile collections to take place. Some hospitals at this point are critically low. Our Lady of the Lake in Baton Rouge has about a half day's supply.
We've had to delay some transfusion orders already as a result of the storm and the lack of inventory.
And one gentleman told us that he's been through Hurricane Isaac, he's been through Hurricane Katrina, but Ida is a very different animal. You got to remember that during the day, it's over 90 degrees here. People don't have power, they don't have running water, they don't have air conditioning. And this is the situation that a lot of these folks are going to be dealing with for potentially the next couple of weeks. Daytona?
Yeah, that's right, Robert. We played out that press conference from Governor Edwards as well as other officials, local and state, and they were telling those residents, stay out if you can. If you're self-sufficient, though, I guess you can come back. Is that still the message that you're hearing from residents? I'm sure that a lot of them want to be getting back home if they can, but some actually don't have that option.
We have heard that messaging come pretty consistently from local and state leaders. Of course, a lot of these people, a lot of these Louisianans who fled to Texas or fled north to the northern portions of Louisiana and Mississippi, they want to get back and see what their home looks like. But leaders have been pretty consistent in their messaging that the city's really not ready for people to come back. I mean, still over 1 million households and businesses do not have power here. There are large highways that are still overtaken by standing water, making it dangerous. We drove through portions of the state, drove through standing water in order to get to different areas here. There is still danger here in Louisiana, on the ground, which is why that messaging has remained the same.
Yeah, and we're hearing reporting from even those border states that are feeling the effects of Ida, even though they didn't get hit by the storms. Texas, gas prices are up, so this is going to affect several locations. Anything else to be noting into these later evening hours, Robert?
Well, a lot of situations, there's still just such a great demand here. I mean, especially gasoline. I mean, you go to any gas station that's here in this area, the line spills out onto the street around the block. Everyone is talking. Everybody, that's the question everybody has. Where do you get gasoline? Where do you fill up your car? Where do you get gasoline to fill up your generators? I mean, it is a scramble for resources down here, which is why we keep hearing from people that this has been a pretty shell-shocking experience for many. Just the longevity of how long some of these people will be without some of those resources in order to finally reclaim some sense of normalcy down here.
Sure, exactly. And we're hearing that President Biden is going to be heading out to Louisiana, so I'm sure we'll be getting reporting from you and all of our colleagues with Fox down on the ground. Fox's Robert Sherman, thank you so much in Baton Rouge tonight.
You got it.
And we are going to continue with this weather coverage as we have kind of been dipping out of coverage with Fox 29 in Philadelphia, Fox 5 in D.C. Let's actually go out to Philadelphia as their meteorologists have really been on it. Here's live.
It is. It's a miracle. I mean, when you look, the house is flattened. And when you looked at those cars that Jenny showed, I mean, the debris was flying all over the place, and that's what smashed the car windows, and it looked like the cars were just demoed. I wanted to bring out the enhanced Fujita scale. This is our tornado wind scale. And when you're looking at some of the light damage, like some siding off the side of a house, that would be like an EF0, 65 to 85 mile an hour winds. When you look at the damage that Jenny showed us in a flattened house, I mean, I would think it would be an EF2 potential, 110 to 135 mile an hour winds. I mean, that's considerable damage, maybe even severe damage. So we're going to have to wait and see when the National Weather Service gets out, when we get the choppers up and we can look over the entire neighborhood and see the extensiveness of that damage. I mean, but you just don't see anything like that. We had an EF3 tornado in Limerick, Montgomery County in 1994 that was an EF3, and that was the only one in the area, and it'll be interesting to see if this one rivals that. On Ultimate Doppler, you can see still showers and thunderstorms moving across the region, some heavy rain still in parts of Burlington County, Mount Holly and Lumberton, and also down the shore. We haven't seen a lot of rain, but we're seeing some heavy rain right now. As you see, the flooding potential continues in our northern western suburbs through areas like Phoenixville, Norristown, Montgomery, even into Plumstead. We're talking about 6+ inches of rain in the region. Those flood warnings continue through most of the region overnight tonight and into tomorrow. Remember, never cross a road that is covered with water. We can't say it enough, guys, because there are water rescues everywhere tonight.
Kathy, thank you very much. Just a quick note, all New Jersey light rail, transit rail buses subject to suspensions, detours, and delays because of all the weather.
And a lot of power outages all across the area and several school closing. They're posted on fox29.com. We will be right back.
So as they go into a break, let's go out to D.C. as they have their coverage right now as well. Take a listen.
Governor Murphy has now declared a state of emergency in New Jersey. In the meantime, residents in Louisiana continue assessing the damage following a direct hit from Hurricane Ida over the weekend. State officials say hundreds of thousands of customers in Louisiana are still without their electricity after Ida tore through the state. However, some parts of New Orleans did have power restored today, but an indication of just how dire the situation is. You can see the long lines at gas stations as people look to fuel their cars and their generators. Neighboring states like Mississippi are pitching in to help with recovering efforts.
We are coordinating with our partners in Louisiana, with the American Red Cross, as to what our plan should be to house in shelters any Louisiana residents that need it.
State officials say that it could take weeks to get the power back on for everyone. President Biden says he is planning to visit Louisiana on Friday. National Weather Service says a tornado touched down in Annapolis, Maryland this afternoon as remnants of Ida moved across the state. There were widespread power outages, and the lashing left homes and buildings damaged and destroyed, but so far no reports of any injuries. Officials determining that by the extent of the damage, they believe it was an EF3 tornado with winds clocking as high as 140 miles per hour. Stay with Fox 5 as we track the effects of Ida in our area, and you can stay on top of everything you need to throughout our Fox 5 NY weather app. In the meantime, turning to Texas now, where a new law has taken effect that essentially bans most abortions. The Supreme Court's silent so far.
Okay, so as they move away from weather, we're going to move away from their coverage because we want to talk about some of those top stories of the day as well. But again, a live look here from New York City. If anything else comes out of the weather coverage in those areas, specifically in Philadelphia, we'll be keeping our eyes on it. We're going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox as we head into the 8 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. Stick with us. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. If you're just listening in to our live report from Robert Sherman out in Baton Rouge, he was talking about the effects of gas. Gas is in short supply right now, specifically in Louisiana, but it's also causing some effects for border states, including out in Texas as well. They're seeing high gas prices and lines. Let's take a listen to Fox 26 in Houston as they dive a little bit deeper into this topic. Take a listen.
Hurricane Ida could have an economic impact on more than just those who were in the storm's direct path.
Drivers can expect to pay more at the gas pumps and right before the busy Labor Day weekend. Mark Finley is a fellow in energy and global oil at Rice University's Baker Institute. He joins us now live. Good morning, Mark. Thank you for being with us. Now, one of the biggest spikes in history took place after Hurricane Katrina, but we know Katrina wiped out a lot of the oil platforms out in the Gulf. How do you think Ida's impact is going to be on gas?
Good morning, Jose. I think, it's too soon to tell. There are a couple of things to worry about, but also a couple of things that should help us avoid a worst case Katrina type of scenario. The things to worry about are there is about 15% of American oil production in the Gulf of Mexico is offline still, as is about 15% of the refining capacity in the country that is needed to turn that crude oil into gasoline. Operators are just getting back to start assessing the damage, and another key factor that could worsen the delays, especially for the refineries and onshore equipment, is access to electricity. So those are the risk factors to be watching in the weeks ahead.
So Mark, are you at all concerned about long-term damage to the oil platforms, or is this something that we just don't know yet because they're still, looking at what the damage was?
There's certainly the prospect for that damage. I mean, since Katrina and more recent storms, the industry has taken a lot of steps to harden their facilities, both offshore and onshore. And so, hopefully those steps will help to protect us. But the operators will have to get back into their plants and onto the platforms to see.
Do you think we might have a gas shortage, or do we have enough reserves that will handle the situation?
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think that there are some things that will help us avoid a worst case scenario. First is that we are just about out of the peak demand season. In addition to watching the supply here in the United States, OPEC is meeting literally as we speak and is widely expected to endorse its policy of continuing to expand oil production. Also, the federal government has taken some steps on the regulatory front to help make it a bit easier to meet the fuel specifications for gasoline. And also, remember, like crude oil, gasoline is a global marketplace. And so if some of the U.S. refinery outages turn out to be long-lived, there is also a global marketplace for gasoline that U.S. consumers can tap into.
Okay, so Mark, if we do see gas prices, spike, how long would you estimate that would last? Would that be, days or weeks or longer than that?
Prices actually had been trending a bit lower before the hurricane, and in Texas and nationwide. So we seem to have come off the top of the market already. Anyway, there's always the potential for spikes, and especially on a local basis. When the Colonial Pipeline was hacked earlier this year, you saw consumers panic, and you saw the videos of consumers pouring gasoline into plastic bags. And so there's always a potential for short-term spikes. But I think these coping mechanisms that I mentioned should mean that even if there are extended outages in the Gulf of Mexico, any such spikes would likely prove to be short-lived.
Mark Finley with Rice University's Baker Institute, thank you so very much for chiming in on what we may have to deal with in the near future.
Jose and Sally, nice to see you. Thank you.
Again, that was Fox 26 in Houston. Let's go back out to Fox 29 in Philadelphia as they're talking about these search efforts underway, rescue efforts underway, cars that have gotten caught in flooding. Take a listen.
Montco got rocked by all that rain that we saw tonight, flooding roads and sparking rescues all over the county. And this is video coming from Lansdale a little bit earlier this evening. Don's out in Horsham Township tonight in Montco. How's it going?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been raining all day, extremely hard at times. We're in Horsham right now. Let's flip and give you a look at where we are. We're along Horsham Road, where you can see all kinds of activity. There are cones blocking the road. People are lined up behind us. Apparently, this road is flooded and wires are down. So it's going to be some time before this road reopens. We have been all over the place, all over Montgomery County. Let's take a look at some video we shot earlier. This was in Audubon, and this was along Egypt Road. And as we were driving here, just downpours, and at Surrey Lane, the road dips down, Egypt Road dips down, and you can see just the water everywhere, cars stalled on that hill, people trying to get around, and then you can see the water just like rushing down off the hillside. It was really treacherous, a nightmare, people having a really difficult time. We continued on then to Pottsville. If we can take a look at some other video that or Pottstown, I should say, some other video that we shot. This is video of flash flooding where several drivers got stuck in it. Their cars just quickly submerged. We were there, and emergency personnel told us, you got to get out because the creek behind where all this was just flooding over. We ran into ambulances, rescuing drivers from their cars, trying to get people out. So anyway, it's been quite a difficult night. Just trying to get from one point to another has been extremely difficult, as you guys can imagine, because everywhere we went, the road was closed. There was a detour. Roads were flooded. So, and it's still coming down and still plenty of difficulty out here.
All right. Thank you, Don. We've got your weather in 15 seconds.
Secure your deal and head to your Hyundai dealer today, where new vehicles are arriving daily. Hey, it's your journey. Own it. Lease an Elantra for
flood threat goes through tomorrow morning. Creeks and streams are on the rise, and they will peak tomorrow morning in many locations, but that river flooding will take some time and will most likely continue into the weekend. Overnight, lows in the 50s and 60s, highs tomorrow in the 70s. It's going to be cool tomorrow, but it is going to be on the sunny side. We'll watch the rain come to an end by 3 a.m. It's out of here, and temperatures are on the cool side for the morning. On Good Day Philadelphia, Sue Serio will be talking about the flooding, the rising creeks and streams, and look at that 7-day forecast. Lots of sun and warm temperatures to recuperate after this significant historic day in the Delaware Valley. The whole country's talking about this, unfortunately.
As they should be, because this is a night and a day we won't forget for a very long time. All right, Chris O'Connell is in Winona. They do not have power there like many other communities. What are you seeing there, Chris?
Well, you see behind me emergency vehicles headed down Winona. We are right in the middle of the borough of Winona. Town of Winona, and the damage is widespread and it is significant. I'm going to flip around here. Look down the street. Well, you're not going to see much because power is out throughout this whole area, but you see many trees down. We are talking really old, 100-year-old trees just busted like toothpicks. You see some of the street signs here just buried. Take a walk with me. Again, we're in the center of town. Watch yourself, Aaron, as you're walking. You hear the railroad signal behind me. That is Conrail, because so many trees came down on the railroad tracks here on a freight train. Actually, they're clearing the trees from the railroad track. You see a Conrail crew here. Not only that way, but Aaron, check the other way too. Look, of all those trees came down. We're right outside of, you can see the Winona train depot. Forgive the train signal that's coming down. They're trying to block the traffic that's coming through, but the only lights you see here are from emergency lights here. You see debris all over the place. Most of the town is without power. We saw many homes that were damaged, windows blown out. No confirmation of an official tornado, But people I talk to, the damage I've seen with my own eyes, I won't be surprised if National Weather Service confirms a tornado here in Winona sometime tomorrow. If it's not the same tornado that went through Mullica Hill, which is about 7-8 miles from here, about a 10 to 15 minute drive. So here in Winona, it is a mess. Emergency crews here are working without power. They're just trying to, get things normalized here, get the roads open, because it's going to be a dark night. It's going to be a wet night, and they're just trying to clear the roadways with all these trees. But people here in Winona definitely saying a tornado ripped through here earlier, guys.
Yeah, everyone from the Weather Service to everyone living there has their work cut out for them. Thank you, Chris, and we'll be right back.
Fox 29.
So again, really great coverage from Fox 29 in Philly as they have been going from one place to the next, driving around, trying to bring the latest information to all of us when it comes to these storms. Tornadoes touchdown tomorrow. We'll continue this coverage. I'm sure they'll have aerial pictures of the damage from all of this, and the flooding will continue into tomorrow as well. It definitely will not be going away. We're going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll keep going in and out of this weather coverage, as that has definitely been the main story of the day, but don't worry, there's other stories to get to as well. Western wildfires still raging in California. That's in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are tracking this Philadelphia weather. Definitely storms moving through. Flood warnings, flash flood warnings still in effect. Live reporters out about with Fox 29 in Philadelphia. We'll get back to that in just a moment here, but we want to move on to some of these other stories of the day as well. Fire crews in Northern California are desperately trying to save more than 30,000 homes and businesses in the Lake Tahoe area as a massive wildfire moves through quickly. Fox News correspondent William Lajeunesse has more from South Lake Tahoe in California. Take a listen.
Fire crews are working hard to clear the landscape and get containment on a fast-moving wildfire threatening Lake Tahoe. It is called the Caldor Fire. It started August 14th and has already burned through more than 312 square miles, destroying at least 400 homes in the northern Sierra Nevada region. A big problem at this point, the weather, which is helping the fire jump containment lines and is expected to continue for at least one more day.
We're in red flag conditions, and those red flag conditions are for low relative humidity and strong gusty winds.
Officials say the fire is about 20% contained, but it's difficult to predict where it will spread next. In addition to the hot, dry conditions, the wind is creating what firefighters call an active crown fire run, where the fire literally spreads from treetop to treetop, with embers falling up to a mile away.
As fuel is burning, these hot embers are casting off of trees and timber, and then they're landing and easily igniting vegetation ahead.
At least 34,000 homes and businesses are now under threat as the fire moves closer to South Lake Tahoe. More than 22,000 have been evacuated on Tuesday, leaving just a handful remaining in this normally busy tourist town.
Depending on what the wind does, I might become a little more mildly concerned today, but I'm hoping at some point I can just nab that cat and be out of here like a shot.
As the fire grows in size, the governors of California and Nevada are warning more evacuations may be needed. In South Lake Tahoe, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
And pressure continues to mount in Washington for the Biden administration to address growing concerns and questions over the president's decision to withdraw U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Today, the Pentagon and State Department weighed in. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has details.
It's an honor and a pleasure to welcome President Zelensky.
President Biden shifting his foreign policy focus to the Baltics Wednesday, meeting with the president of Ukraine in the Oval Office.
And the United States remains firmly committed to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
But Afghanistan remains foremost on the minds of most in Washington, as calls to investigate the president's decision to withdraw grow louder on Capitol Hill.
For the president to go on TV last night and to call this an extraordinary success was shameful.
In Kabul Wednesday, economic turmoil as Afghans under a new central bank directive struggle to withdraw cash amid warnings of a food crisis. At the Pentagon, U.S. officials saying their evacuation effort was historic, despite concerns with how it all played out.
As we always do, this department will look back clearly and professionally and learn every lesson that we can. That's our way.
And as to whether the U.S. would work with the Taliban moving forward,
this is a ruthless group from the past, and whether or not they change remains to be seen.
At the State Department, questions continue over diplomatic efforts to get remaining Americans out.
We are looking at all possible options, air routes, land routes, to continue to find ways for them to help evacuate and to support them.
As for those Afghans who fought alongside our troops, the State Department has yet to release any numbers on how many got out or how many still remain. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And now out to Texas. Constitutional carry becoming law today. This allows Texans aged 21 and over to carry a handgun openly or concealed without a license or training. Here's Fox 7 in Austin with the latest on that.
If you wanted to carry a handgun currently right now today with a license, you would have to take a class.
Michael Cargill, owner of Central Texas Gunworks, says you would also have to submit fingerprints, pass a written exam, and take a shooting proficiency test to get a license. But on Wednesday,
it's an option. It's optional. You can get a license or not.
Permitless carry, also known as constitutional carry, will become law, making getting a license up to the gun owner.
Starting September 1st, you'll be able to openly carry, concealed carry your handgun without a license in Texas, as long as you're 21 years of age and up.
This would make Texas the 20th and also the largest state to pass permitless carry into law, a decision that has garnered mixed reactions from both sides.
I am very concerned about it.
It feels like we should have had this all along.
For Andy Hogue with the Travis County GOP, he says the new law will put trust back into responsible gun owners to protect themselves.
I don't think really having a CHL or not has really stopped a lot of would-be mass shooters from doing their things. I think with the same thing with constitutional carry, we're just right back where we started. A situation where we think a license is going to stop illicit activity or illegal actions. I don't think that's really the case.
However, Jill Switzer with Texas Gun Sense has a different opinion. Her organization has been fighting against the passing of permitless carry from the start.
We are concerned that generally there'll be more guns in public, and the data show us time and time again that more guns don't make us safer. I always hope that dire predictions are wrong. But what happens when more guns are introduced to a situation, especially in the hands of people who aren't trained, and bad things happen?
Cargill wants to make one thing clear. Permitless carry makes licenses optional, but not a background check.
You don't have your license, an FBI background check will be done on that person regardless. And that's today or that's tomorrow, it doesn't matter.
And staying in Texas, a new abortion law goes into effect as well. Here's the breakdown of that, what that means, and what comes next.
The debate continues over Texas's newest abortion law, also known as the heartbeat bill, outlawing abortions later than 6 weeks and giving outside parties a legal standing to sue someone involved in abortions. There are arguments that this will not stand up in a courtroom. Here to talk about this is former Texas GOP Chairman James Dickey and Diana Gomez, the advocacy manager for Progress Texas. James Dickey, beginning with you, the abortion law takes effect today. Despite calls from advocacy groups, the Supreme Court did not take action on it. Democrats say the court has failed them, or is the court allowing majority rule in Texas? What do you think?
Well, so today, yes, it took effect today along with 660 other bills. Yes, the Democrats, of course, are going to say that the court failed them because the Democrats rely on a handful of unelected judges to do what for them they cannot win at the poll. A majority of people believe that when a baby's heartbeat is heard, that that baby's life, which is so obviously life, should be protected. The court did the right thing in stepping back and letting us be the representative republic that we are.
Diana Gomez, what do you think the state Supreme Court is up to with this law?
As of now, the court is failing us because this law is unconstitutional and they need to uphold Roe versus Wade. However, it's not too late. They can still act and know that this is not actually a majority rule because poll after poll shows that a majority of Texans, over 60%, support abortion rights.
Well, and you're parsing words. A majority of Texans also believe that once a baby's heartbeat is known, that that should not be aborted, that it is a recognition of what it is, which is killing a separate live human being, which should not happen.
Diana, feel free to reply.
Like I said, poll after poll shows that especially, this law leaves no exception in terms of rape or incest. And most Texans believe that a person should have access to this essential health care, abortion care, no matter, what the cause of it was.
James Dickey, if things stay as they are, is this the beginning of the end of Roe versus Wade?
Well, not necessarily. And in fact, what you've seen from this Supreme Court since Chief Justice Roberts became chief is that they really bend over backwards not to overrule law that is appropriately passed. I mean, you saw the kind of hoops they went through to not overturn Obamacare, literally deciding that the individual mandate was a tax, even though Congress had said explicitly it was not. They worked very hard not to overturn legislatures. And they're just keeping to the track of that. Now, Roe v. Wade is nearly 50 years old, and the technology, science, medicine have all gone much further than they were decades ago. And so it's entirely appropriate that as we learn new things about life and about pregnancy, that of course there are better protections for that separate individual life that is growing and that we now know more about.
All right. Diana Gomez, what do you think about that? And, is this the beginning of the end of Roe versus Wade?
I think, regardless of how old Roe versus Wade is, it's, a part of our law and should be respected as such. Our Constitution is very old as well, but that doesn't mean it should all be thrown out. We need to respect the laws of our nation. And I'm not going to guess what the court will rule, but I will say that elections matter, judges matter, and we need judges that follow precedent. And if the court rules how they should, this should be shut down and Roe versus Wade should stand.
Okay, well, as of right now, the law is in effect. We have to wrap it up. James Dickey, Diana Gomez, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, that was Fox in Austin right there. Very controversial bill moving forward. Going into some coronavirus news, COVID-19 outbreaks in select school districts adding more fuel to the debate over mask mandates. This as the CDC issues a warning for unvaccinated Americans ahead of Labor Day weekend. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has more.
The new school year just getting underway, and already there are challenges. A Central Texas school district closed all of its schools until after Labor Day after 2 teachers died of COVID-19. While in Illinois, more than 24 schools in the state are reporting outbreaks among students and staff. Doctors say they expect infections to surge as the Delta variant spreads.
Every time you have large groups of children, they're going to transmit things back and forth.
The outbreaks further fueling the nationwide debate over face coverings in the classroom. On Tuesday, parents in Daytona Beach, Florida protested ahead of a school board meeting to consider a universal mask mandate. The board voting to mandate the masks with nearly 10 times more COVID positive children now compared to the same time last year.
When a parent chooses no mask for their kid, it places my kids at risk.
Meanwhile, a 4th wave of COVID cases continues to intensify. Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Florida, and Arkansas have less than 10% of their ICU bed capacity left. And with the Labor Day weekend approaching, the CDC is urging those unvaccinated don't travel.
Given where we are with disease transmission right now, we would say that people need to take these risks into their own consideration as they think about traveling.
And the CDC also recommending that Labor Day gatherings be outdoors and with everybody vaccinated. In Atlanta, Phil Keating, Fox News.
Well, as you heard right there, it's that time of year. A lot of kids heading back to school, but are the schools actually ready? A number of them across the country are dealing with a shortage of bus drivers and turning to parents for some help. Fox's Katie Byrne brings us that story from Philadelphia.
Teachers and staff say finding school bus drivers has been a problem for years, but the pandemic has made it worse. Now some are rethinking school buses and paying parents to drive their kids to school instead.
We're still getting used to the schedule, waking up early, getting the kids in a car, getting them ready, making sure they have their snack, but we're getting there.
Nicole Little has 8 kids. 5 of them go to Eastside Charter School in Wilmington, Delaware. This year is the first time she's taking them to school instead of a school bus.
They always have been bus rides, so there's something new for them. Like my son said this morning, Mommy, how come we can't ride the bus?
It was a big change. Little and her husband switched to the night shift to free up their days for drop-offs and pickups.
So we had to definitely rearrange our schedules.
But they're getting paid for it.
So I do have 5, so I guess it'll be like 700 times 5, so I think it'll be 3,500.
The school is offering parents stipends to take their kids to school after having trouble finding bus drivers. Parents get $700 per student.
We're going to take funding that we have, and instead of using transportation funding the way it's normally been done, we're going to start offering stipends to parents.
Aaron Bass, the head of the school, says more than 150 students have already signed up. They still only have about 50% of the drivers needed for the school year. It's a problem for schools in more than a dozen states.
Some of them have left, some of them have taken other jobs, and some of them making different decisions. And we can't speak to the root of everything. We do know the fact that right now, we need to make sure that children are in school.
And with COVID, this gave some parents peace of mind.
Our children that are under age 12 cannot get vaccinated even if they choose to. So to take students and cram them onto buses is not the best thing, 1, just for children in general, but 2, during a pandemic.
I didn't want my kids to be cramped up in a bus like some other schools are doing.
Now, there are still some school buses for kids who need it at that school in Delaware, and parents who are making the switch to drive their kids instead say they're going to use that money for things like school supplies and gas. In Philadelphia, Katie Byrne, Fox 10 News.
So that was Katie from earlier today in Philadelphia. Clearly, because right now Philadelphia is pouring. We are seeing quite a bit of damage, lots of flooding in the areas. And when we come back after this break, we'll be going into full coverage from Fox 29. See you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Almost 8:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, tracking weather in the Philadelphia area. Let's go out to our sister station, Fox 29, as they speak to reporters out in the field.
You know, God forbid we have another day like today for a very long time, but it does make you think about the next time there is a Gulf hurricane coming north, what we could expect the next time there is a storm like that.
Yeah, we've heard all the experts say, the climatologists, that the frequency is only going to pick up. So we'll see. Thanks for joining us. The news at 11 starts after Powerball.
Well, you guessed it, right at Mullica Hill. There it is right there, and that is where our tornado did all of that damage. That is a confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service. It was a tornado emergency at the time it happened between 6 and 7 o'clock. When you look at the damage that Jenny was talking about, perhaps an EF2 tornado with 111 to 135 mile-an-hour winds, that's possible because that was definitely at least considerable damage, if not severe damage. Right now, ultimate Doppler showing showers and thunderstorms moving toward the northeast. The severe threat is over, but look at these flood warnings pretty much everywhere. We have reports of water rescues and obviously impassable roads, and this is going to continue in tomorrow morning, our early morning hours. There are already reports of the Brandywine surpassing flood levels from Tropical Storm, the old Hurricane Floyd from '99, which was a precedent. And we're breaking records, and we're going to break more records on the Neshaminy and also even the Schuylkill in the city of Philadelphia tomorrow. So that's something to be very concerned about as you head to work tomorrow morning. The rain will be ending between midnight and 3 a.m., but the water is still rising. All those creeks and streams, those tributaries, have to be funneled into the Schuylkill and the Delaware. So that is going to create an impact most likely into the weekend, guys. This is not over by any stretch.
I know you'll stay on top of it. Kathy, thank you very much for your work tonight. Chris, you're in Winona, and so many trees down, you really can't even get around there.
Jason, not just trees. Take a look where I'm standing right here. We got to get a word on whether this was a tornado, because everyone here says they saw it and they heard it, and look at the damage here. The back of this, what we believe is a yoga studio building, is just collapsed here. The rear of the building just completely collapsed. The side of the building, you see the windows ripped off the side of the building. And we're going to take a walk, and please, we got to be careful. There's a lot of debris around here. Aaron, be careful where you walk. Aaron, my videographer tonight, I want to show you some of the more debris here. We're crossing Mantua Avenue. We're right in the thick of Winona, New Jersey right now. And you could see this is where you could see siding, you could see roofing, you could see street signs just ripped from the ground. We're going to cross Winona Avenue here, and I want to show you this beautiful home across, the Mantua Avenue, a beautiful Victorian home here. But we want to start here on the, be careful there, the chimney blew right off this old building, 150-year-old building. The daughter of the owners of this building spoke with us a little while ago about what they heard and the damage to this home.
It's devastating. All the windows blew out, the chimneys in the front yard, the whole porch came down, and it's raining in the third floor. So.
And Aaron, can we go up to those windows? Those windows are all blown out?
Yeah, and along the turret, they're blown out.
And this is a Victorian home?
Yeah, 1874.
And if you know Winona, historic, beautiful. And what's this brick here? Is that
the chimney?
The chimney came down, guys, off of here. As we bring you back out here live, you see the broken out windows. The owners are actually in there right now. They are boarding up the home. You see the windows right there. You hear the staple gun boarding up. But we could also tell you the entire town of Winona is without power right now. I think the population here is 2,500. Small, beautiful town here in Gloucester County. They did open up, or will be opening up, a Red Cross shelter for those folks in Mullica Hill, for folks in Harrison Township, for folks here in Winona. At the Gloucester County Technical Institute. That is where you're being asked to go. Not sure exactly when it's going to be open, but the Red Cross has mobilized a shelter once again at the Gloucester County Technical Institute in Sewell to take all these people who may be displaced, may be without power. And just to give you proximity, we're about 7-8 miles from that Mullica Hill tornado.
Yeah.
So folks here think it may be the same one, it may be a different one, but whatever happened here happened during a tornado warning, and it was just devastating. We probably won't see it until first light tomorrow.
Right. The National Weather Service has a lot of work to do tomorrow as they survey and confirm that. But Chris, Kathy is telling us in studio that it does appear that that confirmed tornado that touched down in Mullica Hill did at least pass over that area where you are, where all of the residents are saying they saw it. So chances are
Not
good.
Surprised.
Yeah, chances are good. We'll get that
not surprised to
confirmation.
seeing how the debris has been flown around here.
Yeah, just incredible damage. Stay safe out there. Thanks so much for all your hard work tonight, Chris. Let's get to Kelly now in Fort Washington. A lot of damage there as well, Kelly. We've seen houses and parts of structures on the ground around Chris, and you're surrounded by it as well.
Shana, we are in no confirmation of a tornado here, but it certainly looks like one. So we're standing in a parking lot at Summit and Pennsylvania Avenues. We've been talking about this cupola all night, and you can see how massive and large and heavy this structure is. It's in the middle of a parking lot right now, so you have to imagine whatever came through here was very strong to be able to do that. And this, you look here over my right shoulder, a fence completely leveled out here. Parts of the roof, the top of that home missing. Looks like a tree was leveled there too. We're seeing a lot of tree down, a lot of debris down, and obviously no power in this area right now. It's very dark. We also want to show you some video earlier on Pennsylvania Avenue and Commerce Drive, just a short drive from where we are right now. That intersection was completely submerged for hours. A lot of cars still trying to get through there. Obviously, we would never recommend that. It was a mess, a traffic mess, causing a lot of issues. We did catch up with some BMW employees that were hanging out there that witnessed all of this earlier today. They said this storm, and especially what might have been a tornado, came through incredibly fast.
Out back, it got a little bad, and then up the street, there was people with roofs off the houses, big logs like through their windows. It was terrible. Some glass broken up there, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. Hopefully we don't get another one here.
Yeah, hopefully we don't. I know a lot of the homes that he was describing are back behind me. It's so dark back there, we could barely see anything. So like everyone's been saying all night, tomorrow light during the daylight will certainly expose a lot. We also want to show you Pennsylvania Avenue. Guys, we have to make a left onto this to get home. It is gridlocked. It's been like this all night. We've had a couple people come through the parking lot and say, we can't get home. So I don't know how long we'll be sitting in that, but I'll keep you guys updated.
Good luck out there. Everyone just pack your patience, as we like to say in the news. Find a different router. Just stay where you are if you can. All right. Thank you, Kelly. We'll be right back.
Okay, so we've been following the coverage out of Fox 29 in Philadelphia, but right now, New York City is having its own problems. Want to roll through some of these tweets that we have. This from the National Weather Service, New York, New York. They say, to be clear, this particular warning for New York City is the second time we've ever issued a flash flood emergency. The first one for New York City, the first time we've issued a flash flood emergency was for Northeast New Jersey an hour ago. So this just goes to show how unprecedented this is. They just reiterated again, this is the first time we've ever had to issue one for New York City. Moving forward here, the subway system definitely having some issues tonight, responding to people saying hi there. All train service is currently suspended because of the severe weather. Please stay tuned for updates, saying if you're on a train that's stuck, stay on that train. The safest place to be is on the train unless you hear otherwise from the conductor. We want to play through some of these videos that we are seeing posted via social media. This video posted by Robin Shepard. You can see the amount of water in the streets, cars still trying to drive through it. You can see it looks like a little overflowing water situation right there on the side. But we were just mentioning the subway systems And here's what they look like from down on the ground there. Video showing major flash flooding. This is all remnants of Hurricane Ida. Pretty crazy at the end there. New York City's subway system inundated. It is disrupting train services through the rest of the evening here. You can see that water just pouring into the subway station. The flash flood warning was issued for most of the city as this storm just blew right into the tri-state area. So truly a risk for anyone who is inside of these subways right now. That's why we are hearing from the subway system to stay on a train. If you are on one, that's the safest place to be, is on the train, unless you hear otherwise from the conductor. So if we get any more of these videos, we of course bring them to you as soon as we can here on Live Now from Fox. Throughout the evening. But going back into some of these higher up videos, if you have any pictures or videos, if you're possibly watching out in the New York area, tweet at us at LiveNowFox. We have a Twitter page, staying up to date on all of these breaking news stories from across the country, specifically focusing in on New York City and out in Philadelphia tonight. Taking another live look out of New York City right here. You can see the rain on our screen here. Pretty blurry shot. Almost 8:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, going into the later evening hours. Just more of an inconvenience for those travelers who are possibly trying to get home from work on this Wednesday evening. We're going to take another 2-minute break. When we come back, more stories to get to here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from New York City right now as we have been focusing on these floodwaters moving through the city, also through the subway system. A little background information though, Ida, which made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane with some of the strongest winds ever to slam Louisiana, is estimated to have cost nearly $18 billion in damage. And that is continuing into some of these other locations across the country. We just got some new video in. Take a look at this. Just video showing these floodwaters moving through the streets of New York City. Other video captured by New York City residents posted on Twitter showing floodwaters pouring into the city's underground subway system. New York Transit authorities said multiple trains were disrupted due to, quote, excessive water entering the station. A flash flood warning was issued for most of the city as the remnants of this storm blew into the tri-state area. On Friday, the White House is supposed to be visiting New Orleans to survey some of the damage. Of course, not in New York City, but who knows, maybe in the future, Biden will be visiting New York as well. Most of the focus has been on Louisiana up to this point in time. As we heard from Governor Edwards earlier today, I want to play out just some of those remarks as power is still being restored for so many of those residents. But before we go out to that, we want to go out to anything live that we have. So let's do one last check in with Fox 29 in Philadelphia for their weather coverage.
I mean, we have one that's confirmed in Mullica Hill. Of course, Chris O'Connell was in Winona. That could have been the same tornado or another tornado. Then we had that incredible video in Burlington, possibly a tornado going right over very close to the Burlington-Bristol Bridge. So there's 2 or 3. We could have 4 or 5, maybe more. Since July 29th, we've had 11 in Pennsylvania. So add on top, there'll be close to 20 tornadoes in our region within the past couple months or less.
Yeah, and we did our best to show the damage out there in the dark. Wait till tomorrow when we see what it looks like in daylight. Good day. We'll have that for you starting at 4 a.m. Have a great night.
Okay, so that's going to wrap up their coverage for the night here. Let's go out to Louisiana, hear from the governor as well as local and state officials about power outages moving into the coming weeks. We're hearing it could take up to 3 weeks, 4 weeks for some of these residents out in Louisiana to get their power restored.
Thank you, President Jewell. We're going to try to get those helicopters shut down for just a minute, but I'm going to keep going. I want to thank the President and the Sheriff, Greg Champagne, and all of the folks here who've been working so hard since way before the storm actually hit. This has been a tremendously devastating storm with catastrophic damage, and I will tell you that the people have been tested, but we have good, resilient, faithful, decent people in Louisiana who inspire me, and I know that they're doing tremendous work here in St. Charles Parish, especially the first responders. And so I want to start it off by thanking them. I also want to let everybody know that the President is going to be visiting the state on Friday. He accepted my invitation. We're happy to have him here because I think getting eyes on the damage in person, rather than reading about it, rather than hearing about it, rather than seeing it on TV, is really important, because this is going to be a marathon, and we're going to need a lot of help from our federal partners for a long time to come, and we need some of that help immediately. And so getting them down Friday so we can have those conversations with him directly. And I will tell you, we've had a great working relationship with our federal partners, to include FEMA, to include the Coast Guard and others. I just want to put out a little bit of information today so that people can help us to help them. One is the President granted the pre-landfall declaration. That was very helpful. He's also granted the major disaster declaration, which authorizes us to receive individual assistance in St. Charles Parish, in fact, in almost all of southeast Louisiana. But people have to register in order to take advantage of that. And so I'm going to encourage people to register for assistance. You go to disasterassistance.gov, or you can call 800-621-3362. Already, there have been more than 204,000 people in Louisiana register for this assistance, and FEMA has already made available $73 million. Both of those figures are records. FEMA has never gotten to that number of registrants this fast after a storm. There's some other things that you can do to help. We announced earlier today that through the Corps of Engineers, FEMA has authorized Blue Roof. And so individuals in St. Charles Parish, and really in any parish that received hurricane force winds, can register for Blue Roof. This is free. It is a professionally installed tarp that will make your home habitable. And to register for the program, we're asking that you go to blueroof.us. You have to fill out a questionnaire, and you'll have to give a right of entry authorization. And you can also call 888-ROOF-BLUE. And I will tell you that since we announced this about 2.5 hours ago, there have been more than 6,000 people register in that time period. Currently, we have sheltered in about 32 shelters across the state of Louisiana, about 2,655 individuals. But if anybody is out there in need of shelter because your home is no longer habitable, you don't have water, you don't have electricity, whatever's going on, make sure that you contact us. You can do that by texting LA Shelter to 898-211, or you can call 211. There's an awful lot of work that has to go on in order to get people's lives right side up again. We know that electricity is a big part of that. I know it's hard. It's hot. It's humid. The storm was just came through a couple of days ago. I can tell you people working extremely hard. The infrastructure has been very heavily damaged, and it's going to take some time. I know that Entergy and others are doing their very best. There was some good news today, and it's limited, and I don't want to exaggerate it. We started off today with more than 1 million homes and businesses without power. I think, as last I heard, there were about 12,000 businesses and homes that were powered up. But that was a feed that came out of New Orleans East, and it does have the potential to get to this area relatively soon. The problem is there's a lot of damage to the distribution system here, and we're trying to make sure that it's able to take that power as soon as possible. I know you're going to get a briefing from Entergy in just a few moments. I just want to encourage people to be patient. It is very hard to sustain life in St. Charles, Louisiana right now, and that's true for all of Southeast Louisiana. The water system is really poor. Electricity is non-existent. Communications actually started getting a little bit better today. We have not figured out the fuel situation. 2/3 of our refineries went down. There are very long lines for limited gas and diesel. We are working on that. Our federal partners are working on that. I know there's a congressional delegation call. The White House is working on that. We're working with the private sector as well. We don't have that figured out yet. I'm very optimistic that we're going to have some positive announcements soon. But the point I'm trying to make is, if at all possible, if you're at a place outside of your home and outside of an affected parish, don't come back before the parish tells you that they are ready to receive you, because you're just going to create another demand on a system that can't withstand the demand that it currently has. And our hospitals are really in a difficult place right now. They were full before the hurricane hit with COVID patients. We've had to do a number of evacuations, including out of the Oxnard Hospital here in St. Charles Baptist Parish. The schools are not going to be in session. So if you can stay where you are, please stay where you are and take your directions from your parish, and call your Office of Emergency Preparedness if you have any questions about that. I can tell you that the offices here in St. Charles Parish and in most of Southeast Louisiana, state offices will be closed at least until the Tuesday following Labor Day. And so state workers should look at the list there to make sure they know whether they are going to be going back to work tomorrow. I think I'm going to stop here because I know we've got a couple of congressmen. I want to thank them for working so hard. And I want to thank the sheriff and all of the first responders. We've got the entirety of the National Guard, and we have people coming in from out of state, from other National Guards, and we're going to end up with over 10,000 soldiers on the ground. We have law enforcement officers. Obviously, everybody in Louisiana is mobilized, but we've got them coming, state troopers and sheriff's deputies coming from out of state. We've got more linemen on the ground right now than at any point in Louisiana's history to restore electricity. This is a nationwide effort. And so I want to thank everybody for their work. I want to thank our congressional delegation. And I'm going to ask the sheriff to come up now and share some comments with you. And then I know there'll be some questions at the end of the prepared remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor, and thanks to all of our congressmen, state legislators, my Senator Smith, and everybody for showing up today, and Representative Miller. It's great that you came out today. It's unfortunate you had to come out today. I think, as those of us who live here know, I can honestly say in my 63 years of life that I have ridden out every single hurricane that came.
So we wanted to play out a portion for you of this press conference. You just heard from Governor Edwards right there, briefing residents, saying if you can stay away because we just do not have that many supplies right now and we are running out by the minute. This is a story that's happening across Louisiana, but likely a story moving forward into the week out of New York City. Take a look at this shot right here. Live look out of New York City, a very wet, a very damp site that we're seeing right there. And if you've been joining us over the past hour or so, I would say we have some breaking news out of the subway stations right here. You can see from NYCT subway, they say if you're on a train that's stuck, stay on that train. The safest place to be is on the train unless you hear otherwise from the conductor. And this is why. This is what some of these people are seeing out on the subways. Take a look at these images. I'm going to bring into this conversation Matt Fernandez. He is out in New York City right now, has been out and about. He's on the phone with us. Also, Andrew Kraft. He's joining me in on this conversation as well. Matt, I want to start with you. Is this common? What you're seeing right here in this cell phone video, is this common?
No, I've never seen anything like this. I would say that, kind of the flooding is also particularly bad where I am at 150th Street in Manhattan. And this is also one of the highest areas of elevation on the entire island. I would say probably 100 or 200 feet physically above the Hudson River. But the rain has just been coming down so heavily and for such an intensity over the last couple of hours that even just outside the building, it feels like the street is a river, and then particularly around intersections, water has just been pooling to the point where intersections felt like just to go outside felt like they were impassable. That water just before I decided to turn back when I was outside, it was, I would say, halfway up my calf. And the water is rushing very quickly, and you could see some cars at times were struggling to even drive on the road. But yeah, very uncommon. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, Matt, this is Andrew here. Thanks for joining us. And a longtime resident of New York City, and you have been there quite some time. You said you were uptown around 150th Street. You had to get back to Brooklyn. Was that possible at all? Do you think you could have made it back to Brooklyn tonight with the weather?
No, so I gave up and I headed back to my boyfriend's house. But it was the water was so bad that it occurred to me that it would be dangerous to even walk the 5 blocks to get to the subway station, and I was concerned at some point that the subway would stop running. And I checked just a few minutes ago, and it seems that service has been suspended on all lines of the New York City subway right now. And that I've also never seen aside from a snowstorm, I've never seen rain or any weather completely shut down the subway system like this.
Matt, do you know anyone who is stranded right now at the subway system? Have you heard of any accounts?
No, thankfully, I guess I'm sure some people must be, but thankfully, I guess it being 9 o'clock on a weeknight, hopefully not too many people were out and about. So thankfully, I don't know anyone who's personally gotten stranded.
And Matt, are they talking about, we know a lot of people in New York City don't have to make the commute to work. They're still working from home, but we've seen videos of, Uber Eats and Grubhub drivers still making the trek in, knee and waist deep water. Have you been texting your friends who live in this city as well? What have they seen? This is so unprecedented. We've even heard from the Mayor de Blasio, issuing an emergency disaster declaration, kind of reminiscent of Hurricane Sandy, but really all over, not just at Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, I know from a few people that I've been texting with that it seems like all of the city, I know I've heard or seen videos of people throughout Brooklyn and Queens where the flooding is also really bad. And I think that just, occasionally I've seen pockets of the city where torrential downpour can kind of cause some of the subway stations or some of the streets to flood. But it really seems at this point, from what I can tell, to be pretty widespread throughout the city, and the waters and the flooding seems to be pretty bad kind of across a large swath of the city. It doesn't seem to be, though, contained to any one neighborhood or even area, and it seems like it seems like the rain is just all over the place right now.
Matt, I don't know if you said this in the very beginning, but can you just give us a little bit of a timeline? How long has the rain been coming down this extreme? Has it been for the past couple of hours, throughout the entire day? What's that looked like?
Yeah, I think that's one of the more striking things. It was raining pretty lightly this morning, so much that you didn't even really need an umbrella to go outside. And I don't think it started to rain heavily until maybe about 7 p.m., and so it's only really been going on just a few hours. And I don't think maybe it wasn't a surprise to the meteorologist, but at least I was not aware or even expecting the rain to be this bad this evening. I know there was a tornado warning, I think from 9 to 9:30, but besides that, up until maybe about an hour ago and 2 hours ago when I tried to go outside, I didn't see or have any sort of warning or the sense that the flooding could get this bad.
All right, Matt Fernandez, New York City resident, kind of recounting his experience with all this. We're still tracking a lot on social media, getting all these crazy videos in of historic and unprecedented flooding in the Big Apple at this hour. Matt, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and we are going to continue our coverage, this weather coverage, throughout the rest of the evening. We're going to take this time to go out to a quick commercial break. When we come back, back out to Louisiana, who is also reeling from Hurricane Ida. All of this spurring off of Ida. Crazy, crazy to think about. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now. We have been tracking these storms moving through the Philadelphia area, now moving more so into New York from what it looks like. I'm no meteorologist, but you can definitely see does not look good going into the evening and early morning hours out there in New York. We just showed you some of those videos of the subway stations that have all been shut down. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio has now initiated a state of emergency, but we are going to go out to Louisiana, kind of play out the rest of that press conference from Governor Edwards earlier today, as well as other local officials, specifically talking power outages, which is also a problem. Take a listen.
Senator Smith and everybody for showing up today, and Representative Miller, it's great that you came out today. It's unfortunate you had to come out today. I think as those of us who live here know, I can honestly say in my 63 years of life that I have ridden out every single hurricane that came to St. Charles Parish. Every single one. None of them compared to the ferocious weather that we experienced Sunday night. Nothing like it. So we're damaged. We're going to come back. It's going to be one step at a time. and everybody wants everything to happen now. You're hot, you're miserable. I've got over 100 deputies whose homes are unlivable right now. There's water coming into the roof, and unfortunately, we seem to be getting more rain showers every day. So we're working to help them, but despite all that, I'm so proud of them, and I want to give a shout out to them right now. They're out there with their heads high, and they're working hard to protect you and your property. Some of our residents are still evacuated, as the governor said. Don't come back. The officials want you to come back. I can tell you, we want you to come back, but we want you to come back if you're self-sufficient and you can handle yourself. If you are out and you want to come back, the roads are open and we welcome you. But be aware, there is very little fuel. There is almost no grocery. It's happening a little bit at a time. Buy your groceries, get your gas, get your ice, and try and be prepared to live here for a week in a house with no air conditioning, with no food, and no gas availability. So come back self-sufficient. You're welcome to come back. And if you don't want to wait in lines like we had today, that's going to happen. We had such an influx. It went on for hours, but a lot of people have needs right now. We understand that. We're going to deal with it. Secondly, if you are out of town, please don't spread rumors on social media. We've had to deal with rumors that there were looters running through neighborhoods here and there on multiple occasions. It all turned out to be unfounded. We have had some incidents of theft and crime. We always do. We always do, and there are some, unfortunately, despicable individuals who take advantage of the neighbor being gone, and most of it is pretty much confined to some local neighborhoods and some of the same actors we've dealt with for years and years. I can tell you we're going to be out in force tonight, as we will every night, with almost 3 times the normal contingent of patrol officers. We have transferred detectives and everybody that's available, school resource officers, bailiffs, they're all available. We're going to have them out on the streets tonight. You're going to see the lights flashing. If you see or hear anything suspicious, call that 911 center across the street, and we're going to be there. We will be visible. We will be out there. The jail has space, and if you want, and actually it has some air conditioning, believe it or not. So if you want to commit a crime, don't do it, because we might put you in a unit that doesn't have air conditioning. So, but we do have space. There is room at the end. So you don't want to be one of those at this particular time. If you are fortunate and you've got a generator at your home, it's very dark out there. Dark, dark, dark. If you can put on a floodlight or one of your lights, we want to get as much light going as possible. We know some people are fortunate. We do hear the generators running. Throw on that outside light. Let's shed some light on the situation. It'll help us do our jobs. So that's it. We're gonna curfew. We do have a curfew, which we will have in effect from. It's basically dusk to dawn, 8 o'clock until I think 5:30 or something like that. So that helps us patrol the neighborhoods. We understand people are passing through on Highway 90. We can't shut down all the highways. This is primarily for neighborhoods. We don't want anybody lurking around, prowling around neighborhoods. So that's primarily where the focus of this curfew is. So please stay home if you're not there. If you're out on the street, if you're walking the streets, and of course those individuals know who they are, you're subject to being detained. You're subject to being arrested for being out there for that. We are committed, despite the fact that our people are having their own issues. We're committed to the protection of your property and your lives. Be careful out there. We've had some accidents of people hurting themselves with chainsaws, even had some broken bones. As you're going to hear, our hospital availability right now is very, very limited. So please be careful out there and don't injure yourself, although EMS is certainly working there. Anything else I have? Okay. Thanks again. And thanks to all of our officials. Governor, Lieutenant Governor Nungesser as well, and our superintendent and everybody. I don't want to miss anybody as well, but thank you all for coming today. We appreciate the support.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff. I'm Garrett Graves, member of Congress who represents this area, together with Congressman Carter. I want to thank the Parish President Matt Jewell and Sheriff Champagne for their leadership. I know that they both have some impacts at home, yet they've been here nonstop helping to lead us through this disaster. I want to thank the governor for coming in and all the folks behind that have been leaning in, trying to get us to some degree of normalcy. Look, I want to be really clear. This is one of the most powerful storms that's ever hit Louisiana, ever made landfall in the United States. We're well aware there's no electricity, cell phones aren't working well, internet's down, water's not working, wastewater sewer systems aren't working either. Number one, we have Verizon right here, AT&T right there. We're working on restoring cell service. Number two, fibers have been severed all over Louisiana. Those are being restored one by one, helping to restore internet access across South Louisiana. Next, this is going to be one of the most impactful storms in regard to power. The governor noting that nearly 1 million homes and businesses out of power, nearly 1 million. And those are being put back online every single day, but it is power pole by power pole all across Louisiana. There are, I believe, 25,000 electrical workers that have been brought into Louisiana to help get this back online. That's being addressed. And all of that kind of cascades into the water and wastewater systems that need electricity to function. And we are well aware of the fuel issue, and the governor mentioned it as well. We've seen the lines, we've sat in the lines, like y'all have, for 45 minutes to refuel your vehicle. We just had a conference call with the White House, with Department of Energy, with the fuel producers, refiners, all of them, talking through where the obstacles are, what the impediments are. Look, Louisiana refines as much oil and gas as virtually any other state in America, which is a good thing because it means it's close by, but it's a bad thing because it means those refineries were impacted as well. But we've got a plan to get those back online as quickly as possible. So we're working through every single one of these things, but I'll tell you, it is phenomenal having the attention of the President of the United States, the governor, the parish president, the sheriff, the legislator, and everybody else, because all eyes are on getting us back to recovery, getting us back to restoration, getting us back to some degree of normalcy. Thank you. Congressman Troy Carter.
Thank you very much. And at the risk of being redundant, I'll be very brief. Likewise, I'd like to thank all the officials, certainly thank our governor, thank parish president, our sheriff, our lieutenant governor, senators and representatives that are here, and to all of our law enforcement, all of our people who are out on the street delivering firsthand search and rescue. We want to take a moment to say thank you. We've got people that are out there risking their lives. They leave their families to go out and protect ours. We should let them know that we appreciate it. It's been a daunting task to travel the state and see the devastation that has impacted our communities. But like before, these kind of events bring out the best of us, and in some knuckleheads it brings out the worst. But overwhelmingly, the people of Louisiana have demonstrated that they're resilient, that we're hardworking, and we will get through this. I'm happy to report, as has been said, that we've been in communication with the White House every day, and resources are on the way. The President will be here on Friday, as it was stated, on the ground to see and to show that he's committed the federal resources to not only build back, but to build back better. Thank you.
Lieutenant Governor, would you like to say a couple words? Yeah. Representative Miller or Lieutenant Governor?
I just want to say that there's going to be a lot of, as we go through this recovery, Volunteer Louisiana is going to be there. We're still in Lake Charles helping people. You can go to volunteerlouisiana.gov and sign up if you need assistance that's not provided through FEMA. We'll be there to the end till everyone's back in their home. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. We're going to do an update from Entergy here, and then we'll take some questions.
The mic's a little tall from the parish president. Sorry about that. Thank you all for having me. I'm Patrick Hamby on behalf of Entergy Louisiana. I'm going to begin with a few points on the damage assessment. It's been touched on many times, but it is absolutely true and worth repeating. I've talked to many people on my ride to the parish from Jefferson Parish and the Orleans area, and in fact, without a doubt, this is the worst damage and the worst storm that anyone has seen in the history of this parish. It's evident here on River Road. We just finished clearing it, some downed poles and trees and other debris so that people can get around safely now. That's just the beginning. There's plenty more for us to do. It's going to pick up pace tomorrow. If you look at the storm and you think about the path that it hit, no doubt did Grand Isle take the brunt. They're sitting out there on the front line. But then it made that northwestern turn and came right into this parish, into St. Charles, and stalled out. And that is what I believe is attributable to the severe damage here. That is, it's worse. New Orleans and Jefferson, they took a strong hit. They have substantial damage. But as you go to the west, you see even more. So what we have today, and the governor hit on this, we have the first light of hope, the beginning with the powering of the New Orleans power station. That allows us to bring transmission to 9 Mile 6 over there in St. Charles at the 9 Mile marker. We're going to bring it down into the parish and then also connect from the north. So that was the first piece to the puzzle. Now we're connecting. Why did we start in that area? Because as I mentioned, with the path of the storm, the destruction, the damages, we have 3 corridors of transmission available here, 8 lines within those 3 corridors. The one with the least amount of damage, it was damaged, they were all damaged, but the one with the least was in that area, and we're working our way this direction. Also, per the Nuclear Regulatory Commission rules, ahead of a storm or a catastrophic event that's predictable, such as a hurricane, we have to power down the Waterford 3 nuclear unit ahead of the storm so that it can safely ride through the storm. Now, we did mention this and the governor hit on it as well. I'd like to highlight that again. The New Orleans power station is the beginning, and as we bring transmission into this region, it is going to be limited. And the focus on what we do at that power is the critical infrastructure, the hospitals, the nursing homes, working hand in hand with the parish and prioritizing routes for their critical infrastructure so that we can get people back on their feet as quick and safely as possible and back in their homes. See, what we're doing while we're waiting on the transmission work, there's a distribution system. So the transmission towers is the high voltage lines, the big metal structures you see, largely outside of the communities, but they come down into the substations and we go into the distribution systems. That's what feeds the small commercial businesses, the residential neighborhoods, all the wooden poles that you see down on the road. That's our distribution system. So we're picking those up, we're clearing those, we're going to begin setting poles, stringing new wires, hanging transformers so that we are working somewhat as best we can after we clear the damage in parallel with the work that we're doing on the transmission system to help speed up the restoration. What everyone, I'm sure, is wanting to hear and what I'm wanting to tell everybody is estimated restoration times. When will my lights be back on? That information is ongoing. It's contingent upon the damage assessment. We have to know what is damaged, where it's damaged, and which crews that we can assign to make sure that we get the qualified crews on the right jobs with the right equipment to do the safe, reliable restoration to keep not only our team safe, but the customers and our residents and our friends and our neighbors safe as well throughout this process. It's going to start out when we say estimated restoration time. So in the next day and then going forward, we're going to start releasing information on estimated restoration times. It'll start with a broader kind of geographic area, and then as time goes on and we've restored power and we've made more progress, we'll get down to neighborhoods, and then we'll be able to tell more information on specific locations after that point. I'd like to touch on safety and close with safety. It's first and last, the most important thing that we do with anything throughout this restoration process. Do not go to any down power lines. Don't try to judge if it's cable, if it's communications, or if it's an Entergy cable. And just because your lights are off in your home, in your community, that does not mean that that down power line could not potentially be energized. What I mean by that is people are putting in temporary generators. There is a possibility that the installation was not done correctly, and there could be backfeed from that portable generation source that could go back on the line that's on the ground. Even though the lights are out and our system is not producing electricity, those portable generators do have the capability, if installed improperly, to put back on our system. So stay away from down power lines. Call 1-800-ENERGY. We'll take care of that. And again, the last thing I'd like to ask is please stay off of the streets. Stay home. Stay with your friends, your family. I understand you have to go out and get some commodities from here and there, some ice, some water, some MRE, some food, whatever rations or anything you need as far as to keep your family safe. But stay off the streets. It helps keep you safe. It gives us access with our large equipment to get in here and do our work quicker and faster and ultimately get your lights back on quicker. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I know the governor's on a tight schedule here, so before we get an update on from our state legislators and our hospital and schools, I'd like to allow questions for the governor.
I want to make sure I don't violate the sheriff's curfew. No, I would be happy to take a couple of questions if you have them, and you might have to scream them at me a little bit. Anything? I cannot believe it. Okay.
Power restoration is obviously key, and I know you touched on this in prior press conferences, but is that the first domino that has to fall in for everything else to get in place?
Well, it's certainly a huge domino. I actually put power restoration and fuel availability kind of 1A and 1B. But if you get power up, then your water situation tends to get better in a hurry. The situation at our hospitals get better in a hurry, both from the power perspective and then they have the water that they need. Right now, we're bringing bulk water to service the chillers and so that they can flush toilets and all those sorts of things in addition to the generators. And one of the challenges here is when the lights first go back on, it won't be with a system that is as robust and redundant as you would want it to be. And so we're actually going to have to leave our generators in place with technicians, with fuel for some period of time until the folks at Entergy and the other providers tell us that that system is back to normal. So this is going to be a real challenge, but there's nothing more important than energy being, I should say electricity, in order for this to be safe for people to actually come back home. And then they have to decide whether their home is habitable or not. And you know, from what I've seen, an awful lot of homes are just simply not going to be, unfortunately. Yes, sir.
For those residents who are being asked to stay away and are displaced, is there any plan for financial assistance?
Yeah, well, first thing they should do is they should register for individual assistance with FEMA. And we're seeing tremendous success. I told you more than 204,000 people have registered over the last 48 hours. About $73 million worth of assistance has been provided. But they've got to register for help. And then we're looking at other temporary housing solutions as well. I'm not going to announce them today, but they're forthcoming very soon. And then if they're out of funds and they can't go home, we will put them in a shelter. And as soon as possible, we're going to transition them away from the congregant shelter and put them in a non-congregant shelter, which is a hotel. The truth is, today, I don't think there's a hotel room to be had between Mobile, Alabama, and Houston, Texas, and as far north as Jackson, Mississippi. So that's not a great option. But when the power comes back on, getting back to the question a while ago, we're going to have a lot more hotels that will stand up, especially in the metropolitan area of New Orleans. And then we're going to have thousands of rooms that are going to be available. So there is assistance available. I know this is a tough time for people. I just want them to understand when they come home, if they're not self-sufficient, like the sheriff said, it's going to be a miserable existence to be here. Thank you all very much, and we're going to take off, and maybe you can finish up before they crank up again. I'm not sure. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go ahead and continue with State Senator Gary Smith.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look right now in Midtown Manhattan, and as we have been monitoring all the latest out of really unprecedented flooding in not only Manhattan, but the other 5 boroughs, including Brooklyn and Queens. Want to thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to get into some other stories in the remainder of the night here, but we do want to stay with flooding at this time. We're going to put this up once again. You can see the remnants of Ida making their way north. It has spawned multiple storms as it's moved up north. Remember yesterday in Tennessee and West Virginia and Kentucky and northern Alabama. Now today in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, now moving into Connecticut and Massachusetts. And so we've been showing you some of these really crazy videos from all around New York City, especially when commuters on the New York City subway have tried to get to their points of destination. Well, it's been very difficult to do that. The New York City Subway and Transit Authority, Metro, suspending all service. We're also getting word that New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio has issued a state of emergency within the city. And so we're working on getting more video. A lot of social media users have been posting video from around the city about what their experience has been like. We only have some of these live bump shots, what we call them in the industry, bump shots, just static shots of the city itself. It's been moving out away from the 5 boroughs, but we spoke to some residents who've been telling us their experience. We're also getting in news that the New York City Fire Department are now responding to some people in distress as well. They're using high-axle vehicles, which were purchased following Hurricane Sandy, to conduct rescues in areas with flooding-related calls all throughout New York City in areas with particularly high water. We're also hearing from Governor Hochul and mayoral candidate as well, Eric Adams. Eric Adams saying, New York, stay inside and off the roads during this storm and flooding. Tonight, we all have to do what this city does best, show up for each other and keep each other safe. In the meantime, we want to move on to some of these other stories. We'll have some breaking news to report in just a matter of moments. But right now, we do want to continue with showing you some of these weather videos from New York City. We want to show you, especially from the New York City subway, and just have to find it here. You can see that some of these subway platforms are just inundated with water, and so very treacherous, very dangerous for some of these travelers in New York City. The New York City subway system has been suspended. Service has been suspended. You can see flooding right now.
What are they doing?
In many parts of not only Brooklyn and Queens, but also Manhattan. So just so many social media users have been posting videos like this on Twitter and the like. That's not something you see every day in New York City. And so all subway service has been suspended due to this flooding at multiple stations in New York. There's another subway station. You can see the water running down the steps. It remains to be seen if this flooding will subside going into the early morning hours or if it will remain and dwell there going into tomorrow. We're also getting statement in from Mayor Bill de Blasio on his Twitter account. I want to put that up for you here. You can see that he's saying he's declaring a state of emergency in New York City tonight. We're enduring an historic weather event tonight with record-breaking rain across the city, brutal flooding, and dangerous conditions on our roads. So we've been following all the latest on the National Weather Service in New York as well. They issued about 2 hours ago a flash flood emergency. And so they are also updating us on totals of rain, overall observed rainfall in the last 48 hours. I just want to go to their Twitter account on the National Weather Service out of New York. And as this storm front moves more north, you can see now Connecticut, parts of Massachusetts, Long Island as well, are under severe thunderstorm warnings until very early this morning. And so 22 minutes ago, flash flood emergencies have been issued for parts of New York City, including Brooklyn and Queens, until 3 a.m. Eastern. And so that emergency, according to the National Weather Service, was issued due to the ongoing life-threatening flash flooding. The heaviest rain, they say, has pushed east of the flash flood emergency area, with more moderate rainfall the next few hours. All right, we do have a map from the National Weather Service out of New York. You can see here the areas affected by this flash flood emergency that they've issued until 3 a.m. Eastern. That's in about 3.5 hours from now that will expire. We're working on getting more video from social media users as well about exactly what they're experiencing in the Big Apple at this hour. We know it's late there. And so hopefully we'll be hearing from some of these lawmakers in New York City, maybe the governor, about what they've been experiencing tonight. New Governor Kathy Hochul, mayoral candidate Eric Adams, also Mayor de Blasio. Hopefully we'll be hearing from them tomorrow. They'll no doubt be visiting some of these affected areas in the city. It remains to be seen, though, if some of the floodwaters will have receded by then. We're still waiting to see if they will go down at any point. But we're going to be moving on from this story in just a moment here. We have some more stories left to get to on this Wednesday night. This one in particular we want to move to, not in New York City, but in Colorado. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on this Wednesday night on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, 3 police officers and 2 paramedics in Colorado have been indicted by a grand jury in the 2019 death of 23-year-old Elijah McClain. The jury returned the 32-count indictment last Thursday. According to the Colorado Attorney General, Phil Weiser, each of the 5 defendants, officers Nathan Woodyard, Jason Rosenblatt, and Randy Rodema, as well as Aurora paramedics Jeremy Cooper and Peter Sichunek, face 1 count of manslaughter and 1 count of criminally negligent homicide, in addition to other charges. We want to hear from the Colorado Attorney General Weiser earlier announcing these charges. You'll remember this was a very, very tragic death, 23-year-old Elijah McClain back in 2019, and now charges being issued in that death. It does look like we're having some issues with that press conference. To you in just a matter of moments. We're still following all the latest as well out of New York City and the historic flooding that is going on at the moment. We also have some news we're soon to report out of the Supreme Court as well. In just a matter of moments, we'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do have some breaking news we want to report out of the Supreme Court. They have just issued a ruling right now by a 5-4 vote with Chief Justice John Roberts joining the liberals. The Supreme Court has refused to block Texas's 6-week abortion ban. You'll remember that law went into effect at midnight last night on September the 1st. It is the most restrictive abortion law in the United States. It outlaws abortion after 6 weeks. It also allows for any Texas resident and citizen, if someone is going to get an abortion, to essentially report that. And so that is quite unprecedented. But also to note, I want to read from some of the ruling. It says, to prevail in an application for a stay or an injunction, an applicant must carry the burden of making a strong showing that it is likely to succeed on the merits, that it will be irreparably injured absent a stay, that the balance of the equities favors it, and that a stay is consistent with the public interest. The Supreme Court not going along with that, not blocking this law. Remember, a lot of people have been watching this, especially pro-choice advocates, women's rights advocates, who say that this is the most restrictive abortion law in the United States. The Supreme Court finally weighing in. Remember, they did not weigh in last night before or after that midnight deadline when this law in Texas was going to be in effect. And now they have. And this is a 5-4 vote. Chief Justice John Roberts has joined the liberals in this, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Breyer. But the conservative majority on the court has essentially, succeeded in refusing to block this. So we'll be getting all the latest on that in just a matter of moments. We're working our sources, trying to get more info to bring that to you. But we did, like I said before the break, we wanted to take the opportunity, we haven't gotten to this yet, to go out to Colorado, where the Attorney General there announced these charges in the 2019 death of Elijah McClain.
I'm here to share information about the grand jury's work on the investigation into the death of Elijah McClain. I think most of you are familiar with Elijah McClain's story. He died following a physical encounter with Aurora police officers and Aurora fire rescue paramedics the night of August 24th, 2019. In June 2020, by executive order, the governor appointed me to act as the state's prosecutor, investigate, and if the evidence permits, prosecute potential criminal activity by individuals who caused the death of Elijah McClain. Our department did not seek this investigation. After we were appointed to take on the important responsibility, we took it very seriously. At the time I said our investigation would be guided by a commitment to the facts, by a thorough and diligent work, and would be worthy of public trust and confidence in our criminal justice system. These remain our guiding principles for this matter. As you know, there was an initial investigation into Mr. McClain's death, which was limited. Our department had the option merely to review the record of that effort or undertake additional fact-finding to inquire further into the events surrounding Mr. McClain's death. We decided to take the latter course because whenever a person dies after an encounter with law enforcement, the community deserves a thorough investigation. Mr. McClain's family deserves it, and justice requires it. As our department conducted its work, it became clear that we needed the grand jury and its enhanced investigative powers to obtain documents and compel testimony from witnesses that would otherwise we'd not be able to obtain using ordinary investigative techniques. Over the last year, our team faced considerable challenges because the statewide grand jury didn't meet for a lengthy period of time on account of the COVID-19 pandemic. In December 2020, we were finally able to engage the statewide grand jury to investigate Mr. McClain's death. On January 8th, 2021, my department announced that we had opened this grand jury investigation. That process continued until last Thursday, when the grand jury concluded its work and returned its findings. We are announcing the grand jury's findings made last week today because we needed time to contact Mr. McClain's family, his mother, Shanine McClain, and father, Luane Mosley, and to contact those under investigation for their actions. At the outset, a few points about the statewide grand jury process bear mention. First, a grand jury is made up of impartial citizens who are called from the community to serve. The grand jury is a core part of our criminal justice system. The citizens who participate in this undertaking take their roles and responsibilities very seriously. Those who serve on the statewide grand jury not only are serious and diligent in their work, but they also invest considerable time and effort to serve the public. They deserve our gratitude for their work. Second, under state law, grand jury activities and materials must be kept confidential. What can be disclosed and what I will share today are the relevant facts and circumstances that we are authorized to share. We recognize that many people, including Mr. McClain's family, concerned citizens, members of the media, and others, have had many questions regarding this grand jury process and its activities. Over the course of the process, we had and we continue to have a legal and ethical obligation to maintain the confidentiality and integrity of this investigation. We appreciate the public's patience as we conducted and continue to conduct our work. Late last Thursday, after careful and thoughtful deliberation, the grand jury returned a 32-count indictment against Aurora police officers Randy Rodima and Nathan Woodyard, former Aurora police officer Jason Rosenblatt, and Aurora Fire Rescue paramedics Jeremy Cooper and Peter Chikuniak for their alleged conduct on the night of August 24th, 2019, that resulted in the death of Mr. McClain. Each of the 5 defendants face 1 count of manslaughter and 1 count of criminally negligent homicide. Officers Rodima and Rosenblatt also face, each of them, a count of second-degree assault with intent to cause bodily injury and caused serious bodily injury to Mr. McClain. Both also face 1 count of a crime of violence related to the second-degree assault bodily injury charge. In addition to the manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide charges, paramedics Cooper and Chikuniak also face 1 count second-degree assault with intent to cause bodily injury and caused bodily injury, 1 count second-degree assault for recklessly causing serious bodily injury by means of a deadly weapon, ketamine, 1 count second-degree assault for a purpose other than lawful medical or therapeutic treatment, intentionally causing stupor, unconsciousness, or other physical or mental impairment or injury to Mr. McClain by administering a drug, ketamine, without consent. Cooper and Chikuniak also face 2 counts of crimes of violence for each of the assault charges. At this moment, my department is filing the indictment in Adams County District Court. The indictment will be unsealed. It is important to remind everyone that a grand jury indictment is a formal accusation based on a determination of probable cause that an individual committed a crime under Colorado law. All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Our department has the solemn duty to prosecute this case. Make no mistake, we recognize that this case will be difficult to prosecute. These types of cases always are. Our goal is to seek justice for Elijah McClain, for his family and friends, and for our state. In so doing, we advance the rule of law and the commitment that everyone is accountable and equal under the law. Many of you will have questions as this case proceeds. We understand that, and we want you to understand that we are limited in what we can say and will do our talking in court. We thank you in advance for your patience as this case goes forward. I want to thank the statewide grand jury for their service. I want to thank our team, our prosecutors, our investigators, and all staff members who worked hard on this case for over a year and will continue to do so. We're here today because Elijah McClain is not here, and he should be. He was a son, a nephew, a brother, and a friend. When he died, he was only 23 years old. He had his whole life ahead of him. And his family and his friends must now go on and live without him. His death is a loss to all of us. Elijah McClain's memory will live on as a blessing to all of us. After his death, Colorado continues to lead on law enforcement accountability. And in a separate civil investigation, my department is looking into whether the city of Aurora, specifically Aurora Fire and Aurora Police, have a pattern and practice of violating the civil rights of their community members. That matter is still ongoing. We will announce our findings when that investigation comes to a close. By working to build trust in law enforcement and working to elevate what safe and effective policing looks like, we will advance public safety, and we will honor the profession's commitment to serve all Coloradans fairly and responsibly. Thank you.
All right, Attorney General there.
All right, we just wanted to bring you that. We didn't get to it earlier, but that was a major story in Colorado. The Attorney General there issuing those indictments handed down to 5 people, 3 police officers and 2 paramedics in the death of 23-year-old Elijah McClain back in 2019. Anyway, we'll be moving on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Wednesday night. We're still monitoring all the latest out of New York City. Historic flooding there, flash flood emergencies issued by the National Weather Service. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're still monitoring all the flash flooding emergencies out of New York City at the moment. We just got some new video in from some social media users we want to play out for you. As you know, the New York City subways have just been inundated with rushing water. They've since been suspended, the service that is. But we got one more video in we want to show you. You can see just these stranded travelers who are just wanting to get out of the subway platform. As it rushes down the steps there, you can see how deep it is, knee deep, ankle deep. We also are monitoring as well how the airports have been affected in the New York City metropolitan area, LaGuardia, JFK, especially Newark. Newark Airport, we were getting some videos in that showed water filling up some of the terminals and the baggage carousels. We were also learning that the air traffic control tower at Newark had to be evacuated for some time. We just got this video in. This is in Newark at the airport. You can see the lower levels completely flooded. Stunning. And it just shows you how this has just crippled the New York City metropolitan area. Not only Newark, New Jersey, Jersey City, across the East River, but also, Brooklyn and Queens also have experienced really, really incredible flooding. We spoke to my friend, Matt Fernandez. He lives in Brooklyn, but he couldn't get back home because the flooding was so great. Well, we're now finally hearing from new New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She just tweeted this right now, that she is declaring a state of emergency to help New Yorkers affected by tonight's storm. She says, please stay off the roads and avoid all unnecessary travel. And so right now, the governor is chiming in. This, of course, after New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio also issued a statement on his Twitter account indicating that he is declaring a state of emergency due to this severe weather as well. There's that tweet from the mayor. He said, we're enduring a historic weather event tonight with record-breaking rain across the city, brutal flooding, and dangerous conditions on our roads. So we're going to still be monitoring that throughout the night here. But, I used to live in New York City for some time. I have never seen flooding like this. And so many residents probably are saying the same tonight. Anyway, we did break in for some other breaking news, this one regarding the Supreme Court. And I just want to reiterate that news because that's been a story that we have been following today. The Supreme Court just ruled in a 5-4 ruling that they will not block the Texas abortion law. That Texas abortion law is now the most restrictive in the country. Those in Texas seeking an abortion cannot get one after 6 weeks of pregnancy now. The justices, on a 5-4 vote, issued this late tonight. They denied an emergency request by abortion and women's health providers for an injunction barring enforcement of the ban, which went into effect, you'll remember, early this morning, midnight this morning on the 1st, as that law went into effect. Litigation, though, does continue in this lawsuit, challenging its constitutionality. So what does this mean for Roe v. Wade going forward? This is quite a significant decision. The justices there are not going to suspend this or block this. And so right now, if you are a woman in Texas, what are you thinking right now? This is quite significant as this develops. Interesting to note as well that Chief Justice John Roberts joined in the liberals in dissenting with this, but the conservative majority got the upper hand there. So we just wanted to follow up on that story as well. But lots of stories today here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Don't forget, we do have a Twitter account. We post all the biggest stories and top headlines there. Our handle is @LiveNowFox. You can also visit our website, livenowfox.com, for all of the latest, and it lists all of our streaming platform partners as well. So if you're wondering how you can find us and where you can stream us, you can go there. It lists all of our streaming platform partners. So for now, though, we do want to go into some of these stories we're going to play in the overnight hours. First up is the White House press briefing with White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
$30,000 customers there still do not have electricity, and power restoration in parts of Louisiana could take weeks as crews assess the full extent of power system damage. To help accelerate these efforts, the President spoke with CEOs of the largest energy companies in the Gulf Coast yesterday and committed the full weight of the federal government to providing resources wherever they are needed. As part of that, the federal government is sharing aerial and satellite imagery to support damage assessments, helping with debris removal and traffic control so restoration workers